What's up, everybody? Happy Wednesday. Junkies back with you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 right here in the DMV. In Richmond, you can listen to us on 910 The Fan or 105.1 on the FM side. You can also watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. All year, we're celebrating 30 years of the Junkies, presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. We thank you for tuning in this Wednesday morning, January 7th, 2026. I'm John Paul Flame, joined by Eric Bickle.
Good morning.
Good morning. Johnny Cake Sawville's here.
Hey, what's up? Hello.
And Jason Bishop.
What's up, bro?
EB was having some key card
Well, you know
difficulties this morning.
You know what it is? I was at Pupatella yesterday.
Okay.
All right.
And you
I
have a
actually-
black card there.
Did you run into Mike Marr?
It's funny you say that. Well, let me just get the first part. So I went to Pupatella, and they gave us that beautiful card, which, by the way, I noticed has maybe a coming expiration date.
Does it?
We need.
I think that's been broached
All
already.
right, if
Yeah,
you look at
Mar-
the back of it.
I know Mar has already
Yeah.
worked the angle of
We owe
extending.
him for that. We owe him a debt of
He's,
gratitude.
he's been eyeing that due
'cause
date for a while.
My daughter
He was
noticed yesterday.
panicking.
He's
Yeah,
the
he was.
Prince of Pupatella over there.
Yeah, that was one of those Mike situations because the owner name is Michael
Yeah.
Berger.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
reached
So you
out.
talked to him.
Oh,
Such
yeah.
an uncommon name.
But my daughter noticed yesterday.
Extension. Hey, put out the graphic, Mar. Junkies extended.
So so my daughter had volleyball and workout, whatever, and she actually asked, could she get there earlier? And I went, what? She said, because we drive by Pupatella
Okay,
on
yeah.
the way to the field house where they have her workouts. And she noticed that last week. She said, could we go and I can get a pizza before because I don't have a chance to eat from 6:30 till 10 and hadn't eaten dinner yet. So I was like, oh my God, that means we got to leave at like 4:30.
Huh.
So I was like, all right. But the card, as you guys know, this is the heaviest card
It's a money
I
metal card.
I mean, this literally is like, I think this could stop a
It's
bullet.
a VIP.
I still have only used it once, unfortunately.
I mean,
Well,
you're
you
just snoozing
You're
over
not
there.
in the area where they are.
Yeah.
So I am, and I used it, and I got like 4 pizzas because I brought some home for the fam. But I got 4 pizzas and a meatball panini.
Mhm.
But when I put it back in, it blocked. It's too close to my other card.
Okay.
So it blocked this one.
Okay.
All right.
So you might have to reposition
I
your
had to
cards.
reposition my cards, but it got me into the building, but it didn't get me into that thing. It was too finicky up here. Anyway,
Right.
It's funny you mentioned Mar. So I get there yesterday, and I
blocks
noticed
today.
I had this same lady kind of like hosting or whatever, and I always like to sit at the bar. And I said, is it okay, even my daughter's only 16, can we just sit at the bar?
Yeah.
I'm not going to order a drink. She's like, yeah, no problem. We sit there, and I'd had her before. And I think she recognized me, not really recognized me, not in the sense that she thinks I'm anybody, but just that recognized me as being a customer.
Yeah, yeah.
And I said, just so you know, I have this card. I want you to
Okay.
know. I don't know what that. I just
Right.
wanted her to know. And she
Right.
goes, oh, okay. Are you? She goes, are you one of the radio guys? I go, yeah. And then she said, I said, do any of the other guys come in here? And I was thinking Valdez, right? Because I know
Yeah.
it's near Valdez.
Sure.
And she said, oh yeah. She said, there's one guy. He's younger. Okay. And I went, well, that rules out Valdez.
Yeah.
'cause he looks like an old-
Easy killer.
yeah. And so
Valdez is younger than us.
he's younger.
Yeah.
And then he goes. She said he's kind of blonde hair. And honestly, it took me a second to think of Mar.
Yeah.
And I said blonde hair. I said, well, that's not unfunny, Ben.
Yep.
I said, oh, Mike Mar. She goes, yeah. He came in here one day. And he was flashing his card around. It's the first time I'd seen it.
Oh.
Right? Hold on. And she said, she goes, what? She goes, what is that? He goes, I'm a VIP. She said, well, everyone's a VIP. And he goes, no. I'm a VIP.
Right.
That's gotta be mumbo jumbo.
Dude! Those are her direct, that's a direct quote.
I'm a VIP.
Hey, sometimes you gotta let them.
direct
Hey,
quote.
sometimes you gotta let them know, Mar.
Puff your
Yeah.
chest out.
Yeah.
Dude! Direct quote. I'm a VIP.
No, I
Hey,
always
put
try
that-
to treat him nice when I'm in there. I feel like that's like an
we
asshole
gotta,
thing
we
I
gotta
would say.
let it ring out.
All I can think was he must have been hammered. He must have gone in there hammered
Could have
after
been.
maybe a night of drinking.
Yeah.
Gonna get a pizza and then right?
Wait, which location was this?
Chantilly.
Chantilly.
Well, also the
Is it
people,
called
the
Chantilly?
people that work there rotate around, anyways.
Okay,
So
okay.
it
Could be from another restaurant.
Yeah, I was gonna say the only one I've been like somewhat hammer timed in was the Leesburg location.
Okay.
Have you been to the Chantilly location?
No, I've been to Reston, Leesburg, and then
Okay, so she
Arlington.
saw you at
Man,
one
you
of the
picked
others.
3 of them already. That's impressive.
I mean, she said, she mentioned junkies, and she said blonde, young guy, and named Mike.
Kind of fits the bill.
put that on his tombstone. I'm a VIP.
Well, look,
Yeah.
here's the reality. Mike Marr makes peanuts. I don't know how much he makes, but he makes peanuts. So once he's discovered the freebies,
It's a life
he is
hack. It's an
maximizing the
amazing life hack for
freebies.
him.
I'm not hating on it. I use it. It's just funny that he had to drop the extra I'm a VIP.
But I am impressed he has gotten us extended.
So
He was-
can
he
you
was the
explain that
Tip
deal?
of the spear
Yeah, how
for
did
that.
you? How were you the one to get
Because
it extended?
So back in November, you guys were asking me about like, am I stressed come February?
Yeah.
And then the Pupatella owner was listening and shot me a text, and he was like, "Hey, I was gonna surprise you guys at like the
Right.
drinking show on Christmas, but I'll spoil it now. Junkies extended through 2027,
Oh, I think you did
Very
mention
nice.
that.
Through
You did mention that,
27?
I
or
think.
through 2026 into
Wow.
2027.
It's fantastic.
Yeah, I
It's
think you did
fantastic
mention that.
news.
All right.
Yeah, I
that's
definitely
big.
didn't go last night either.
No, it wasn't yesterday.
No, I went yesterday. That was like a joke. I was at
He
Pupatella
did go
as well.
yesterday.
You go to the Leesburg
He's at
one?
least a once a weeker.
I went to the
Has to be.
Arlington location.
The Arlington.
Are
got
you
them all.
admitted? Are you a twice a weeker?
No, that's actually my first time going in 2 weeks.
But I know this about him. He doesn't walk in there and just come out with one pie. He comes out with multiples, other stuff
I
off the
do, too.
menu.
Well,
I do,
throws
so
it
do
in the-
I.
I
It's
do, too.
smart. It's smart for him. Throws it in the freezer if he needs to.
I
Like,
do,
that
too.
guy gets his money.
I got my son working at home this week. I
Yeah.
got him a meatball panini.
Sure, it's
Got him a
fantastic.
pizza. Yeah.
I might have to just drive out of my way. There's just not one close to me.
No, they're all Virginia.
Columbia, I believe, is the
There's one in
closest.
Columbia.
That's my
From
spot.
Gaithersburg, that's kind of
That's
a
a
haul.
haul.
There's
Yeah.
one in DuPont. There's one like
Drive back to DC.
we're like
Well,
5
no, but
minutes
Well,
ago.
no, you'd have to
leave
drive on
after
the
work.
way. On the way home.
Yeah, after work. Actually, I
That's
think
the
they're.
move.
I think they're.
Or the one in Fairfax.
But it doesn't
after
open
work.
until probably 11:30.
Go to the one in Fairfax. It's probably open at 11, maybe 11.
I think. Don't quote me on this. That they might be putting one in Tyson's.
Ah, okay.
that would be
Tyson's
convenient
yeah.
on the way.
Yeah, on the way home.
You hit G-Dub, go there, boom.
Not really convenient.
It's not that.
No.
It's
Well,
extra
yeah.
15 minutes.
It's not
Worth it.
convenient, but if you want good pizza that you pay Zippy for, you make the drive.
You
go
got
in
to tip
there,
him on the way out.
You get your
gotta-
$100 worth.
Yeah, of course you
Yeah.
tip.
Actually, you're 150 if you really want to push it.
Last time I was there, I really threaded the needle. I think I walked out like right, like 20 cents under the limit.
You know what I did for Friendsgiving is I didn't feel like
Pupatella.
I know I didn't feel like making a dessert. I went over there and I got 6 slices of cheesecake. And I put it, then I put it together.
It's on
Then
the
I put it together
card.
in a circle like it was my own.
Yeah. Wow. It's a great move. It's a
Good.
Hey,
I
that's
love it.
not silly.
I
I
love
bet
that.
you it was good.
Oh,
too.
it's
It's
silly.
professionally made cheesecake,
Yeah.
and you don't have to lift a finger.
Yeah.
That is hilarious.
Well, EB, you got in the building despite
did
the
get in the
Pupatella
building.
card blocking your key
I
card.
did. That's such a hefty card. It's actually the nicest
Get
card
outta
to have.
here. What
So
a
now you're gonna have to
block.
take the card
I
out.
moved it. No, I just had to move it to the front, and I have to move my whatever card to the other side.
How fat is the wallet these days?
Getting a little fatter because I stuffed in some like Christmas receipts just in case somebody doesn't like something. But I think I can get rid of those now.
Jason's wad yesterday, and I don't know if it's the same. Can you whip out your wad? Yesterday, his wad was about
Now he
3
also,
inches thick.
he also has to tip the valet drivers. Like he tips them $2 or $3 every day. He
His
always
wad
has
was-
to have cash.
It was like the size of a baseball.
It's just what
My
he
You have
does.
your wad? Yeah.
That's how he rolls.
Where is it?
Dude, I was
Well, everyone should carry cash.
dude. I never carry cash.
Everyone should have at least $20 on them.
I was in a panic.
How many cards do you have? You know what? I just got my son
I mean, I got a
for
lot.
Christmas the Ridge wallet, which is
Yeah.
like kind of like a fancy thin wallet, but it's
Sure.
almost like a rubber band thing,
Yeah.
right? And it says you can put 15 cards in there, and it's like that. How many cards do you have? It's got to be like 25 cards.
I got a lot. I
The
mean,
the Ridge wallet ain't for Jason.
no.
Jason's gonna die like a mafia guy with a rubber band.
No, but it has a clip for cash. it does have a clip for
No, I
cash.
know exactly what they are, but he's got too much stuff.
Yeah, but he's
I mean, I got the Pupatella.
he's using a rubber band. He
Got
got
my
Harris
insurance
Teeter.
card. Got my Amex. I don't even know. There's another.
I still
insurance
have
card.
all those.
I got a bunch of pictures of my daughters when they were younger. I don't know. Just keep them in here. I got Regal Cinema.
You got a Regal card.
Yeah.
You haven't seen a movie
Yeah, it's the last
in like
movie you
5
saw.
years.
I got Stubbs, my Stubbs Insider from AMC. I
Man,
don't
you've
know.
got a lot of movie rules.
Just be
cards.
$5 Tuesdays.
Do you do that like every time you go to like Kava or something? You use their 10 buy 10.
I
get
got
the ninth-
this gift card. I guarantee there's nothing on it. I don't know why.
Hold
I
on,
have it.
Jason. Do you get those rewards cards for every place? So like if you go to Chipotle, you get 9.
No, I
the
don't-
10th you get
Yeah,
free. Or,
Not usually.
Well, if you have half a brain now. You
Yeah,
get them
9
on your,
car washes,
you get
get
them
the
on your
10th
phone
free.
now.
I mean, I've got this
Well,
Visa card. I never use
There's
it.
no chance people are still
I don't know why
carrying
I
around
have
the
it.
cards you get stamped where they clip out a hole for the.
I mean, I've got the old
Don't they do
Pupatella
that?
paper card. I can
Not
get rid of
anymore.
this.
Yeah, I think
just
you don't
scan
need
it on
2
your
of them.
phone.
I'm
Yeah.
getting rid of that one.
Look, a little progress.
Oh, I've got some of these.
Make sure you
Oh,
shred
you
that
got-
so
you
no,
got
so no one's an
Habit Burger?
imposter.
You
Yeah,
got
yeah.
Habit Burger freebies.
Dude,
I
I have
haven't used.
Habit
I haven't
burgers.
used
They're
these.
so good.
I have a bunch of
If
them.
anybody
Yeah.
wants them, I'll give them to you.
I'll let your boy.
Mike Morris gonna
Golf
come in here
done
and
got
fight
my
Habit
Mark.
Burger guy.
I think I got some bad news. I think they expired on the 31st because I went to have it on the 29th.
Oh, yeah, you might need to read the fine print.
Oh, they're not gonna let us use them.
I mean, they might be able to let it slide.
Oh, I don't
Just tell me your
You know what?
VIP.
That's too
Yeah,
embarrassing.
yeah, I'm VIP.
That's too embarrassing. Hold on.
Expired
You really
freebie
just
card.
broke. You ruined
Yeah,
me.
you're
You
real
just,
brokey.
hold on. You just ruined me. Look.
Oh, you've got you're
Here.
like
Holy crap.
you got a lot of bad Habit Burger fun bucks.
You just ruined
Yeah,
me.
just
You can have all of
Your
them.
fun
$1.
bucks are expired.
You just ruined me, dude. I would go there, like if I happened to be in Rockville, I would just go, it's about 5 minutes to drive over there, get a burger.
Sure.
Just tell me your VIP.
Get some fried green
I don't
beans.
have that in my game, dude. I don't have that. Man, you thinned out my wallet.
I've got my Best Buy receipt where I bought the washer and dryer. I don't know when that
I
was.
don't know, I
Are
don't
you
know
still
why you're
paying
carrying
that
that
off?
around.
That's done.
Yeah, I mean, what are you doing?
All right, so I thinned it out a little bit.
Good
There you
wallet
go.
purge.
There's another Habit Burger. Oh man!
Wow.
Hoarder.
I was hoarding those. I think
You
I
were
got,
hoarding
I
those.
think I got some from somebody. One of you guys is not near one.
I think I
Could
gave
be.
you. I think I gave you all mine
probably the
because
case.
they're all in Maryland.
Yeah. Jeez. Anybody else got any gift
What's
cards you
this?
want to give us?
Nope.
Hey, we should
Big
do
developments
hey,
on
we
the
should do
show
gift
today.
card trading. Yeah, like Craig Worthington cards.
Oh, like years ago, we did the Great American Porno Swap. This time
gift
it'll be the
card
gift card swap.
I like it.
All right, so I thinned it out by a quarter inch.
All right, should mention on the show today, Jason, you'll like it because yesterday you're not a fan of the no guest shows. We got 3 today. Got Spencer
Well,
Carberry.
there's nothing to talk about today, so I don't know.
Head
I don't know why
coach of
we
the
got guests.
Capitals coming off that big win 2 nights ago. So we'll talk to Coach Carberry
They
at
play
7.
Dallas
They
tonight.
do. Yep.
Ben Standig's going to join us. You can, of course, subscribe to his Last Man Standing Substack.
Mm-hmm.
We'll talk about the Commanders who made some big moves. When we come back, we'll talk about Joe Witt being gone and Cliff Kingsbury being ousted of his job. And Josina Anderson, senior NFL reporter now with Exhibit News Network, is going to join us at 9:40 as we talk about all the coaching changes in the NFL. Another big, massive move in the NFL as Harbaugh gets fired in Baltimore. So there's 7 job openings now, and Harbaugh is going to be a hot commodity.
Yeah, well-
So we'll talk about that with Josina Anderson. When we come back, though, Cliff Kingsbury is gone as the offense coordinator for the Washington Commanders. Are you surprised? 1-800-636-1067 is the number if you want to chime in. We'll be right back. Put up the Junkies poll of the day, sponsored by Surfside. Use the code JUNKS at store.statesidevodka.com. You get 25% off select merchandise, tees, hats, hoodies, and more. Use that code JUNKS. It's at store.statesidevodka.com. And the question is, are you surprised that the Commanders let Cliff Kingsbury go? I vote yes, and it's not necessarily based on the last 2 days.
Mm-hmm.
It's based on a week ago, a month ago. I would have expected Cliff Kingsbury to stay on as the offensive coordinator. And it's crazy. The offense actually finished 12th in the NFL this year, despite the upheaval at quarterback, all the quarterbacks he used. Despite the fact that Terry McLaurin wasn't there, they still finished 12th. And, of course, his first year was so successful. So I would say I'm surprised. Are you guys surprised?
I'm a little bit stunned because I don't know where the disconnect and divide when and where it started, but it like Dan Quinn clearly wants to go in a different direction with the offense. But then it goes back to, well, then why did you hire Kingsbury in the first place if you're just going to throw him overboard after two
Here's why.
years?
There might be
Here's
another.
why.
There might be another disconnect. It might not just be between DQ
That
and
could be it. There
Kingsbury.
are higher
There could be
powers that were
Peters.
weighing in.
It could be a Peters
Sure.
thing.
Well, I'm sure. I think, frankly, it was simply Jaden's injuries and the mounting injuries, and I think they felt like they exposed him a little bit too much in that offense. I mean, hell, in that Seattle game, remember, I'm speculating, but when the arm got twisted inside out, like it was a gruesome injury that we all saw. Fortunately, it was no big deal, but they were up 30. They're down 30,
Yeah.
right? And then he's taken off on like an RPO, and you're like, why are you calling that? Like, it's one thing to keep him in there. It's another to then call a play where he might potentially take off and run.
I mean, some
So-
of that falls on Quinn for still having him in the game. Like Quinn
100%.
has final say as to whether he's in a game or out.
100%.
and he said he regretted it afterwards.
Yeah, but he
Yeah,
might
but we
have
talked-
also at that week been going like, dude, why are you calling a play potentially where he could take off and run? You know, he's a gamer. He's going to do that.
That was just a freak injury.
That one was, but he exposed him to so many hits. I think ultimately that's why.
There's definitely a philosophical rift. Here's the interesting thing. Neil Greenberg put out some really interesting statistics about their run percentage.
Right.
So when they were leading a game, the Commanders ran the ball 55% of the time. That's 3% above the league average. Okay, that's not a stark difference, but more than the league average. Tie game, they were running 56% of the time. The league average is 46%.
Mm-hmm.
And then when they were trailing in a game, they still ran it 45% of the time. League average 37%. I almost think that Cliff, this is speculation, Cliff may have, like the way that they portrayed it is Dan Quinn wasn't happy with Cliff. Cliff probably wasn't happy. He probably wants to pass more. And he's strapped down.
Well,
I mean, when you're that far below the league average, basically
Again,
10% in
remember-
games when you're trailing and games when you're tied.
A lot of those runs are Jaden.
I know
though.
some of that is
So,
Jaden.
a lot of it is Jaden, like a third of it, maybe. Like a lot of that is Jaden, and so they're kind of cringing every time he's doing it. So that
Look,
I
I
think
don't-
they're
I
trying to
don't-
eliminate some of that.
I don't disagree with moving on. I'm just saying that Cliff probably wasn't happy necessarily if he's got a head coach who has a different philosophy, maybe wants him to run more, which is more than the league average.
But he wants the running backs to run more. You got to separate it.
Oh, look, I've been the one saying that I think they need to get into a more traditional style offense and have Jaden under center more.
Which I think is
But
what
Ja-
they're
but-
leaking is what he wants
But
to
there
do.
still has
Yeah.
to be an element of Jaden running the ball. Like you can't just
sure.
completely
You're not going to lock it
sidetrack
down.
I mean, that's
You're not
one-
going to turn him into Tom
because of his
Brady.
injury issues.
That's
Like,
one reason why. That's maybe the main reason you drafted
That's
him.
part of the reason he went number 2 overall.
I agree, but it's not 10 times a game. Those days might be done. Maybe an outlier here or there.
Okay, 10 times a game might be out the window, but I mean, I want him running at least 5 or 6 times per game.
Maybe.
I mean, if he can give you 700 rushing yards, that's huge.
Right. Like I can't sideline that part of his
Yeah, but what if
weaponry.
instead of passing for 3,500 yards or whatever, what he did his rookie year, whatever the number wasn't super impressive. He passes for 4,200.
Well, maybe
do
whoever
you
they
make
br-
it up in your passing?
maybe whoever they bring in will do that. But I guess I'm not surprised because the rumor was already out there.
Yeah, the last 2 days it became obvious.
Yeah.
No, the last
So-
couple of days. But I'm saying if you went back a week ago, or
a week
month
ago, I would have said no. He's
you would have
staying.
bet Cliff is going to be back for a third year.
Yeah.
I think I might have been 50-50. I think I might have been 50-50.
But it also just highlights the fact that teams they're impatient. Like the Lions, they fired John Morton as the OC after one season. Cliff got 2, and then he gets fired.
Well, I mean, he was a genius last year when they
Right.
win
He could
14
do no
games.
wrong.
He was a genius. That now all of a sudden he can't coach.
Right.
It's not that he can't coach. It's that the quarterback can't run that offense week in and week out.
Well,
The
they should have
other-
changed that last year.
The other interesting
away
thing
with it.
is
They got away
it
with it.
is
Still, Quinn can change it. He's in all the meetings.
Yeah.
Hey, Cliff, we can't run him that much.
It wasn't an issue last year because he got through it. This year it became
Yeah,
an
but they
issue.
know the risks.
But
Yeah, this year-
maybe he was
I think
in those
the-
meetings telling him to change.
No, this is
things
what happens when NFL teams go 5-12 after going 14-5. They panic.
yeah.
They
There's
panic.
panic in that
They
building.
panic with the defensive side. The team sucked offensively. They sucked defense. I know the numbers are, but their numbers were way down. They were hurt. Their players weren't as good and
That's
didn't
all
play
true.
as well.
That's all true. But they also had a philosophical difference.
Yeah, they
Well, there
were
was
butting
definitely a
heads.
difference.
They definitely were butting heads. The other interesting thing about this is Jaden wanted Cliff back.
Of course.
His mom put out the tweet.
I put that on. It's like the devil you know better than the devil you don't. Like oftentimes, guys like they may not love their coach, but they know their coach. We might not love our boss, but you know your boss. And then you get
It's fair.
and you get an outsider. So you're like, hey.
And also, what else is he going to say? Like, if he's asked about it, he's not going to go, yeah, I'd love to have a new offensive coordinator.
Right.
You have to hype up the guy you have. You're not going to trash him.
Yeah. Well, that's when you knew it was gone, when DQ literally said nothing positive about.
Yeah.
I mean, it was just such a tell.
But it is interesting that Jaden's mom 2 days ago tweets out,
Yeah.
can't wait for year 3.
Yeah.
And then she specifically put year 3 with KK,
Right.
Cliff Kingsbury.
And Jordan
she was-
Schultz, his report was Daniels vouched for him to stay in his presser on Monday and was among those blindsided by the move.
Yeah.
I
So
don't
it
know
sounds
if
like,
blindsided is.
Yeah. Who
I mean,
knows?
that's just Jordan Schultz.
Who knows what's going on behind
those are his
closed
words.
doors?
Here's what Dan Orlovsky from ESPN said about this move, where the Commanders move on from Cliff Kingsbury as their offensive coordinator.
I'm shocked. I'm shocked that Cliff Kingsbury left Washington. Now we'll see why. If that comes out, is he going to become a head coach? Obviously, that would be a different conversation. But if he's leaving just to leave, this is a pretty significant move for Washington. And I would tell you that it's now the most pivotal decision that will be made in the NFL when it comes to the offseason and what the 2026 season looks like. Whoa. Jaden and this team took a significant step backwards this year, and there was a lot of reasons why. But who's going to replace Cliff Kingsbury? Because the third year for the rookie quarterback is the expected year of, hey, there comes this big jump. And there's some pieces that Washington needs outside of just that, but who's going to fill that role to take Jaden and this offense to the next level? Throw out names. Josh McCown from Minnesota. Is he ready to take the next step? Grant Udinski, who's the offensive coordinator in Jacksonville, does he want to go become his own play caller? Davis Webb, who's in Denver as the quarterback coach, does he take that next step? And then maybe Mike LaFleur, who had to stop Matt's little brother with the New York Jets, now in LA. Like, those are names right now that I think have to be at the top of a list.
Those are all young guys. I mean,
I'd like me a LaFleur.
maybe.
It's intriguing to have a
maybe
LaFleur.
I'd
but
like a LaFleur in the building.
I kind of want a
to
proven guy.
I like
need a proven guy.
Clay Kubiak, who doesn't call plays for the Niners,
Yeah.
but he's right underneath Shanahan. And his brother, Clint, is in Seattle.
yeah.
So
His dad's a
that's-
legendary quarterback
Yeah.
guy.
So the Kubiak name is strong, too.
Well, and then also the head coaches who are offensive guys who are out of jobs.
True,
and they
of
might
course.
land jobs, but Brian Daboll from the Giants and Kevin Stefanski. Those are offensive guys.
And I guess this
Stefanski's
isn't
gonna
a-
get a head job.
Yeah, he'll probably get you. This isn't a huge deal, but unless the new guy comes in and runs a similar system, it could be a completely different system.
It will be
Yeah,
a
and that's-
different system.
That's
I
a
think it's going
massive
to be.
question mark
I'm just
heading,
saying,
into,
it could-
heading into the season.
I think that's the point. It's going to be different.
Right. I'm just saying there'll be some similarities for whatever coach comes in, but it'll be a different system that Jaden has to learn.
Right.
A whole new language, everything. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I have no worries about that. That guy puts in the time.
No, he's
the
a
effort.
grinder. He's smart.
Okay,
you
well,
know,
he's the only. He's
He'll
not just.
digest it, but it's just
He's not the only guy
sometimes
on the team.
There's something to familiarity. Like you're
Yes.
used to a system.
I agree.
You thrive in it.
So you seem like
and-
you're against it.
Against Cliff leaving?
Yeah. Like
I mean, I'm not
Like you'd rather
just because it's the unknown. Now you're stepping
Yeah.
into a void.
He didn't want them to change. Remember when I was bringing up the under center, he was killing me because last year they weren't under center and had such success.
I'm perfectly fine getting a different look.
I think they need
More
to.
pro-style offense.
I've said for a while, I think they need to move like to Shanahan style system. So if Kubiak's the guy, it's fine because I could see Jaden thriving in that type of offense.
Look, if a new guy comes in and he throws for 30 touchdowns and rushes for less yardage, maybe 500, 550 yards, and stays healthy and upright, more under center, I'll have egg on my face. But I don't know if that's going to happen. I've got
I think
questions.
that's the goal. I think that's the goal. I think that is the goal.
I
to
hope it happens.
expose
I mean,
him less.
I hope he has a
little bit more traditional
big
pro
bounce
offense.
back year and stays healthy. But
Yeah.
I don't
Well,
know.
we
You
don't know.
can't predict that,
Yeah,
but
no
I
idea.
think they can expose him less. I think
Right.
that's the ultimate goal. Protect him, surround him with great players, and give him an offense.
All right,
where
well,
he's not
some of
quite
that's
as
on
exposed.
Jaden. He's got to learn to get out of bounds, get
Right.
down, not take hits.
Of course.
Some of that's on Jaden.
Of course.
1-800-636-1067.
This is not to trash Cliff and like Cliff sucks.
No, he knows how to coach.
It's just whatever.
He knows how to
Just-
coach.
I think they had to go in a different direction.
Let's go to the phones, see what people think. Are you surprised that Cliff Kingsbury's out as the offensive coordinator for the Washington Commanders?
All right, let's go to our guy Reggie.
They
Hey,
should mention
Reggie.
they got rid of the offensive line coach, too.
Which actually could be a tell. This is pure speculation, but I think Dable fired him, and so if you're trying to clear the deck for Dable, potentially you get because the offensive line I think most people thought was one of their stronger units.
I know. I thought they played well.
Yeah, so maybe if you're trying to attract Dable, you say, hey, you're gonna move on from the offensive line.
I don't know if I'm crazy about Dayball coming in. Look at Jackson Dart. That dude was in the blue tent all the time.
Right.
Yeah.
You know what? I hate the idea of Dayball coming here. I think that idea
like
stinks.
It. I think I like it, but he might expose him a lot too.
Yeah,
you might
I don't.
be right.
I mean, if your main goal is to keep Jaden healthy,
He might not be the
I
guy.
don't know if that's the guy for you.
Reggie, what's up, pal?
What's going on, fellas?
What's up?
What's up?
Man, surprises. Because I didn't even hear it when it first came out, and I'm looking and seeing it, come across all the. This is awful, man. This is Dan Quinn, and when his intro press conference, he was talking about Kingsbury. He said, "Man, I had a hard time defending that offense." That's what he said. Now, after a great first year, you're telling me right now that this didn't come from Dan Quinn. This came from the GM, because this absolutely makes no sense. You can rationalize and kind of come up with, okay, you know what, we got to kind of scratch this off as just one of those one-off seasons. I think we led the NFL in missed games for offensive players and all of that. The Seattle play that he got hurt on, he's supposed to hand the freaking ball off. I don't care if I gave him an option and somebody broke up the play. Still hand it off, take a loss, and that's it. So to Lurch's point, Jaden has to learn to protect himself. He's a mobile quarterback. One of the things that he talked about when y'all had him on the show, when it was maybe between him, Drake May, man, we need somebody. What is it? I forgot what.
Game changer.
Game changer. There you go. So you knew that was Jaden Daniels. So you knew running was a part of it. This absolutely makes no sense. Now I fast forward. All the names that Dan Orlovsky mentioned that never called plays.
I don't want to go that route.
No, LaFleur did for a year as the offensive coordinator of the Jets. Now, it was an awful year. I think he had Zach Wilson, and I'm not sure the other quarterback. But LaFleur did call plays.
I'm a diehard fan, and right now I am scared to death. Because they talk about we want to run the ball more. So hold on. So you want to run the ball more, but you brought in arguably I give him top 2 or 3 pass blocking left tackle. You brought in Debo, and again, that's kind of a Swiss Army knife. So you double down on Cliff's, and they supposed to because of what we did last year, but you double down on his offense. Now all of a sudden, I didn't like it. Come on. Now, who are we going to bring in? I've been a fan. We're all in the same age range. If they mess this kid up, I remember that EB was right close to like turning in his fan card maybe a couple of years. I'm done.
Yeah, but Reggie, let
me
me give you an example. All right, now Ben Johnson is arguably the best play caller in the game, offensive guy, right? Or it's got a reputation. He's one of the best. Caleb Williams, prior to this year, had been under center a handful of times in college
Okay.
and in the pros, and they
Okay.
changed that offense.
Okay.
And Caleb has had a pretty good year, right?
Caleb is
you mu-
completing 58% of his passes. He's trash.
that's on him, but he's had success, and the
Okay.
team has had success.
Okay.
All right. He's changed the way he's played. He's been under center far more than he ever has in his career. I think in college it was like 4 times or 6 times. It was less than
Okay, but JP,
double
who you gonna
digits.
give me?
My point is they can
you
bring in
gonna
a
give me?
guy who's going to run a more traditional style offense.
Ooh.
Like
We have no idea.
We don't know.
those were a bunch of
Ooh.
names you just heard.
And all of it. And so hold on. So you're gonna trust, right? You're gonna trust your 18-year-old son who just got his driver's license with your Maserati. Yeah, go ahead, son. Go ahead out with your girlfriend and drive around.
Well,
They could hire an experienced guy.
They could hire. Why couldn't they hire?
Yeah, why-
guy.
Why couldn't they hire someone who's got experience?
Okay, who? I'm here.
I
hold
just
on.
said Mike
Stefanski-
LaFleur has called plays.
Hold on.
Stefanski.
Is
He's been
Kingsbury?
under
Hold
Sean
on,
McVay.
hold on, JP. Hold on. Is Kingsbury the only guy on the planet who can call plays?
No. I mean, of course, but again, you're making the change now. It's not like the timing of it absolutely makes no sense.
No, it makes
no sense.
it makes perfect sense. So why wouldn't I?
All these guys
if
are
I-
available now.
Yeah, if I'm meeting with my offensive play caller and I say, hey, I think we should really start moving on from an offense that's predicated around hurry up or predicated around shotgun 98% of the time or predicated around Jaden running the ball 10 times a game. I think we should start to evolve away from that. And your offensive coordinator pushes back or is uncomfortable with it or says no. It's time to move on.
Reggie, they're going to get somebody with a good resume.
We
all right,
moved on.
doesn't mean he's going to work out. It could blow up.
Sure.
I mean, look at what
It
Eberflus
could
has
be a
done.
disaster.
Look at what Eberflus has done.
Right.
He's been a complete disaster.
His
He got
is in the toilet.
he had a great reputation.
Yeah, there's no
He's been
guarantees
fired
that-
twice in the
there's
last
no
2 years.
guarantees. Look, Cake's bet his whole life. He would have probably bet his firstborn child that O'Connell was going to turn JJ. There's just no. The stars have to align. That doesn't mean O'Connell's not a great quarterback whisperer. He is, but the stars have to align. So who knows if they could hire a young guy, it might work, might not. They hire an experienced guy, might work, might not. It is a crapshoot.
Maybe it
you
happens
don't
for
know.
JJ in year 3.
Well, let me tell you something. Mike
Congrats for the big
LaFleur, Mike LaFleur, if you want to go with one of those guys, was already on Quinn's staff when Shanahan was his offense coordinator in Atlanta. Okay? He's a Shanahan disciple. Now he's been with Sean McVay, and he has called plays. Now, it was just 1 year. He followed Robert Saleh when Saleh became the head coach of the Jets. He had Zach Wilson. It didn't work out. But he has experience. He's been under Shanahan and McVay.
So hold on. Is that who you want?
I mean, I don't have anybody in particular that I necessarily want, but I'd be comfortable with Mike LaFleur,
Here,
sure.
Let me tell you what maybe I would be too, just because of the last name. The Dable Hard Knocks clip is so great. The youthful enthusiasm he has for his arsenal of abilities. Now, again, that relies on a lot of the running, and I don't want to expose him a lot, but that gets me excited because that guy desperately wanted to coach Jaden.
I also think Stefanski, if he doesn't get a head coaching job, would be a great
I don't know
candidate.
how he doesn't get.
I think
almost
he's
feel like
gonna get a
yeah,
head
just
gig.
he's too good. He's too good.
I mean, with all the
Now,
openings.
what's interesting is, and we'll come back. We'll keep doing this. We're
What
gonna
about Mike
start the show.
McDaniel?
Yeah, McDaniel could
might get
blown
fired.
out. Yeah, because now Harbaugh's
That could
available.
have been the team that called his agent, Harbaugh's agent, who hadn't fired their coach yet.
For sure.
Could have been.
Of course. Of course.
I mean, they're going to get somebody with a quality resume. Not sure it's going to work out, but they're going to get somebody who knows
I'll
what
be
he's doing.
stunned if it's like a guy that really hasn't done it a very long time.
Here's how it'll work out. It'll work out if Jaden stays healthy. If Jaden doesn't stay healthy, it's not going to work out for anybody.
Well, and then get better
Well, then
players
it's not going to
too.
work out for Dan Quinn.
Right.
Because if it's 2 back-to-back bad losing seasons, it's
Yeah.
bye-bye Dan
Correct.
Quinn.
Well, at some point we
Yeah,
got to go
next
through
year
the
is a
debate
huge-
is
Yeah.
how many
huge
wins does he need to keep the job?
Well,
You might start with double digits. It's pretty
1-800-636-1067 talking about the massive move made by Dan Quinn yesterday, parting ways with Cliff Kingsbury, who's surprised. 1-800-636-1067.
Got a very important question for you out there. Do you have an old 401k sitting with a previous employer? Be honest. A lot of us do. And here's the problem. Letting that money sit there could actually be costing you more than you think. At Trajan Wealth, that's TRAJAN Wealth.com, their fiduciary advisors can help you take control of those funds and get your money working for you again. Founder and CEO Jeff Jr. started Trajan Wealth as an independent firm so their advisors can focus on your needs, not somebody else's agenda. They'll review your retirement accounts, explain your best options, and show you how to make those old funds a powerful part of your overall financial strategy. Whether it's consolidating accounts, reducing fees, or maximizing growth, Trajan Wealth gives you the tools to take charge of your financial future. Don't leave your hard-earned money on the sidelines. Call Trajan Wealth today. The number is 202-929-6600, 202-929-6600, or visit TRAJANwealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client, paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Little follow up to a funny story that we brought up maybe a month ago. Matt Khalil, who was a massive offensive lineman mainly for the Carolina Panthers, about a month ago, his ex-wife went viral because she went on some podcast and talked about 2 Coke cans, maybe 3.
Okay. I get the code. Yep.
And, you know, we kind of had some
She
fun
didn't say
talking about
2,
it.
maybe 3.
No, the quote was 2 Coke cans, maybe even a third.
Oh,
That's the
Lord.
direct quote.
Man, that's
You might have a
And
problem.
she said
that's
that
a lot.
she seemed to have positive comments about their marriage, but
Yeah.
said that they just couldn't make that work.
They were incompatible.
Incompatible because
Right.
just
Physically incompatible.
yes.
Right.
And
I think Jason had that problem with his high school girlfriend. Didn't you say that?
No comment.
so we had some fun talking about it, and we kind of said, you know, like for Khalil, that's actually only enhancing his reputation in a way,
that's,
right?
I mean, that's the best thing that ever
That's
could
the best.
happen
That's
to
the
him.
best press you could ever
That's
get.
Couldn't get
such
any
great
better.
PR.
I mean, what a great ex-wife.
But he apparently didn't take it that way. He
Oh,
is
was
suing
offended?
her now.
What?
He is suing her for invasion of privacy. And
everybody.
he's saying
He's
it's
not
it's-
happy.
He's now he's embarrassed. He's embarrassed.
He's
that he
filed a
has
lawsuit
Oh man.
in court documents.
Why,
He
is he-
alleges that
does it
the
hurt
live
his game?
stream exposed highly intimate and private facts regarding his physical person and sexual life. He claims that the comments brought unwanted attention and invasive commentary from the public.
Well,
He
hold
hates
on.
this
Here's a
segment. He does not like this
Hey, there,
segment
this is
we're doing.
Exhibit A.
Has he moved on though? Is it because if he has a new girlfriend or new wife,
No, he's got a new wife.
Yeah, what does he care?
He said his wife has received messages that became increasingly frequent, disturbing, and alarming in nature over time. That's according to the lawsuit.
I mean, she obviously must be a gifted woman to be able to handle that.
He then also says that his ex-wife financially benefited from the incident. According to the lawsuit, she received substantial financial benefit, increased viewership, increased engagement, and monetization
Clicks.
through various social media platforms and media coverage. So he is suing for invasion of privacy and unjust enrichment, seeking a jury trial and damages exceeding
I think Joey-
Hey,
$75,000.
we gotta get on that jury. We gotta
75
get on that jury.
we got to see the pics.
Yeah. Hey, and you know what? We need a courtroom sketch.
Yeah.
He's a sketch artist.
Oh man, that's wild.
Hey,
Yeah, you thought I was making that
yeah.
quote up. The direct quote is 2 Coke cans, maybe even a third.
Hey, how do you apply for jury selection?
You
Well, first of all, you got to live in the jury.
You gotta
you
be in
gotta
that
live in the
state.
Good joke.
jurisdiction.
Where are they? Are they in Carolina? Is that where they are?
I
I've been,
guess.
by the way, I've been very lucky. I've been running very pure as for not getting jury
Jury-
duty
You're
summons.
jinxing it right now.
No, I'm definitely knock on the wood.
Yeah.
No jury duty summons in the mail for probably, I don't know, 25-ish years.
How
I'm
is that
running,
ha- how's
I'm
that-
running clean.
How is that possible?
I don't know.
Are you a
What is that?
you know what?
Maybe
Are you a registered voter?
I am.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm just out of the jury pool. I don't know how that is.
Oh, stay out.
Hey, you know, over the course of the next couple of weeks, we'll find out what happens at offense coordinator. And we were talking about the names that Orlovsky threw out there, and you bring up Daboll, and that's a possibility. What about the Lions, who fired their offense coordinator, looking at Blau?
Yeah.
Would Blau be a possibility here?
Why not?
Well, he doesn't have
I
any
mean,
experience doing
he
it.
might-
That's probably the main.
He's been the quarterback's
He's-
coach.
okay.
Yeah.
That's
I
a
don't
pretty
think
big
I-
step.
I don't think
I'd
they
want
would. I
that.
don't think they would do that. I
I
mean,
think-
he's going to get an OC job somewhere, but I don't know if you want to.
I
Does he? Is he going to run the same system or something similar to Kingsbury?
Right.
He coached under for 2 years.
Yeah, I kind of want a different perspective.
And if I'm the Lions, I know he has ties to the Lions. He played there, but am I really going to hire an unproven guy after I just blew the first guy out after 1 year? I don't know if I'm crazy about that plan.
Yeah, I know, but not every offensive coordinator was an offensive coordinator before.
Understood. I mean, he's got to get elevated
I
at
mean,
some point.
there's a ladder that these guys.
well, also
climb.
it depends. Like you can afford if you're in the first year of your gig, you can afford to give a young guy a shot. But if you're going into year 3,
yeah, this is a big year.
yeah, like it's all circumstances
Yeah.
matter.
You
But if
probably
you have confidence in him, I mean, it's a guy who was an NFL quarterback.
I don't care how confident you are. You need a little track record at this point. You need something a little more proven.
Lions apparently are interested.
I'm
That's
sure they
fine.
are.
Dan Campbell's got different. He's got a different runway. He's got more equity. than DQ has right now. DQ's equity from last year is gone.
Oh yeah, he spent it
Yeah,
all.
this is a big year.
It's all gone. It's like, this is it. It's now or never. I don't think there's a chance he could survive even a 7-win season.
I don't think this is a possibility, but I'm just wondering your opinion on this. What if they whacked him now and brought in Harbaugh?
I don't see it because I think the relationship between he and AP are too
Yeah, I
close.
think
But I've
that's tight.
considered it. I thought about it in my brain. I think the relationship between he and AP is too close at this point. I'm sure it'll sour.
And Harbaugh might want to bring his own GM in.
Maybe. I don't know.
The crazy thing is the reports about Harbaugh's firing were that within an hour, he had 7 calls.
Right.
Yeah.
There were only 6 job openings
I mean,
at that
it's
point.
It's not surprising with the
So
success.
who's
he
the
had in
mystery
Baltimore.
team?
Probably maybe Miami. We brought that up.
Miami's definitely
Could have been
a
anybody.
possibility.
Could have been Washington.
Sure.
Could have been. Could have been. Possible.
I mean, you should at least inquire about a guy that's had that much success.
That would be
a
huge.
blind side.
That would be a bombshell.
Yeah, that would be a
What's
big one.
interesting, Valdez, you could speak to this. I know we'll do a whole segment on it later, I'm sure. But what I was just reading, you had been insinuating it throughout the year, like you may be okay. A lot of people in Baltimore were over it. But that I guess they're saying ultimately he lost the locker room. That's what they were saying.
Yeah. I think tensions may run high if you start if you keep shooting yourself in the foot, like that'll make tensions run high. But he also
Well,
in the 2012 Super Bowl season, there was also a report that he lost the locker room with a lot of the vets as well. Like they didn't see eye to eye on a lot of his practices and things like that, and that he was going to get fired after the 2018 season, but essentially Lamar came in, won 7 straight games or 6 straight games, and saved his job, got him his extension. So like this has been kind of a long time coming.
Well, what is the current issue? Is it just listen? I know he's been there a long time. Sometimes change is just inevitable.
Yeah.
But like, are there?
I think the
reasons?
I think the message just kind of got stale.
But were there incidents where? Well, particular games that he was insisting on something, or
Remember, they lost a lot of
Well, he was
games.
getting-
in the end.
They've lost
fourth quarter leads.
Yeah, they've lost a lot of fourth
He
quarter
was getting
leads.
booed off the field when they gave up 44 to who was that? Houston.
A lot
Yeah.
of criticism that they weren't running the football with Derrick Henry in games where they had leads. And some of the reports are that it might have been a situation where ownership wanted him to whack Monken, the offensive
No, I read
coordinator, and he
that.
didn't want that, to happen.
That makes all the sense in the world to me. But that has nothing to do with losing the locker room.
I think it's more of a locker room thing, and then sometimes you just got to part ways. You know, if you've done it for a long time, and
Totally.
the success
The shelf life was gone.
Totally. I just want to know why.
The success was
probably a lot of
there.
reasons.
The success was there, but when you knock on the door and you kind of just keep bumping your head against that glass ceiling, you kind of need to figure out a direction to go so you're not doing it anymore.
I just look at it as like an Andy Reid move.
It's better for
When Andy
both
Reid was in
parties.
Philadelphia, they kept making it to the NFC Championship game, and
It's a very good.
maybe even
It's a
won
very
Super
good
Bowl,
parallel.
and maybe didn't break through. Obviously didn't win a Super Bowl. He was still a great coach, but they moved on. And
Yeah,
by the
understood.
way, they moved on and won 2
it's
Super
not-
Bowls
yeah,
with
to
2
be more
different coaches.
specific. Listen, I get it.
There's no specific incident where you point to and say,
Or he lost Lamar, for example. Because what I'm reading, and you know this better than me, I don't follow it that closely, but that Lamar was out. Lamar was out on him at this point. Why?
I mean, I don't know if specifically Lamar's the only person, but
No,
I
I'm
think.
sure others.
But
But why would Lamar be out? What was Lamar's rift?
I mean, you have to ask Lamar. I don't know.
Is
I don't know why Lamar would
there's no-
hate John Harbaugh.
Not they hate him, but
Well,
it's
you
time
know
to
what I
move
mean.
on. Yeah.
Well,
And maybe, like you said, the message grew stale after a while. Just
yeah.
It has to be more
Wasn't there a
philosophical.
little?
After
Wasn't there a
18
little
years?
tension when Lamar
contract
was
stuff?
not playing and injured, and
was some-
Harbaugh said something like he wanted him back to play, or
Okay.
Well, why wouldn't
I
you want him back to play?
yeah.
Yeah, but
No, no, I'm
maybe,
not
but maybe
disagreeing.
he
Harbaugh-
took
no.
it as that.
Harbaugh has been in Lamar's corner publicly for years. He's the only one who defended him in the 22 season when he missed the Bengals playoff game and 8 games before that because of a knee injury. He was the only one who defended him publicly when he had a back contusion, and everyone says, you have a bruise on your back. Why are you not playing? Harbaugh has been very pro Lamar, and I would be too if he saved my job in 2018.
Anyway, that could be the mystery team, the Washington Commanders. I'm not saying that they are, but if he indeed got seven calls
I will say,
from 6 teams.
I will say that would surprise me. Not that Harbaugh's not deserving, but that I feel like the relationship between DQ and AP is very close.
And
at
I
this
think
point.
with Josh Harris.
Yeah.
I don't think that's the case, but it's just something to think about.
But
When you have a guy like that who's won a Super Bowl, who's had success,
Well, Harbaugh
been to the playoffs,
can go
12
wherever he
times.
wants to go.
He can write his own ticket.
I mean, wherever he wants to go.
He's
Probably,
calling all
it's
the
probably
shots.
better for both parties.
By the
But
way,
if you own the Ravens and you had to make a decision between extending Lamar currently or keeping John Harbaugh, what would you do?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not saying it's the wrong move.
Well, I'm just
Curious. I don't know. I probably would. I would listen to more. I would listen to players. I would like to hear what their complaints were.
I mean, I don't know his specific complaint. I'm not Steve Bisciotti, but
No, I know. But I would like to listen to it. I would put weight in what they said.
All right, we got to take a
There
break.
was a theme from a bunch of guys that I respected.
Coming up next, Spencer Carberry, head coach of the Washington Capitals, here on the Junkies.
All right, guys, you know me, all of us, right? We're out there still trying to get it done, even though we're getting up there. Always out on the golf course, tennis court, but injuries happen, back spasms, bone and joint pain. It can really slow you down. Well, that's why I trust Vantastat. Whether you need urgent advice after an injury, help understanding symptoms, or you just want a connection to over 400 plus CAO orthopedic specialists, Vantastat is there for you. Their urgent ortho helpline is open 365 days a year, every day. Don't wait. Call this number, 844-VANTA-365. That's 844-VANTA-365. I've seen how much of a difference it can make.
The Wizards held off the Magic 120 to 112. CJ McCollum led the Wizards with a game-high 27 points. Alex Sarr chipped in 23 points and 8 rebounds. Don't look now, but the Wizards have now won 7 of their last 12. But the big news around Washington, the Commanders have mutually parted ways with offensive coordinator Cliff Kingsbury and fired defensive coordinator Joe Witt Jr. Witt was let go after Washington had one of the NFL's worst defenses across the board, and Dan Quinn took over play calling midseason. The Athletic is reporting that there was a potential disconnect between Adam Peters and Cliff Kingsbury, which led to this, quote, mutual parting of ways. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Welcome back. Chunky's coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. You can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. Celebrating 30 years of the Junkies, presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank, proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. Spish Cakes, EB, and JP. Later in the program, Ben Standig to talk about the changes at the offensive coordinator and defensive coordinator for the Washington Commanders. Josina Anderson joins us at 9:40. But joining us right now is Spencer Carberry, head coach of the Washington Capitals. Coach Carberry is presented by the Centers for Advanced Orthopedics. More physicians, more locations, more advanced care centered around one thing. You visit CFAortho.com. Good morning, Coach.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, Coach, let me ask you a question. You know, I know obviously you have to deal with, we've talked about it before, like personnel issues, maybe sending a guy down or that kind of, how difficult that is, right? What about when you have to do it with an assistant? How often, I don't know if you've done that throughout your career, where you maybe work with a guy for a year or two and, you know, just for whatever reason you got to make a change. How difficult is that?
Yeah, staff changes are difficult because a little bit different from players. You work so closely with them and you get to know their families, and you're literally in the trenches for so many hundreds of hours together.
Yeah.
So it is really, really, really difficult when you have to make those decisions and that. And then you hope that the business part of it, and that's where we all understand when you get into this, you're eventually going to be let go and fired. That's the old saying, you're hired to be fired. And so I think, like, everybody's bitter, especially when things happen. You're not human if when you get let go and you're not a little bit pissed off. But then I think once you have time to digest those things, you sort of sit back and go, it's just part of the business, and your friends, and, you know, have those relationships carry on.
So, Coach Carbs, that 7-4 win over Anaheim on Monday, that game had a little bit of everything. It had 11 goals, a hat trick, 2 penalty shots, multiple fights, Ovi Potts 2 more goals. I mean, that was a wild one. The fans definitely got their money's worth.
Sort of got his
Monday.
first hat, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, sort of has 5 points. You're spot on. Had everything, had a couple of scraps, a hat trick. You know, we get up early in the game, and then all of a sudden they get 2 quick ones, and it tightens right up. So the game was real tight right to the end with protecting that 1-goal lead and getting the 2 empty net goals. But definitely an entertaining one at Cap One.
So pretty cool that you got to deliver the news on the guys making the Olympics, but I want you to talk about what it's like now to have a team without Willie in the lineup.
Yeah, he's a huge piece. There's I can't sugarcoat it. He's just on so many different levels, starting in the locker room, from a leadership, from him setting the tone, and then once he steps on the ice, he plays in every situation for us. Power play, penalty kill, 5-on-5, matchups, plays against other teams' top lines, and then also the physical element that he brings of him just basically dragging his teammates into the fight, so to speak, on a nightly basis. So there's no replacing Willie. we're just hoping that other guys can step up and fill that void a little bit, not by one person, but by a group effort.
So Sordiff gets his first NHL hat trick, almost better than the 3 goals. Were the pics that the Caps put out on Twitter of him as a kid wearing the Ovi sweater with the assistant Captain A on it from back in the day, like opening up gifts on either his birthday or Christmas. It's almost like he was destined to become a Washington Capital if he became a pro hockey player. It's just cool to see the fact that he idolizes Ovi. He gets a hat trick in the same game. Ovi scores 2 goals. Pretty cool confluence there.
Yeah, unbelievable. And you know what, guys, that when you think about this is just shows you another example of Ovi's impact on the game and how it goes so much further than the DMV. Justin Sordiff grew up in British Columbia, right around where I grew up, around the Vancouver area. Okay, so Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada, they've got the Canucks. They've got, maybe you're an Oilers fan, a Calgary Flame fan, Seattle Kraken up there. And what does he get for Christmas? He's an Ovi fan. He gets an Ovi jersey, and that's just the impact that O's had on the game of Sorty. Growing up in Vancouver, it's just Canuck country up there. He's rocking the Ovi, and you got a Washington Capital young fan up there.
So Coach Carbs, that line on Monday with Leno, Swords, and Mikey combined for 11 points. And Mikey's like the graybeard of that group at just 24 years old. That's a really young group that you're sending out there, and they gave you amazing results on Monday.
Yeah, that's they stepped up big time offensively for us and carried the load, and in a tough matchup as well of playing majority of their shifts against that Troy Terry line and Leo Carlson. So it's we needed every bit of it, and good for those guys. Even as being young players, you love to see that from young players that just aren't, accumulating games and just, I'm going to get by tonight. They're trying to have an impact, and they're trying to be able to not just take a back seat, but potentially carry the load some nights. And so good for Leno and Mikey and Sorty for doing that the other night. And now, and it'll be good because tonight now we play Dallas. And so now you're going to get probably some more veteran, they'll get a heavy dose of Mikko Rantanen and Wyatt Johnston tonight. So that's a huge challenge for them to be able to play them at both ends of the rink and then hopefully win that matchup and maybe be able to chip in with a goal or two. Obviously, it's not realistic to think they're going to get 5 every night, but to be able to handle those matchups is impressive.
Carbs, so Dallas played last night down at Carolina, and they got beat 6-3. When a team plays the night before you play them, how much of that particular game do you watch? Do you watch any of it?
Yeah. I'll watch majority of it usually, and if I don't watch it, then I'll watch it in the morning.
Right. Okay.
And scrub through it and see what went on. And I always just for you guys, kind of a fun fact, or not fact, but when you watch these back-to-backs, you're kind of hoping that the team wins the night before, because then they're coming in, they've got 2 points, maybe they just, all right, we're going to watch. So when they lose last night in Carolina, I go, geez, here we go. We're going to have an angry Dallas Star coming into Cap One tonight. But they're having a phenomenal year, really good hockey team, play out west. We saw them earlier this season. Really, really quality team.
So, Coach Carbs, speaking of angry, who was more upset at the Carly penalty on Monday that resulted in the Anaheim penalty shot? Was it Carly, who slammed the penalty door shut? He was clearly not happy. And then they cut to a shot of you on the bench, and it looked like you had just eaten like a half a lemon. Your face was not your face was not a pretty one at that point. You looked particularly upset there.
Hey, I just saw this on my social. I'll have to send it to you guys or find a way. So you know how Carly slams the door there? The other night, I can't. I'll find it for you guys. The guy goes into the box, this player on the one team, and he's so pissed off, and he grabs the door and slams it. Mm-hmm. And the penalty box NHL attendant stepped in outside, and the door went slam, like he was standing in the door. And the player, oh my gosh, he wore the door right on his back. I saw it in the highlights. It was brutal. Yeah, it was a weird one because you rarely see the penalty shot call where, so there's a penalty, right? on John for hooking. But then Strome got all the way in and had a full breakaway that was like unobstructed. So that one's an odd one to me of like you basically are getting two penalty shots, two breakaways, because usually when they call a penalty shot, like you don't get a shot off, you're getting hauled down from behind, you get hooked, and you can't really execute your move on the breakaway. Well, this wasn't the case at all. Like Strome, the penalty was taken, then Strome went in on a full breakaway. Chucky had to make two basically breakaway saves.
So, Coach, I thought it was very cool of you during the post-game celebration after the win over Anaheim, where you acknowledged both Dewey and McElrath. You said, quote, the most important part of the effing game, Brandon Duhaime, Dylan McElrath. And part of that goes back to your last meeting with Anaheim. I think it was exactly a month ago, where Trouba took some liberties and he hit Leno high. He misses 7 games as a result. Trouba had to know that he was going to get into a scrap in the rematch, and Dewey obliged. I thought it was cool that you acknowledged that all the teammates, gave those guys a standing ovation.
Yeah, big time. Those guys are warriors, and to do what they do and how hard they play and sticking up for their teammates is exactly what our team is about, and that's exactly what the foundation of how we operate is, looking after each other, and we lay it on the line. And so those two guys, and they do it on a nightly basis. I was really proud of that and what that looked like. And the guys, like, the reaction is the best too, because you can tell how much, not every one of our players on our roster is going to go out and fight Jacob Trouba or Ross Johnston. But our guys that necessarily don't fill those roles are so appreciative of that, and what those guys do is was great to see.
All right, man.
Coach, good stuff. It's Coach Spencer Carberry. We'll talk to you next week.
Good luck tonight.
Okay, thanks, guys.
Yep.
Thank you,
Coach.
buddy.
Coach
Good talking
brought to you by the Centers for Advanced Orthopedics. More physicians, more locations, more advanced care centered around one thing you. Visit CFAortho.com. Coming up next, we hit the skins and talk about potential offensive coordinator replacements for Cliff Kingsbury.
All right, guys. EB here. Are you thinking about selling your home? Thinking about downsizing? Maybe want a little more space? You want some yard? Well, choosing the right agent is everything. You're not just hiring somebody to list a house. You're hiring someone to protect your equity, fight for your bottom line, guide what's probably going to be the biggest financial move you'll make all year. That's why you have to go with Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds and Power Home Team with Keller Williams, the Realtor rock stars. While the average agent throws your home online and hopes someone notices, the Power Home Team launches a full-blown marketing campaign. Digital ads, buyer matching technology, high-impact visuals, messaging that creates a real buzz around your home. That's why listings handled by the Power Home Team don't sit, they sell fast. And not just fast, they sell for more. Time and time again, their clients walk away with higher net proceeds and less stress. That's what it's all about. Here's the best part. They're so confident in their abilities that if your home doesn't sell, Debbie and Sarah are going to buy it at a price you agree upon. That's their guarantee. You got nothing to lose. So call Debbie, Sarah, Reynolds, and Power Team right now. Memorize this number, 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD, or check them out at DebbieHasTheBuyers.com.
Welcome back. Chucky's coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980. Coming up at 8 o'clock, Ben Standig joins us, Commanders insider, NFL reporter. Josina Anderson joins us coming up at 9:40, senior NFL reporter. Now she's with the Exhibit News Network.
Mm-hmm.
But right now it is time to hit the skins, cooked up by our friends at Oseo Korean Barbecue. That's in the Lansdowne Town Center. They've got authentic Korean flavors, bold marinades, premium cuts, and it's all grilled right at your table. A dining experience that is fun as it is delicious. Perfect for date night or dinner with the family. Oseo means come on in.
All right, guys. You know what's interesting? I was going to mention this during the break, but they didn't just let go of Cliff Kingsbury yesterday. I know it was a foregone conclusion, but they don't have a defensive coordinator currently either.
That is true.
And it's funny.
But we knew that was coming.
We knew it was coming.
Yeah.
I understand. But it's funny because, for the most part, the general public, we're offensive people. Like
100%.
That's what's so interesting to us. And you can make the argument it's the more important hire because your franchise player is the quarterback and he's entering a critical season of his development. But the defense was trash last year. I mean,
last.
We need to focus some of our attention on this defensive coordinator search too, please.
Yeah.
Not that we have any influence over it.
Although DQ did leave the possibility open that he would call plays next year.
I kind of get the
I don't
sense as
think
the season wore on that he just does not want to do that. You know,
I don't think he wants that.
He doesn't want
early
that.
on, but
He doesn't want that.
I don't think he
That
wants
takes
it.
up too much of his time.
It's too
I
much
feel like.
pressure.
Yeah.
You got so much riding on this. But maybe if it's your superpower, I know I've always made that argument. If it's your superpower, why would you?
I don't know if he has a superpower.
He might not.
Dan Quinn.
He might
I
not.
mean, I didn't look at the numbers, but how much better was the defense when he was calling it?
I felt like it was
Marginally.
It wasn't bad.
marginally.
It wasn't
I felt
much
like it was marginally, but yeah.
Some of
Von
it was-
Miller said it wasn't any different.
Some of it was opponent driven.
Right,
like
right.
early on, it looked a little bit better, but they also weren't playing the top offenses.
Correct.
Yeah.
I mean,
so
was
yeah,
it
so-
better against Dallas the last time you saw him?
No. So you're right. They're going to bring in a DC.
Well, it's just funny that
And-
all of our attention right now is on Cliff.
because it was the recent. He's
But I
the
think
he's the bigger name,
He's the bigger name, and also I
and
think
it was the
offense is
recent
more
fire
exciting.
separation. Yeah, of course.
You know,
And it was
all these people-
assumed. Nobody thought that they were going to reinstate Witt as the defensive coordinator.
That would have been the biggest upset
But
of
you-
the last 5 years.
You can make listen. It's their 1A and 1B
Isn't
in
it
terms of their
crazy?
importance.
Think about this. They went to the NFC Championship game last year.
Yeah.
The following year, they're looking for 2 new coordinators.
Yeah. Well, and the coach is teetering on. If he doesn't win, he's gonna have to win minimum 9 games, I think, to keep his job.
Nah, I'm going to go.
You think he can win 8? You think he can go 8-9?
I-
You can do 3 games better? I
I
don't
mean,
think it's enough.
if they go 4-13 or 5-12,
he's
yeah.
guaranteed fired.
if it's
Okay.
an abysmal
No, but
season.
I
I think if they're
Fine.
around 500, I don't think they fire him. Let's kind of let's see what
Let's
happens.
see how it goes. I'm just making
Let's see
an
what
early
happens.
prediction.
I mean, if they have another bunch of injuries and they go 500,
It's
I don't
just the
think
way
they-
the league goes, man.
10 wins or bust.
Yeah,
It's
I know.
almost 10 or bust.
I just don't think that. I mean, he went to the NFC Championship game in his first year. I don't think they'll get rid of him in year 3,
I think that equity's gone.
unless it's really bad.
I think that equity is.
All right, you might be right. I'll bet against it.
I think his superpower, by the way, Cakes, is relationships. That's his superpower.
Okay, if he has one, it's
building
culture builder.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would agree with that.
All right,
I
so
hear that.
new DC,
So let's all right.
new OC.
But let's focus on the OC for now because that is the sexier thing, and I think it did take people a little bit more by surprise. Not as JP mentions, the last 48 hours it was obvious. They start leaking. There's riffs. Diana Rossini was one of the first out there. I know, kind of insinuating that. So Cliff is gone. Who do you want? I know that Grant mentioned that one of the first names he's heard is Brian Daboll, and I like that name. Now you could talk me off it because you're right. Like Daniel Jones runs, Jackson Dart runs.
Well, he's with Josh Allen too.
Josh Allen runs, but you're very successful though at times, right? So I'm intrigued by him. But what I'm most intrigued by him is those clips from Hard Knocks last year. I don't know which one you want to play first, but just the enthusiasm he had for Jaden is super exciting.
Daniels, have you guys seen enough that you would trade up for him? Daniels? Yeah, I would. Yes.
Have the clip where they're in there.
Second time you see him.
Well, he's one of the better quarterbacks in the league already. He's got great vision. He can throw the ball in any area he needs to throw it. He can throw it under pressure. he can escape, make plays with his feet. He can escape, make plays with his arms. He's got good command, which we knew. He was a smart guy when we spoke with him. He's playing really well at a high level. And you can tell there's a lot of confidence in him. He has a lot of yards per attempt, 8.5, which is really good. Makes good decisions. He does a lot of good things.
Do you have the clip? Maybe you don't. Where it was in the first season of Hard Knocks or whatever that was, like a year or so ago, when they brought him in for the interview.
Jay, erase that Z, make him the F. Erase the X and make him the Z. Erase the W, make him the X. Erase the T and make him the H. Ready?
Yep.
Gun trolley right, 64 house X in. Give it back to me. Nope, don't look at it.
Oh, you want me?
Give it back to me how we call it.
The whole play?
Yeah.
Gun trolley right, house F in.
Okay, X in.
X in.
That's okay. And then if it's cover one, what do we want you to do? Probably.
Throw a touchdown.
All right, I like that answer.
Touchdown.
I remember that scene vividly.
Yeah.
Just the enthusiasm and him lighting up. And
I wouldn't read too much into it because a lot in the NFL is relationships. We just talked about one of Quinn's greatest strengths is relationships. So who are his guys? We talked about this with Ron all the time. Who are his guys? Which I'm telling you, the LaFleur one jumps out at me because LaFleur's been on his staff.
Right.
And has risen through the ranks and is a Shanahan and McVay disciple who has called plays in the league.
You could convince me of it.
You could be
convince me of it. And I'm not saying he's going to hire Dable. I'm just saying the Dable thing excites me because of how excited he is about Jaden.
What was Dable's success in terms of offensive rankings? Now, I think
sure
he
it
had
was
great
very good.
success
Well, he had-
with Daniel Jones in year one.
Yes. And he had success, obviously, with Josh Allen. And he was super
Who
excited.
doesn't have success with Josh Allen?
Well, the
though?
first year he struggled. Then he kind of developed them a little bit.
Yeah.
I mean, he was the OC with Miami years ago, but I don't know what the numbers were.
I don't know. I just
He's got a great reputation for a play caller on the offensive side. He's got that reputation.
Right.
He's got it for a reason.
But I'm not dead set on it. I'm just saying I like it. You can convince me of LaFleur. I'm open to all of them.
Can I throw a name out to you that I
Yeah.
think could fall into the Commander's lap with all the coaching carousel that's going on?
Yeah.
I think Todd Monken's a great offensive coordinator.
All right, why don't you make your
Solid
pitch?
name.
Make your pitch.
Well, he was integral in the transition between a Greg Roman RPO style offense into more of a NFL reading the field, will go under center type offense. Has been in the top 10 in offense, including number 1 with Lamar Jackson in the last 3 years. The reason why the bloom is off the rose isn't because they weren't able to get yardage, or it was because it kind of stalled into the red zone this past year. I believe it was in the top. The Ravens offense was in the top 5 twice in the 3 years he was coordinator.
Those are some pretty good bona fides that you're presenting.
I think
have Lamar and Derrick Henry.
Well,
I think
those are nice pieces to have.
I think Todd Monken is a great offensive coordinator that I think would help Jaden.
And didn't
transition.
Lamar's running, because I think that's everybody would like to see him run, but not run as much. His running reduced the last couple of years.
It definitely dropped from the Greg Roman era to the Todd Monken era. But they were still able to use
his athleticism.
Lamar's athleticism.
If you look at his year by year rushes per game, I think it peaked around 12 per game in year 2. I don't have the numbers in front of me, and it's probably around 9 now. This year is a little different because he's injured, but
I didn't think it was
came down some.
I'd be fine with Monken.
I don't care. I don't care about the total number of rushes. I care about the number of designed runs. And the design runs are down because you're going to run. The pocket breaks down and nothing's open. That counts as a rush.
Right.
I care more about the design runs. The design runs are down. They've. I think he's willing to adapt and evolve. They went more under center this year, which has become in vogue in the NFL. I don't think he's as rigid as Cliff. I think he's willing to listen to the players and what they want and what the coaches want and what's working in the league.
Does he have a connection at all?
I don't think he has any kind of connection with Peters or
I'm sure you
Quinn
can
or
make
the
a
staff.
7-degree thing or 6-degree thing,
Right.
but he doesn't have a direct connection.
I think Todd is a is a really good play caller. And plus, he's called plays before.
So are you distraught because now you're probably going to lose Monken too?
I like Monken. I really like Monken.
So, like, you might be neutral on Harbaugh, but are you more distraught that you're probably going to lose your coordinators? Because you're going to bring a whole new guys.
I think he's a lock to leave.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, I don't want to make this about the Ravens, but I have a lot of thoughts. But Monken, I think Monken is a very good coordinator.
Hey, they might get Cliff.
They could.
He
could.
I would be distraught if they traded Monken for Cliff. Distraught.
No, I mean, trading Harbaugh for Cliff.
Yeah,
I would resign my fandom if they hired Cliff as the head coach.
Kingsbury becomes the Ravens head coach.
Will you become a Skins
turning
fan?
into purple and black.
Will you become a Skins fan? Please.
I don't know.
Let's go there. Let's go there.
I don't know if I would go there.
That's too far.
I don't know if I'd go. I don't know if I'd go there.
Will you become a Steelers fan?
No.
Okay, Skins fan.
I would
Skins fan.
I would closer become a Skins fan than Steelers fan.
Right.
I don't want Cliff stench anywhere around the organization.
They're not going to hire Cliff.
See, you're of the opinion that Cliff's not very good.
I think Cliff stinks, and I've kept that in for a long time. And I wish I would have said that before he got fired. I think the hurry up offense is a gimmick. Marlon Humphrey talked about it when the Ravens played the Commanders. He said Jaden's good, but that offense is just tricked up bullcrap. I think once that's not working, I think Jaden covered up a lot of flaws that Cliff has.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't want Cliff anywhere near the franchise.
I think Brian Daboll kind of stinks because if he doesn't have Josh Allen, he doesn't look that great. He had one good year with Daniel Jones. Daniel Jones looked much better this year in Indy.
Yeah. He also likes to run his quarterbacks.
The last couple of years.
Yeah.
I would be so far out on Brian Daboll.
By the way, JP wants to point out that Monken had, well, of course your offense is going to be good. You have Lamar and you have Derrick Henry. Look at Tom Monken's offense when he had Jameis Winston in Cleveland.
I don't know what the statistics were.
Well, it was his best statistical year ever.
Yeah.
And Jameis Winston threw for 35 touchdowns.
Yeah, 30 picks.
Slinging it.
No, it was actually like I think it was like 15.
It's a human interception.
I have no real opinion on Monken.
I'm
It's
just
fine.
I think
I'd be fine with him.
I think he's
All right, you made
a
your
hot
case.
commodity.
All right, you made your case. What about McDaniel? What's the case for McDaniel if he gets blown out? Let's say they hire Harbaugh or something, or they hire Stefanski.
I like Mike McDaniel. He's
Again, got a good reputation for
But I
calling
like him.
plays.
Look, he came off as such a weirdo this year.
It's okay. Be a booth guy.
He's kind of
Weirdos
flaky, but
belong in the booth.
He made some pretty good offensive stats out of not the best materials. Now he had Devon
Did
Achane,
it
who's
end
a
up okay
superstar.
offensive, like their stats wise offensively this year? They ended up okay.
I mean, I know Achane
like
was
they were
good.
I mean,
mediocre.
up until about week 12 or 13, no. But,
Mhm.
you know, I mean, he was with San
He's
Francisco. He called
considered-
plays with San
He's
Francisco.
considered one of these offensive whiz kids.
Yes.
Yes, he is.
Does he do any traditional stuff? Am I going to have him under center? Or am I
I mean,
going to be
Tua was in
the whole
shotgun
time?
a lot.
Yeah.
He does a lot,
Yeah, I mean,
a lot of quick passing because he had to get the ball out of
I
his
think I
hands
might
before
be
he got
out on
hit.
that. I think I might be out on that. I hate that side passing. I think I'm out on that.
They can make some adjustments.
Let's go to Jody. Eastern Shore. Hey, Jody. What's up? Happy New Year.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, man.
What's up?
Not much. I have my ideas of coordinators, and
Yeah.
What are your
one of
ideas?
them- yeah, really. My first one for DC is Greg Williams.
You're speaking to my
Soft
heart.
spot for holy mizzle.
I love that.
He knows what he's doing. He's very good at. You've never seen Greg Williams with a bad defense. I've never seen it. Never. And you've got to have somebody like that. Offense, you're going to probably think this is a little weird, but Jay Gruden. I think his off.
This
I
guy's
don't want him
got
as a
some
head coach.
wackies.
Jay Gruden can coach up some offense.
If you're going to
We've
bring
seen
back
that.
Greg Williams and Jake Gruden,
Bring back the former
band back
Skins.
together.
They're not going to do it. They're not going to do either one.
Of course they're not.
But
They probably not. But I'm just saying. Well, think about it. If you think Kirk was good under Jay, you ain't seen nothing with Jaden, because Jaden's is far better quarterback than Kirk. And I'll tell you, what worries me more than anything is who is going to pick, because I'm questioning big time Dan Quinn's decision making. Because think about it. The first decision he made when he come to DC was who's going to be my coordinators. And according to yesterday, he got them wrong. So I don't know who he's going to pick, but I really question who he's going to pick. But if he don't get them right, then he's gone next year. He's got to be. There's no way. His side of the ball is horrible.
right.
Yeah, next
You can make that case.
next year is a big year, no doubt.
You can make that
No
case.
doubt about it.
No doubt.
And I don't want to trash Joe Witt. It just didn't work here. I'm sure Joe Witt knows football, knows defense, and he'll probably go somewhere and be successful. It just didn't work here. Again, I always think of it like Jimmy Johnson was so successful. That's different, head coach, but so successful in Dallas. Then he went to Miami. He was kind of You know, a lot of times guys win Super Bowls. How many guys have won Super Bowls in
Everything's
different
gotta work
locations?
out.
It's like happened maybe once. And like, you know, they had the stars have to align. You have to
Look
have
at
the right
Shanahan.
guys, the right coaches,
Yeah.
right. Shanahan came here and thought he was a Hall of Famer. He actually ruined his resume here.
Gibbs part 2.
Yeah. So the stars have to align, and that's players, personnel, coaching, all of it. And it aligned 2 years ago. A lot of it probably because of Jaden taking the league by storm and kind of masking a lot of problems. And this year, the stars didn't. You had injuries and maybe not enough upgrades personnel-wise, and then you end up with 5 wins.
Would have been a totally different story if Jaden played all 17 games.
Yeah.
You probably wouldn't be talking about Cliff Kingsbury being out of a job as an offensive
Yeah, but you know
coordinator.
what? If I'm being truthful, like take the other injuries and the Terry stuff, they might have only won maybe 8. Like I just didn't feel like they had.
It was
the
a
way
much tougher
playing,
schedule.
The way the other injuries also played out, I'm not sure they could. They had more than 80.
He had an inferior quarterback. Marcus Mariota, I think he did a good job with Marcus, and Marcus did a pretty good job, but he's an inferior player.
Without question.
And then Josh
Nobody can
Johnson
argue
at the
that.
end.
Yeah, I know without question. But they were getting blown out by 30. They weren't making stops.
If
dude.
those guys had stayed healthy and they had a really good season again, Kingsbury could be gone, but taking a head coaching job.
It's hard to win more than 8
He would have been a
games
top candidate for
with
that.
the worst defense in the league. It's hard to do.
Of course.
Maybe you could find a few instances where it's happened, but it's very difficult to do.
1-800-636-1067. We'll talk more Commanders with Ben Standig coming up at 8 o'clock here on the Junkies. Welcome back. Junkies coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. Time now for the Junkies Blitz. That's brought to you by Offenbachers. Football season's here and cooler nights are calling. Score big with a hot tub and fire pit. Warmth, comfort, and the perfect game day vibe. Let Offenbachers help you upgrade your backyard today. And don't forget, Offenbachers now carries indoor and outdoor saunas. So I put this on our Instagram page in the stories. One thing that you didn't talk about here with the Commanders, the 2026 schedule strength.
Yes, I don't have it in front of me.
Is released.
But I'll tell you,
It's
my
brutal.
blink is. Oh, I didn't think brutal. My
You
blink
didn't?
is easier than last year.
All right, go through them.
All right, well, the most difficult schedule strength based on 2025 records is going to be the Bears.
Okay.
They play teams with a winning percentage at 55%.
All
The
right.
easiest schedule is the Browns. They'll play teams with the schedule strength at 43%. Commanders right in the middle, 16th, facing teams with a 50.2% winning percentage.
You know why? Because, okay, Jacksonville won 13 games and whatever. I kind of disrespect them.
Are you doing the Jags bit with them?
A little bit. I'm not.
They're
I'm not.
pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, it's fine. I'm happy to play the Jags.
Okay.
I'm happy to play. They
Yeah.
can beat us. I'm not saying they can't beat us.
Sure.
Anybody can beat us, but I'm happy to play them.
So we've been talking a lot
Well,
about.
hold on. We got to go through this. We got to go through
Yeah,
them
go
a little
through
bit.
Oh, you want to go through the schedule
I think so.
itself?
Yeah, a little bit.
I don't have
now
that
you
in
got
front
me
of
all
me.
excited. I got it in front of
Here
me.
are your away games.
Yeah.
They face the outside of division.
Right.
Outside of NFC
Yep.
East. They're at the Vikings, the Niners, the Jags, the Cardinals, and the Titans.
Right. The only one that screams that I'm terrified of is always the Niners. Like, kind of ish. All the others, they're doable.
I don't think the Vikings game is a picnic against that defense, especially if Brian Flores is
I'm
still
not saying
there.
it's a picnic.
Yeah.
I mean,
But
they're
it's
they're
not something
facing
I'm terrified. I'm not shaking my boots.
they're facing 5 playoff teams outside of Philadelphia.
And their home matchups out of division: Seahawks, Rams, Texans, all playoff teams.
Mm-hmm.
Colts, they were on the verge of the playoffs, but faded down the stretch.
Yeah, they got hurt. Yeah.
Bengals, and your favorite, they're the Falcons.
Yeah, the Falcons, Bengals are, they obviously could scare you with their skill positions, but they don't win.
That doesn't seem bad. What
yeah,
Jason?
the
Hold on. What
Colts I'm
Jason
fine
said.
with.
Yeah.
You're only playing 5 playoff teams from this year.
Well, Philadelphia.
Yeah, including Philadelphia.
No, you're playing 6.
6 still isn't
Yeah.
that bad.
And
it's
and
the
the
middle
Colts
of the pack
and the
schedule
Colts,
strength.
the Colts were going to the playoffs, but their quarterback got hurt.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, I look at it. I look at it and go, that's a relief compared to this year's schedule.
You mentioned the
I
Falcons.
mean, Tennessee and Arizona, based on this past year, gimmies.
You can't get
I don't
me
think
scared
there's anybody. There's no other gimme.
I'm not saying the gimmies.
Yeah.
Nothing's a gimme with a 5-win team.
No. Yeah.
Nothing's a gimme with us. But I don't care. I'm not scared of Jacksonville. I'm not scared of Minnesota.
That might be the
I'm not
best
scared of the Texans.
Jacksonville might be the best team that they face outside of the division.
I don't know. It's my perception.
or
And
overall.
I'm just not scared of them. I'm not scared of the Texans. I'm not scared of the Colts. I'm not scared of the Bengals,
Well,
even though
who are
have
you
better
scared
skill-
of?
Oh, the Niners. I never like to play the Niners. I think they're a legitimate team. Obviously, Philly every time you play them. Seattle, scared of them.
The Rams, the Rams.
The Rams. I mean, they could score. Yes, be scared of them. Decided underdogs.
I'd be a little bit afraid of the Texans' defense. Their offense doesn't scare me so much. They've got a top 3 defense.
That doesn't really scare me. But I'm not saying disrespecting your point. I'm sure they're great. They don't scare me on paper.
So you said you're not scared of the Falcons.
I think it's a hard schedule.
I think it's not.
Maybe it's not statistically because it's middle of the pack.
I'll stick with
I mean,
that.
you're not afraid of the Falcons, but you lost the Falcons this year.
the Falcons made
Of
a
course,
move
we can lose to
yesterday.
anybody, but
Yeah.
I'm not afraid of them.
Well,
I love to play the Falcons every week.
The Falcons
Give me the Falcons every week.
the Falcons and Kirk Cousins agreed to modify the final 2 years of his contract.
Well, that's just to get him out of it, right?
Sets the stage for a decision on his Atlanta future to be made by the 3rd day of the league year, which starts on March 13th.
If I were them, I wouldn't be in a hurry to push him out the door because
Yeah, they might need him.
Penix isn't going to be ready for the start of the season. He probably misses a big chunk, if not all of this upcoming season.
Well, they're going to have a new coach, too.
Right.
New coach might prefer him. They won more games with Kirk Cousins under center than they did with Penix.
Right.
I'm not saying he played great. Just saying.
Penix is an unproven commodity that has had 3 ACL injuries already.
Yeah.
I'd be terrified.
It's a
of
question
that.
mark. And when Cousins came in, didn't they win their last 4?
Yep, 7 starts. He threw 10 touchdown passes
So he
with
went
5
5-2?
interceptions.
So he went 5-2 in 7 starts.
It's not bad.
Played in 10 games. I'm not sure if it was 5-2, but because I don't think it was just the last 7 games. Yeah, I mean, he started the final 7. So
They
I
won
guess
5
you're right.
of their last 7.
Yeah,
not bad.
So obviously,
Beat the Rams and the Bucks.
A lot of coaching news yesterday, really starting on Sunday, which was the first firing. But the Harbaugh firing yesterday was a surprise. Ian Rappaport was quoted as saying that Harbaugh did lose the locker room. He said at the end, players had doubts about whether or not they wanted to play for him. It wasn't just Lamar Jackson, but it started with the Harbaugh and Lamar Jackson not being on the same page, and it continued throughout the locker room. That's from Ian Rappaport.
What are they referring to not being on the same page? Like what part? That's what I don't get.
I don't know specifically.
I think Valdez did bring up a point where it seemed like there was a point there where there was some question as to whether or not he was healthy enough. I mean, it may have been unfair.
Mm-hmm.
There's no reason to think Lamar wouldn't want to play.
No.
But I do remember that instance.
John backed him every single time he was injured.
Okay.
There's no John.
But I
wasn't,
remember that being an issue.
John
from the
wa-
fans.
Well, yeah, of course they won't. The fans think that he can play.
Yeah.
But John has
defended him.
always vociferously said like he can't play.
I don't know where
He's-
the rift is. It's weird.
Do you think he would go to the Raiders and be in the same division as his brother?
Harbaugh?
Or would that be like a no-go? Where you
don't
would
even
play your
know
brother
what-
twice
Why
a
do you want to
year?
go? You have better organizations to pick from. Okay, you get to
The
get a
Raiders,
first
I mean,
I'd rather go to the Giants than the Raiders.
I think so, maybe.
I'm just wondering.
If McDaniel's fired, I'd rather go Miami.
Here's an article by Eric Smithling. I don't know who he is, but he's got 5 guys who could replace Harbaugh in Baltimore. Brian
I hope
Flores.
Kingsbury's on that list just to tilt Valdez. Please be
Brian
on the list.
Flores, Minnesota Vikings defensive coordinator.
All right.
Clint Kubiak, Seattle Seahawks offensive coordinator. Mike LaFleur, who we've talked about, the Rams offensive coordinator. Jesse Minter, the Chargers defensive coordinator, and Kevin Stefanski.
Oh, I'm crestfallen.
Stefanski.
I could see Stefanski.
I can see
there.
Stefanski. I think
could
that'd be a
see
good hire.
Stefanski there. That
You
one
know what
makes
the
kind of sense
upgrade
to
that
me.
is for him to go from the trash quarterbacks he's had the entire time he's had in Cleveland?
If I was
Lamar
Stefanski,
Jackson.
I mean, obviously, if I'm any of these guys,
Okay, well they parted ways with him.
I know, but I mean, Stefanski didn't just have trash. He had Baker, and he had Deshaun Watson, and it just
Mostly
didn't work
trash.
out.
He's had mostly trash to work with.
Yeah.
I think Baltimore would be my number one gig I would want of all these. I think it'd be the number one gig I would want.
The Lions are eyeing David Blau, EB. Will that be a big loss for the Commanders? He's been their quarterbacks coach.
That's not a big
You
deal.
don't really pay attention
Actually,
to QB
assistant
coach.
quarterbacks coach, right?
Listen, I'm sure
Because
he's
Tavita
fine.
Pritchard was the quarterbacks
Yeah,
coach.
yeah, he was assistant.
I'm sure he's fine. I'm not saying he sucks, but it's fine. There's plenty of guys that can do that.
Hey, Valdez, why don't you dig up the tape on me with my Ben Johnson love last offseason? I might look vindicated when all this is said and done.
What do you mean?
I wanted me some Ben Johnson here.
How are you vindicated? Everybody thought Ben Johnson was great.
I think I was.
You weren't like out on a limb.
I wanted Quinn.
leader in the clubhouse.
I wanted
here.
Vrabel or Quinn.
I didn't like his personality. I thought he was a wuss.
And Davis Webb apparently is in the mix for the Raiders. Davis Webb has been an assistant with the Broncos. He is 30 years old.
He's a former quarterback. He was in the league. I mean,
Yeah.
he was never any good, but he played
He had
quarterback.
some
in the
I mean,
league.
McVay
He had
was
some
young when he
moments. I
got
remember
hired.
moments.
I feel like he won a game or two with Houston.
Okay, he may have had.
Houston.
He may
Was
have
with the- I
had.
thought he was with the Giants.
I thought he was with the.
I thought he was with the Browns.
He was with the-
I can't
No, he was
remember
with the
who said.
Giants and the Jets, maybe, and I don't know.
Okay,
who
You're
else.
not, are you sure he wasn't
He's
with
not a
Houston?
quarterback of note. We
Davis
can all
Webb?
agree on that.
I don't think he ever
Maybe I'm
played.
thinking of somebody else.
Can we
then.
agree on that? Not a quarterback of note.
Yes.
Davis Webb. I mean, come on.
Absolutely agreed.
Yes.
Yeah, I guess I'm wrong.
His career was Giants, Jets, Bills, and then back to the Giants in 2022.
Who am I thinking
You're
about
thinking of
that was
Davis
Houston?
Mills.
Davis Mills.
Yeah,
That's what
yeah.
I'm thinking of. Yeah.
Well, he's still playing.
He's still there, yeah.
Right. That's who I'm thinking of.
He just got the wrong Davis.
Yep. That's exactly what I was thinking of.
And you're saying he has a bunch of silly wins. I don't know. NFL career statistics.
Davis Mills.
Okay. Yeah. Davis
Yeah, yeah. I'm
Webb
sorry, I got confused with Davis
played,
Mills.
I mean, basically one game. that I can see.
I was thinking
the
of Davis
Giants.
Mills.
He's got one career touchdown.
Didn't Davis Webb play for Kingsbury at Texas Tech?
Sounds right.
He was a Texas Tech Raider and then a California Golden Bear.
Guns up,
Was
baby.
Kingsbury there when he was there?
A 30-year-old. I mean, McVay was hired, what was he, like 34?
He was young. Yeah, he was definitely early 30s.
He was the youngest. So that would be interesting. We'll see what happens here in the coming weeks with the coaching searches. All right, coming up next to give us a little more insight into what the Commanders did yesterday is Ben Standig, Commanders Insider. Don't go anywhere.
This sports update is brought to you by the Reynolds and Power home team, Keller Williams Realty. The Ravens have fired John Harbaugh, and he now becomes the hottest name in the coaching market if he decides to return to the sideline for the 2026 season. His agent told Adam Schefter that in the first 45 minutes after he was fired, he received calls from 7 NFL teams expressing interest in his client. There are currently 7 NFL head coaching openings, including Baltimore's, meaning at least one of those teams still has a head coach. As for the Commanders, they mutually parted ways with offensive coordinator Cliff Kingsbury yesterday, and then they fired defensive coordinator Joe Witt Jr. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Welcome back. Junkies coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. In Richmond, appreciate you listening to us on 910 The Fan or 105.1 FM. And you can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network, celebrating 30 years of the Junks, presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank, proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. It's Bish, Cakes, EB, and JP hanging out. Joining us right now on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude's most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. It's Ben Standig, Commanders NFL reporter. You can subscribe to his Last Man Standing Substack. What's going on, Ben?
Oh, not much.
Not too much.
Right.
Hey, you know what? Rewind a month, okay? Would you have expected Cliff to be out?
No. I don't think that was a reasonable thing. I mean, I think by and large, we understood the challenges the offense was facing because of the injuries in particular. And, as we were watching these games, even the losing, you're like, all right, the offense, at least in some of these games, is sort of holding up. They're just having no chance because the defense has been so bad. I think for me, though, it was the Minnesota game where I started to look a little bit closer, like, okay, wait a minute, what is the actual plan here? The game, the play calling, in that one, I think we all recall was felt a little questionable, and it got
remind people that aren't as clocked in as you and us.
Yeah. Well, there was the very first drive of the game. Chris Rodriguez is running pretty hard. He gets them all the way down to the 2. It's second and goal at the 2. And they call 3 straight passes. And I know Deebo Samuel had one ball in his hands and could have caught it for the touchdown. But it was just like, wait, why are you running it or throwing it 3 times in a row? And this is also, Jaden Daniels is just coming back from an injury. All these things, and then that's when the picks when Jaden throws the interception, gets hurt, and all these things happening. And I just started thinking, they talk about complimentary football so much. Is that what's really happening here? And at least for me, that was a bit of a trigger. But no, I still wouldn't have thought that was definitely going to happen.
That seems to be the tipping point, though, right? But that game almost.
That's what it felt like. Yeah, I mean, that's what it felt like to me. I mean, when we focus on the 31, but the 0 part of that was really tough. And look, I know Minnesota's got a good defense and all these things, but yeah, it just felt off in that time. I think for me, the thing with Cliff, look, he's obviously last year was incredible. Look, I'm never going to forget that or pretend that didn't happen. But it was. I keep joking. Like, it feels like Cliff runs his offense like I run a diet whenever I'm on one. Like the first week or so, I'm pretty good. I'm pretty disciplined. I do all the things I'm supposed to do. But maybe the second week, even though I was told not to eat the bread and the sugar, I'm like, I can have one Diet Coke, I can have one bagel, and then by the second week, I'm back at fast food 3 times a day. And I feel like that was Cliff. Like, no matter what seemed logical, no matter how many injuries are happening, no matter what personnel he's had, maybe even no matter what Dan Quinn is sort of saying they need to do as a total team, it just reverts back to what he does. And that's who he is. I'm not even knocking it, but I ultimately wondered if for Dan Quinn and maybe for Peters, it was like, I don't know if this is ultimately going to fit for us.
Hey, Ben, do you see Cliff landing one of the available head coaching jobs at this point, or is he still viewed by most teams as an offensive coordinator?
I think it comes down to, is there a decision maker out there who likes the sort of extreme natures of what it is that Kingsbury does, right? I mean, the pre and post, the pre-snap stuff, the shotgun, the no huddle. You know, I wrote about this before the game on Sunday, and the numbers are just super extreme. And I think also that was one of the things that sort of had me thinking in the few weeks before all this went down is, if this offense is so good, why does nobody else even come close to replicating it to the numbers that Cliff is doing? Again, in terms of no huddle, in terms of shotgun under center. And it's not to say that it's wrong, but it's to say why is nobody else sort of doing this? And so that, I think it's like, if you told me that the Raiders, Tom Brady knows Cliff back from there when Cliff was with New England for a minute, if you said to me, hey, we're going to have the number one pick, Cliff has had a history of doing well with young quarterbacks, we need to razzle dazzle here after the year that we just had, and Cliff would be kind of a fun fit in Vegas. Sure, but I don't know that he's definitely not the conventional choice. And now all of a sudden that you have, a Harbaugh, a Stefanski, so up in Cumbers, it may be tough for him to get one, but I don't think it's inconceivable.
What do you make of Jaden's mom kind of throwing that tweet out there, obviously trying to put her weight on the scale there, and then sort of the idea that Jaden was blind? I find it hard to believe Jaden was blindsided by this. I don't know. Just your take on those two things.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of the Jaden part, I mean, look, I had been sort of writing the story that I wrote that went up Sunday before the game for a few days, and then when I, put it up there, and I know that the Athletic had put up at least a blurb saying something might be happening with no context, but something. People, of course, are telling me I'm an idiot. I mean, I was just looking at my social media feed yesterday, and the amount of people when I wrote that first story who said, "Oh, come on, this is incredible, this is insane. What are you talking about?" If Jaden Daniels was like that, like, what? This is impossible. I've never heard anything like this. Why would that matter? I don't think he could have been blindsided in the moment, but 2-3 days prior, whenever maybe it first got to his attention, perhaps he was like, wait, what are you talking about? I just had arguably the greatest rookie season of all time in the league. What are you talking about? When we did talk to him the other day, and he was asked about Cliff, not in terms of like whether Cliff could be back, but just in general, he was like, he felt bad that he wasn't able to play for him as much this year. And to me, that was sort of like an acknowledgement, like, oh man, Cliff could be in trouble, and because I wasn't around as much, that could be part of it.
Ben, where do you think the main disconnect was? Was it Cliff and DQ, or was it Cliff and Adam?
Well, I don't think it was either of them from a personal standpoint. Like, I don't think it was
no.
guy. To say, but like when that first initial thing comes out and you hear this disconnect, I think people are viewing it more personal. Like I said, I think that we saw how last year it worked, rather perfectly. I just think that from that term complimentary football, which to me sounds always sort of kind of hokey, but okay.
Yeah, I never quite understand that either, to be honest with you.
I mean, I get the general idea.
You always want to do that. Like, it's just so dumb. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, right. It's kind of like, well, yeah, this is how it's supposed to work. All winning teams seem to have that. But, I don't know. I mean, Peters comes, of course, from San Francisco, where you're running literally running the Shanahan offense, and that's a very different type of, run-based system, a little more, down-to-down fundamentals. And I imagine that probably made him curious over time. And for Dan Quinn, I don't know. I don't view Dan Quinn as like some big risk-taking kind of a guy. And not that what Cliff was doing was like not fundamentally sound, but again, it's just so different than the norm. And I don't know. I don't know that it's like a Peters thing. I kind of hope it's not a Peters thing in the sense that the GM is really not. That's not really where the GM's call is. And as Peter said at the press conference, like, it is Dan Quinn's call. Now, I do believe that Adam Peters is Dan Quinn's boss. I don't believe it's like a co-equal branch of government necessarily, but I guess I buy that, the coaching staff is Quinn's. So I guess the disconnect is ultimately more with just how Dan Quinn kind of saw the world.
All right, so give us of the names out there. The first one that comes to mind, I know Grant talked about it. We all saw Dable just raving about Jaden on Hard Knocks. I get excited about that. Just a coach who would be so excited. But then JP points out, well, look, he ran Jackson Dirt to the ground, maybe. We could make that argument.
Jackson Dirt, I like it.
Jackson Dart.
That's his nickname now, Jackson
Dart into the ground. You did, Daniel Jones liked to run a lot. He had success with Josh Allen. Maybe that's not exactly what they're looking for with this go-around.
Yeah, no, you're right. I mean, the Dable thing, we all saw it. Dable was clearly fascinated by Jaden, so was Joe Shane's kid. So clearly the Giants had some interest. Yeah, I mean, look, I think the key is, and I'll be honest, like the defensive coordinator names, like I've been thinking about more. The OC, I'm like, oh man, you need to kind of sort through this. And it depends. Like does Kevin Stefanski get a head coaching job? I kind of guess he will.
Yeah.
Or is he sort of like, all right, maybe I'm better off sort of taking the year, work with some guy like a Jaden, and then build up my stock the way Cliff essentially did last year, and go forward. But I think the key is, I think look, I imagine a lot of us are still having the PTSD from the last 20 years, where you think every time there's an opening here, they're going to have to scrape the bottom of the barrel to figure out who would even come, or throw too much money at somebody. I don't think that's going to be the case here. I think they should have plenty of options because of the Jaden Daniels of it all. Obviously, this year was a mess, but again, last year did happen, and the opportunity to work with Jaden, to be able to, again, if you're somebody who's been a veteran guy, maybe it's a chance to sort of rehab or boost up your stock, or if it's a younger guy, hey, this is a chance to show I can be the next quarterback guru. So, I think a guy like a Davis Webb in Denver is already getting a lot of attention. He's a QB coach out there under Sean Payton. I think it's a lot of credit for Bo Nix, and he's going to interview with the Raiders for the head coaching job. But, so I think the range from a Dable to a Davis Webb, I think I won't say they'll help tickle the litter, but I'm not worried about them having viable OC candidates. Who they pick, obviously, that's a whole other story.
Mm-hmm.
All right, you mentioned I'm sorry.
I was just going to say, but you think it's going to be, I know you threw out a bunch of names, but do you think it's going to be a guy who's called plays before, or someone who may have been a quarterback coach or an assistant offensive coordinator?
I'm not sure, to add to that, I'm not sure he has the equity at this point to give a young guy a shot, to be honest with you. I think he needs something proven.
Yeah, like a Daboll or McDaniel or someone like that, yeah.
Yeah, no, I think the story that maybe is like, while not discussing it yet because there's so much else happening, is Dan Quinn essentially put himself on the clock with this choice. Like the Joe Witt part of it, of course, happened weeks ago, and we understood. Joe Witt was his own man, but he was an extension of what Quinn was doing on defense, and that just didn't work on any level. If none of this happens, if they just run it back with Cliff, he stays. Nobody, I don't think anybody's going, wow, this is terrible. So he, by making the move, Dan Quinn saying, all right, I think we can do better. Okay, cool. But after the year you just had, you kind of better be right, because the NFL, they do not let team coaches typically hang around for too long. And one bad year, I don't know what a bad year next year would look like. I don't know if it's meaning
7 or less.
Again, everything's kind of relative to injuries or how does Jaden look or whatever. But yeah, I think he put himself on the clock. So to that end, in terms of the coordinators, I would guess he's going to look for more experienced hands than take a huge risk of not knowing. Like Adam Peters said, he in the press conference, when it comes to free agency, he found that most of the time you make mistakes when you're giving big contracts to somebody you just don't know. Well, unless the young person is like, say, David Blau, who's been in the building, Dan Quinn presumably would be hiring somebody he doesn't know on a personal level, and that feels like this way too big of a risk for where he is. So, I would guess somebody who's been there, done that on both coordinator spots would be my guess at this point.
Ben, were you surprised that let go of offensive line coach Bobby Johnson as well, or is that just par for the course? If you're going to get rid of Kingsbury, he's going to go too.
Yeah, I think it's that. I think initially I was like, whoa, wait a minute. The offensive line was, the best unit on the team this year. Now, obviously, a lot of that is talent, but, I think in the way we always judge these things in terms of, like, development, Josh Connerly did get better over the course of the year. Chris Paul went from a guy, none of us were looking at as a starter to being a starter for 15 games. you have to, in theory, therefore give the O-line coach credit. So that part of it is where it felt surprising. But yes, if you're going to bring in a new OC, that person typically will want their own offensive line coach because they want everything to be, in sync with how they're going to call plays. No disrespect to a running back coach or a tight end coach, things like that. But that can kind of just be, okay, who's good at that job? Cool. It doesn't really affect the OC in the same way. So, yeah, I'm assuming it's just because once they moved on from Cliff, they did this. And I'm also assuming that, look, they got to go through the interview process. If you're making this move, again, you could easily justify keeping Cliff. This isn't one of those deals where you're firing somebody purely for, football cause, as it were. You better be thinking we can do better. So if that's the case, if you already think you really have it nailed down to a couple guys you're looking at, then you may imagine, okay, they're going to then bring in these people. So you say, okay, we're comfortable enough. Let's move on from the O-line coach as well.
All right, so you mentioned that all of us obviously knew probably that they were going to let Witt go. Either way, probably wasn't going to be the defense coordinator next year, right? Then we're going to give it back to him. So you've probably had a little more time to think about that position. Give us some names, but let me preface it by saying this, and this kind of even is in regards to the offensive coordinator position too. Von Miller said something that stuck with me. Now, I think he's being a company guy, and he's not going to trash it, but as he said on this show every week, he's a positive guy, so he looks at things positively. But he said there are no magic play calls, right? You got to, these guys can all coach. The players have to execute, that sort of thing. So keeping that in mind, that there maybe are no magic play calls, who would be sort of at the top of the list defensively at D coordinator?
Yeah, I enjoy listening to Von Miller with you guys and enjoy talking to him over the years. That was actually my question to him. I'm like, tell me okay, you've been around. What's the system? Everybody wants to say what's good. And he said kind of what he said, and I don't think he's wrong. I think we always make too much of a big deal over these genius coaches. I think so much of it is just being organized, making the right decisions at the right times. But ultimately, yeah, as we saw this year, right?
Stars have to align, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, if you don't, we all knew, once this group didn't have a great pass rush, in the first place, then you lose with Dorrance Armstrong. You're like, oh, now they have none. And then, the Dorrance Armstrong injury happens in the Dallas game. They lose that game in the next 3 by 20-plus points. I don't think it's a complete coincidence that happened. So, yeah, no, I agree. I think it's a matter of, again, sort of in this complementary football notion, do we get a coordinator whose style kind of meshes with the general theme of how we want to sort of control a game, up-tempo, slow it down, whatever it might be. I think there's 3 different buckets here, right? You've got the Dan Quinn tree, and there's a bunch of candidates in this one that people I think would be familiar with. Raheem Morris just got fired by Atlanta, was with Dan Quinn when Quinn was in Atlanta originally. He was obviously here for a little bit back in the Shanahan, Gruden days. So, he's a well-respected defensive coordinator. Jeff Albright is another guy. He was currently the DC with Atlanta. He's been with the Jets. He was also with the DC with Quinn with the Falcons. The Falcons were second in the league in sacks this year. So I think the idea of getting more playmaking on defense could work with either of those guys. Then there's as we just discussed, sort of the been there, done that group. I think Jim Schwartz with the Browns, he is still there on staff, even though they've moved on from the head coach. If somehow he were to get free, I think he would be a really
he's got a good rep,
I like him, yeah.
Yeah, he's also a Georgetown alum, so whatever that means.
Right.
So there's that. And then there's the, first-time club. I think a guy like Aubrey Pleasant with the Rams, another guy who was here. I swear I'm not just naming guys who were here, but
right.
He's assistant head coach with the Rams, DB coach. That defense always seems to do more with less. So a guy like that could be interesting. Jim Leonard with Denver, another sort of up and coming coach like that. The Broncos obviously had one of the best defenses in the league. So I think there's 3 distinct buckets. If I had to guess, if Quinn goes outside the family for the OC, that the DC is somebody that he does know. And I think, like I said, Raheem Morris or Albright, I think those 2 guys to me stand out as, pretty good calls if they go that way.
When you looked at Raheem, I remember looking at him at some point, and when he was at DC, I don't remember his teams being super highly ranked defensively. Maybe I'm wrong. I feel like his reputation precedes him.
I don't necessarily think you're wrong on that. I mean, like to the Von Miller point, a lot of it does come down to, who's on your team. Like Raheem Morris's first year with Sean McVay was, I believe, the year the Rams won the Super Bowl, and the Rams statistically had a great defense. They also had Aaron Donald, right? So, it's all relative to what you have. But yeah, they did have a pretty good year that year, and I recall that when the next couple of years, again, the Rams felt like they were doing more with less, and I think that's why Morris got another opportunity to be a head coach, because it was sort of a little bit of Houdini act there, disguising what the Rams are doing to offset the sort of maybe the overt lack of talent. So, but yeah, look, I think all these coordinator situations are always tricky. How do you define the coach versus the players versus who maybe the head coach is, depending on what side of the ball? But yeah, I mean, generally speaking, Raheem Morris is viewed as a pretty good coordinator. So maybe it's reputation, but I think there's at least reason to think that he would be in the mix.
Ben, good stuff. It's Ben Standig. Subscribe to his Last Man Standing Substack. We'll talk to you soon.
Thank you, Ben. Appreciate it.
Thanks, fellas. Have a good one.
Good talking to you.
Coming up next, let's talk about what this means to Jaden Daniels. We have the Jaden Daniels comments, which we can play before Cliff gets fired, where he endorses him. We got the tweet from his mom. What does this mean to the relationship with Jaden Daniels moving forward? 1-800-636-1067. We're the Junkies, coming right back. Welcome back. Chunky's coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. Big news. You know, a lot of shows we don't have big news to talk about, especially like locally. Well, big news when the Commanders make a move at defense coordinator and offensive coordinator, shaking up their staff, leaving 2 openings. But we're wondering, how does this affect Jayden Daniels, and what is he thinking? According to NFL insider Jordan Schultz, the departure of Kingsbury isn't sitting well with some of the Commanders' offensive players, including quarterback Jayden Daniels. He's quoted as saying, "My understanding is that key Commanders' offensive players, including quarterback Jayden Daniels, are disappointed with the team's decision to part ways with Cliff Kingsbury. Daniels vouched for him to stay in his presser on Monday and was among those blindsided by the move. Offensive players on the team figured the only way Kingsbury would be gone is if he got a head coaching job."
All right, let's play the clips. I have a problem with the word blindsided because you'd have to be blind not to hear the momentum, or deaf not to hear and see the momentum in the last few days. But let's hear the clips that he said on Monday when they're clearing out the locker.
I think there's been a lot of talk about Cliff, his future here with a head coaching job or whatever. What have been your thoughts on him as a coordinator and just in the offense?
I mean, I love working with Cliff. Me and him have a special relationship. We kind of built that over these past 2 years. I kind of just wish I was out there more to play for him this past year. So, I mean, that's kind of the focus for me in this offseason is just rebuilding myself from the ground up and, hopefully go out there, and that's the most important thing, to be available for my team.
Seems pretty genuine on his part. And look, Jayden talks a lot, but usually doesn't say a lot. But it sounds like he's tight with Kingsbury.
He usually doesn't. Yeah.
Say he loves
I'm
him,
sure he did.
and I believe he does.
It's part of the game.
But I'll also say this. As far as Jayden, I think some of the words that Schultz used were disappointed or whatever. Jayden was also disappointed every time Dan Quinn sat him, right? So DQ clearly not afraid to disappoint his star quarterback if he thinks it's for the betterment of the team and for him, the individual. So I don't doubt that Jayden was fully on board with having Cliff come back next year. But I also think he can handle it. He can handle a new system.
He'll adjust. Another guy will come in. Yeah. Smart guy.
He'll be just fine. I don't see him being a rabble-rouser. I don't see him being...
He's not a diva.
A diva.
No, he's not.
And clearly, I think it was it felt like the mom was sending a message with the tweet the day before also. To want to run it back, with KK and Jayden for a third year. But I don't think it's anything that they have to be overly concerned beyond a conversation. And that it's the NFL, it's a big boys league, this is what happens, and you move on.
Yeah, it's not a deal
They
breaker.
don't make the decisions.
Coaches move to other teams or
It
get
happens
fired
all the time. All the time.
Jaden's a
Every
big boy.
year.
Jaden's a big boy. He can handle it.
Every year there's 6 or 7 guys getting fired as head coaches.
Because I think we all understand that Jayden wanted...
Not just as coordinators.
Every time he got hurt, he wanted to be out there as soon as he could.
Mm-hmm.
And he definitely did not want to get shut down for the rest of the season.
So I misspoke earlier when I said that the Commanders' offense finished 12th in yards. It was 22nd this year. So it might be 12th when you combine the 2 years, because I did hear 12th. In year one with Cliff Kingsbury, they averaged 373 yards per game, which was 5th in the NFL. This year, it was down to 318.8, 22nd.
There's reasons.
But Jayden
you can understand
finishes
why.
I don't care about the
games.
numbers. The numbers are stupid. They didn't have their quarterback.
Correct.
They didn't have their top receiver for most of the year. They didn't have a tight end that produced like he did last year. They didn't have, in my opinion, a great running attack in terms of that star RB. All right? They didn't have all the pieces.
They didn't have much in the receiving room, obviously, after McLaurin and Debo. I mean, they signed Noah Brown expecting him to be a contributor.
There's
He
reasons
barely
the
played.
numbers are down.
And they were breaking in a rookie right tackle.
I agree with everything you said. I think this could be the best thing for Jayden Daniels. I think that
maybe.
Ben Johnson has benefited Caleb Williams, and I think if you get him out of the constant no huddle and out of the constant shotgun, he may be better off. We've seen his ability. He can make all the throws. There's no reason he can't be under center, run play action, and hit deep plays with regularity. And I think that it may end up protecting him more and be better in the long run versus going with Cliff. Like, if Cliff came back and ran the same offense with Jaden Daniels and he was healthy for all 17 games, I'm sure that they would move up the rankings. They wouldn't finish 22nd. They would be probably closer to number 5 again. But it just seems like he was exposing himself. Jaden should be the most culpable for his injuries, okay? But the offense does seem to expose him a lot with running these RPOs. JP Finley had a really good tweet. I'd have to punch it up about kind of like 3 instances which really maybe scratch your head about with Jaden Daniels. One was the running the RPO in 30,
down 30.
Down 30. Let me see if I can find that. The one that I think a lot of fans criticized was when they had that 1st and goal on the 2-yard line, and then they did pass.
Ben,
yeah, that's kind of a head scratcher.
I actually didn't have a problem with it. I like passes.
Yeah, but Rodriguez had
but you know
just
I think on the 2-yard line, it gets so crowded in there. I don't know how,
Yeah, but Rodriguez had just like slammed it to the 2.
Yeah. Give him one more go.
I
I definitely hate running on like
By the
fourth
way,
and
I
two.
might be the one weirdo owner if I had $10 billion in the bank that would hire Cliff Kingsbury. It sounds like, from what Ben said, that the system he runs is extreme, and a lot of teams are just not into it. I might be dumb enough to just hire Cliff Kingsbury as my head coach, personally.
Right. I know Valdez, he's literally considering giving up his fandom.
I'm begging for the Baltimore Ravens to hire him.
Considering giving up his fandom if they hire
praying
Cliff.
that happens.
Here's what JP pointed out. Interesting moments with Cliff Kingsbury, Dan Quinn, Adam Peters. He starts in the preseason, August 15th, when Terry's contract drama is going on, when Cliff says Terry needs to be on the grass.
Mm-hmm.
We mentioned the RPO down
I remember him
30.
saying that.
Mm-hmm.
December 7th, the 3 straight passes from the 2-yard line. And then he mentions that Josh Johnson gets the last 2 starts, was under center more.
Mm-hmm.
Just things to consider. Look, Cliff is out. They're going to have to get a new offense coordinator. What do you think this means for Jaden Daniels? And it doesn't trouble you that there's, this is probably overstating it, a rift between Jaden Daniels and management. 1-800-636-1067.
Rift.
Yeah.
The rift would be,
That might be extreme.
I don't know what the word is, but there's vouching for your offense coordinator, your mom kind of projecting that they want Cliff back.
It should be,
and then-
needs to zip it.
it should be a total non-factor, but it is a factor. Like, she's putting it out there for a reason.
They're tied at the hip. I mean, we've talked about it, whether it's being at a USC basketball game and his mom bumping was it Juju Watkins out of the seat. Whether it's the chunky commercial,
she's in the chunky soup commercial.
Yeah,
Can't
she's
get
in
away
his
from
commercials.
Can't get away
So
from moms.
annoying.
So you can say it means nothing, but if you tie the tweet and then Jaden's statements, and then a day later, basically the message is, well, we don't care what you say. We don't care what your mom says.
Right.
We're moving on. Does that trouble you?
it also-
1-800-636-1067.
At the end of the day, even though he's highly compensated and a superstar athlete, he's still an employee. Like, he only has limited power. Like, he can vouch for Cliff all he wants. His mom can vouch for Cliff and put out tweets. It only does so much. If Quinn's mind is made up, or Harris, or whoever made this decision or contributed to it,
Correct.
if that ball is already rolling, they're not going to stop it with a tweet.
No.
Or
They don't make the decisions.
Right.
He's a second-year quarterback.
Yeah.
Moms don't make decisions.
No. Not in this
We'll
case.
see if it works out. Hope it does. But
I
whoever
hope it
comes in
does,
here,
too.
if he stays healthy, he'll perform. He'll put up numbers.
Yeah, I don't think rift is the right word, but I'm just saying mom's
He's disappointed.
tweet,
He's disappointed.
mom's tweet, JD5 vouching, and they go another way.
Right.
Maybe it's Adam Peters, which Jason has kind of like proposed that maybe it's Adam Peters making the call. Maybe, but now he said Dan Quinn's in charge of the coaches. Who knows? But they moved on from Cliff Kingsbury.
All right, let's do this. Take a break and come back. You guys can chime in on this. Is this a real issue? Is Jaden truly, I find it hard to believe, blindsided? Do you think it's something that's going to be difficult for him to come? Personally, I don't, but I'd like to hear from you. 800-636-1067. We'll bang out your calls when we come back.
Welcome back. Junkies come to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980, talking about the offensive coordinator opening for the Washington Commanders and what it'll mean to Jaden Daniels. Are you worried that here's a guy he was vouching for, his mom wanted, and Dan Quinn and the organization
to
moved
say
on?
his mom wanted? That's just so funny.
It became topic.
I know. It's just you don't hear it anywhere else.
Became a topic, and the reality
Well,
is.
here's the other part.
Remember
though.
2 years
She's
ago?
also his agent, right?
Yeah. Before the NFL draft, EB had me reach out to my buddy who's high up in personnel, and he asked me for his take on, I think it was 3 of the quarterbacks who were coming out in the draft. And he was very high on Jaden and Drake May. His difference was the mom. He was basically like, I love them both. He goes, but he was worried about the mom. Now, I don't think the mom has done anything like outrageous, but she's definitely attached to the hip that
she's a
in
constant presence.
She's in a Chunky Soup commercial.
Yeah.
Hey, I'd weasel my way into the commercial too if I could, if I had that access. Wouldn't you? Up your profile.
I don't know.
Get your name
Get an
out
extra
there.
paycheck.
Probably. Put it this way: if my son was in the NFL, my ass is also going to be on the sideline talking to 50 Cent. 100%.
Yeah, you're going to take.
Hi, mommy.
You're going to take advantage of the
Hi,
perks.
mommy.
Yeah, I would be on the sideline enjoying
Hi,
life
mommy.
and all of that.
All right. Does this bother you that he's vouching for Cliff Kingsbury? His mom is endorsing Cliff Kingsbury, and the organization has moved on.
This is controversial, maybe. As long as his mom isn't in the way of him hitting skins, okay? Because that's something that a normal young man is supposed to do. What is he, 24, 25 years old?
Right.
Don't get in the way of that. Okay,
Right.
let's keep that.
She might be.
She could be.
Let's hope not.
If that's the case, then that's a huge problem.
There's a non-0%
I got a real
chance.
problem with that.
She might be a cornerback, a CB.
Well, if she's Daryl Green,
Right.
I've got a real problem with that.
All right, let's go to the phones. A bunch of people want to weigh in. All the lines are full.
All right, let's go to Mark. Oh, no, it's Mo in Largo. Hey, Mo. What's up, buddy?
Good morning, gentlemen. Thank you for taking my call.
Happy New Year, Mo.
Very well, very well.
It's the
First
last
off, before I
day you
start,
can
I
say
just
that.
want to say, Cakes, you should be very proud of your alma mater, Towson University.
Tiger
It's
Pride,
a-
always.
I'm telling you, been up here upgrading their operating systems throughout the classrooms on the campus for the last couple of years.
Yeah.
It's turned into a great institution of learning.
Been called
The topic
Harvard,
of-
Maryland.
Look at Mo flexing his connection to Towson.
Love it. Love that,
Love
Mo.
it.
So I just want to say, personally, I'm happy with the decision. I've never really been a big fan of Cliff. I remember we were having a conversation over a month ago about, the lack of being under center, and I remember Cakes going off on me, talking about, you think Mo knows anything about calling plays in the NFL? I'm with Cliff. That's my guy. Now he's gone. So I understand that he has a system that sometimes seems to be innovative, but it proves to expose your quarterback. And with the quarterback that we have, with the slight of frame and so forth, I mean, if he can't protect himself, obviously we have to do it for him. And I'm a big fan of being under center. I mean, it totally opens up the running game, play action. He's got the speed to turn the corner on bootlegs, not to mention if we can get a tight end in that position. I mean, there's just countless variations that you can be successful coming out under center and then going into shotgun versus being stuck in shotgun. So
All right, so you're
I'm happy
totally
with the
agree.
decision.
Do you have a favorite in mind to replace?
A favorite in mind, I mean, ideally I was thinking Dayball off top just because of the history there, but I'm not really stuck on anybody per se because I think Jaden is just so talented that if you just come out there with some type of balanced attack and they put pieces around him, whoever they bring in here, he's going to be successful.
Okay, gotcha.
Thanks, Mo.
Thanks,
Hey,
buddy.
What if it's Cakes' favorite guy, Mike McCarthy, who's apparently getting an interview for head coaching jobs, but Mike McCarthy
Listen,
is an offensive mind.
I know people just joan on him, and he sounds like a moron. But his track
He's
record's
got
pretty good.
He's got a resume.
So I would just have to sit there and just shut up.
I'd be willing for him to be here just so I could goof on him the
Oh,
entire
yeah.
time.
We got to play the
Proximity
clip.
of it.
I will say, everyone mocked the guy that called earlier.
Which one?
I would the guy that called in for Jay.
I will not post to say.
I could do a Jay Gruden redo here as an OC. I know that it's a better chance of me doing it, but I could do it.
Who was his choice as DC? I've already forgotten.
Greg Williams.
Greg Williams.
Okay, yeah.
Which, again, I could also go for.
You could endorse.
Just run it back.
Let's go to Joe in Manassas. Joe, what's up?
What's up, Junks? Love the show as always.
Thank you,
I got
Joe.
a little issue with it. To be honest, Cliff, I don't care if he went or didn't go. Like he doesn't evolve. You know what I mean? It is what it is. We all know what it is. And JP, you've been preaching and you need to be under center. But my problem is that was Jaden's guy. Bottom line, that's enough said, because he had a great rookie year. In the second year, he wasn't on the field. So what are we? I mean, Cliff. I mean, that's his guy. And when the contract extension, I know he's a big boy, pull up his pants. Maybe he's not a big boy. Maybe he's really soft, like these kids these days are soft.
I don't think so.
And he's got his mama right beside him at every point. This needs to be talked about, man. It's not about Cliff. It's about how Jaden feels about
Okay, let me give you an
the
example.
situation.
Let me give you an example. Okay,
No, you
Hold
can
on.
give me. Okay.
I won't hang up on you, Joe.
I appreciate it.
Remember when I basically broke the story and was mocked because I got it from my son and his buddy that Jaden, it was best friends with Ayuk, and then remember they had asked the Niners, I can't even remember the details of it, to do an evaluation of Jaden when he was like after his junior year or whatever, and Peters gave him a 5th round grade, and everyone said that I reported that Jaden was bitter about that. That all turned out to be true. It ended up being proven true. But you know what? They just had a conversation about it, and he got over it. He got over it.
Yeah, but you think he gets over it in the moment, or he's putting evidence in his
Take a day
bag?
or two. He'll be fine.
Oh, wait. Okay, but I'm just saying that was his guy. If you were a quarterback, if you were an athlete like that, and that was your guy, and you had the greatest rookie season of all time in the NFL, you'd be saying, wait a second. You would be. You would be.
I might.
If that was your-
But then also, you trust these guys. I just think he's shown the maturity to sit down with people and move on. I think he's shown that
and he's
maturity.
going to get over it. He's going to get over it.
Yeah.
But don't you understand that when this comes back up, when these contract talks come up, and that that's his guy, man. And I just think that
all right.
he didn't want that guy to go.
I think Joe's on to something that about valuing your opinion. And if the front office and the coaching staff aren't going to value your opinion, then it's like, well, what am I doing here? If they're not going to listen to what I like and things like that, then why?
Well, okay, but
and
the answer
that's a very down the road.
But you know what the answer is? I hear you. Valid point. Counterpoint to that point is they think they know better because of their experience, and they think they see a different path.
Of course, this is a fork in the road for Jaden. Jaden can sulk and be, you know what? I really liked Cliff and the offense that he designed. I was comfortable with it. And then the team is going, well, Jaden, we kind of think you're better than that. We kind of think your skill set supersedes Cliff's offense. We want to do these types of things with you.
We also want to do something that might protect you a little more.
Yes, exactly.
Yes.
But, I mean, you're at a fork in the road right now.
But he's probably going to run into that same roadblock if he goes to another team where he wants input, and they're going to be like, you know what?
Yeah.
We like the way we run things. We're not really going to take your input, but thanks.
Well, if you, I mean, this is so down the road. But if you go to a team that is so quarterback desperate at this point, do you think the Jets wouldn't bend over backwards for Jane Daniels and give him any kind of coordinator he wants, any type of personnel he wants, just to secure?
But you're suggesting that this decision is going to be so catastrophic to him that 3 years down the road he's going to hold it.
Well, I don't know. I don't know how he thinks, and you don't know how he thinks.
I just gave you an example. We know it was confirmed. Rappaport confirmed my story that he was not happy, didn't want to come to Washington because he held it against Adam Peters for giving him a 5th round grade. And then they kissed and made up. They had a conversation and went to Topgolf.
Yeah, he didn't draft him in the 5th round. He drafted him too.
Yeah. Ended up working out great.
Yeah.
So I think he can get over it being in his feelings.
Okay, but if all of a sudden you have 5 years of an organization and a coach making decisions for you without input, that can add up. I'm just saying this is just a brick in the foundation of something that could pop its head up later in his career. That's
it
all.
could, but organizationally, the way I look at it is, in law sometimes like in a family custody case. It's best interest of the child. In this case, Jaden Daniels is the child,
right?
And the organization is doing what
You know
they
how many
believe
things
is
that-
in the best
You know how many
interest
things
of the
the
player.
company has done that I haven't agreed with in 30 years? Still here. 30 years. They make decisions. I don't like that. I don't like that. Didn't like that hire. Didn't like that. Didn't like this. Don't like that decision. I mean, right? It happens.
Yeah, but do you have
to
the
adapt to your workplace.
Yeah, but do you have the ability to pick any
what other
company you want
options
to work
you got?
for?
I think I have some options.
Right?
I haven't had to 100% be.
I'd love to know those options.
Well, I mean, maybe
their
they,
agent to
they
know
might
those
not have been as
options.
great, but you have the options in
Oh,
life.
oh, yeah.
Of course. All right.
I'm just talking about a similar position.
All right. 800-636.
Jaden Daniels isn't Aaron Rodgers. He can't just pick and choose what he wants to do. He's a second-year quarterback.
He's a player.
Get over it.
He's a player.
Get over it.
Yes, he's a player.
I don't care what he wants. Get
All right,
over it,
I'm
Jaden.
sorry, we have to come back to these. We have too many people who want to chime in, and we won't shut up. All right? So we got Zach, we got Paul, we got Gary, Mike. I mean, the lines are locked and loaded. 800-636-1067. We'll come back, bang out your calls.
Washington quarterback Desmond Williams Jr. said he's entering the transfer portal, but the drama here is that he had signed a contract to return to the Huskies last week. Sources told ESPN that Washington is prepared to pursue all legal avenues to enforce Williams' signed contract. Speaking of drama, moving over to the NFL, the Commanders and offensive coordinator Cliff Kingsbury mutually agreed to part ways after he met with head coach Dan Quinn. Meanwhile, the team then fired defensive coordinator Joe Witt Jr., but that move had long been expected. Kingsbury is expected to explore some head coaching opportunities. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Welcome back. Junkies come to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. In Richmond, appreciate you checking us out on 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM. You can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. We're celebrating 30 years of the Junks, presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank, proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender.
I got to tell you, this NFL playoff fantasy draft that I organized, that Cakes didn't want to be in, but I forced him to.
No, you didn't force me. I mean,
I wanted you to be in. I figured you would.
You balked for like 2 minutes.
I balked, and then he's like, "You're killing me because I need to find somebody else." I was like, "Okay, I'm back in."
Yeah.
Sure, whatever.
It's $40 a man,
right?
But it is the biggest pain in my butt. I apparently Fantrax will do these for the NFL playoffs, and I don't know how to set that all up. I don't know if it would even do the format that I want.
Still a paper guy.
Here's the problem.
I'm a paper guy, and we were doing the draft over emails.
That's a debacle. You
I know.
can't do it over emails. It's got to be over
Can't you have a text thread?
I know, and I'm getting everyone's cell phone because I don't know these people.
We need to see who's been picked by each team.
That is the worst.
The email. As soon as Jason said we're going to do it via email instead of over phone, I knew it was just going to be a protracted.
Well, we started
drawn-out disaster.
We started this Monday morning.
Yes.
Okay, we've gotten through 5 rounds. We still have 5 more rounds to go.
Right. We're going to be lucky if we get it done before the game.
We might
starts.
not. I might be Venmoing back the $40 to all these people. This has been the biggest pain in my butt, and that's my fault.
It's
Your
okay.
fault.
It's my fault.
It is funny though.
How could you not see it?
I should have just gotten everyone's cell phone from the start and just did the text thread, and everyone could see it.
Yeah.
But now I'm doing that. But a couple guys still haven't sent me their cells. Killing me.
Cakes.
Yes.
You need to double check the scoring.
Yeah, because I'm doing it in my brain.
Hold on, you're doing it all from scratch.
How else am I supposed to do it? We're not on a website.
That's what I've gleaned from this is that you better double check scoring, bro.
This might be like
double check, and that's what I told everybody.
This might be like the fantasy baseball league that we had when I was in law school.
Right.
And Jason was doing it all by hand. I don't think Cakes was part of the league
No.
back then. Baseball
Thank
Cakes
God I
somehow
wasn't.
wasn't in it. But this is 1994, 1995. And then when you'd have pickups, it was just like this, but it was pre-cell phone, Cakes. It was phone calls.
Yeah. Phone calls.
So Jason would call me in Philadelphia.
Landlines.
He'd go, you're up. You can pick somebody up in the league.
is it
and you know what he did? He pulled the plug in like June or July.
Is this worth it so far? Is it worth it?
No.
It can't be.
And I
How could
guarantee
it
you
be
there'll
worth
be a math issue, and I'll have somebody score wrong, but
Yeah.
you just got to double check it.
Right. I won't.
Gotta do it.
I'll just be honest. I'm not double checking anything. I'm
Okay,
relying
all right.
on your felted brain.
All right, well,
Putting it all
you can at least
together.
double check yours. I mean, but I got to do 14 different teams.
Hopefully the Commanders brass will be more efficient picking their next defensive coordinator
Well,
and offensive coordinator.
They have to be.
I hope so.
All right, let's go to the phones. Do you
right.
think that this is going to bother Jaden Daniels?
All right, let's go to.
I think it's no big deal.
Get over it.
Some
a big
people,
boy.
some people are killing me. I set up the topic, okay? But personally, I don't think it's that big of a deal, and I do think best interest of the team is pick the right guy. So even if it makes Jaden uncomfortable at first, it may be better for him long term to be under
Most
center.
people don't like change.
The
Bottom line.
The Bears just did this. The Bears
Certainly don't.
just did this.
Yeah.
Ben Johnson said very early on in minicamp, he said Caleb's going to be uncomfortable with this. Caleb's never done this. It's going to be tough at first. He's like, but this is what we're going to do. We're going to get him under center. And over time,
It got
the
better.
offense
Got much better.
improved.
You also have to consider the other potential downside. Maybe Jaden's better in up-tempo, quick offense than he is under center.
Under center, yeah.
There's
Well,
a
let's prove
possibility
it.
that's the case.
Well, he was
prove
never
it.
under center in
Okay,
college.
so
Let's prove it.
He was never under center
It's
in
a
college.
great unknown.
And he won the Heisman.
Do you think?
Right.
I mean, there's no reason to think he can't handle it.
No. I think he's a great processor. He's smart.
Yeah.
He obviously works
Great
hard.
athlete.
Yeah, but
So it's not like
maybe,
he can't execute the
I'm
drops.
just putting it out there. Maybe he's just better running an up-tempo, out-of-shotgun system than he is
I'm
under
not sure
center.
that he's better.
That
I think
possibility has to be at least addressed.
I think the answer is, my opinion, is that he's more comfortable, but that is where JP's point
Right.
comes in. Now you have to just fight through the uncomfortable.
I can't remember the game, but I remember specifically they ran Jaden under center on a third down, and he ran play action, and then he hit Bates for a critical third down. He could do it. If you dropped him into San Francisco, you don't think he'd be successful
I'm not
in
saying,
Shanny's
I'm
offense?
not saying he can't do it. I'm just saying the possibilities out there that he's better at an up-tempo, shotgun-based system than he is under center.
We get it.
Yeah.
You're a Cliff guy. You're a
That's
Cliff
all. I'm a
flag
Cliff guy.
waver.
I'm a Cliff. I'm
Look,
a Cliff fan.
if he's got
I'm the only one left.
If he's got an entire offseason to work on this new system, whenever it's implemented, he'll be fine. But Cakes might be right. I mean, he was never under center in college, and he wasn't under center in his first 2 years in the pros.
Right.
But again, neither was Caleb.
All right.
Neither was Caleb.
All right, can we back up the calls?
Yes.
Said that we were going to do that. All right, let's go to Zeke in D.C. Zeke, what's up? You're on with the jokes.
Hey guys, hey, listen, I don't think it's a big deal, man. Of course, he's supposed to advocate for his guy. I mean, they've been spending a lot of time together over the years. He got him a Rookie of the Year, so yes, he wants him there. So I don't think it's a big deal. Like you say, companies make decisions, and we have to live with them. But hey, one topic I want to talk to you guys. Get off his mom, man. I am so glad his mom is sticking up for him, is in there, because she's the kind of mom that's not going to have him running around paying child support and gold diggers off.
Hi, Mommy.
That's fair. Let her stay there and run
Hi,
the show.
Mommy.
Let me
I got
ask you
no
a question.
problem with
What if she's CBing him all over the place?
Yeah.
Do you approve of
What if
that?
he wants to tag that chick?
That's okay.
It's okay.
It's better than knocking up a bunch of chicks.
I don't
You
advocate
want to
that.
have no buns?
I just wanted to.
You want a bunless
You
quarterback?
guys have no
You don't
idea.
want him out there paying millions of dollars in
I
child
agree.
support, because
That's what I
that's what he
said
would be
last
doing.
My starting quarterback needs sex.
He needs to be a normal young
He needs to
healthy
be
man.
sexually
Not yet.
fulfilled.
No.
I bet you'd take care of that, wouldn't
Right?
you?
No, I'll leave that to you.
No.
Or look,
Not yet. Not
my
yet.
quarterback needs sex, regular sex.
I know Drake May's getting some.
Okay.
He's married.
Yeah.
I'm right. Yeah.
That's his point.
It's a
He
lot.
blew it.
I
That's my
cannot.
point.
Hey, wouldn't that mean you don't get sex?
I'm not sure
I
about
cannot
Caleb. I don't know
have-
what's going on with him.
Cakes, we cannot have a bound up
We
quarterback.
cannot have a.
Wound tight.
Yeah, we can't have that.
We need release.
I need quick release too.
My quarterback.
I'm talking
There's nothing
about-
wrong with that, Valdez.
I'm talking about
my
football.
quarterback needs release.
I'm talking about football. Quick release. Find
Quick
those
release.
receivers.
Quick release. Not too quick.
Is that why? Hey, is that why he can't go under?
No, I don't really care. In his, for for him, what do I care?
Hey, is that why he can't go under center? It's too wound up.
Yeah, maybe that's part of it.
All right, we're gonna get out of this now. Let's go to Paul in DC. Hey, Paul.
Hey, man, listen, I love Jaden moms and everything, but we already know how that look when parents get involved with RG3 and his father.
Right.
So at the end of the day, she does not know all this right. Here's what she needs to do. Focus on keeping him out of trouble, guiding his trajectory in terms of his financial stability and those types of things. But when it comes to making football decisions, leave that to the football people. You have to. Now, here's the thing, as far as everybody talking about him getting upset, of course he's going to be upset. Like you said, Cliff Kingsbury was his coach over the last 2 years. But all Adam Peters got to do is pop in the San Francisco tape and say, look at this. This is a 4th-round draft pick in Brock Purdy or somebody. And look how...
7th round. Last pick of the draft.
Yeah, and then if you had asked Bill Belichick, do you think Tom Brady is going to be the greatest of all time the day before Drew Bledsoe got injured? What would you have said? He probably said Tom Brady can't even get on the field, much less be a Hall of Famer. But look what happened.
So what am I saying? You do not let quarterback and one player run your organization because you do not know how that's going to turn out in the long run. If you're a good coach, you can coach him up. It's that simple. I love Jaden. I believe he's going to have a great career, but we only got one sample size because this year was a half of a sample size.
Right.
And so
Not even.
we don't even know if he's going to stay healthy. We thought RG3 was going to be the next great player, and look what happened. He didn't even last 4 or 5 years.
Appreciate your call.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Thank
man.
you, Paul. Appreciate it. All right, let's go to Gary. Trying to bang out as many as we can. Gary, what's up?
Good morning, gentlemen. Thank you for taking my call. I'll be real quick. I know you guys have a lot of people. I think it all depends on how the first 4 or 5 weeks of next season go. Okay, if he gets off to a slow start with his new offense, then I think it could bleed and then turn into something that's a problem. I really do. I don't like the fact that his mother is chiming in on it. Like the last caller said, parents getting involved has never been a good thing. But I think that Jaden is a guy that is going to be great no matter who we put in place. I think he's just an extreme talent. But I do think this could potentially become a problem if we get off to a slow start offensively next year and the Cliff Kingsbury comments start coming up on talk radio and Jaden asking, getting questioned about it. It could bleed into next year and through next year and maybe become a problem.
To be fair,
I think you guys
the mom's tweet was pretty innocuous. Okay, I'm just going to read what it
there's
is.
nothing wrong with it.
She we're making a mountain out of a molehill here. It's not like she talked for 10 minutes
We're not even
and
saying
talked
it's
about
bad.
Cliff
We're
Kingsbury.
just saying she's
All
chiming
she
in.
did was she tweeted, "All right, the Commanders put out something that said starting 2026 on the right foot with the win." Right? She then retweeted and added, "Headed in the right direction. Let's go. Officially loading JD5/KK season 3, a couple of hearts, and then some hashtags after that."
Right.
I mean, literally just wrote KK season 3.
See, she was plugged in. She saw the writing on the wall. She just wanted
course.
to
Yeah, but
step on the scale.
She could have put DQ season 3.
Yeah,
absolutely.
No. She did that for a reason.
Yeah.
She did that for a reason.
She
She wanted to
knew.
put her vote in.
Right.
She
But
wanted
it's
to put her
not
vote
that
in.
big a deal.
It's not that big a deal. And I don't think it's.
The fact
No,
that she,
but we're talking about it. We've been talking about it for
It's
an
at
hour.
least a minor deal.
Yeah,
It's
it's
at
a-
least
I
minor.
don't think
Yeah.
it, but I think it's overcomable in like literally one
I
conversation.
mean, it's not like Adam Peters was worried about it.
the fact that she thinks she has a say in it.
Again, the
Yeah.
bigger deal will be whoever they hire as the new offensive coordinator, if that offensive coordinator gels with Jaden Daniels. I expect a slow start. That's what happened with Ben Johnson and the Bears. There was a slow start, and then they started kind of finding their rhythm and finding their way, and Caleb got more and more comfortable in the new system. By the way, it's not like these guys who are under center 100% of the time. They're not.
Of course not.
He'll still be in shotgun probably half the time, if not more than half the time. It's just that this team, out of 32 teams, ranked 31st in under center.
I thought it was
Cliff
last.
hates being under center.
Yeah.
He despises it.
Who was
Not a fan.
who was last?
I can't remember, but I remember we went through that about a month ago.
All right,
They were close to being dead last.
let's go to William in North Carolina. William, what's up? You're on with the Junkies.
Hey, how you doing, fellas?
What's up,
Hey,
buddy?
man.
What's up, Will?
Hey, Jason, you're right. He'll get over it, and he'll go through a mourning period. And you got to think about it too. That I think some of the experts was talking that Keepaw wouldn't have been there this coming year, past year, because a lot of people think about he might probably would leave. And then I think if Jason gets better every year and bringing a new offensive coordinator, it's gonna make a new offensive coordinator a better chance of getting the job. And he can't be crying being the lead of the team. Thanks.
All right, thank you, buddy.
All right.
Appreciate it.
It's a good point.
I hadn't really thought about it yesterday, and we talked about this earlier. I do think this changes the clock for Dan Quinn. Because
Holy.
Oh,
let's
next
say
year,
he
yeah, that's a
kept
big
Cliff
deal.
You
Kingsbury
can't
there.
fire another. You can't fire him again.
Yeah,
If he kept Cliff Kingsbury on staff, his escape hatch next year would be, we're going to change the offensive coordinator. He's already pressed that button.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he
No.
set the clock ticking early on himself.
It's a big year.
He smashed the fire extinguisher,
Yeah,
and there's no more left.
Yeah, in case of he broke the glass.
Right? You can't let another fire restart in the family room.
Oh no. The next fire chases him out of the house.
Right.
And the house.
You might
burns
have been
down.
able to salvage the kitchen.
Right.
All right. but you lost a bedroom and you lost something in the basement. Fire extinguisher's gone.
Hope he's prepared like me, has a fire ladder to climb down the second floor when his house catches fire.
But the caller made a good point. Is Jaden can't get in his feels about every coordinator that comes by because
Right.
if he is successful and gets plucked to be a head coach somewhere, there's going to be OC turnover in 2 years.
Ask Baker Mayfield. How many OCs has that guy been through since he's been in the league? Probably 8 or 9, maybe more. With all the stops he's made.
I have zero concerns about Jaden absorbing a new system and being under center more and, having to lock in that footwork maybe a little better, that timing a little bit. I have zero concerns about it. Zero. And unlike you, I can't really afford a slow start. I need him firing.
Out of the gates quick.
I need him firing. I need him balling in week 1.
I'm just saying that if you have a new system,
I kind of did that
I
this
think
year.
it's expected that you're going to get better the more games you play.
I'm not giving him
So
that
you're not
grace.
going to start off at 100.
He didn't have that grace.
Hey, he better
You
play
just never know.
preseason.
He had that grace this
I
year.
bet you he does play preseason.
You should.
He will.
I gave him that grace this year.
DQ learned something.
He needs to play preseason, and he needs to come out balling week 1.
And he can't get hurt in that first month.
And he can't get hurt.
Devastating.
Like, if he gets hurt in week 10 and misses 2 games, it's one thing. If he gets hurt in week 2,
Misses 7.
No,
the fan base is going to be distraught.
Preseason, he needs good sex, and he needs to play well in week 1.
1-800-636-1067. We're the Junkies. Coming right back. Welcome back. Chunky's coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan. Been a heavy Commanders show with the shakeup at defense coordinator. We haven't mentioned that much. Just made it official.
Nobody cares about the defense coordinator.
Which normally would be a big deal, but he essentially was fired during the season.
I mean, that was so.
He was demoted during the season, but they made it official. Joe Witt fired. Cliff Kingsbury.
Do you think he even offered Joe Witt like a menial job, like quality control defensive assistant?
Probably
he just said,
not.
you know what?
Probably
we tried
not.
it didn't work. Just
I'll
go
tell you, man,
elsewhere.
the coaching-
I'll vouch for you. I'll give you a silly recommendation.
Well, as Carberry talked about, because I asked him what's it like, letting go of an assistant. You just got to get used to it. That you're not only are you hired to be fired. By the way, same thing in radio. It's just a miracle that we haven't been whacked yet, but it'll happen.
Yeah.
But
we hit the Powerball on that.
You're hired to be fired, but you're also hired by your friends to be fired by your friends.
Yeah. It's a very tight-knit group.
Woo!
And the offensive line coach.
Like every time.
By the way, fired too. And the offensive line, we thought had a pretty good year. So Cliff, the offensive line coach, and Joe Witt, the defensive coordinator, are all out. Mike Mars put up a bunch of videos on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube page. Subscribe and like to it. Our interview with Coach Carberry is up there. Our interview with Ben Standig, us talking about Cliff and what's next. It's all up there. Subscribe and like to that 106.7 The Fan page. All right, people all want to chime in. What I want to do before we go back to the calls is, Valdez, can you go back to the Orlovsky clip? Because the next discussion is going to be, well, who is it? And Orlovsky threw out at least 3 of the names we didn't know, really. And the 4th name, we just knew the last name, LaFleur. Done a little research. He was part of Shanahan's staff in Atlanta.
Yep.
Was under Kyle Shanahan, who was the offensive coordinator that, blew the Super Bowl 28-3, whatever. But they went to the Super Bowl when Kyle Shanahan was the offensive coordinator. So LaFleur was underneath him. He's now part of the Rams staff, serving under Sean McVay. And we understand McVay calls the plays. But he has been a play caller as an offensive coordinator when he followed Robert Saleh to the Jets, and that didn't work out great, but he had Zach Wilson as his starter. Here's Dan Orlovsky from ESPN talking about possible candidates.
Sorry, give me 1 sec. I didn't have it.
He threw out Grant Udinsky. I've never heard of Grant Udinsky, but he's the Jags OC.
I'm shocked. I'm shocked that Cliff Kingsbury left Washington. Now we'll see why. If that comes out, is he going to become a head coach? Obviously, that would be a different conversation. But if he's leaving just to leave, this is a pretty significant move for Washington. And I would tell you that it's now the most pivotal decision that will be made in the NFL when it comes to the offseason and what the 2026 season looks like. Whoa. Jaden and this team took a significant step backwards this year, and there was a lot of reasons why. But who's going to replace Cliff Kingsbury? Because the third year for the rookie quarterback is the expected year of, hey, there comes this big jump. And there's some pieces that Washington needs outside of just that, but who's going to fill that role to take Jaden and this offense to the next level? Throw out names. Josh McCown from Minnesota. Is he ready to take the next step? Grant Udinsky, who's the offensive coordinator in Jacksonville, does he want to go become his own play caller? Davis Webb, who's in Denver as the quarterback coach, does he take that next step? And then maybe Mike LaFleur, who had to stop Matt's little brother with the New York Jets, now in LA. Like, those are names right now that I think have to be at the top of a list.
I don't know. I don't get 2 sides from any of those. Maybe
Some couple of them don't even know.
Maybe the LaFleur. Did he mention Kubiak?
No.
You mentioned Kubiak. I like the Kubiak lineage also.
So he's got.
But again, he doesn't call plays either.
If you call anybody Shanahan.
Don't you want someone who's calling plays? I like the Kubiak name, and obviously Clint went to the Seahawks. But I don't think Shanahan calls plays. So don't you want someone who's actually calling plays?
I think so, but people,
calling plays
I agree with that. But
I'm not saying he couldn't be good.
Coaches always say, though, that it's almost, play calling's almost overrated. I hear that a lot.
Yeah.
And, like, you know what it seems like it's overrated? When the big dummy in Detroit takes over play calling.
Dan Campbell.
Yeah, when Dan Campbell all of a sudden is calling plays like he's some sort of genius.
Well, Well,
So-
he looked like it against Washington.
Well,
a lot of teams look
did.
good against Washington.
I mean, he looked like the best OC in the
Play
world.
calling might be overrated. In other words, you have your set of plays and your schemes and play designs.
Well, you got to
and then,
adjust. You got to make
it's
decisions.
3rd and 5. I got 4 3rd and 5 plays. Pick one. Like, I don't know.
I think it's tougher than that. But
So if you just look at who those guys are underneath, though, Udinsky, who we had never heard of, is underneath Liam Cohen, who has a damn good offense, had a damn good offense in Tampa, and obviously has helped Jacksonville to where they are. McCown is under Kevin O'Connell, who people think is an offensive genius. And then Webb, who apparently is getting head coaching interviews, is underneath Sean Payton, another offensive genius.
Udinsky is 30, by the way.
yeah, he's young.
30 years old.
Oh,
He went to Towson, too.
well, all these
My
guys.
That's your guy.
That's your new guy.
Towson?
He went to Davidson and Towson.
Out. I'm out.
That's my guy.
You mean the football factory known as Towson?
Hey, how dare you? First of all, how dare you?
Hey, our head coach went to Salisbury.
Football factory.
Yeah, don't act like
Well, he-
Towson greater than sign Salisbury. Nobody would argue that.
Not.
No.
Yeah, I don't know. I was going to say not in lacrosse,
Higher
but
on the pecking
Towson's decent in
order.
lacrosse. I don't know.
Higher in the pecking order. Sorry, Jason.
Salisbury.
Sorry, Jason
Legit
Anzin.
D3 lacrosse. Legit.
No,
Yeah,
but they're great.
They could probably compete with Towson, but Towson's pretty good in lacrosse too. They
Yeah,
have their
yeah.
moments. All right,
I'd be cool with Josh McCown. Kevin O'Connell disciple. I mean, he played quarterback in the league for years.
I kind of want more of a track. I kind of
You,
just
you,
need somebody.
want someone who's been
I want
doing
a track
it.
record,
Yeah.
like someone that's been great at it before, kind of. I don't know.
I wonder if that's what DQ and AP are looking for. If they're looking for someone who's got track record or one of these young up and coming
I
guys.
kind of
You want them to bring back the old guy that had the 700-page playbook?
He's probably
Hold on.
dead. That guy's
Al
probably dead.
Saunders?
He's got to be
That's
dead.
a good poll. Al Saunders, right?
Oh, he's
yeah,
still
that's
around.
right. Is he?
Yeah.
He's still
Here's what
kicking?
actually
Yeah.
what I'm rooting for, and I don't like to see people lose their jobs. Fire McDaniel, hire him. He and DQ have a great relationship. DQ basically saved his life.
Yeah, they're tight.
My buddy Joe P, who I respect his football acumen. Sorry, I just do. He says he's a brilliant play designer. He's got flaws to his game, but he's a great play. So I think he'd be a perfect OC fit.
But the odds are he's going to be back as the head
Why?
coach in Miami.
Why won't Miami just hire Harbaugh?
Didn't they fire their GM a couple weeks ago?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, Greer
And the
out.
reports were that McDaniel was going to be a survivor, and they
Okay,
played better.
Okay, but who's
Well,
this
see,
is
but they didn't-
Ross.
yeah, but
they
they
didn't know Harbaugh was going to be available.
Right, they didn't
that
know
guy Ross, isn't that his name?
Yeah,
Stephen
Stephen
Ross.
Ross.
He's
Hey.
probably sitting there going, "Who do I want? This nerd, or do I want Harbaugh?"
Oh,
You can apply that same logic to Josh Harris.
You can, but I just think that you can. I just think it's a little shorter of a run for DQ.
But
just think he
if
gets one
Stephen
more
Ross
year.
called Harbaugh and Harbaugh said, I'm very interested, McDaniel's gone.
But here's why would he be interested? Because they don't have a really good quarterback.
I don't know. I'm just
Why would he
saying.
be interested in Miami other than it's silly? Like, Miami's awesome. And I don't think he cares about that.
I mean, a lot of these spots don't have quarterbacks, so they have quarterback situations.
Yeah, but other teams have favorable picks.
True.
Yeah, what is their plan in Miami? They're in a pickle.
Yeah.
They're in a little bit
They're
of a pickle.
paying, they benched a guy making $50 million.
I know we got Josina coming on. She's going to come on at 9:40, so we got to leave a few minutes early, but we can bang out a couple of these real quick. Let's go to Michael, DC. Michael, what's up?
Hey, what's up, John? So I'm just going to go ahead and squash this mother situation and the OC situation because people seem to forget history pretty quickly. The mom situation's not good. It's a nightmare. We don't need to see her. We don't even know what Lamar Jackson's mom looks like. Let's be honest. And Kelsey's mom came out of the woodworks, and he stopped winning. And
So you're
the kid
out
from
on
New-
moms.
also old.
and then the kid from everyone's obsessed with the kid from the Jets, Wilson's mom. Look what happened to him. And at the end of the day,
Oh, the hot mom.
I mean, it's a nightmare. Like, let's
the hot
stop.
one. All
Like,
right,
dude,
all
I
right.
don't need to see her with
That's a good
designer
point.
5-year like anymore. And the second thing is with Cliff Kingsbury, like we had to turn around a jet because we had no coaches. We had to put together a coaching staff in 7 minutes, and we were like, all right, well, we can get Cliff. He did good with this. With Kyler, let's just run it and see what happens. And it.
So you're
look
fine
what
with
happened.
moving
And-
on. You're fine with moving
So you're
on.
saying
Yeah,
Cliff was a
he-
rush job,
he-
which is possible.
He was never. We were lucky to get him second year. He was like, "Yeah, we'll run it back, whatever." You know how Cliff does. And then he turned in the napkin at draft day with the pick that he wanted. He wasn't there. He doesn't want to be a coordinator. He doesn't want to be one. It's all good. Let's move on.
Oh, they have.
Well, that's
they
what they're
have
doing.
moved on.
That's what they're doing.
He pushed him out the door
I will
yesterday.
say this, and I don't want to kick a guy when he's down. Man, his personality is boring. He bored me to tears. He's so boring.
Not a dynamo.
That's why I'm Team Jay.
Well-
I told you the day they fired Jay, we were going to miss Jay. Those pressers were gold. And after every loss, they were gold. I love Jay Gruden pressers.
I love Jay.
Yeah. And I think he coaches up offense. I know it's a zero chance happening. I'm just saying.
Coming up next, NFL insider Josina Anderson joins us here on the Junkies. All right, scheduled to join us shortly is Josina Anderson, NFL insider. She's now with the Exhibit News Network. She just reported about 25 minutes ago that the Dolphins and Harbaugh are in discussions. The Dolphins don't have an opening at head coach right now.
That's why.
They do not.
Hey, remember we talked about the
mystery team?
The mystery team, and we said it's probably Miami.
Yeah, it's pretty obvious. This is the path for McDaniel. This is my new.
So now you want McDaniel here?
I think so, but I don't think it's so new. I mean, I've kind of always been intrigued.
I don't mind it.
But yeah. Knowing the relationship with DQ, knowing people seem to really be enthralled with his offense and his play design, I think I like it.
2023.
I think he's
not
a
that long
weirdo.
ago. 2023, Dolphins offense was number 1 in the league.
Right. And Stephen Ross.
Then he has-
2022,
it's
they were
Tyreek Hill,
6th in
right?
yards.
Of course.
He's a Michigan
Now,
guy,
last
right?
year, they were 18th in yards. I'm not exactly sure where they are this year. Can't be that great.
Right. Ross, a Michigan guy, he was infatuated with the other Harbaugh, but then he went to the Chargers. Now he can settle for the other Harbaugh if he's able to land John from Baltimore.
Mm-hmm.
Even though John's more accomplished in the pros.
While we're waiting for Josina, couple things to mention. The Wizards keep winning.
They do, yes.
The Wizards won last night.
7 of 12, right? 7 of 12 bench.
Alex Sarr had a big game.
Something like that, right?
CJ McCollum had a big game. They're now not in the bottom 3 teams in the league. There are 3 teams with worse records than the Washington Wizards.
It's fine. The stupid lottery thing.
It's true.
They ruin tanking if you're a pro tanker.
But you are lowering your chances if you're not in that bottom 3.
Between 14% and 12% or something. I mean,
okay.
Yeah.
I mean, the Pacers were in the Eastern. Were they in the NBA Finals last year?
Yes.
Yeah.
They have lost 13 straight.
Incredible.
Yeah, they're
6 and 31. I don't get it.
But for all the tankers out there, the Wizards have been winning a little bit lately. All right, let's get back to the NFL, the Commanders, all the coaching changes. Josina Anderson, who's now with the Exhibit News Network, senior NFL reporter, joins us right now. And we were just talking about one of your latest tweets, Josina, that you mentioned that Harbaugh and the Dolphins are at least in contact. Can you fill us in?
Yeah, I mean, just according to league sources, I report to things, I'm told, but that, they've been in touch. Obviously, don't want to get too specific just from the standpoint of respecting that this is not a situation where there's a vacancy, currently.
Mhm.
But at the same time, the landscape has obviously modified with, if you want to say, a big fish now on the market. And, teams are going to do their due diligence. No different than, when trades happen with players and players are on existing teams, you have to have communications, or just like players get evaluated, coaches are, getting evaluated, and that goes all the way to the top. So it's just kind of like Mike McDaniel said, he is obviously presuming he is the head coach until he's told otherwise. Just the fact that you word it that way infers that you understand that, that there is some evaluation going on. I just really want to quickly say that I do think it's positive that of the GM candidates that have been linked to interviewing with the Dolphins, 3 of them right now do come from San Francisco, which suggests that even prior to this Harbaugh situation, that they were trying to explore some sort of affinity with the GM and Mike McDaniel, and that it is still my understanding that Ross, likes Mike McDaniel as far as he likes him as a person and what have you. But again, you always have to keep, the evaluation open.
Gotcha. And nobody wants to root for anybody to lose a job or anything, although I would be intrigued by having McDaniel here. But from Harbaugh's perspective and these other coaches, beyond like state taxes and cool environment, what is attractive about Miami, say, over New York, where you might have a young quarterback in place that you could build around?
That's a great question. And when I initially put out the tweet, I actually modified the tweet and added something in there and put it back out because I forgot to, mention that, the quarterback situation of these teams that have head coaching vacancies, or ones that may have head coaching vacancies, will be, as far as I understand what I'm told, and obviously this is not earth-shattering, will be a significant factor in the ongoing decision process. Relative to what I understand is what, Harbaugh, is looking for, because, on one hand, you look at a team like Miami and it's like, okay, well, they don't have a GM, and that could be attractive, right? Like, there's not a GM in place. You can kind of come in a little bit more fresh as a combo. And then, my question and conversations I was having even of this morning, just in talking to league sources and getting, the pulse on certain things is like, how would you think that would compare to, let's say, a situation like the Giants, where now that team has come out and basically, reaffirmed their support of Joe Schoen as general manager of that team. And is that a deterrent because, but then I almost corrected myself in the midstream of asking that question, because I was just like, and then I said, but John Harbaugh's gravitas would probably outweigh even that, support. Not to say that he wouldn't work, with Joe and, or wouldn't be professional, or assuming that things would, I'm not just saying it's a foregone conclusion that things would just deteriorate. But what I'm saying is that someone who's been in the league and as respected as John Harbaugh is, I think it's safe to assume that his gravitas and the tradition and culture and foundation building that he brings in that respect would supersede maybe even that concern.
Josina, are you hearing any buzz yet on Cliff Kingsbury's next landing spot in the wake of his dismissal as the OC here in Washington? And what names are popping up as his replacement here in D.C.?
I think, any team that is looking to cultivate a quarterback and that you think also may be attractive to Cliff, I think is on the table. I mean, obviously or teams that, could also be looking to switch their quarterback situation. You have to remember that Cliff was very much, on the radar of the Raiders before he ended up with the Commanders. So, you would kind of go back to that link with conversations with, Las Vegas, Tom Brady, or what have you. You'd have to, think that any team with a young quarterback or just a quarterback in general is going to be, whether it's the Giants or what have you, is going to be on that radar. I think, when it comes to the Commanders, my understanding is, and of course, again, not earth-shattering, but I'm always on the phone, like literally I was on the phone. That's why I was a little bit late even coming to do this hit, is, they're active in having conversations, reaching out, and what have you. So I don't want to even get too specific about who I was just speaking to, but I think the idea is for, Dan Quinn to obviously bring people in there that are going to kind of be in line with what he thinks should be the next step for, the offense and the growth of Jaden Daniels in this second phase, and really kind of having a separation in that thought, at least how it was kind of just explained to me too, between this phase and what was, working and was suitable and familiar and good for the quarterback in his initial introductory phase. Wilt, and I love using that word, acknowledging that may not have been, in line with what, Jaden wanted right at this moment. But, it's Dan Quinn's job to be the overall general of, the team and, someone who's also been around a long time, not saying that Cliff hasn't, and, take hold of the direction of the organization moving forward when you have a 5-12 year. I, as someone, from the DMV area, if Commanders fans are listening out there, as someone who's covered the NFL, I think this is my 24th year, covering the NFL. I have seen so much of teams that have started hot in the first year. I mean, whether it be Josh McDaniels 2009 in Denver, started off 6-0, ended that season 8-8, and then, next year things fall off of a cliff, or whether it be Brian Daboll, even most recently with the Giants, starting off, as coach of the year the first year, then never really kind of getting back on track, whether it's Todd Bowles with the Jets starting that first year that he was with the Jets, 10-6, and then, it got, so These are things that happen. Only one team wins the Super Bowl every year. You're going to have ebbs and flows, especially with the draft and the inverse order of how teams build their teams with the top talent at the top of the draft. The thing is, are you moving in the direction of building a culture, having, a solid philosophy that you believe in, and ultimately, though, the path to going up is not always, like a straight line, but that you feel that you're on course with whatever that core ethos is.
Josina, let's rip through a couple of these other vacancies. I think you're kind of a Shador backer. Fill us in on what happened with Stefanski in Cleveland and what you think should happen moving forward. And then the Raiders, to me, is an intriguing team because they got the number 1 pick and can start fresh with the brand new quarterback like Fernando Mendoza.
So let me clarify on that, and I think it's fair to say that and assume that I don't take offense to that, which have you. But I would like to clarify and just say, and it's not a big deal. But I'm just saying I would like to clarify and say that my thing, and I've said this on several of my shows, I say it on Twitter all the time, is that I am a big proponent of fair competition. And I say that as someone who is a D1 athlete myself. I'm a former junior Olympian myself. And I as long as things are just and equitable and the competition is, fair, you're not going to hear from me. So whether it's me, having things to say about the Giants situation, which, I have said, many things about the Giants situation and how I felt like that unfolded going into the off season, where pretty much Russell Wilson was named starter even before, or assumed to be the starter, named starter even before a real competition unfolded. And going back to what you were just saying with Cleveland, my thought with that was that, that there was just so much there that was affecting, in my opinion, a fair evaluation of what was happening in practice and after games. Typically, after a game, a coach is going to say he has to look at the film. When reporters ask the head coach right after the game before he looks at the film, especially if that quarterback doesn't perform well, hey, is this person going to have a chance to potentially get a shot next week? And you're already saying, nope, it's Dylan Gabriel. To me, that's problematic. If you have two rookie quarterbacks, to me, that's, problematic that person's not getting one pass to, somebody that he ultimately and inevitably and foreseeably rather, could potentially be passing to in a game in a situation where there's two, quarterbacks. And just also knowing that wasn't his preference. There's just so much there. I'm not going to, because obviously this is a show based in D.C., but I just, even going all the way to Kaepernick, who's, oh, you're such a proponent of Kaepernick. I'm like, I can't even remember if Kaepernick ever even, either gave me an interview or did anything that was like, oh, it's pro. My whole thing with Kaepernick was, again, it was just talking about what I felt like was fair or equitable and just pertaining to the circumstance of that situation. So for me, that's my overriding theme, my overall umbrella as a former athlete, as a person that's covered this league for over 2 decades and covered all major league sports, from Major League Baseball and NHL. You name it, I've covered it. I've consistently been about that.
All right, great stuff. Thank you, Josina. Really, really appreciate it. We're up against the break. Thank you.
All right, no problem.
Yep.
Okay.
Thanks for the time.
Josina Anderson.
Josina from University of North Carolina.
Tar Heel.
Track athlete. Yep.
I wasn't going all the way back to Kaepernick. She just tweeted she believes the most cost-effective decision is to build around Shador Sanders. So I just wanted her opinion on that.
Okay.
She gets attacked nonstop
for supporting Shador. Yeah. Hey, I support Shador. You can attack me. I support Shador.
He didn't play that great when he was on the field.
Yeah.
All right, we got to get out of here.
Worse.
For Bish, Cakes, EB, I'm JP. We'll see you tomorrow. B. Mitch and Finley up next here on The Fan.
The Ravens fired head coach John Harbaugh after 18 seasons. So how attractive is he on this coaching carousel? Well, his agent told ESPN that he received calls from 7 different teams expressing interest in Harbaugh 45 minutes after the news broke. And if you're doing the math there are 7 jobs open currently, and the Ravens obviously didn't call about their former coach. So that means there's an NFL team out there right now considering firing their own coach just for a shot at John Harbaugh. And the Giants, they were busy last night when the John Harbaugh news broke. The team was having dinner with another coaching candidate, former Cleveland Browns head coach Kevin Stefanski. That dinner went well enough that it's being reported Stefanski is meeting with the team again today. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Can't hear anything. What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley. You're watching on Monumental Sports Network. You're hanging on the 106.7 The Fan stream, which I guess we should all get into. Good morning, Brian. Yeah, I can't hear a word either.
Yeah.
How you doing?
I hear absolutely nothing, but
now I hear you.
I am good. I don't hear anything.
Okay. We'll get to the bottom of all that.
Yeah.
Interesting day and night in Washington. Obviously, yesterday, the firing of Cliff Kingsbury and Joe Witt happened as we were on the air. And, you know, as you're on the air, you're kind of reacting in real time. Over the course of last night, I was able to make a bunch of calls and try to figure some stuff out, see where this thing is headed next. And obviously, we're going to get into all that. But the bombshell that dropped last night was the Ravens firing. And let's be clear, if you look at the language between the Ravens statement and then John Harbaugh's statement, he was fired. That was not a mutually agreeable parting ways.
Oh, yeah.
Now, they did it classy, like they did it the right way, but they're like, John, we love you. 21 years, time to go, dog.
Yeah, but I think in John's situation, it's very much like his former boss, Andy Reid.
In Philly.
Where you have a lot of success. John won a Super Bowl there. They were one of the best teams in the league the whole time he was there. But all of a sudden, like you look at the last few years and you start seeing a message get a little stale. Doesn't mean that you're a bad coach, but after being in a certain place for a certain amount of time, you know, and look at them. They're similar to how the Steelers were. Third coach in the history of that franchise.
Crazy. Now, the Steelers have been around a lot longer.
Yeah, but the Steelers, but I'm saying, if you look at how they are, they normally keep their coaches around for a certain amount of time.
Sure.
And when you hit around that 10, 12, 13-year thing, if you're not winning at a high level, people start getting a little antsy because you built a certain level of what is your expectation. You know, if other teams were having the success they've had, they're thrilled. They're not happy with going into the playoffs and leaving out in the first round. They want to be in the playoffs and be there all the way to the end.
Yeah.
And I think that's the difference where, you know, a lot of times some of the coaches, like a John, like a Andy Reid, they are competing against themselves because of what the success level they've had. Now their expectations go way up. The other teams, you know, you'd be happy, your team going to the playoffs, being around that playoffs. But not them, not anymore.
Landfill provided us with an outrageous statistic. John Harbaugh has more playoff appearances than the entire Cardinals franchise. Now, I don't know if that's just since they got to Arizona or dating back to the St. Louis days or what, but that is crazy.
It is crazy.
I find it
really hard to believe John Harbaugh doesn't get hired?
Well, if you hear
Immediately?
45 minutes after he was released, fired, whatever you want to call it, 7 teams reached out to him, and some of those teams have coaches.
Well, so do the math on that. There's now 7 openings, and if 7 teams had reached out, one of them's the team that just fired him, so they're not reaching out.
They're not reaching out. So there is a team out there that has a coach that said, hey, what's up, dog?
Well, I think if you're looking around, and we're going to get into what Washington's doing next at offensive coordinator and defensive coordinator, but if you're looking around and you were Todd Bowles or Mike McDaniel, and you get through Black Monday, you're the coach of the Tampa Bay Bucks or the Miami Dolphins, and you get through Black Monday, you're probably feeling pretty good. You're probably feeling pretty good right up until John Harbaugh gets fired in Baltimore.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
but you know what, though, bro? I sit here and I listen to people when a head coach gets fired or released, and I truly wonder, are those coaches feeling are the coaches feeling
shout out to Jeff, the engineer. The Monumental, put Jeff on TV trying to figure this out. It's going great here.
Well, I may be off or something, but we'll see. But
you and I can hear each other talk, so at least until the break, we're okay.
I just think that, you look at coaches when they have a year, 2, 4, 5 years left on their contract, they get fired. They still get paid now.
Sure.
Okay, especially head coaches. And the guys that are like a John Harbaugh, I reached out to John last night, and I'm sure I'll get a message from him eventually.
He probably had a lot going on.
Yeah, he had a lot going on. But, the thing of it, I have been through, the coaches I've become real close with, I've reached out to them over these years, and I get a response back because I have a relationship with those guys at a level that was beyond just being a coach and a player. You know what I mean? And I think those guys will be okay. When David Culley got released that time, I reached out to David, and he's like, I said, how you doing, man? He said, yeah, nobody want to get fired, but I'm cool. Because he had 4 years left on that damn contract, at $7 million a year. And I know it ain't all about the money, but you know what? That's a great relief when I'm getting fired, but I'm still getting paid. Because most of us, when we get fired, we don't get paid.
Sure. I think, Culley, if I remember right, I think that team went 2-14, and he probably wasn't surprised to be fired. I think a dude
that was his first year. So,
right.
And I don't think anybody in their first year, you expect them to come out there and do great. There have been coaches come out in their first year, second year, third, 5 years.
Regardless,
I'm just saying.
Yes, they get paid, for sure.
Yeah.
I think Todd Bowles has been very clear he doesn't think he deserves to be fired. He's like, we won the division 3 straight times. Mike McDaniel, they fire the GM. He goes 5-2, I think, down the stretch. I think both. My point is to what you're saying about, all right, there are 7 openings already, and one of them is checking in with Harbaugh, and that clearly means it's one team with a head coach in place.
Yeah.
The coaches, and who knows, man? I mean, if you look around the league where that could be, I think the questions were about what's going to happen in Tampa. Okay, looks like Todd's okay. What's going to happen in Miami? Oh, looks like Mike's okay. Now it's a little different when you got a guy. Landfill gave me the stat, dude. The Arizona Cardinals, and previously the Phoenix Cardinals, previously the St. Louis Cardinals, they've been around for 106 years. They have 11 playoff appearances. That must mean like playoff appearances, because just in the Super Bowl run, I think they had to win 4 games to get there. You know what I mean? Not necessarily playoff wins, but playoff appearances. John Harbaugh had 12 playoff apperances in 18 seasons.
That's just a bad franchise.
Sure.
But the thing
he's also a good coach.
I know we look at Tampa, we look at Miami. It could be a team that we're not even thinking of. Because when a guy of that caliber gets on the market, somebody might be looking at their team right now saying, we've been average. We've been winning, but we're not taking that step. I'll go get him.
Let's go through where it's not, right? It's not Denver. It's not New England. It's not Jacksonville. It's not Houston. It's not the Chargers. They're not going to fire his brother to bring him in.
Yeah, he wouldn't take that one.
Right. Since he ain't doing it, they're too cheap. They're not going to blow everybody out to bring him in. It's not Kansas City.
Nah.
Unless you think Andy is telling Hunt, like, hey, man.
I might ride off in the sunset. That'd be a good dude to get.
Do you think there's any chance of that? I find it hard to believe, but
It's interesting.
My last conversation with Andy, I think Andy wants to do it a little longer. But then again, there was something in there that kind of told me that the end is kind of getting near.
That'd be hella interesting. The Browns, obviously. The Raiders, obviously. You think the Jets, who just told Aaron Glenn he's cool, you think that changes?
Could be.
That's a could be.
I mean, that's a could be. But like, I would look at that situation and look at John and say, do you want to take on that? Do you want to deal with that dude up there?
I agree with you.
You know what I'm saying?
Like, if you're John Harbaugh, you get to be pretty selective.
See, certain coaches can choose what they want. Two of them that I've been looking at, New York, Raiders.
I think
those two, are kind of.
Listen, I don't want to be morbid here, but I think, I don't know if you watched Hard Knocks last night, but it's been reported that John Mara is pretty sick, dealing with cancer. If you're John Mara and you're like, all right, I'm going to get this dude to put my franchise back on track, I think you feel great about that going forward.
Hell yeah.
Like, since they fired Coughlin, which they probably shouldn't have done in hindsight, it's been a mess up there. It's been a mess.
Yep.
And now you're getting somebody of that caliber, right? Somebody with the ring, somebody with the stability, leader of men, tactician, all those things.
Listen, you get around some coaches that are happy to be a coach in the NFL, and you get around other coaches who are there to work and get it done.
To win.
John is that dude.
Yeah, I think, to me, the Giants are the top of the list. As far as the organizations that maybe reach out, Buffalo's the 6th seed. All of a sudden, Buffalo was supposed to be the cream of the crop in the AFC East for a long time. All of a sudden, New England's back on top.
Yeah.
If you're the owner, if you're the Pagulas, and Sean has been good, do you want somebody that maybe has done it? I don't know that answer. But like when you think about what teams have reached out, I don't know that it'd be Buffalo. KC would be fascinating. The Raiders, the Jets, the Titans all make sense.
But you know where I'm at with that situation, OJ? They said 45 minutes after he retired, after he was fired, that happened. We way beyond 45 minutes now. Probably some other people already reached out too.
Look through the NFC. It's not Seattle. It's not Chicago. Any chance Howie called?
Howie Roseman?
Yeah.
Nah.
I don't think so either.
Nah, I don't think that one.
Okay. I don't think it'd be Carolina. It's certainly not the Rams. It's not the Niners. Could Green Bay have called? I doubt it. LaFleur's been great.
So, yeah.
Minnesota ain't calling. You got O'Connell. Detroit ain't calling.
I think the guys with quarterbacks, I don't know if John will be that guy. Because, I mean, the head coaches that are offensive-minded guys with a younger quarterback, younger level quarterback, I think those people would feel better with the offensive coach.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
That's why I think it's not Minnesota, it's not Detroit. I think Tampa's really interesting. Atlanta's obviously interesting. I don't think the Saints, after the season, the success they just had late in the year with Shook and Kellen Moore calling plays, the Giants, the Cardinals, those are all obvious ones. It seems to me John Harbaugh ends up with the New York Giants. That's just my gut all the way. But this is because the Rooney Rule really slows down the hiring process. And now there's a number of rules and stipulations in place for when and how you can talk to head coaching candidates that are coordinators on other playoff teams. Like the process goes slow now. Nobody's getting hired tomorrow. Even in Washington for these coordinator jobs, nothing's going to happen immediately. So if
2 weeks, probably you see some movements.
You can probably get your first hire done like that week after MLK, right? So that MLK's 2 weeks out, I think, like the week after, so January 23rd-ish. And it depends on what teams get knocked out of the playoffs and who becomes available for interviews and all that stuff. But all I'm saying is now that Harbaugh's on the market, I think some jobs that seemed okay, you're all right.
I think he gets hired first, and then everything starts to happen.
What I'm saying is I think some dudes could get fired that we weren't expecting still going into this weekend. And I think with Harbaugh out I think it's pretty interesting with Tomlin. What happens if Pittsburgh gets blown out Monday night by Houston? I think that job is Tomlin's as long as he wants it. That's always been kind of my read with Pittsburgh.
Mm-hmm.
But 6 weeks ago, there were fire Tomlin chants in the stands. You know?
It's been like that for 6 years.
Sure.
So-
And they haven't had playoff success in 10 years.
Mhm.
So I think those are kind of the last mysteries to me. Still, though, my gut says Harbaugh to the Giants.
When you
and-
look at a Harbaugh being fired, you know we always ask the question, who you going to hire? Who you going to hire that's much better than Harbaugh? Who you going to hire that's much better than Tomlin? When you start looking around, I understand, yes, we get tired and we want to hire somebody else and people push for it, but who the hell you going to get that's better?
Dog,
that question, I think, is a question that has never been answered when people ask that question, who you going to get this better? Especially for somebody of their level.
In college sports, you hear this all the time, fire the coach, fire the coach. Who are you going to get? Who you going to get? And Baltimore, I'm with you. I think the management up there, ownership up there, really patient, long-term view, have the right ideas, and eventually you need a change. I also wonder, late in the season, you started to hear the first public reporting of Lamar's shortcomings, I guess. There was an article in the Baltimore Sun by a dude that's been in Baltimore a long time, a respected columnist, saying Lamar's not a bad guy. He's just not that focused. There's different rules for Lamar and the organization and everybody else. And like when you start to have different rules for different people, sometimes that speaks to a fragmentation. To me, as I look at this, clearly the organization, like any talk of Lamar being traded, I bet is done now. Like whoever's coming into Baltimore is coming in with the clear marching order.
I want that dude.
That's our guy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I'm not sure that's the wrong decision, frankly. A dude of that talent, you got to keep him healthy, but that's the case around the NFL. I want to get into kind of what I've heard over the last 24 hours, specifically for the Washington coordinator jobs. And we're going to get to this. I know we want to dedicate some real time to it, but the Wiz, B.
I watched some of that one last night.
Sar.
Them dudes play, bro. They play.
And dude.
They play hard. They care about each other, but you can see they're pulling for each other. And when you got that type of little chemistry going, damn good things can happen.
They've now won, I believe, 3 of 4. They've won 5 of 7. Sar is balling.
Sar changes the other team's offense whenever they come in the paint close to him.
Totally, man. If you look at Alex Sar last night, so Paolo Banchero for the Magic was...
He shut him down.
Number 2 overall pick, right? Like, he was a big deal. Plus minus last night, he was a minus 22. What do you think Sar was?
Had to be plus something because he was 21 points, but about 11, 12, 13.
23 points, 7 boards,
Blocks,
5 blocks.
5 blocks, yeah.
Alex Sar last night was plus 23. Pretty darn good. Here's what I want to do. Let's have a real conversation about what happens next for the Washington Commanders. Where do you go from here at offensive coordinator, defensive coordinator? Nobody go anywhere. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley.
This sports update is brought to you by Foley Mechanical. The Commanders will be in search of a pair of new coordinators as the team has parted ways with offensive coordinator Cliff Kingsbury and fired defensive coordinator Joe Witt Jr. Kingsbury is expected to interview for the open head coaching positions with the Giants and the Titans per Yahoo Sports. Offensive line coach Bobby Johnson also let go. But the huge news from last night, the Ravens stunned the league by parting ways with head coach John Harbaugh. That job now becomes probably the most attractive vacancy of the bunch, and John Harbaugh definitely becomes the most attractive head coach candidate. Football season's heating up. Is your house? Call Dan at Foley Mechanical. From HVAC to boilers to radiator heat, they're the pros across D.C., Maryland, and Virginia. Privately owned and proudly installing Amana. Foley Mechanical, no gimmicks, just game-ready comfort. Visit FoleyMechanical.com. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
There goes my girl. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Busy day. Couple days here in the NFL. Black Monday was significant yesterday. A whole bunch of coaches got fired. In Washington, the head coach made it through, and I don't think that's a big surprise. But what happens next is of the foremost matter. And B, I think we got to talk a little bit about Dan Quinn's decision yesterday or Sunday night or, hell, maybe a month ago, right? Because what DQ has done, I mean, it's year 2. And year 1 was great and year 2 was bad.
Mm-hmm.
You got to give Quinn some credit or point out that he's a little bit nuts, whichever way you want to look at it. In a self-preservation league, if DQ's primary focus was to be here as long as he could, and I kind of think we saw that with Ron, frankly, that the focus was to make sure I can stick around, right? If DQ's focus was to stay here as long as he could, firing Witt was always going to happen. Once you pulled play calling from him midway through the season, and the numbers, frankly, just the eye test of this defense has been poor for 2 years. It became very clear. Witt was going to get fired. Period. Full stop. Firing Kingsbury puts significant pressure on Quinn.
Yeah.
Because you're now 2 years in, and now you got to rebuild your whole staff. And if you get another really bad year, it's like, well, dude, are we sure you can run this program? Because now you've already had to overhaul your staff. The record now for DQ in Washington is 17-17. Exactly 500.
Yeah.
With another bad year, that record's going to drop well below 500. And with another bad year, the memories of that incredible 24 run to the NFC title game are a lot further in the rear view. And so I applaud Quinn for making a move, because the reality is, if he doesn't make the move, next year he could say, okay, I got to rebuild this offense. Give me a year. That may or may not work, but at least it gives him an out. This year, he's kind of putting it on the table and saying, all right, I'm going to rebuild this now so we can win now. And I think he deserves some credit for it.
But I don't think it's that simple. I don't think it's all about Dan Quinn making all the moves. I think this is they state Dan gets the final say on the coaching staff, but I believe that this is a effort that decision that came to by more than one person.
I agree with that.
And I believe that it was like there are people that want to say, well, you knew who he was when you hired him, all that type of stuff. No. I know what he told me he was going to do, and I know what I've seen, but then when we have discussions and you keep doing what you want to do, then we got to make a decision. And I think that's kind of what got to this point. And let's be real, like sometimes people say what they need to say to get the job. And then when they get the job, they say, well, I'm going to do something else. Especially when you would get money from other teams. Now that changes up a little bit, and then the other team has the power and the control now. He might have had it early. He don't have it now.
I think after having a bunch of conversations last night, I think the reporting was the relationship deteriorated between Adam Peters and Cliff Kingsbury.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not saying I think that can be true, but I think the relationship had also deteriorated with Dan Quinn and Cliff Kingsbury. And I think at some point you wonder if DQ asked for things to look a different way, and they didn't.
Well, based off of my knowledge of pro football for the amount of years I've been around it now, 20 plus years,
right?
Offenses and defenses work in they try to work together. I saw an offense that worked separate or whatever. It just wanted to do what it wanted to do. When your defense is not as good, you damn sure don't want to be running fast pace and giving the ball right back to the other team quickly like that. And that happened consistently.
Yep.
When you have a hell of a running game, you lean on it. You don't leave it. And I know we went through the stuff yesterday. You said that they were damn near even when it came to runs and passes. But there were games where they were running the ball, running the snot out the damn ball in the first half. They get in the second half, and they say, hell with that run. And guys a running back ended up with 11 carries, 10 carries, 8 carries, averaging 7-8 yards a carry. Why the hell he didn't have 20? And if I look at a defensive coach, like when I was with Jim Johnson and with Jim and Joe, Richie Pettibone and Joe, and then Jim Johnson and Andy, I watch those dudes have these defensive, offensive meetings all the time to game plan how we're going to try to approach certain things. Watching the games, I'm looking at that ain't work. That damn sure ain't working. If they had the meetings, the show not going out and doing what they wanted to do.
Well, and
that's me seeing stuff, like watching it, and I've heard other people that I know have a very good feel of this offense-defense thing saying exactly the same thing when we didn't have discussions prior.
Totally. And I think you wonder if there weren't conversations about that and it just wasn't heard, wasn't heeded, wasn't listened to.
Yeah.
And when you see a move like this, and so folks made a big point out of, and myself included, Dan Quinn got asked about Cliff Kingsbury in the end-of-season presser on Monday night, and he gave no answer.
Mm-hmm.
Go back the week before, because I did. Dan Quinn got asked about Cliff going into the Philly game. He also gave no answer. Whatever's going on there, I don't believe something just happened Sunday night after the Eagles game and there was a decision made. And I think if you're Quinn, let's be very real about Dan Quinn. He is, I can 100% go back 2 years now. I can 100% see when Josh Harris and Bob Myers and Adam Peters brought Quinn in to be interviewed for the head coaching job. Knowing Quinn now, knowing how he talks about putting the building together, putting the staff together, putting the team together, building a team first. Knowing that, I could see him knocking your socks off in an interview.
Mm-hmm.
I can totally see that. And I think, for going back to the coaching search conversation, I think the team, when they got done with their interview with Quinn, they ended up liking him way more than they expected, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's how he became a very serious contender for that job. And then other things happen. McDonald goes to Seattle. Ben Johnson tells him to turn the plane around. Whatever else happens, it ends up being Quinn. If you're Dan Quinn, who is a realistic person and understands life in the NFL, he's probably not getting another gig after this. The reality is he's got to win, and he's got to win now. And if he knows this offense is not how I'm going to win going forward, make the move now. Don't wait. Don't wait another year and let it go further sideways or further impact your team or further impact your young quarterback. All those things. Like, I can applaud DQ for making the move now because it increases the pressure on him, and I think he's comfortable in that role.
Yeah.
So what do you do next? I think defensively, there's not a lot of secrets to this. I think there are two far and away leading contenders to get the D coordinator job. Ironically, They were both in Atlanta. I think it's either going to be Raheem Morris or Jeff Ulbrich. Both have strong ties to Dan Quinn. Both have been defensive guys. Raheem was the head coach. Ulbrich was the D coordinator. With Raheem, to your earlier point, B, Raheem's 2 years into what is probably, I assume he got a 5-year deal, making good money. Maybe Raheem doesn't want to take that immediate step back and be a DC again.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe Raheem wants to sit out a year or see if he gets another call. I don't know those things. Ulbrich, I imagine, as a D coordinator, Ulbrich got the one window at a interim job when the Jets fired Saleh, when basically Aaron Rodgers fired Saleh 2 years ago.
Yeah.
That whole thing was just a disaster.
Totally.
You know, the Atlanta defense this past year was way better than they've been in a long time. And the thing that stands out to me most from that Atlanta defense, that is a team that hasn't been able to rush the passer in decades. And last year they were. Now they added some talent. They drafted 2 pass rushers early, but there was a schematic commitment to going to get the quarterback that I liked from that Atlanta defense. And when you hear Adam Peters Monday night talk about the only 2 things Peters said of any concrete nature, we need a pass rusher and we got to get a Tunsil deal done. So if you've got the front office saying, yo, we know we need pass rush, and you've got the head coach now looking at a new defensive coordinator, somebody to call the defenses, and you look to Atlanta, and I'm not saying they were great. Statistically, they were middle of the pack. They were 15th in yards allowed, 19th in points allowed. I think some of the points allowed stuff was offense that turned it over a lot. But they got after the passer, and I think that is what this team is trying to create. They also generated turnovers at a high level. Now, some of that is extremely fluky. I don't think you can count on turnovers year over year. But I think
I can tell you one thing about turnovers. If you can't get pressure on the quarterback, you're not going to get none.
Exactly.
You're not going to get a lot of them. I promise you that. So, I listen, man. However this stuff works out, in the NFL right now, the quarterback in the passing game is as prevalent as any. And the way you combat that, you have somebody who can put pressure and harass the hell out of them on a consistent basis. And yes, we've had guys who can come out there and do it this game, that game. We haven't had a guy who every game you have to game plan for. And I think that's the game plan. And whether it's Dan calling the plays or whoever the new defense coordinator coming in here, they have to make that step and have a person like that on the roster. If you can get 2 of them, you need people who can harass and disrupt the flow of an offense. You can't have 7-on-7 happen on Sundays. And we've seen some of that over the damn last few weeks.
And I think, and we've discussed this, but I think with Washington's roster, especially with their roster by Halloween with all the injuries, I don't think Buddy Ryan's generating a pass rush. Like, a lot of that pressure needs to be on the personnel, talent evaluation, players you bring in.
Yeah, and see, and that's the
players are always going to be more important than coaches.
That is the disconnect of where sports is today. We lean on one thing and we don't lean on the other. The coaches coach who the hell they sign and they bring in. And if you bring in something and you tell me this is supposed to be that and they're not that, I get judged off of that guy. So, yes, personnel has to get better at the people that they give to the coaches as well.
100%.
You know, and if you go and you get one more guy, you got Dorrance, and we saw what Martin has done, you start to see the semblance of what you can have. You know what I mean? But to me, pass rush doesn't just start on the edge. Pass rush start in the interior as well. Because when most quarterbacks have success, they step up in the pocket, they slide. If he has no way to step up to, you know what can happen? The guy's coming off the edge can hit him in the back of his head more often than not. But when he can step up and let you go pass and slide because you're not getting pressure up the middle, that affects pass rush more than anything in the world. So, yes, we need to get some edge rushers, but we need to get more violence up the middle.
Violence is what you need. I don't think the defensive side of the football is that complicated. I kind of think it's going to be Raheem or Ulbrich. if something happens and those guys end up elsewhere. I know folks are going to talk about Jim Schwartz. Browns ownership is saying they want to keep him. I don't think Brian Flores ends up here. I think he ends up staying in Minnesota, or maybe Jerry just throws an outrageous amount of money at him. What we know about Josh Harris from his days in Philadelphia with the Sixers, and frankly from when he took over the Washington job, he doesn't love paying people not to work. So if he's already paying Witt and Kingsbury, whatever these deals look like, there's going to be other coaches, there's going to be other staff that gets changed out here. I don't see him going top of the market to go get Schwartz or Flores when you already have a defensive-minded head coach. It'd be one thing if they loved their offensive-minded head coach and then they needed a new DC, but you're paying Quinn X. I don't think isn't there an argument that to get Flores out of Minnesota, you have to pay him more than Quinn? Like, how much is he going to make to get out for Minnesota to say, you know what, you can walk. We're not going to match it.
It comes down to, like, if they match it, then there's nothing you can really do.
But that's got to be a huge number to get him out of there.
The deal automatically comes down to what is role going to be. And that would have to be D coordinator, assistant head coach.
Right.
And I don't know how many people are that powerful to just bring that in like that.
Here's what I want to talk about, because I think it's far more interesting. What's going to happen offensively? What's going to happen with David Blau? Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
B. Mitch here. It's a new year and a new ride. And I'm excited to tell you that Law Tigers, the motorcycle lawyers, have teamed up with Harley-Davidson of D.C. and your Washington Capitals to give away a custom, one-of-a-kind Capitals Harley-Davidson. This incredible bike has been signed by the entire team. So start the year in the saddle and enter at capsfansbike.com. That's capsfansbike.com. And remember, when you ride protected with the Law Tigers. Call 1-800-LAW-TIGERS or visit lawtigers.com. Calfus and Knockman, Olivia Donahue.
When you gonna bring it? Neil Greenberg's going to join us in about 10 minutes from the Washington Post. B, I want to circle back to this because I think it needs to be a much bigger conversation. So maybe we'll do that later in the program and let folks call in. Really interesting news last night. Jaden Daniels came out and said how much he loved playing for Cliff. Dan Quinn and Adam Peters said, we're involving Jaden in every decision. I got a hunch that before the news came out about Cliff, Jaden knew. Yeah. I think these guys understand that Jaden is the crown jewel of the franchise, and they want to be upfront and honest with him. Mm-hmm. And I'd be shocked if Jaden didn't know Cliff was on the way out.
I'll say this. You think I didn't know coaches that I liked dealing with that a team was about to let go? And if you ask me in the media what I feel about him, I enjoy playing for him. But I can't control whether he get fired or not, right?
Right.
I can't control if the people that are paying me and him decide to let him go. So it's very, very logical that Jaden could love playing for him, but also understood what's going on and could probably feel damn good about the fact that you say, well, okay, we let you know, and we're going to also talk to you about other stuff. We're not saying we're going to let you make the decision, but we're going to give you that respect and that level of courtesy. Makes a world of difference.
Absolutely. And for those that want to point out Jaden's mom's tweet about, Jaden and Cliff reloading for 26, and, what does that mean? Go back in time to the Robert era when his family was actually in charge of coaching decisions. That wasn't the right way to do things.
Yeah.
And they'll have to have a conversation with Regina and deal with all that. But, there is no way Jaden wasn't aware of what they were doing.
Mm-hmm.
And
they could have been looking forward to working together in year 3, and then they went and told him something. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I don't necessarily see that as anywhere close to what Robert family was doing. Or I didn't think they were trying to give it yeah.
It just shows how different everything was.
Yeah,
when people try to make that false comparison,
different.
It's different.
Yeah.
All that said, Cliff is out. Tavita Pritchard left in November to go take the Stanford job. I think there's real questions. What else happens in that quarterback room that was so tight-knit and positive? And now you've got Detroit requesting an interview for David Blau to be their offensive coordinator. You and I have talked a lot. I've been really high on Blau. I didn't know how fast his name would go up, but I thought there was a real possibility. Go back to August. I said this on the air, that Cliff would get a new job. He would take some of their assistants with him, and Blau would have an opportunity at that job.
Mm-hmm.
Now, would that be a big jump for a young guy that has not called plays before? Absolutely.
Yeah.
But the fact that Detroit is asking for the interview is pretty telling that league-wide, other people are at least want to hear what it would look like.
Yeah, yeah. And Washington can say, hey, go talk to him. Give us a final say.
Well, they get it because he's under contract, right?
I'm just saying, so the thing of it is that's cool. But also, sometimes you need somebody else to be interested in you for the place where you're at to start moving a little quicker.
Absolutely. And if you think about Blau, this is a guy that was with Cliff in Arizona, right? He had some experience there. He also was in Detroit with Ben Johnson. This is a dude who played on 2 different teams, but was in the NFL under a lot of different spots on practice squads.
Mm-hmm.
People talk about what system do you run. Blau might come in with truly his own system because he's been in so many places and experienced so much different
Pull
stuff.
a little bit from everything.
Right. And then, you go past that. I posted this clip last night on my Facebook page from Hard Knocks. David Blau was running the quarterback meeting. Brian Johnson was in there, obviously, but he's now the quarterback's coach, right? When Tavita moved on, Blau got promoted. I don't think they made that official, but it was a de facto promotion. And he's going around the room Josh Johnson and Marcus Mariota are talking about gratitude for everything, and Jaden spoke, and he said, what I've realized this year is all the great ones, all the successful players overcome adversity. And I think that was really telling in that moment. And I've seen Jaden and Blau are super tight. Now, that should not dictate who gets to be the head coach, but in a room that's had a lot of turnover, some their decision, some the coach's decision, there might be value to that.
Some level of consistency has to happen.
Right.
And if that person is not only good and up and coming and has that type of consistent relationship, you may lean on that sometimes. Because some of the best play callers out there believe in their system more than they do the person sometimes. And they want to dictate and say, this is what you're going to do. I know what you do well, but this is what I'm going to have you do. And that can cause problems. If you got two younger people coming along the same way and they work hand in hand, which means we're both trying to help each other get to that point, that could be a great, great match. You know what I'm saying? And Blau, like you and I were standing next to each other in the tunnel after the Philly game.
Yeah.
And he's like, that's what I'm talking about, JB. And I know some of the guys come off the field very stoic, like, oh, just in the game. When you watch a coach, and I was watching him, when you go out there and you work at something and you get what you were working at, it's hard as hell to win in this league. And he has an energy that I like. You know what I mean? I'm not going to sit up here and act like I'm not happy about a win just because a fan think I should. Hell, I know how hard it takes, how hard it is to go out there and get it done. And they went out there and his third string quarterback made some bad plays early, but came down the stretch and did everything he was supposed to do. And that would make me feel damn good. So I could see that type of energy being something that's infectious going forward.
I want to open the phone lines up about David Blau a little later in the program. When we return, Neil Greenberg joins us.
Let's do some math. There are 7 head coaching vacancies in the NFL right now after the Ravens fired John Harbaugh. His agent said that he received calls from 7 different teams expressing interest in Harbaugh 45 minutes after the news broke. So if you carry the one and do a little math, that means that there is an NFL team out there right now considering firing their own coach for a shot at John Harbaugh. So who could that be? The easy answers are the Dolphins or the Buccaneers. Maybe Jerry Jones makes an aggressive move for the Cowboys. Or could the Bengals move on from Zach Taylor after they marked him safe and seduce Harbaugh with star quarterback Joe Burrow and the idea that he gets to coach against his former team twice a year? I mean, it's great for the plot. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. It is time for the Neil Greenberg podcast. That's right. Once a week, Washington Post sports writer, analytics expert, fantasy gambling freak, Mr. Neil Greenberg joins the program, and we get to get smarter. What's up, Greenberg? How are you, buddy?
I'm doing great. Happy New Year.
Same to you, brother.
Let's start. There's a lot for us to cover. But I saw you had a tweet over the weekend, I believe, where you wanted to explain to fans. This feels like 8 years ago because of all the coaching drama that has since happened. But you wanted to explain to fans why you did not believe the winning the Eagles game and going from 5th to 7th in the NFL draft was that big of a deal.
Yeah, so I'm seeing some people being upset, and I get it. A higher draft pick is usually better, but there's a couple things at play here. Number one, the Commanders already got the most difficult piece to get in the draft as far as a franchise quarterback, right? They have Jayden Daniels. I understand what happened this year, but like he's the guy, right? He's definitely the guy next year, and we'll have to wait and see what happens from that. That's number one. Number two is we know from years and years and years that it's very difficult to win the draft consistently, right? No team is better at drafting than any other team over time. There's a lot of variables that go into it. And especially when you take out the quarterbacks from the equation, you're looking at just non-quarterbacks. Number one, the difference between the 5th and 7th pick isn't that great. Number two, while the average number 5 pick may perform better, and I've thought about this on the show before, the noise in those numbers are very, very large. Because it's hard to quantify. Like, how do you compare a left guard to a defensive tackle, right? Like, how do you compare a wide receiver to a safety? We just don't have nuanced tools enough to adequately or definitively say that one player is better than the other if they're very close. I do believe players drafted at 5 and 7 are very close. So there's going to be a good player there. They're probably both going to be top 10 players in the draft. Yep. When we look at it down the road, they may both even be top 5 players. So we just don't know. There's just a lot that we don't know when it comes to drafting and draft evaluation, and we certainly won't know until a couple of years have passed.
And if you don't know, and many people in the same position that you do don't know, I know that the people that's making all the comments on social media don't know either. I mean, they just look at the 5 and the 7 and they say, "Oh man, 5 would be better than 7." There's some 7 rounds that were better than the 5th rounds in that year.
Absolutely.
I mean, 7. There was some 7 picks that was better than the 5th picks. And I think the ultimate thing is people get so caught up in just going with narratives instead of really allow this thing to go through. Because what if the teams in front of you are not looking for a certain position, and they draft the other position, and then you get the best at the position you're looking for?
Yes.
I don't think it makes a difference.
Right, and there's so many. I mean, look, let's just look at the two extremes, right? You have Chase Young taken at number 2, and you have Tom Brady taken in the 6th round, right?
Yes.
Like there's you don't know what you have until you know what you have, and like you said, if the first 4 picks. This is just hypothetical, but if the first 4 picks were quarterbacks, and Washington doesn't need a quarterback, they need a defensive end, then that's just a different equation, and there's just so much that goes into it. And again, evaluating football players when they do such different things on the field, it's very difficult to make an apples-to-apples comparison, even on something that seems so simple as the number 5th to number 7th pick. Now, we try to do it, and we have some good ideas, and we can kind of give some general guidelines, but, let's face it, like we cannot with any certainty say that a 5th pick at X position is going to be better or worse than the 7th pick at a different position 4 or 5 years from now. Like, if we could do that, then we would be in having different conversations. We're just not able to do that yet.
We'd be like Biff in Back to the Future 2.
Exactly. Like that's we're not there yet. I wish we were, but we are not even close to there.
All right. Well, fast forwarding one day in Commander's time, and a lot has changed. There's zero surprise Joe Witt was fired. That was widely expected. He got demoted midway through the season. That kind of tells you what's going to happen. The Cliff Kingsbury news was, on some level, surprising, and on some level, a really big step for Dan Quinn. What do you make of that decision?
Well, I think the destination would have been the same no matter what, right? Cliff Kingsbury moving on to something else. There's been talk that he's been being evaluated for another head coaching position. There's certainly a lot of head coaching positions that are open. He's shown what he can do with a young offense, especially one with a quarterback. So the fact that he's not with Washington anymore, I don't think is the surprising part. I think the surprising parts of this were the first part was Dan Quinn's presser when asked about Kingsbury directly and kind of didn't give him any sort of anything, right? I mean, there wasn't even we're happy he's here, we love what he's done, or even, I can understand why he's under consideration for head coaching positions or why teams would be interested. I mean, there was nothing. And that was surprising. That was the most surprising thing of the whole presser, in my opinion. And then, we're starting to get word about a fallout between Dan Quinn and Cliff Kingsbury. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't know how you can look at this offense with all the missing pieces for the amount of time that they had, key missing pieces, and evaluate it with any certainty. I mean, philosophically, okay, I get it. Maybe there's a philosophical difference, but I don't know if you want to go in the direction that Dan Quinn seems to be saying to go, which is run the ball more. I think they've already run it probably too much in a lot of different situations. I get a lot of flack on Twitter, like, oh, you have to look at running backs versus quarterbacks. And, I got news for you. Running backs rushing the football is not efficient. It hasn't been efficient for a while. What's pumped up a lot of the rushing numbers overall are the quarterbacks rushing the football. That has become more efficient. So, again, I mean, there's a lot that goes into an NFL offense, starting with, who you have on your team and what you're able to do, and then who you're playing, et cetera. I just think that this is kind of a mess, and I'm not so sure they can get someone better than Kingsbury. Maybe they get someone as good, but, who knows? We'll have to wait and see. And no matter what, it's a huge step, and it really does put a lot more focus on Dan Quinn going into this next season.
It may put a lot of focus on Dan, but you know what? I may not be an analytics guy, but I have eyes. And my eyes tell me in those games I watch, they throw the ball too damn much, okay? In a situation where you didn't have the people that you thought you were going to have, and a lot of those passes are way less than a run. And when they had the running backs running the ball effectively, he wouldn't stick to it. But what I've learned about football is you have to make adjustments to stuff.
Yes.
And if every time you do something, if people sitting in the press box are calling out your plays, the defensive coordinator damn sure know what's coming. And I don't see that he made any adjustments. And as you watch Cliff coming into here, they said that Cliff Kingsbury, after a year, his offense is figured out. But if you keep putting your quarterback in harm's way, and he could be a head coach or whatever, going forward, he going to have to adjust some stuff, or he going to keep running into these same problems.
Without a doubt. And, you know, adjusting in the NFL is probably the most important trait you can have as a head coach, and I would even say a front office, right? Because, you know, again, everything happens in real time, and defenses are getting better and better at disguising their coverage. I forget which quarterback talked about that on Twitter, but had like a really great breakdown of how that's changed. And, you know, again, if you're a coach that can't make those adjustments, that's a problem. If you don't have the personnel to make those adjustments, that's a problem. You know, and as far as Kingsbury, I mean, he had his second and third string offense for most of the year. So, you know, if defenses were able to dictate their will against them, I'm not saying I give them a pass, but I think it's explainable, and the bar should at least be lowered a little bit in terms of evaluation, right? I mean, like I don't think it's fair to evaluate an offensive coordinator on his performance if he doesn't have all the key ingredients that you thought he would have going into the season. But again, I mean, it's football, man, and you know, I'm not going to even come close to trying to explain the game to you guys, but just in general, you know, you're lining up in front of someone that's trying to stop what you do, and quite simply, if they make a move one way or the other, you know, that completely changes what you're going to do, and that's why we talk about vision and football IQ, et cetera.
Mm-hmm.
You know, being able to adjust to that in real time. That's difficult. I mean, that's probably a second most difficult thing after trying to hit a baseball, you know, that's coming at you at 100 miles an hour. So, you know, I think that we as a group, public at large, are very hard on football players because, one, it's easy. There's no repercussions. And two, you know, we have a voice and we get the engagement by people telling us either how smart or how dumb we are. But, man, football's tough. And, you know, you got to, you know, it's hard. It's just hard, and it's hard to quantify, and it's hard to explain, and I think it's hard to evaluate unless you know exactly what the game plan was going in.
Yep.
And again, you know, every player's assignment. I mean, there's just so much intricacies over it.
Everybody could do it from the couch.
Yeah,
because they get the slowed down version on TV, and then the people on the analysts on TV tell them what they were trying to do. Then they could go on social media and act like they're smart. But at that split-second decision, it ain't that easy.
Yeah.
Talking with our friend Neil Greenberg here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude makes the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Greenberg, I think I agree with you that DQ has upped the pressure on himself, and I think, honestly, he's fine with that because he knows this is his last chance. He's not going to get a third job. They've got to win in another down year where whether he thinks Cliff's offense got stale or that it's not going to keep the quarterback healthy, whatever it is, he arrived at that decision and I think is comfortable with it. Where do you think they go next? Because I think that's, at this point, the far more interesting side of this.
You mean where they go in terms of, like, their outlook?
No,
who are they going to get?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know who they're going to get because I don't know who's available, and I don't know like who wants the job, right? I mean, how much is Dan Quinn going to be a part of everything? You know, is he going to continue doing the defensive side? Is he just going to try to get two more smart people in the room and let them do their thing? Who are they going to have available? Like, what's the offensive identity even going to look like? I mean, what is Debo going to be there? What is the running back room going to look like? Who are they getting in the draft, et cetera? I do think, though, that they need to I agree with people when they say they should run under center more. That's fine. I agree with all that. I just don't. It gets me nervous when a defensive-minded head coach talks about running the football more, because I don't think that that's efficient in the NFL, and I don't see Washington being able to improve both on the offensive line and in the backfield enough where they could, be like the Saquon Barkley with the Eagles, right, or Derrick Henry, or something along those lines where they're opening up gaping holes and they have a workhorse back there. That takes a lot of capital, and now
I do think there's a difference between like wanting to run the ball more and like
the threat of it.
And just be. I mean, the predictability with the offense became a real thing. I mean, B for months was screaming about the bubble screen that they just kept running.
And that's in stark contrast to last year too. They were one of the best at being unpredictable.
And I think there is, if you want to boil everything down to in the modern NFL, you have to pass to run, not run to pass. Like, I can understand conceptually where you're going with that, but I think that paints far too broad of a brush with what the problems were that don't show up just straight numerically with Washington's offense.
That's fair. The other challenge, though, is getting that unit to the point where they can be a threat, but also realizing that a lot of the draft capital that I think needs to be spent on the defensive side of the ball.
Mm-hmm.
So how much can you do that? I mean, if you have this same group with some minor improvements, and let's say less Debo Samuel, who was a threat to run at some points, how much can you put the defense on, like camouflage your stuff and really confuse a defense? I don't know. We have to wait and see what it looks like. But just looking at what's happened this year, I don't know if the offense is going to be able to take a large step up outside of getting healthier, right? Like, that's obviously going to improve the offense just by having Jaden Daniels under center, Terry McLaurin in camp from the beginning. But I just don't know how much the offense can improve just based on what the other needs are around the team.
I'm going to give you a little homework thing for me, Neil. Take 20 plays of a team running from under center, quarterback turning his back, putting the ball into the gut of the running back, and give me 20 plays in that shotgun, that pistol position, whatever, and watch the effect, how it affects the linebacker. And I guarantee you that quarterback under center turning his back is going to get much more of a pull than that guy in the center, and I think that right there can dictate however a play is going to go at the end.
That's true. I mean, and the play action type stuff is definitely a part of what can help an offense. And, again, making you only have half a second at most to confuse the defense.
Yeah.
While they're also trying to confuse you. And, it's tough. But you also need guys that are threatening, right? And if the offensive line, the running back that you have that you're working with aren't threatening, and I think Washington's running backs did fine. I think they did better than people give them credit for. Mm-hmm. I think C-Rod was probably the better of the two in terms of efficiency. But I don't know if you're going to strike fear in the heart of a defense with them. But you can absolutely do it if you have everybody back and Jaden's a threat to run and your running backs are a threat to run and, Jaden's slinging the ball like you did a year ago, et cetera. That accelerates everything, and then we might be having a very different conversation.
Greenberg, we got a boogie, man. Always appreciate you, bro. How about the Wizards?
I love you guys. Talk to you soon.
All right, man.
See you, buddy. That's our friend Neil Greenberg, noted Wizards fan. Here's what we're going to do. I want to open the phone lines up. We've got fresh reporting that I'm not sure we're all going to agree with, but fresh reporting about the Commanders situation that looks pretty damn messy from Bleacher Report. Nobody go anywhere. Bacon sandwich. Hey, it's JP Finley, and Brian Mitchell's about to cost me some money because yesterday we were talking about Paul Henry, and B. Mitch is like, Jay, you know Paul can do all kinds of work for you. It's not just windows and doors. And guess who was listening to that segment? Paul. My beautiful wife. And she said, let's call Paul Henry. There's plenty we need to do at this house. Whatever it is you need to do, Paul Henry's done a tremendous job for me. Done all the windows, all the doors in my house, rebuilt my sunroom, gave us a ton of new space in the house. And what I always appreciate working with Paul is when there were more expensive options, he didn't always try to upsell. In certain spots, he said, yeah, you need to pay for that because that's your bedroom and you want it to stay warm. But in other spots, you can go down a notch or two, save a little cash because it's not as imperative. It's a family-owned business, and they take care of you like family. Call Paul this month. You get $100 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $500 off each door.
Well, I think what we're finding out is that the best way to get any information is word of mouth. And I think what you can do, Lauren, you just call me instead of trying to talk to your husband because he doesn't really know how to just do that. We have his Paul's phone number. We can call him at any time, ask questions. And what I did, when I talked to Paul and I started looking at the outdoor windows and outdoor doors, I started figuring you could do stuff inside. I ask questions. He say, I do this, that, and the other. If you were to ever go down to his warehouse, you can see that they do all types of things, definitely doors. So reach out to Paul right now, and you'll receive $100 off each window with the 5-window minimum and $500 off each door. Contact Paul Henry's Window Installation today and tell him B. Mitch and Finley sent you. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice.
The Commanders and offensive coordinator Cliff Kingsbury mutually agreed to part ways after he met with head coach Dan Quinn. Meanwhile, the team fired defensive coordinator Joe Witt Jr., but that had long been expected after he was taken off of play calling duties. Kingsbury, though, is expected to explore some head coaching opportunities, including the Titans, who have already asked to interview him. And a bit of college news, Alabama quarterback Ty Simpson is entering the NFL draft, according to ESPN. He is viewed as the number 3 quarterback in this draft class behind Indiana's Fernando Mendoza and Oregon's Dante Moore. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
All right, B, we haven't had one of these in a while. But now we got one.
What we got?
Jordan Schultz has been on the program before.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of works for himself. Hosts a podcast with Draymond Green.
Mm-hmm.
Jordan Schultz, 15 minutes ago, tweeted out, sources. Part of the issue the Commanders have had in the building is the front office meddling with the coaching staff on personnel and which players to use, an ongoing problem dating back to 2024 when they were having success. With the team struggling this year, it reached new heights and there were notable disagreements. Moreover, I have not gotten the impression Dan Quinn wanted to move on from his coordinators. The entire disconnect is one to watch as we head into 2026. There's a lot of bleep going on there, a source said. What do you make of it?
I can't say I totally agree with what I'm hearing right there, because if you look at who was playing and who wasn't playing and how they were performing, how would you believe somebody else was telling them that person had to play?
If the front office was meddling, wouldn't they push for younger players?
I would think. So listen, bro. When things go wrong for certain people, some accept it as adults and move forward to the next one. And some decide, okay, well, if I'm out, I'm going to blow the whole damn thing up. So when I hear sources, source don't mean source to me anymore all the time. Sometimes source mean SS. The last word is starter. Okay? And that happens at this level. And let's be real. Okay? I understand media, and we want to give everybody credit for being a damn good reporter, but some people like to just go with the stuff. And I don't know if I buy that one 100%.
I don't know, man. Is there some S going on in the building? Yeah, they just fired both their coordinators. And according to Nikki Javala, also fired their O-line coach. I think you could argue the offensive line was
probably as good as they come.
The best unit in that building.
Yeah.
Outside of their punt and kick coverage units. You know what I mean? If the front office is meddling, one, I believe, like the DQ Adam Peters relationship is super tight. I believe that. I see that. Like I know that, right? Those guys are talking all the time about.
So who are they meddling with? Okay, if the front office is meddling, are they going around DQ and go to other position coaches? So if those two guys have a great relationship and they don't shy away from saying they communicate about a lot of stuff. And DQ has said he has the final say. So the question would be, if it's a discord, who are they talking to besides DQ?
The only thing that I at least question looking at this report from Jordan Schultz, who again is kind of a self-employed dude. Jordan Schultz is a very different reporter than somebody with the ESPN or NFL Network or The Athletic or something. This is a different beast here.
Mhm.
I'm not knocking the reporting because he's been right about stuff. I know Jordan was the only national reporter when we were at Eastern Motors with Terry McLaurin. Like, he has serious relationships around the league. The only thing I can wonder, because I was surprised by Bobby Johnson getting fired. I don't know if you were. The Kingsbury stuff, by the time we got to the finish line on it, wasn't a surprise. In fact, yesterday, you and I texted in the morning. We were waiting for it to happen, and we weren't sure if it would happen while we were on the air or not, right? You draft Coleman. He plays left tackle for you for the rookie season. Admirably. Not always great, but admirably.
Mhm.
Then you trade for Tunsil. Then you draft Connerly with the plan of Coleman being your left guard. A few weeks in, Coleman can't get it done. You go to Chris Paul.
Mhm.
Coleman's inactive. Eventually, Coleman works his way back up into active status. Eventually, Tunsil misses some time. I think Coleman fills in on the left side pretty well. I can see the front office caring about how that all worked out, how everything was going on the offensive line. And I wouldn't think much about that until last night. Your line coach was fired, even though that group performed at about the best of any group.
They perform well, but I'm going to ask this question.
Now, that may be stretching too far. I don't know. But
I'm going to ask this simple question. Who you saw playing over somebody that wasn't playing, thinking that somebody was forcing them to play?
I don't, but I wonder.
That's what I'm saying. Like, that reporting right there make me ask a question. And I am going through, as much as I've seen, who played that shouldn't have been playing and somebody else was so great behind them.
I don't know that answer. But if you were to look and try to come up with conspiracy theories here, as the year progressed, and Ben Sennett was a third-round pick, and he's not getting any playing time, and the offensive coordinator, who's since been fired, is sticking with the veteran who he brought here. Remember, Zach Ertz was the first dude they signed. Cliff traded for Ertz in Arizona. Maybe that's one eventually the front office is like, yo, why isn't the kid playing?
But the question I would ask about that is...
You're asking me where could it be, and I'm trying to come up with thoughts.
That's where I come from, because I like Ben Sennett too. And I know after he caught one pass for a long period... See, every time he goes on the field, he performed. But did you watch the last game? Okay? And there were 3 plays in a row that were negative. And I think what people don't look at is the overall of what you're doing on the field. Not one play here, one play there. Still, the question would be, should Ben be playing before Zach? Before Zach got hurt? I doubt it. Seriously. So I don't understand that one right there. So I don't know if that's somebody throwing a grenade on the way out and say, if I'm going down, I'm taking everything with me. But I would understand it if I knew somebody that this guy is a ball buster. Why is he not out there?
Totally, man. I mean,
like, listen, I'm not a conspiracy theorist, and I don't just jump on stuff. If I know factually some things are happening, I love to discuss it at a high level. But I am going through every position that I could think about, and I don't think nobody was sitting on the bench that needed to be on the football field.
I agree with you. I believe in meritocracy and guys forcing their way out there, right?
Yes.
But this is interesting because it's hard to not think. I think Cliff will go high road throughout this. I don't think we're ever going to publicly hear from Cliff, period. But if you're a representative for Cliff Kingsbury and you'd like your guy to get a head coaching job, you got to cover your tracks a little. Hey, we're going to get some interviews here. We got to make sure that our side of events is out there. I don't know that that's the case.
No,
but
I understand that, but you know what?
When you look at this, all of a sudden, the only national report that emerged last weekend was that there was beef between Cliff and AP. And now this report is, hey, man, a lot of people think the front office is meddling with the coaching staff too much. There seems to be a consistency there. For me, how much do you believe it's chaotic over there and there's real trouble? Or do you think this is DQ pressing the reset button, running his own building, recognizing he's got to get better?
I don't think it's chaotic, but I will say this. I don't ever think that it's just the one person that is doing stuff. I think anytime a decision of that magnitude is made, it's a group thing. It's not one person. So, no, I don't. I've been around too often. And if there were chaos, I would have seen some chaos. But I can tell you this. That decision that was made the other day is not a one-man thing. That's what I believe. Because I've been around sports too long, and I know people like to say the coach makes final say. And I've been with some of the strongest coaches in this damn NFL, in Andy and Joe. And you know when they made decisions, they didn't make it by them damn selves. So I'll be damned if DQ's making one by himself. 100%.
Barry Svrluga will join us at noon. Maybe we'll sneak some phone calls in. I know folks are on hold. A lot going on out there. There's a report that it's fairly chaotic in Ashburn. Is that real? Is there a lot of moving parts? Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley. Hey, it's JP Finley, and you've heard me talking about all the great work Better Services has done at my home. They've taken care of all my appliances. When we were down and out dealing with that flood, they came to the rescue, and now they're about to hook it up again. Better Services, beyond the work they can do on your appliances, maybe you need a repair, maybe you need new ones, go check out their showroom in Kensington. They also have handyman services. I got Better Services coming to the house Monday to put some handles on some cabinets and to fix some holes in the wall that my crazy kids pulled a gate out of the wall. And they asked, do you need a new gate? I said, no, unless I can start pinning the children inside rather than keeping them downstairs. No, I don't need a new gate. I just need the holes in the wall fixed. They're going to take care of it. Whatever it is you're looking for. Say you need handyman services, call Better. Say you're thinking about a renovation, a bathroom or a kitchen, call Better. Or go with their bread and butter. They can take care of all your appliances. Check out the showroom in Kensington. They've got all the makes and models you're looking for. They can offer next-day delivery or maybe even same-day delivery. Plus, they will haul off your old appliances. Check them out online at betterservices.com. That's BETTAR, betterservices.com. You better get better. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. A lot of things feel like what's old is new again. What's new is old again, whatever that saying is. Jordan Schultz of Jordan Schultz Media reporting that there's a lot of S going on in Ashburn, that the front office is meddling. Specifically, he writes, sources, part of the issue the Commanders have had in the building is the front office meddling with the coaching staff on personnel and which players to use, an ongoing problem dating back to 2024 when they were having success. With the team struggling this year, it reached new heights and there were notable disagreements. Moreover, I have not gotten the impression Dan Quinn wanted to move on from his coordinators. The entire disconnect is one to watch as we head into 26. There's a lot of bleep going on there. Do we think DQ didn't want to move on from Joe Witt? The two of them have a tight personal relationship.
He moved on from
Certainly.
him.
He did it in season. The Cliff thing may be more complicated, but this seems like trying to rewrite history. I want to sneak a couple of these calls in. Joe is in Manassas. What's up, Joe?
Hey, what's up, guys? I love this show as always. Man, you know when you think about it, you're like, what players were you talking about? What players are you thinking about? My theory is, this is just my theory, my point of view. You think this could be talking about Jaden? Just as far as, as far as the management meddling in them not wanting to play him and Cliff saying and DQ being like, hey, we need him out there. We want him out there. He's healthy. He needs to be out there. Let's make this offense go going into next year. Let's see some positive signs. Like, do you think that could be it? Because that's what I think is personally it.
Give me that one more time.
He was saying when it came down to Jaden not playing, I guess at the end of the season, and when they shut him down, that could be it. I don't see that would be what that article was talking about.
I'm not even trying to ignore it. I don't understand the question that the article's saying that because they shut Jaden down.
That's what he's saying. Could it be when he's trying to say DQ was saying that he wanted Jaden to play, but somebody in the front office said, well, he shouldn't play. I don't see that as that.
I think, if anything, if they shut Jaden down, it's because DQ and AP had questions if the offense would keep him upright. Like, go back to the Seattle game. That was not a scramble when he got hurt down 30. And everybody yelled at DQ about having him in the game. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Could there be a question there? Sure. I'm not sure there is, but it could be a question. I want to check in with the aquarium real quick before we go to Barry. Landini, what do you make of all this? Is it, guys got fired and now they've got something to say anonymously, or is there real trouble over there?
No, I don't think there's real trouble. I think people, somebody got fired and obviously that person's not pleased with the situation, and that's that.
Or at least people that work for that person.
Yeah.
People whose job is to make sure he gets another job. The Bobby Johnson thing is a little more interesting to me in this because I still don't know why he was fired. And maybe there were some questions on the offensive line side of this, but Bobby doesn't strike me as a guy that's stirring after that. Jeffrey, what about you? Big trouble or I don't know.
It's like you said, I think it's just headlines of somebody that's trying to keep him employed.
So none of you guys are worried that there is a greater concern?
Nah.
I'm not. Because this is the thing. Even as far as back as last year, did you ever think that something was going on last year?
That is a notable part. An ongoing problem dating back to 2024.
So if you only discuss this year, it kind of makes that article kind of moot. But if you throw it back to last year, but then when you look at last year, when the hell did something really become strange last year? I saw more hugs and smiles and stuff, and we saw it on TV, on interviews, everything, to where, when did that one happen?
It's a fair question, man. I find it hard to believe. Could the front office have gotten involved in personnel on the field? I can understand that. They talk about their collaborative approach all the time. The Dan Quinn not wanting to move on from his coordinators. I don't know, man. I conversations I had last night and this morning, I think when I say the DQ took a lot of pressure on himself, if he doesn't believe in that offense and offensively they have another bad year and he sticks it out with Cliff, they're all fired together.
Mm-hmm.
That's why he's like, if I don't believe in this now, I better do something about it now because in a year I'm going down with the ship.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I find the David Blau stuff so fascinating because for better or worse, and it wasn't these guys, but every time that graphic pops up on Monday Night Football, Thursday Night Football, Sunday Night Football, Mike McDaniel, Kevin O'Connell, Sean McVay, Kyle Shanahan, Matt LaFleur, all these dudes that were in this building that left, that haunts the building. It's just a reality of the building.
Yeah.
Now Detroit wants David Blau. They at least want to talk to him. I don't think organizationally, if it's we're going to bring somebody in with a higher floor who's more established that I can feel more comfortable in as our offensive coordinator, who's got to redo everything because he hasn't been here, which the continuity that Jaden Daniels has built up is going to be gone. Not to say Jaden can't persevere and be just fine, but still, they've built something, or we can roll the dice on our own guy that other guys want. That, to me, is the far more fascinating thing going down.
It's far more fascinating. But then something just popped in my head. If it was a lot of strife going on over there, I know that they get final say on what's played on Hard Knocks. You don't think something would have been picked up?
Important to note that Hard Knocks gets edited by the team.
I understand
so
what you're saying.
Nothing's getting out there.
But I'm just saying, like, you don't see. You will if you got some stuff boiling in the background, you're gonna see some level somewhere, and it may be something that can slip past it.
So I just got a tweet that's interesting. HHK Carpenter, who was trying to explain what I think the caller was trying to explain. I think that the last caller might be onto something. Jaden Daniels was healthy enough to play, and Dan Quinn and Cliff Kingsbury wanted him out there because they're trying to win games. The front office might have put their foot down and said, no, shut him down. Should that be the case? And I mean, when Dan Quinn said that Jaden was going to be shut down, he said it was part team, part medical. And Jaden said he wasn't happy about it, but he understood it. I don't think that's wrong. If the coach's job is to win the upcoming game, period.
Yeah.
The front office's job is to look at the big picture.
Yeah. So I'm just saying, I understand those two people saying that, but I know this too. Quarterback is different in every other position. And I'm taking from Jordan Schultz argument and his article, it's other stuff because teams shut down quarterbacks all the time. That's just something that happens. Other positions don't get that same luxury as a quarterback does. So I don't know if you could take that situation and make that into things are going wrong. What the hell else you going to do with a quarterback who you believe is your future? You will probably protect him, right?
Interesting stuff. Barry's for Luga joins us next. Then we're going to open the phone lines. Nobody go anywhere. Busy day in Ashburn.
This Sports Update is brought to you by the Reynolds and Power home team, Keller Williams Realty. The Commanders mutually parted ways with offensive coordinator Cliff Kingsbury and fired defensive coordinator Joe Witt Jr. Now, The Athletic reported that there was a potential disconnect between Adam Peters and Kingsbury, which led to this, quote, mutual parting of ways. But Jordan Schultz is reporting new today that part of the issues that Commanders has is that the front office is meddling with the coaching staff. As he reports, he got the impression that Dan Quinn did not want to move on from the coordinators, so that disconnect still remains. Do you want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to the Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
High noon in the District of Columbia. Shout out to the folks hanging on the YouTube stream. 1067 The Fan YouTube page. What up to the chat? Chat's always doing its own thing. Lord knows. Shout out to everybody watching on Monumental Sports Network. We appreciate you checking us out on television, and everybody listening on the app or in their radio, in their car, wherever you are. Appreciate you. Joining us now is our friend Mr. Barry Svrluga from the Washington Post. Barry joins us via the Ruud guest hotline. Ruud makes the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Well, Barry, we're busy again.
Head spinning, as always. It's like the old days.
Where do you land on, kind of the scale of there's some turmoil? Adam Peters, Dan Quinn collectively decided to make some significant changes. That being, number 1. To number 10 being, oh my God, the house is burning down. The front office is meddling and everything's up in the air.
I mean, I'm a good solid 7. I mean, and if we're viewing this by Ashburn standards, maybe it's a 4.5 if we go over the arc of the last several generations. But if we're viewing it through current ownership, current front office, current coaching staff, I think it's extremely significant. I think Joe Witt we can put aside, like that was going to happen. He was kneecapped in the middle of the year. His defense has been bad for 2 straight seasons, so that change was completely expected. People who say they saw Cliff coming before the Diana Rossini report on Saturday, I mean, maybe I just was not in that boat. He had an offense this year that had the most important.
Let me ask that a different way, specific to Cliff, because I think you might be right. Folks weren't expecting him to, let's call it what it is. He got fired, right? But if the question was, will Cliff be back in 26? I think in Halloween, I think throughout the season, there was a real understanding of he might not be here. You know what I'm saying?
Sure, but I think the way that it happened, and as you said, let's call it a firing, because he left without a new job. Maybe he'll get another job,
right?
That's fine. But he didn't have one on the day he walked out the door. And to me, whatever. I'm not going to put everything into the mom's tweet, but if you listen to Jaden Daniels, the most important person in the building, talk about Cliff Kingsbury not just this week, but over 2 years, that was a really important relationship. And that doesn't mean there can't be change on a coaching staff, and that doesn't mean that Jaden, who is mature and a professional, won't have a good relationship with whoever's next. I'm just saying that in terms of, your original question, what's your alarm? The alarm is high because now, I mean, my column this morning was whoever is next, the most important objective has to be keeping JD5 healthy. That doesn't mean football injuries can't happen, and that doesn't mean a coach can completely protect a player. But the entire organization has to be involved in what is best for that quarterback, who is the engine that makes you go, who, when he played 17 games, you went 12-5. When he played 7, you went 5-12. so much discussion and effort and time has to be put into protecting him while maximizing his potential. And I think what happened, JP, and you guys have probably talked about this, is there had to have been some sort of philosophical split between Cliff and what he thought was the best way to develop that player and how Peters and Quinn, or some combination of those two, felt was the best way forward. And if there's a philosophical divide, you can't go into year 3 having Cliff want to run things one way and Quinn saying, no, we wanted to do it another way. Maybe that's under center, maybe, all the stuff we've discussed. But again, I think there's definitely a way out and a path to better times. But I think on this day, whatever it is, January 7th, like, the alarm level is high because the changes are significant and involve the most important person in the building.
The thing about it is, based off the last thing you said, was the fact that if they have a divide, then I think you have to make a change. And
Agreed.
They did that. If they had gone into this season with that divide, wouldn't that be worse?
It would totally be worse, Brian, for sure. And I think you're not in Cliff Kingsbury, a guy who's been an NFL head coach before and a head coach in college, and feels like a system that he runs that no one else runs. He's not going to be malleable and say, okay, Dan, you've come up on the defensive side of the ball. I'm going to do everything that you want. He believes in his system and himself.
He said
So
as much,
you're
I think, in his – remember, I think it was his second to last press avail. He was like, yeah, I do believe in this system. We put up a lot of yards in my system. I know what we're doing in this system. Like, he was steadfast late in the season.
I understand, but the question should have been, well, how much have you won in that system? I mean,
Right.
I understand what people are saying, but I learned throughout my life and every job I've had, if I'm not the main guy, I don't make the final say, and I got to adjust to what the person that makes the final say says. So if he had that mindset, then guess what? He probably wouldn't go end up being there very long.
I don't disagree with that. And I think he's betting on himself, clearly. And I think it will be super interesting to see who's next and what that person says about how they'll use Daniels. I mean, I can't, when we get to camp in July, whoever is the offensive coordinator will not be more important than number 5.
Nope,
the whole
correct.
thing has to be geared around, we know what this kid has done. It's not just potential. He did it for a full year, did it at a very, very high, almost MVP caliber level. The job is capturing that potential again, producing that production again, keeping him healthy and teaching him, as Dan Quinn said the other day, this is a process in which Jaden is involved in learning how to stay upright more than not. So I hope, Brian, you're right that, look, if Cliff wasn't going to change and there was a philosophical divide, then it's best to part ways. And we could get to July or September, more importantly, and be at a point where Jaden has learned a new offense. It's a new offense that walks that tightrope of maximizing his production while protecting his body. And, people are like, oh, where's Cliff Kingsbury now? He's in Baltimore or wherever he is. We don't care because this is what the system we have in place now.
Mm-hmm.
It's interesting you say all that because I totally agree. The crown jewel of the franchise, the most important person in that building, regardless of Dan Quinn and Adam Peters, is Jaden Daniels.
Mm-hmm.
Period. If you have to start ranking importance, it's Jaden at the top of the list. And I am confident before the Cliff news got out, they told Jaden. I'm sure he knew before that became official. And that's why, Barry, I'm curious where you land on this. We're talking with our friend Barry Svrluga here from the Washington Post. You can give him a follow at Barry Svrluga. He's got those typing fingers working the last couple of days. He wrote today about what happens next with Jaden. He wrote yesterday, I believe, about real questions for Adam Peters all of a sudden. I don't know if you agree with me, but Cliff's out. Tavita's out. Tavita left of his own accord, got the Stanford job. Congrats to him. Cliff's out. It's not his own accord. They tried so hard to build that quarterback room to be a strong, positive environment for Jaden to grow. Now, there's significant turnover, and now Detroit is requesting an interview with David Blau. I think Washington as an organization is haunted by the ghost of offensive coordinators past. You look at McVay, O'Connell, McDaniel, LaFleur, Shanahan, all these dudes. They throw the graphic up of all these dudes that were here that left. I'm giving Blau a very, very serious look. I'm curious where you are.
So I don't disagree, but I want to draw a line of distinction between who's scarred by all those people who walked out the door. And I think it's us, media and fans who were here when they were here, who, talked to people about Sean McVay when he was like an assistant tight ends coach, and people were like, dude's going to be a head coach someday. And they were right. But I don't think Josh Harris, Adam Peters, and Dan Quinn are scarred by that same history. It's not their history.
Agreed.
It's our history. So does that mean that David Blah should or should not get an interview? I mean, if they think he's a worthwhile candidate, he absolutely should get an interview. He shouldn't get an interview because Sean McVay and Matt LaFleur were lower level assistants here to start their careers and ended up being successful head coaches, if that makes any sense.
I agree with that. I do think like there's an overarching thing. I think for Quinn, defensively, I think he's going to hire Ulbrich or Morris, right? Those are former lieutenants of his. There is a trust there. I think they have far more experience in the role than Witt did. I think he tried to give his guy a chance at Joe Witt. I think it failed. Offensively, does DQ have to go for a high floor? Somebody that's run an offense before that's going to overhaul the system? Or does he roll the dice? I think that's the biggest question with the Blau thing. And I think Dan Quinn has opened up a ton of pressure on himself, and maybe Peters too, but, I mean, you just saw it in New York. Daboll was there 4 years, finally gets canned, but they kept Joe Shane around. A lot of times it's harder to get rid of an entrenched front office person than it is a head coach.
Well, so let's splice that into two, because I think there's two really important parts to it. The first, take his offensive coordinator hire. If you go back to my unwavering belief that you just restated, that Jaden Daniels is the most important person in the building, and it is incumbent on you as a football operations staff and a coaching staff to maximize his potential, it might be more than a roll of the dice, like really a long shot to give it to somebody who's never done it before, because you're entrusting the franchise's chief asset to essentially an unproven thing. Now, does that lead you down a road of retreads? Is Brian Daboll a retread? I think he was a really good offensive coordinator when he had Josh Allen, right? Sorry, there's some sort of car alarm going off here.
You're cool.
So that's one aspect. I don't think, while Joe Witt Jr.'s departure was expected, we should overlook the fact that Dan Quinn should face serious questions about not Joe Witt Jr.'s defense, his defense over the last 2 years, because it's been really, really bad. And that's not just personnel, right? I mean, it got a little bit better when Dan started calling plays, but whoever he hires as his coordinator, his fingerprints are on that defense too. He can't,
Agreed.
Completely separate himself from that. So I think while the Witt thing was completely justified and expected, there should be some tough questions for DQ on that side of the ball, because that's where he made his chops, and the results have just been poor here for 2 straight years.
Let me ask you this question. So I understand you don't want to get you would be hesitant on giving it to somebody that had never done it before. But the problem, I think, with a lot of retreads is they have their systems, and they come in and try to prove their systems because they're trying to get another job. But if you have a guy who's never done it before and they build it, and he builds something with the young quarterback, that could probably be as effective as anything out there.
Brian, it's a really good way of reframing it, and I think I probably misstated how I feel about it. I think here's how I think the interview should go. And this was in the first paragraph of the column I wrote this morning. It shouldn't be, hey, Brian Daboll or whoever, what is your system? It should be, this is our quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
How would you use him? What would your design be? What would your philosophies be? How would you maximize the potential that we don't think he has? We know he has because he did it for a year. but also protect him from himself and from the game of football. Now, that's not it's football. You can't 100% ensure things, but I think they have a whole off season to explore avenues to maximize the most important person in the building. So, Brian, if David Blah or any person who has not called plays before can come in and articulate and show, here's these packages of plays where, there's some RPO elements, but they're not putting him in harm's way as much as maybe he put himself this year. Here's how I would teach him to maintain the ability to be a dual threat, but not put himself in, having a edge rusher come down on him and break his elbow in half. Again, there's no foolproof way to do it, but Brian, your point is a good one. It's less to me the who and more the how. How do we use this guy and get this offense humming? Because did Cliff Kingsbury have a great year last year? And did Adam Peters sing his praises the day after the season a year ago? He did. But Jaden Daniels was the biggest reason Cliff Kingsbury had a great year. In my view, not the flip-flop of that.
Mm-hmm. Totally. And I think that's why, for me, the biggest questions still land with Peters, because coaches are as good as the talent on the field. And I just don't know what the talent on the field is. And you're 2 years in, and maybe the cupboard was bare. Sure. But, you're 2 years in. There's been a lot of moves, a lot of decisions, and the cupboard's still pretty bare.
Well, it's interesting, JP, because, we were both at the press conference on Monday, and I asked Peters, organizationally, how do you keep Daniels upright? And his answer was pretty clear. It's a lot of X's and O's and a lot of schemes, but he said from a GM standpoint, from a personnel standpoint, it's surrounding him with great players, so he doesn't feel the burden of having to do it all himself. I would argue, and we may have talked about this before, maybe the biggest gaffe they made personnel-wise this year was, you can hang whatever you want on the Terry holdout, but the fact of the matter is they added Debo as a high-level gadget guy and really thought of Noah Brown, who's always hurt, as their number 2 receiver, and was like, well, when you lose your top 2 receivers, well, yes, when you lose your top 2 receivers, but when your number 2 guy was a guy who's always hurt and isn't necessarily incredibly productive when he's on the field to begin with, that's a flaw. I'm not saying De'Ami Brown and Olamide Zaccheaus are the key to this season, but the fact is they walked out the door and went into the year with, Luke McCaffrey and guys that just hadn't done it before. I think that was a misjudgment, which is a way to circle around to the cupboard being bare, and you have to stock it for Jaden because you don't want him trying to do it on his own. Josh Allen is Superman. He has done a lot on his own for the Bills this year with a roster that's probably not the best roster that they've had. But he's also I don't know, what's the weight difference between Daniels and Allen? 40 pounds? Yeah, whatever it is. You don't want to ask Jaden to do the stuff that Allen does and carry a team in that way. And that comes back to Peters and his own words. We've got to surround him with an offensive line that works, weapons that he's comfortable with and confident in, a running game. All of that stuff is involved.
Barry, last thing. What do you make of, I don't know if you've seen this Jordan Schultz tweet. Sources, part of the issue the Commanders have had in the building is the front office meddling with the coaching staff on personnel and which players to use. An ongoing problem dating back to 2024 when they were having success. He goes on to say he did not get the impression DQ wanted to move on from both coordinators.
Do I know? I don't know. I think one thing that's interesting as those guys sit there and act like they're in lockstep is I think it's, Dan said, we don't have silos here, which is a way of saying, look, personnel people can have conversations with the coaching staff. I'm not just protecting them from that side of the operation. This is there are a lot of ways to skin a cat and a lot of ideas that should be flung around. Now, in that structure, could there be tension? Because, Peters was saying this the other day. Like, sometimes I make suggestions to him, and he's like, that's a good idea. And sometimes I make suggestions to him, and he's like, no, we're not going to do it that way. Is that healthy? Do they make it sound healthy? They do. And if you trust them, and I still think if we're on the 1 to 100 trust meter, they still fall on the 50-plus side of having earned that they're capable of getting it done, then that's fine. But I do think when you're flinging ideas around and it's coming from all corners and you've got this kind of free-flowing thing, I can see where tension could arise. Do I know that to be the case? I don't, but it's not the craziest thing or craziest idea in the world.
Yeah, and then you wonder, I wonder also if shutting Jaden down, I'm sure there were coaches that are like, dude, he can play. Let's keep him on the field. But I'd argue the front office's job is to look big picture. You know
I think
what I mean?
the front office gets their marching orders from the owner. If the owner go, I may not see him get hurt again. I make a decision based off of that. I just think that at this time for that article to come out, I don't know how real it could be. I think it could be a little bit of a little mudslinging on the way out.
Right, and that's when you have fissures and departures and people are leaving the building not of their own accord. Like, that's when you hear about this stuff, not in the middle of the season, right? So listen, you go back to where we originally started, JP, and you said, what's your level of concern? I was, like a 7 or 7.5, and I think that's right for right now. There is a path to get it to a 3 by the time camp rolls around. If we see who the coaching staff is, we listen to Jaden about where he's at with whatever new system it is. Like, I don't think this has to be a crisis that extends not into next season, but not into the summer, the meat of the summer, because if you still believe that competent people are running the show and being empowered by ownership to do it in the best way possible, then, staff changes happen all the time, particularly after 5 and 12 seasons.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think there's a little legitimate way to say if they kept everybody, well, what the heck? You just went 5 and 12 and you're going to run it back with the same group? Like, that wouldn't have been the answer either.
Right. Barry, thank you for the time, bro. I might try to run to Haynes tomorrow if you're interested.
All right, perfect, man. Keep me in touch.
All right. That is our friend Barry Svrluga, Washington Post. Give him a follow at Barry Svrluga. Let's open these phones, Jeff. Press the button. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Is there major trouble in Ashburn, or is this a team that had a bad year trying to recalibrate, to use Dan Quinn's word, and relatively normal order of business? 800-636-1067. You get to weigh in next.
Former Atlanta Falcons head coach Raheem Morris has at least 3 head coach interviews scheduled for next week. He will reportedly meet with the Cardinals, the Giants, and the Titans for their head coach openings, per ESPN's Adam Schefter. The Titans, though, have a laundry list of interviews already set up, including one of them with Commanders' former offensive coordinator Cliff Kingsbury. Kingsbury and Washington mutually agreed to part ways yesterday, along with defensive coordinator Joe Witt Jr., but that was called exactly what it was. He was fired. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Taking your calls. All kind of different reports coming out. Jordan Schultz came out with a report, said that there's some turmoil, friction going on over at the park. And I don't know if I buy it 100%, but we're taking your phone calls to find out what you're thinking, what's your, I guess, worry level or whatever. So let's go to Toothpick. Toothpick, what do you think, man? What's going on?
Hey, what's good, B? Thanks for taking my call. I think that Bear hit it on the head when he said, does your system protect the quarterback? Or what is it that you can do to protect your quarterback? I think it is a recalibration as well, man, because just like you said, if you and I don't align and you're the head guy, I got to go. But if you and I don't align and you allow me to stay, you're allowing me to run amok. And that proves that this is not the old organization where you can sabotage it from the inside. It's the head guy's way or it's the highway. Thanks for taking my call, man. I appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Pick. Is there
All right.
Is there real drama or Level? I think you have to pot him down. Is there real drama or is this a bad team at the end of a bad season trying to make it right? Let's go to Anthony in Georgetown. Anthony, how concerned are you by all the reports, all the stuff?
Well, let me preface. I went to the last 2 games, and I'm a soccer person my whole life. So just going to the last 2 games and watching the warm-ups, that was just fantastic. I enjoy the games. And, trouble. At the Philadelphia games, the fans were ready to declare war on Nick Sirianni for not starting Jalen Hurts and Saquon Barkley. So how bad are things here relative to Philadelphia, or dare I say the New York Jets, where it's an absolute cataclysmic situation there? It's Joe Witt, he had to go. We conceded more than 500 points, so that's a no-brainer. We're dealing with men of massive egos, and the way that I see it is the old analogy is that Josh Harris, he gave Adam Peters the keys to the Rolls Royce, and in that Rolls Royce, you have the driver, and for me, the driver is Dan Quinn, and who's his passenger? It's Jaden Daniels, obviously. The passengers in the back seat, yeah, Joe Witt's gone, and Cliff Kingsbury are gone. It's a matter of what Adam Peters feels has to be done because he reports. And no one's really mentioned Josh Harris in all these calls that I've heard. Adam Peters has the keys to the Rolls Royce, gentlemen. And he knows that his job's on the line, and so is Dan Quinn. And I want to go on record and saying that if Washington doesn't qualify for the playoffs next year, they're both going to be gone.
All right, thanks for your call.
It's a fair. Thank you for the call.
I agree with him. And listen, man, we never discuss the relationship of the owner and the GM. And I think that's as important as anything, because just like that GM has marching orders to the coach and they have discussions, you have a meeting with the owner as well. And the owner is letting you know what he likes and what he don't like. And a lot of times moves are made based off of the orders you got from that owner. So I know things happen, and we normally discuss those we see, the people that we get to talk to on a daily basis. But a lot of times, the person who foots the bill is saying what they want to see happen.
Sure.
And if everybody's not on board, I make a stop and I say, get off. Like they're saying in Louisiana, get down right here.
I just tweeted out, you could go vote on it at JP Finley NBCS. There's reports of big trouble in Ashburn. Where do you land? And I tried to give real options here, B. I said normal end of a bad season, trouble but nothing major, or serious trouble. Right now, 37% of people voted have said normal end of a bad season. 30% have said trouble but nothing major. 33% say serious trouble. So it's kind of split. Let's keep it going. Larry's in La Plata. Larry, how big are the concerns right now in Ashburn? A lot of different reports coming out.
None at all. I think I couldn't agree more with what Brian said. You know, the source of the timing of this is suspect number one after two coaches were released. It emanates, I would speculate, from the agents of either one or both of those coaches, Kingsbury and or Witt. At the end of the day, those agents have to protect their clients. So it serves their purposes to paint a picture that it wasn't all necessarily their fault that things went bad, that there were other mitigating circumstances. This is what agents do. They have to protect their clients. And I suspect, again, most journalists, as both of you guys know, like to have two sources for any story. Again, if I'm a journalist, I reach out to those agents and those two coaches and say, hey, what was the real deal?
The agents might be reaching out to the journalists,
why did you get let go? What's that?
The agents might be reaching out to the journalists. Keep that in mind, too.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's not a big deal. You know, we move on, you know? I mean, there are bigger fish to fry at this point. So, you know, it is what it is. This is what happens when you have a very, very disappointing season where people expected Super Bowl aspirations. Anyway, I agree with Brian. That's where it's coming from because the timing is so critical here.
All right, man. Appreciate the call, dude. I'm not discrediting any reports. There's clearly going to be a lot of stuff coming out of that building, a lot of concerns. But I think we got to try. A lot of this boils down to have Adam Peters and Dan Quinn earn the benefit of the doubt. And I don't want to speak for you, B, but I think you would say yes.
I would say yes to a point, but the whole thing about it is, at this point right now, whether they got a benefit of the doubt or not, we always say this. This is a production league. If you produce, you stay around. You don't, you don't. And I think the ultimate thing comes down to how are you going to be? What's the consistency of this thing? And as I look at this year, yes, you went for it. It didn't work. But you didn't expect to have all the injuries that you had. And people could tell me what you want about injuries don't matter. That's a bunch of crap. They do matter, okay? Especially when you're in your second year of a rebuild. If you're in your fifth, sixth year, no, injuries don't matter. You should have enough there to be able to still withstand it. But going forward, it has nothing to do with I think, you think, the fans think. What does that man that's putting the bill, what do he thinks? How does he want this thing to be done? And I think every person, not just Dan Quinn, Adam Peters, whoever is going to be leading these people into this next year, everybody has some type of pressure and stress on them. Everybody.
Well said. All right, Landfill, I'm going to shock you. I'm going to break on time. If you're on hold, stay there. We're going to keep these phone lines open the rest of the show. Obviously, a lot going on in Ashburn. Is it good? Is it as bad as it seems, or is this normal course of operations? Do you give DQ and AP the benefit of the doubt? Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitchell Finley. Just toss that ham in the frying pan like spam. B. Mitch Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Shout out to the folks on the YouTube stream, 106.7 The Fan page, or on Monumental Sports Network. I'll wave to you right here. There's a big report from Jordan Schultz, who is, a big name in NFL circles, has a lot of contacts. Jordan Schultz reports part of the issue the Commanders have had in the building is the front office meddling with the coaching staff on personnel and which players to use. An ongoing problem dating back to 2024 when they were having success. With the team struggling this year, it reached new heights and there were notable disagreements. Moreover, I have not gotten the impression Dan Quinn wanted to move on from his coordinators. The entire disconnect is one to watch as we head into 2026. There's a lot of bleep going on there. My question for the phones is simple. Is this normal bleep? This is a bad team. They were 5-12. They have a top 10 draft pick. Bad team, end of year, coaches change, normal turmoil. Or is this different? Is there real problems in Ashburn? We'll start with Mark in Largo. What's up, Mark?
Normally, I would take this and run and say, let's get rid of Adam Peters. But in a sense, I can't do that. I have to agree with my brother B. Mitch, my older brother B. Mitch. This is about nothing. But here's what I will say. And if I was Josh Harris, I think this is a good conversation to have to Adam Peters. I happen to like Adam Peters, and I want Adam Peters to work. But if Josh Harris was to say to Adam Peters, look, do you need some help? And it's okay to admit that you need help. It's okay. I thought there was two decisions that Dan Snyder made in the last 25 years that made sense. One, bringing back Joe Gibbs. The other, I thought, was going to get Scott McCloughan after the 2014 season because he realized we got a bigger issue when we were 4-12. And it's okay if you're Adam Peters to admit, we got more problems than I expected. Go up to Philadelphia and see if you could bring somebody on your board, on your level. And I'm talking about Adam, not talking about Josh. I'm not talking about Josh. I'm talking about Adam. Go get somebody to work with him so he could fix this because this is a lot bigger than what it is. Let Dan deal with the coaches. Let Dan figure out who the coaches are going to be, and that's fine. But I need to deal with my front office, and I need to get my front office better. B, what you think about that, man?
Man, listen. I believe anytime you can ask somebody on to help you do a better job, you do it. There's no one person that does everything by themselves, so I wouldn't have a problem with that.
Agree.
I like this when I just listened to that article, and it tells you it's a former coach telling me some information.
I agree.
Why would a former coach be telling you some information? Or a former coach's representation telling you some information because, like, they're trying to keep you in a good light. So
and he's trying to make himself look better when he goes to other teams to interview too.
Just that right there. I don't just take that and say, oh, it got to be some problems because I've been too close to it. If there's some issues going on, believe me, I think I would know.
Yeah, and JP, let me say this, man. I thought the questions you asked on Monday were on point, man. I wish a lot of people stood up like they did, like you were there, and I could definitely tell it's been a tough year for you as well because we're all diehard Commanders fans, man. I mean, we bleed and die with the Commanders and all, but I got to commend you on the questions you was asking Adam and going forward. I really think you hung in there and you conducted your job very, very well.
Thanks, man.
On Monday, very, very proud of you, my brother.
Appreciate it, dude. Thank you, Mark. Keep these phone lines going here.
Hey, good job, Ears.
Thanks, brah. Paul is in D.C. Paul, normal business after a bad year, or they got serious bleep going on?
Man, this is normal business, and that's why I like talking to you, B. Mitch. My favorite show is your show and Doc and Linnell's show because Doc and B. Mitch talk real talk. They got common sense. They speak from a reasonable position of professionalism. At the end of the day, we have a situation where Cliff Kingsbury just wasn't cutting it. Let me ask you this. Do you think Jimmy Johnson, Joe Gibbs, Bill Belichick, or Bill Parcells would have thrown the ball 3 straight times on the 1-yard line? They would at least given it to their running back once. And this is not just about Cliff Kingsbury. Any coach of any ilk would have fired those 2 coordinators, period. Because it's like my man Kevin Durant said, it's the media fanboys that was in love with Cliff Kingsbury because he throw the ball around the field, as Steve Spurrier used to say. But that's like B. Mitch said. Is it getting you results? Do it win games? Last year, Jaden Daniels saved Cliff Kingsbury play calling on a lot of plays because Jaden was running for his life, and he was making it happen with his legs and his ability to throw the ball down the field. But a lot of those play calls were questionable and suspect. He doesn't have the patience to stick with the run game, and he puts that young man in major danger. There should never be a playbook that you cannot get under center and do a play action pass, especially on 1 yard lines or 3rd and 2 or something like that, where the quarterback can bootleg out and fake the defense out and hold the linebacker steady. When you coming from the pistol shotgun or whatever that set is, those guys putting their head back and they coming. Period. And you need a fullback to help your running backs, your running game. Sometimes that fullback will lead you right into the hole. So no, man, no. Cliff Kingsbury is normal business, and I do find that article to be suspect. Cliff Kingsbury, like I was telling them this morning, you'll be if Jay wants Cliff Kingsbury back, he'll be back in 2 years because wherever he go, he'll be gone in 2 years. Why? Because defensive coordinator said his offense is very predictable and it's not imaginative. Period.
Appreciate the call, Paul.
Hi, Paul.
Thanks, dude. Our guy Zeke is on the line. Zeke, normal business here, bad team, bad season, or something major?
Hey, man, it's normal business, but I can't get over all these fans, man. All of a sudden, the Kingsbury offense, when it went to the NFC Championship last year, is no good. How can you tell the guy who baked the cake last year with sugar, butter, and flour to bake the same cake with no sugar, no butter, and no flour? He's not going to get the same result. But I think you guys got to realize this. I hear on the news that it says that Cliff and everybody came to a mutual agreement. They didn't say they fired him. I think the mutual agreement was, okay, we're going to change direction. Let Cliff go out there and seek another position. There's 7 head coaches out there, jobs that are available. I don't think people realize that it's not his offense. If he had a healthy offense, Brian, do you think with a healthy offense we would have been in the top 10 as far as offense? Yes or no?
I don't know if we've been top 10, but I think we'd have been better than what we were. I can believe that with the healthiness of it, but it's about one person's health that all the concern is, and that's number 5's health.
Yeah, but let me ask you a question, though, because number 5 has been in that shotgun for his whole entire career. I wouldn't put him in coming off the ball.
Why not?
I don't think he's comfortable with that. Because he said it. When he first got into the league, he said he's more comfortable in the shotgun. That was his words. If you go back.
Being more comfortable is okay. But you know what? To be successful in this league, you're going to have to do what's necessary. You're going to add some stuff to it. I mean,
but let me ask you a question. Does his injuries, I think a lot of them happen when he's running down the field and he gets hurt. It's not when he's in the pocket.
No, he got hurt in the pocket
When
this
he leaves
year.
the pocket.
The hamstring injury was in the pocket this year. And, you know,
only because of that.
the other,
I agree.
look, I agree with you that the elbow thing was a freak accident, but it's an RPO.
Right.
It's a run pass option, right? So I don't want to hear about it wasn't a planned quarterback run. It's a run pass option. So you have a option to run. And if I'm a defense and I know that you're not as healthy, I'm going to make you run. I'm not going to let you pass.
I agree with that.
If you're on hold, Zeke, we got a boogie here. If you're on hold, stay there. We'll get back to you. I think we have Barstool Nate joining us next. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
The Commanders are parting ways with both offensive coordinator Cliff Kingsbury and defensive coordinator Joe Witt Jr. But new reporting from NFL insider Jordan Schultz is pointing to some serious dysfunction inside the building. And these problems are apparently not new either. From his most recent tweet, Jordan Schultz says part of the issue the Commanders have had in the building is the front office meddling with the coaching staff on personnel and which players to use. This dates back to 2024. This season, those tensions got worse. Schultz noted that there were clear disagreements between the coaching staff and front office. He also indicated Dan Quinn may have not wanted to let his two coordinators go. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Love me.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Busy day, busy day. Yesterday, the Commanders dismissed, mutually agreed to part ways with Joe Witt and Cliff Kingsbury. The Joe Witt stuff was a 0 out of 10 surprise. The Cliff stuff was far more than 0. I know that much. Helping us try to make sense of all of it is our friend, Mr. Barstool Nate, Eric Nathan from Barstool Sports. Nate Dogg, let's start here. We got a report from Jordan Schultz saying that there is a lot of bleep going on in Ashburn, that there's a problem between the front office and the coaching staff, and maybe DQ didn't want to make the move to get rid of both his coordinators. How much of the reporting, the situation in Ashburn, do you think is a bad team ending a bad season and some coaches getting fired? Or, there's major trouble here. What the hell's going on?
Well, let's look at it this way. When you're a winning team like last year, it's a lot, more smooth sailing than when you win 4 games and you have coordinators getting fired or, Joe Witt being demoted mid-season. There's always going to be questions and drama and turmoil and turnover after a terrible season. So, yeah, I'm sure there is a lot of bleep going on in Ashburn, but I also think that's to be expected when you're an NFL team worth $7 billion and you just had a god-awful season. That being said, I don't love the way it's being handled. This was supposed to be done with, right? Like, Dan Snyder gone, new ownership pumping in a ton of money, doing everything the correct way, doing everything the right way. We weren't supposed to be sitting at January 7th reading reports about meddling with the coaching staff and this and that. We are supposed to leave this all behind. But it's the NFL. There will be drama after a bad season. I don't think we should overreact to it. We can react to it. I think that's very fair to react and scratch your head and wonder what's going on. Why is the business acting like this? But I don't think it's completely unexpected with how bad the season went.
Nate, you know what? I agree with you, man.
Yes, sir.
Don't overreact, react. But this is where I'm at with it, okay? Joe Witt was relieved of his duties during the season. This report says he did not want to part ways with his 2 coordinators. Half of that is a lie right there. He had already parted ways with his coordinator. So to say he didn't want to part with somebody he had already stripped him of his play calling duties, he's not going to make him the guy ain't going to stay around at that point. So that report to me is half of a lie.
Let me push back on that a little bit.
Go ahead.
He might have not wanted to do it. He might have had someone above him named Adam Peters make him do it. Like, hey, either you're doing it or I'm doing it.
I don't know if that was
B's
with Witt.
point, with Witt, like that was written when he demoted him in.
Yeah, that was written
can't
in.
Keep him on
That's
the
why
staff.
this report
So
right
the Witt
now
thing,
is
I think
actually,
you're
this
absolutely
report is
right.
after the fact of something he had already done. So I don't buy the report. I'm telling you, I don't buy the report. I think this report is representation or those 2 people trying to keep themselves in a good light with others that may want to give them a job.
Yeah, I don't think the whole Dan Quinn thing right now is passing the sniff test. I don't like how Dan Quinn has operated this entire season, from who plays on the field to the Joe Witt situation. Just everything has seemed a bit off to me. And I am quickly losing favor with how Dan Quinn operates.
I think he's willing to say anything to Adam Peters and ownership to keep his job. I think he's willing to throw anybody under the bus that he can to curry favor and keep his job. I think he's trying to be on the same page with Adam Peters because he knows that's where his next check is coming from, is staying in line and
can I
agreeing
push
with
back
Peters.
on that? Listen, if you're not thrilled with Quinn, I think that's a completely reasonable place. They just went 5-12. Like, it's a results business.
Yes.
I think if he was trying to the route of self-preservation for me is keeping Cliff and not upsetting this whole thing. So maybe he's being told to get rid of Cliff, but like for Quinn, by getting rid of Cliff, all the pressure's on him now. If he kept Cliff around, then next year, if it goes bad again, you'd be like, man, I just couldn't do it with that offensive system. You got to keep me around another year.
I'll push back on that. I think when you're Dan Quinn, it's easy to say, hey, let me get a new coordinator on offense. Let me get a new coordinator on defense. Let me do it my way. Give me more time here. I'm just going to say when teams go 5-12 and have as disastrous of a season we just have, the hot seat is way hotter for the head coach than it is for Dan Quinn. And I think that is a testament to how Dan Quinn operates. I think he is a people pleaser. I think that's how you stay around the NFL for so long. And I think he gets that aspect of the job. I also think he is a good to average coach. I don't think he's like some terrible head coach or anything, but I think he really understands the business and he's able to operate and maneuver to keep himself off the hot seat after a terrible season.
But like, you're not listening to what JP just said. He just basically placed himself in the middle of the hot seat.
And I think the seat would have been far hotter if they weren't in the NFC title game last year. If they had gone 7-10 and then 5-12, I think the conversation's entirely different, especially when a dude like John Harbaugh hits the street. You know, I think you have to view it in the totality of two seasons, not just this season. But for me, the Witt thing was happening, period. There was no way they weren't getting rid of Witt. They had already demoted him in season. The Cliff one is the big question. And
it already sat in that Uber.
Yeah. And I think with Cliff, it's because you already had the report about beef between Cliff and AP, and you wonder how real some of that is. I think the Cliff thing, the questions with Cliff for me are no other offense in the league looks like that one. So maybe DQ is like, I want an offense that looks like one of the other ones in this league that does well. Mm-hmm. Digging in from that, does he get too pass happy, maybe especially near the goal line? And above all else, will this offense protect the quarterback? Of all the people in Ashburn, outside of Josh Harris, because he gets to sign the checks, the most important person in Ashburn is Jaden Daniels. And whether it's Peters, whether it's Harris, whether it's Quinn, if there was a question, hey, is this the right thing for Jaden for 10 years? I think that question becomes really important, and I think that's a huge part of Cliff's departure.
Yeah, we have talked about Cliff on the show for the last few weeks, and I've always gone on the record as saying, I like Cliff. I won't lose sleep if he leaves. And he's gone, and I really do think it's kind of like a next man up at offensive coordinator. I don't think he put together a full 60-minute game for the entire season. And, I think he did great, with Mariota plugging in and having to run the offense with Jaden on the mend. But I'm not terribly upset about Cliff going. I don't think his red zone offense made any sense whatsoever. If there was turmoil with him and the front office, it makes sense to move on. And hopefully, he succeeds elsewhere. I don't root against Cliff, but as you said, is he the answer for the next 10 years in Washington? I don't think so.
Sure. I think it's crazy that we've landed here, talking with Barstool Nate here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude makes the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. I don't know specifically what to make of the reports of meddling. I also think if the meddling is that the front office stepped in and said, shut Jaden down, we're 4-10, he doesn't need to play again and risk more injury.
That's going to be a good move,
I think they're supposed to do that.
I think that's a good medal. Yeah,
right.
You got to protect your star player at some point. If the coaches say, no, we're 4-10, I want him out on the field, I think if I'm the guy who just paid $8 billion for the team and I'm building a new stadium, I want Jaden healthy next season, not during the 4-10 season. So I'm willing to meddle if that is the case.
Right. Like, I don't know. To me, you've got guys that have been fired that are looking for new jobs that probably have people out there advocating for what went wrong and why it wasn't their fault. What is more interesting to me is what's going to happen next. I think defensively, Dan Quinn's going to hire Raheem Morris or Jeff Ulbrich. I don't think I'd almost put 80% of my 100 chips on those two dudes. Offensively, I think is far more interesting, and I think I'm preparing to advocate. I'm preparing to plant a flag for rolling the dice with David Blau because Jaden's the most important player in the building, most important person in the building. You've already lost Cliff. You've already lost Tavita. Maybe Marcus, we'll see if he goes somewhere. That's another important part of that puzzle. Brian Johnson is there. That's another internal candidate. But, like, when you talk to people around the league about Blau, his stock is so high. And the fact that Detroit's already reaching out to interview him for an OC job, I find pretty damn interesting. And Quinn can go one of two ways, I think, with the OC hire. You can get an established guy with a higher floor, period. You can find somebody that has called plays before that's going to simplify this thing. Or you could roll the dice and maybe crap out or maybe hit a jackpot. And I'm on the let's see what the jackpot looks like side of things.
I'm going to raise an issue, and I know that you guys might not like it, but I think a lot of fans feel what I'm about to say. I worry about Dan Quinn making hires because we know that he has loyalty to his friends, and he's really scared to, hit the delete button when it's not working out, as we saw with Joe Witt, especially this season. If we lose both coordinators, but the head of the snake, Dan Quinn, is still there and he's still making decisions, it doesn't give me a ton of trust in the overall direction of the organization. And I'm not even saying that as I don't hate Dan Quinn as the head coach. I just don't think that his overall decision making is for the best of the franchise. I think he does a lot of things for what looks the best or sounds the best or is best for Dan Quinn, but not necessarily the best for the entire organization. And it worries me.
I think defensively, you have an argument because he hired his guy. He brought Joe Witt from Dallas. They'd been together a long time. He wanted to give him a shot as a D coordinator. It's also kind of Dan's defense that he knew his guy would implement how he wanted to. So I can understand where you're coming from there. DQ and Cliff had no familiarity. They had never worked together. When they hired Kingsbury, everybody was pretty damn surprised by it, going back 2 years. People thought it would be somebody that Quinn had worked with before. Somebody from those Falcons days, somebody from the Shanahan tree. So, I understand what you're saying on the defensive side of the ball, but offensively, the last time Dan Quinn made a hire, if anything, it was Kingsbury had ties to Peters from the old New England days. But Quinn didn't have
most head coaches
Kingsbury ties.
Hire somebody familiar with them.
Totally.
Now, that happens all over the league. And, I mean, I understand what you're saying, Nate, but that happens. That's not just a Washington or a Dan Quinn thing. Everybody does that. Everybody does that.
Yeah, it's just a thing that I think about, and I texted JP yesterday. I'm souring quick on Dan Quinn because his actions and his timing and just the way he operates in interviews and press conferences, it's kind of just begun to wear on me. And I'll say it again, and I'm not trying to be this negative. I'm not trying to be Mr. Get rid of all the coaches guy, but to reiterate, I see a lot of self-preservation, and I'm kind of taking this.
Man.
Yeah, it just
hold on. Don't you think by firing Kingsbury is not a self-preservation move?
No, because it's a scapegoat. I think he's throwing guys under the bus, saying I need to bring another guy in here. He wasn't the guy. I gave him a chance. Let me pick another guy. I think there's a lot of double talk going on. I'm not completely sold on DQ. As the long-term head coach in Washington.
I'm asking you a question, Nate. I'm asking you a question.
Go ahead.
If the coach you have running your offense has not corrected things that you asked to do to make sure you protect your quarterback, and that you will try to see some adjustments, you'll keep him around?
No, of course not. I think there's many layers to it.
But I'm saying you're making those comments, and you're saying about why somebody did something, but if you listen to a lot of the stuff that was going on, they've had conversations. And if things weren't corrected and my quarterback has gotten hurt some other times, I think it's time for me to say, I'll make the adjustment. And so you have to release that person. I don't see anything wrong with that.
I don't disagree with the overall sentiment that you just made. I think that Dan Quinn sometimes has other motives in mind when he makes moves.
So let me ask, I mean, dude, I don't think that's necessarily wrong, right? I think DQ of NFL head coaches is far more transparent than a lot of them, but they're all have other motives in what they like say and do publicly. Because I do think you speak on behalf of a lot of fans. You don't seem mad that Cliff is out, right?
No.
You're just not sure this is the answer, and you're not sure you believe in DQ?
I'm not sure I believe in DQ as the long-term head coach when we now have to bring in 2 new coordinators, but we still have the same head coach. He was overseeing the entire,
I think that's a reasonable stance. They just went 5-12. Questioning everything is reasonable. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know I don't think you have to go from there to Quinn is just trying to save his job right now.
And that's why I'm hesitant to say that 100%, but I'm becoming increasingly more suspicious of Dan Quinn's motives, yes.
Do you think he's making these decisions in a vacuum, all him?
No, I think he's aligned with Adam Peters on a lot of it, but he's aligned in a way that will help Dan Quinn and not the franchise, which, as you just said, it's a self-preservation league. I get it. It doesn't mean that I think Dan Quinn is the correct head coach for the next decade in Washington.
That may be true, but I'm asking this question. Sean McVay, John Harbaugh, and a lot of other great coaches, they fire coordinators damn near every 4 or 5 years, but they stay around. And the question I would ask is, are they preserving themselves or are they making a move to try to better the team? I think when you get rid of a coordinator, you don't think the guy is doing what you necessarily believe he should be doing to help the team. Because I believe in offense, defense working in hand. And I did not see offense, defense working hand in hand. And I can understand the move. And that's why I think the move happened. But
yeah,
I don't look at it as he's trying to overly protect himself, because JP brought it to my attention even more, where when you fire that guy, everything is pointing at you at this point.
I think the biggest thing is next year is a huge inflection point for everybody. Jaden, Adam Peters, Dan Quinn, whoever he hires to be the coordinators, everybody's job is on the line next season. It is a huge, huge, huge season for everyone. So, Dan Quinn, go get your guys, implement your offense, implement your defense, and let's forget the season happened. Let's put this all behind us and move forward, because at the end of the day, we all want this team to win. We want to go to the Super Bowl. And we have to trust that Adam Peters knows what he's doing, and he trusts Dan Quinn to make the correct decisions, and that's all we can really go on. We can question them, we can second-guess them, but at the end of the day, I'm rooting for this team to make every correct decision, hit on every coach, hit on every draft pick, and win a Super Bowl.
At this point, who do you trust more, DQ or AP?
AP, by far.
Really?
Yes.
Why? Like, you say by far, I'm just curious why. Not that you're wrong.
I don't think Dan Quinn is a great head coach. I think we've seen it time and time again. I think he's way too much of a player's coach. I know players love playing for him, and of course they do. He's a player's coach. He's friendly, happy-go-lucky. You know, we were 5-12, and he's still doing, slogans and sound bites and cliches. He's, backwards hat Dan. It is what he is. I think Adam Peters is way more driven to prove that he can win a Super Bowl as an executive, and I think Adam Peters wants to cement himself as a legendary executive in the NFL, and I think he's more, I think he's just a better. I think if I had to choose one for, to run the franchise, to be around for a while, I would choose Peters 10 out of 10 times.
Well, we'll see how it all shakes out. Thank you for the time, brother. We'll talk soon.
All right. Talk to you guys later.
All right, man. That's Barstool Nate. Far more faith in Peters than Quinn. I think right now there's real questions about everybody involved. I think a lot of people view Quinn because he followed up Rivera, and there's a number of similarities in their resumes. The only thing I would say about Quinn is players love him, but that doesn't mean they're not pushed. This past year, I don't think they were pushed enough. I think training camp was far too easy. I think they made some missteps for sure. We'll see if they write them. We'll keep the phone lines open the remainder of the hour. Grant and Danny start at 2.
NFL insider Jordan Schultz reported that several key offensive players, including Jaden Daniels, were disappointed and taken aback by the Commanders' decision to part ways with offensive coordinator Cliff Kingsbury. Many inside the locker room believe Kingsbury would only leave Washington had he landed a head coaching job elsewhere, not through a team decision. So this, coupled with Jordan Schultz's latest report that the front office has been meddling in coaching and personnel decisions, well, it's not great. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
That funky monkey. During the last commercial break, Landfill told me he might kill himself. He has to hear the name David Blau, Dan Quinn, Adam Peters again. So we'll give him a break. We did have a little bit of news.
David Blau, Adam Peters.
Bacon sandwich, Landfill. There is a little bit of news, and I'll keep this brief. Adam Schefter said the Commanders have requested an interview with Raiders defensive coordinator Patrick Graham for their D coordinator job. Listen, Patrick Graham, the Raiders have been terrible. So if you want to just judge him on that, I get it. I really liked Patrick Graham when he was the Giants defensive coordinator. That team was god-awful, I would largely say, because Joe Judge was the head coach. But I liked Graham. Those teams played hard, flew to the football. With the Raiders, the numbers are all terrible. Glean your own conclusions from that.
Yeah.
Brian, a few things that I wanted to discuss with you.
Okay.
I did not walk through the office building lobby today. However, I did yesterday walk through the lobby.
All right.
Jeff, I know you. You probably walked through the lobby today. Can I ask you a question? Do they still have all the Christmas decorations up?
No.
They took them down today.
Yes.
Okay, because yesterday they were all still up.
Yep.
Brian Mitchell.
Yeah.
Arbiter of all things. When is the right time to get your Christmas decorations down?
When you get time. Because I got time.
Are yours still up?
The ones on my windows outside my house, the wreaths, yes. Because I don't put them up. The dude down the street that goes to Sammy's house come to my house. And sometimes he takes a little longer than you would like. But the people next door to me, all of their stuff is up.
Today is January 7th.
Yeah.
Tomorrow's January 8th, my little girl's 7th birthday. I'm excited for that. When is officially too late to have Christmas decorations up?
I don't know if it's such thing as too late because I know some people that leave their Christmas trees up the whole damn year.
They crazy.
They're rednecks.
Definitely.
No, they're not rednecks.
Definitely before Martin Luther King Day.
Not these people that I'm talking about. They're not rednecks. They just take the bulbs off of it, but the tree's there.
Is it outdoors or something? Like a living tree?
It's in the house.
They keep their Christmas tree up all year long.
Yes.
That's crazy.
It might be crazy, but some people do.
Because what do they use the tree for?
There are people, listen, man, people got different mindsets. Their Christmas trees up before Thanksgiving. Their Christmas trees up right after Thanksgiving, the day after.
That's
I get
more
that.
reasonable.
Yeah, because everyone don't
first of all,
celebrate
Christmas
Thanksgiving.
Christmas is probably 350 days away right now.
Yeah, but I don't need
it's 40
I don't
days
need it
away.
up before Thanksgiving, though. I just think we all have our different feelings about it. Like
you have more of a problem with the Christmas tree up before Thanksgiving than you do up year round.
Well, at least the person that puts it up, that leaves it year round, takes all the stuff off of it. So it could be like a tree in your house, whatever. You got a house that damn big, do what you got to do. But when you got all of the red and the green and stuff before Thanksgiving, that's a little weird to me. But my whole thing is, I know people that Christmas Day, boom. Christmas, the morning after Christmas, everything comes down.
Ours is down. The bulk of our stuff is down before New Year's because my wife just doesn't mess around. And honestly, the Christmas stuff, and you guys will call me Grinch or whatever, it just becomes clutter. It just takes over everything.
Landfill, Grinch, play the music. But I'll tell you like
down New Year's
my
Day.
daughters and people in my house all keep saying what time stuff should come down. In other words, they're saying, I need to take it down. And I'm like,
Do you put it up?
First, yes. Well, what I do, my thing is this, I walk in, I put the trees up. You could decorate it. But I would expect them, since I put the tree up and you decorate it, you take the decoration down. Then I'll take the tree down, put it in the box, and go put it in the storage area.
That's what I do.
Don't you think?
I do the carrying of things.
What happens is, as they start taking off the stuff, they're complaining, all this noise. So guess who ends up pulling all the stuff down? Me. And then to just make sure it happens quickly, because one thing about me, I hate when you're doing something and you're complaining about it. Just damn do it and get it over. So I hurry up and get it done and keep moving.
I think you got to have stuff down. Now, for us, it's like it's my little one's birthday, and especially when you got little kids, birthdays are super important.
Mm-hmm.
So we want to turn the house over so it's her birthday and not Christmas still.
Mm-hmm.
I think Jeff said MLK weekend. I feel like MLK is usually around the 20th of January. You can't have Christmas still up on the 20th of January.
People do. I get the people next to my house, they got the whole manger and everything outside still.
Really?
Yeah.
That's got to come down by this weekend. It's too late for the manger.
Hey, man.
We are on to Cincinnati.
I'll be honest
man.
with you, dog. I go to my house, I get out my car, I go inside.
Crazy Joey.
I wouldn't like to stay inside till I get ready to leave.
Our producer from Monumental says, my cousin has a holiday tree that she keeps up all year and decorates it differently according to what holiday it is.
And that's Joey, that's what I'm kind of talking about a little bit. They have the tree up, but they'll put different color stuff on it. Like there are people in Louisiana, that Christmas tree becomes the Mardi Gras tree. And Mardi Gras is what, February? So the Christmas tree has all the Mardi Gras stuff on it, and then it moves on, So I just think, in a sense, that person could be kind of lazy.
I think it's lazy. But Louisiana's got its own rules about everything.
Yeah.
I actually love that they just have one tree and they decorate it accordingly, like based on whatever holiday it is.
Landfill, when do you think Christmas stuff needs to come down?
Before January.
For the end of the month.
Yeah,
Landfill, do you put up the tree?
Hell no.
Do you take down the tree?
Down the tree?
Hell no.
So you don't have a right when the hell the tree go up. Your mom decided when the damn tree go up.
I don't believe in decorating for Christmas either, though.
Do you believe in decorating for anything?
Hell no.
Halloween, St. Patrick's Day.
Don't ask Landfill no more questions.
Who decorates for St. Patrick's Day?
People, little kids.
You'd be
Our
amazed all the green stuff going on around everywhere.
I've never decorated for St. Patrick's.
My house
You a lie. You can't hear what green on last year. You decorated your own self.
No. Like growing up, my mom, we've never done
Putting on a green shirt is not decorating.
That's decorating yourself, Landfill. That's decorating yourself. You don't wear green no other damn time but St. Patrick's Day.
Kind of wearing green today.
I'm going to wear green tomorrow. I'm going to troll you, B-Mitch.
Oh, damn green, that's tan.
I'm going to wear green tomorrow. I have the shirt picked out already.
I wish you do.
According to Johnny Entrum on Twitter, the Christmas season runs through January 6th, the Feast of the Epiphany on the Christian calendar.
Okay, well, that was yesterday.
If that's real, then you're cool through the 6th.
Well, that was yesterday.
I have another topic. I got my electric bill yesterday. White Brian, when should Christmas stuff come down?
After the last game on New Year's Day.
Okay. Huh? Do you do the decorating?
Wait, stop. Why does it have to have anything to do with a damn football game?
Well, New Year's Day, I'm kind of getting nagged to take it down, and then the right time is just after the last game of the college football playoff.
That's late at night.
So in other words, he's telling you when Rose make him take it down.
Because ball is life, B.
That is funny as hell, Landfill.
I have a question, a concern, perhaps.
Let's go.
I got my electric bill yesterday.
Yeah.
Pepco.
Yeah.
High. Yo, crazy high.
Yeah.
You want to guess?
No. I don't know what make the electric bill would be.
You don't get one?
I don't look at it. I don't pay it. I work. I pay it.
$500.
I'm sure I've had one more than that.
Your house is 3 times the size of mine.
Yeah, but I mean, you live up in that little old ritzy ass area. That's why you paying all that money. You paying for where you're living.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
Pepco charges the same rates. It's
not
Pepco.
everywhere. Mm-mm.
I got this information. Pepco, which supplies electricity to around 1 million customers in D.C. and Maryland, is wrapping up a 2-year rate increase to modernize its grid. Customers will see an average $3.80 increase to their bill this month, following a $7.54 monthly hike in January. The big picture, DC's rising bills are also being driven by a force largely outside the city's control, data center growth around the Beltway.
Yeah.
Massive data centers, concentrated in Northern Virginia but affecting the entire grid, consume enormous amounts of electricity, tightening supply and pushing up wholesale prices across the region.
Yeah.
I know one person, I believe her initials are WD, at least W. And I know one person, his initials are LA. Y'all owe me money for my electric bill.
Well, I say this.
People are getting rich off these data centers, and now I'm paying for it. Jeff, you're a Pepco guy. Did your joint go through the roof?
Don't blame the data centers.
That's what the article's
But
blaming.
let me tell that article. That article can take one and pucker up too. What the hell is happening is everybody is upping everything and using that as an excuse. Just like the prices. Everything went up because you supposedly can't get this, can't get that. Everything wasn't affected by the same damn thing. So people automatically say, well, since they're raising their prices, I'm going to raise my prices. There are areas that are not being affected, but you know what? They're not going to let the other area raise the price and they don't raise it.
So you don't know if your electric bill is up. Jeff, do you pay electric or is that in your rent?
I pay electric, but I'm kind of a frugal guy, bro. Like, if I leave one room, I ensure everything is turned off and unplugged. It
don't make a difference. So if it's going to go up, it's going to go up.
Yeah. I thought mine might go up some just because we have the Christmas lights running up.
What's your normal rate?
This was double. This was double what it was the year before. Double.
So that was 1 month or every month?
I just paid December's bill. So and it was double what it
was in November?
It was double what it was in November, and it was double what it was in December the year before. Double.
So it just moved up on you in November.
I don't. So here I'm trying to be calm, collected, my normal self, and my plan is okay. December was crazy high. We also had the Christmas lights on, various bushes in the house. All right, I'm going to see what happens in January because there's no more Christmas lights. There's none of that.
Yeah.
And I said to Lauren, I was like, we did have to run the heat a lot. It was cold as hell.
Yeah.
She then reminded me the heat is gas, which has nothing to do with the electric bill.
Isn't the rude gas and it's a combination.
I think my system out back on the porch is electric that Crop installed. My mini split Mitsubishi, the joint is awesome. So that's more electric. I think the root system is gas. Jimbo's listening. Jimbo, text me. Maybe I'm incorrect.
I thought it was a combination. There's some of them, the root systems.
Jimbo was just texting me. I'm going to text him. Is the Rude system electric or gas? I think, well, you know what it is? It's electric in the summer for air conditioning, but it's gas in the winter for heat. That's how I believe it works. Here's what I know. The rent is too damn high. I don't think these data centers are multi-billion-dollar businesses.
Oh, yeah.
I should not be supplementing their electric bill. I'm a household with 4 people.
You're not supplementing their electric bill. What you're supplementing.
I'm supplementing something.
Well, what they're doing is, see, everyone want to blame the data centers. Blame the damn companies that employ the data centers to house all their stuff.
You know what else is remarkable?
Google, Oracle, Amazon, all those major people, that's the ones that's housing all this crap because they can't do it themselves.
The other thing that's remarkable is Ashburn, Virginia, Northern Virginia has something like 60% of the world's internet, right?
More than
big
that.
fiber lines.
More than that.
Let's get the internet working at Redskins Park. Let's just get the Wi-Fi. Shouldn't it be the world's greatest Wi-Fi considering the location
I had
right
that
there?
one day when mine was just screwed up, and I was trying to go on a new thing you did, and guess what's working? The one that I've been using for the last 5-6 years, it works.
It was Wi-Fi roulette, man. The last couple weeks, something was amiss. Pepco, please chill out. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley. You guys want to let the listeners know what the hell's going on in the aquarium? Because the text thread is wild. Landfill? Jeff? Silence.
What text thread? I don't know what you're talking about.
Silence is golden.
Your plan for us tomorrow?
Man, JP.
I'm not showing up.
Yeah, what are you talking about? Man, let's get her to here first.
The text thread is wild. Just so we're clear, I don't want to be a part of whatever you and Landfill have planned.
Just to be clear, Landfill is a LIAR.
We got college football playoffs tomorrow night, B. I kind of forgot about that. I don't know what the answers are with, like, when these games are, because I know a lot of people are saying to move them up.
Move them up to what?
Wait, Brian, what?
Sooner, you mean?
Sooner, yeah. Is that what people are saying? To get the games,
what they want the guys to the kids got to go to school or something, and they got to get some freedom to themselves. What you want them to play every damn week? We giving the pro players a damn bye. They already played 13 weeks. We want them to just go right into the 4 more games?
They're going to get rid of conference championships eventually.
Yeah, then they're going to just be playing another game the next week. The same week they're going to play it. They'll just be quicker. But they're getting paid now, so who cares?
Oh, boy. Tomorrow night, Miami, Ole Miss. Friday night, Oregon, Indiana. It should be fun, man. What do we got tonight? Got any Caps? I think Caps played tonight.
Cap played tonight.
I think the Wiz have a back-to-back. Maybe they win 2 in a row.
Wiz
4 out of 5.
Wiz played the Sixers tonight.
All right, let's make some bets.
Oh, Lord. Gather around, gather around.
I'm going to start because I bet on Georgetown last night.
Mm-hmm.
I know the Hoyas started out a little bit hot to start the year. I believe DePaul has been one of the worst major conference teams in college basketball for some time. And I liked Georgetown's chances last night to beat DePaul.
Mm-hmm.
To beat DePaul. They lost by 6. Listen to this. Georgetown in the first half, Brian. Guess what? In the second half, forgive me. Guess what the Hoyas shot in the second half? Percentage.
19%.
4.
Damn.
They went 1 of 23. I'm getting this from Bobby Bancroft. Georgetown went the final 10 minutes and 7 seconds without making a field goal and shot 22% for the game.
Damn, that's horrible.
4.3% in the second half.
That's bad.
We haven't devoted a lot of time to the Hoyas basketball team, but maybe we need to do a deep dive. 1 of 23 from the field.
That's not good.
What the hell? You lost to DePaul. Getting tired of losing to DePaul. All right. How did I lost last night because Georgetown shot 4% in the second half. What else happened last night?
I lost too.
Georgetown needs to get some of those former NBA players.
Yo, you could just hire dudes out of like the Serbian Pro League. Go get a couple of those. Ship them over. Get somebody that can make a bucket. Sorry, White Brown.
Landfill and Jeff won.
So what are we at for the week?
I'm 0-2.
I'm 1-1, I believe.
Yeah.
We got action tonight. Terps play, Wiz play, Caps play. Caps are at home. Wiz are on the road in Philly. That's a big number.
Give me the Wiz
That
covering
is a big
14
number.
and a half.
Hell, Jeff, I see it at 15.5. Get all the money, dog.
I am also taking the Wizards.
2 aquariums. Going with
VCU.
Wiz. The Ramily? Terps play tonight against Indiana. Maryland catching 7.5 at home.
I'll take the Caps and the Jazz. The Jazz is what, plus 18.5?
I'm also, damn, Dallas is good. I don't know about that. Maybe the Dallas isn't good this year. I'd like to take Maryland.
They got rid of all their players, Jay.
I don't think I can take Maryland, dude. My Terps have a problem scoring, much like Georgetown, apparently.
You got a problem scoring, you're not going to win.
Hard to win when you can't score. It's a simple game. I'm going to take Wake Forest. The Demon Deacons laying 1.5 at home against the Miami Hurricanes. Thank you to everybody.
Demon Deacons.
Thank you to everybody listening to the program today. Thank you to Neil Greenberg. Thank you to Barry Sverluga. And thank you to Barstool Nate. Grant and Danny coming your way next. Made it this far. I owe you a beer.
Per Adam Schefter, the Commanders have requested an interview with Raiders defensive coordinator Patrick Graham for their defensive coordinator position. And some new reporting from NFL insider Jordan Schultz is pointing to some serious dysfunction within the Commanders. He said that part of the issues the Commanders have is with the front office meddling with the coaching staff. Jordan Schultz reports that he got the impression that Dan Quinn did not want to move on from his coordinators, so that disconnect remains. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Good Wednesday afternoon, and welcome into Grant and Danny on January 7th, 2026. You are listening live to The Fan, and we are in the Navy Yard in D.C. at our Half Street Studios. Thank you for making the show part of your day. At 3 o'clock in 1 hour, David Aldridge of The Athletic. What should the Commanders do with their offensive coordinating opening? And how should they put Jaden Daniels in the best position to thrive moving forward? We'll talk to DA about that in 1 hour. 4 o'clock today, ahead of the Beltway Blitz, we will be giving away Caps tickets. The Caps are back in action tonight. Danny, believe it or not, it has been almost 5 weeks since the Capitals won back-to-back games. They have a chance to do that this evening with the Dallas Stars in town. Second night of a back-to-back for Dallas. Caps rested after being idle last night. Good chance to get 2 points and try to string two together.
Yeah, it feels like it's been that long, honestly. Just one step forward, a couple steps back, a couple nasty losing streaks in there where they didn't play particularly well. They could use one of those good stretches. I mean, they're basically dining out still on that stretch where they won 10 of 12. Outside of that, they've been below 500 when you count in some of those overtime losses. So they could use some what I've come to be known as some sustained good play. That would be nice.
I cannot believe how different things are in Ashburn than they were a year ago.
Yeah, in the words of Al Michaels, here we go.
You live long enough, you get right back to where you started.
Time is a flat circle.
It is wild just how familiar this all feels. But a calendar year ago, not even, Washington was about to play Tampa Bay in the playoffs. We were about to be treated to a rare and fun playoff win on the road, Raymond James Stadium. Then they went to Detroit, got the biggest win this franchise has experienced since January of 1992. And then it was on to the NFC Championship game. And really, since that week leading up to the NFC title game, where they would give up 55, get blown out by the Eagles, everything has come crashing back down to earth. But today, an ominous report from Jordan Schultz, formerly of Fox Sports, has bounced around different outlets. Jordan Schultz, super plugged in with agents. That's kind of his game. Sources, part of the issue the Commanders have had in the building is the front office meddling with the coaching staff on personnel and players to use, an ongoing problem dating back to 2024 when they were having success. With the team struggling this year, it reached new heights, and there were notable disagreements. Moreover, I have not gotten the impression Dan Quinn wanted to move on from his coordinators. The entire disconnect is one to watch as we head into 2026. And then Jordan Schultz quotes a source who said, there's a lot of S going on there, end quote. We back up.
Yeah, let the world know.
We are back, baby. The Commanders, the Redskins, what's different? So let's just start with this report.
Yes.
What do you think?
I wonder what else Cliff Kingsbury's agent had to say. I'm sort of being tongue-in-cheek sarcastic, but this is clearly we have done this before. We skip to the end here in this marketplace. We know. You don't have to start. You don't have to be Columbo. You don't have to be Ace Ventura pet detective to get to the bottom of this one. When things go bad and people start losing gigs, blame starts flying and people start doing a little CYA. And you do the CYA to try to make sure that your next job or your next interview can go okay when you need people to know that, no, I know it was bad, but it wasn't my fault. Here's why. So you use what mechanisms you have, you flush some things down, and you hope they come out on the other side of the pipes to make people, be more on your side, to get your narrative and get your story out there. You don't need to do that when you're 12-5 and it's a honeymoon. You do when you're 4-12 and you win a meaningless game to end the season. So I buy it 100%. I buy that there's trouble in paradise. I buy that discord should have happened, quite frankly. And, the idea that it erupted and spilled over and was a point of contention, yeah, I understand that. Now, I'm not condoning it. I don't think the GM should be walking down and sticking a finger in someone's face and going, hey, on 2nd and 7, make sure that you throw a screen pass to Ben Sinnott. Or where's Jalen Lane on my pop pass? That shouldn't be happening. That's not what you do. You pick the ingredients, you manage the edges as the general manager, but game day, the plan they're in, that belongs to the coach. That's an overstepping. If that is to be believed, and I think to some degree it probably is. But you're telling me the bad team had discord? Yeah, I buy it.
Second time this week from a second different reporter and outlet where we've heard about consternation between the front office and the staff. So there's more smoke here to that. I think it is clear and it is unequivocal that you can, while not dismissing this, you can understand where it's coming from. You joked about Kingsbury's agent, Eric Burkhart, or one of the other agents that are involved here. Could be the agent for Joe Barry. Joe Barry's not the guy. Joe Witt.
Yeah, him too.
That's another bad defensive coordinator they fired. I've done this for too long.
Yeah.
Could be the agent.
For Greg Minuski.
Exactly. For, Greg Blosh. No, but it could be Joe Witt's agent. It could be Bobby Johnson's agent. It could be, somebody else in the building who we don't know about that is on their way out, that was a part of one of these staffs that now knows that their days are numbered and their agent's getting the word out. But that side of the story being disseminated, while I think it's pretty easy to chalk up where it's coming from, does not mean it's wrong. That's an important distinction. In other words, when a couple gets a divorce and you go to the wife who's getting separated and you say, tell me about this guy, the soon-to-be ex-husband, and she unloads the magazine, right? She's just unloading the clip. He's lazy. He doesn't do this. He doesn't do that. He's a bad husband. He's a bad dad, whatever. Like, she's angry. This is coming from a place of emotion. She has been wronged. She feels a little bit miffed and is angry at this person. And so she's saying all of the worst possible things. But there's probably a lot of truth in it, too. You're probably still able to weed through some of that, some of the biases, and say, was this true that they weren't working that hard? Is this true that they cheated on you? Or whatever it was, right? So there could be merit to some of this. That's what we have to figure out. That's what the Commanders have to figure out. That's what this ownership group has to figure out. Here is the part of this, though, that I do not buy for 1 second. This is not to knock Jordan Schultz's reporting. I think he heard something, and he's passing that along. That's kind of what reporting is. Generally, you hear from one person, you better corroborate it with another. There's some checks and balances here. But in 2026, the year of our Lord, the way reporting works is essentially people hear something from somebody, and then they disseminate it and put that out there, right? And what I'm quite sure he was told by someone was that Dan Quinn didn't want to make these decisions. I don't believe that for 1 second. I don't think that Adam Peters said to Dan Quinn, you have to fire Cliff Kingsbury, and then Quinn fired a guy that he didn't think he should. I don't think that Dan Quinn, who already made Joe Witt come down to the sideline from the booth, who already took his play calling duties away, who's already cut him off at the knees midway through the season, was unwilling to fire Joe Witt. I don't believe that for 1 second. So this second part here, I have not gotten the impression Dan Quinn wanted to move on from his coordinators. I do not believe that even a little bit.
Fair. Here's my counter to your counter. I think you say it that way to make sure everyone knows that it wasn't just Cliff's representative talking about it. In other words, if this anonymous source goes, he really didn't want to fire Cliff Kingsbury, everyone's kind of going, dude, you can just sign your name. It's not anonymous anymore. You say he didn't want to move on from his coordinators. I think to throw the attempt at some subterfuge there, that this could have been anybody. But to me, that's how I viewed that. So it's interesting that you came to that conclusion, because I'm with you. I don't think you had any hesitation. You understood. The assignment was pretty easy. Once you said, Joe Witt, you ain't calling plays anymore, what do you do here?
So you're saying you just label it as everyone so that you protect your source?
Yes.
But my point is, okay, so let's just make it Cliff then, who's really the person we're talking about. The idea that Dan wanted to keep Cliff that Dan was happy with how Cliff was operating goes against a lot of the things that I've heard within the last few days when they're having these meetings, and they weren't just in the last 72 hours, but it is very normal for a defensive-minded head coach dinosaur to want to run the ball more.
Yeah.
Run it 10 times, they want you to run it 12. It is very normal when you get shut out by the Vikings that they're upset with your protection plan. Like, I think there was some strife and some consternation. Again, we'll see. And maybe there's no way to ever prove this or not, but both with the information that I've gleaned and then just my eyes watching from the same seats you were in Minnesota and the season sitting at this table here with you, I do not believe that Adam Peters demanded that Dan Quinn fire Cliff Kingsbury, and Quinn begrudgingly did so, where he walks into the office and goes, hey, Cliff, look, if this was up to me, buddy, you and I would keep making sweet music together. But the big bad boss is making me do this. I just don't believe that.
Okay. So I'm going, trying to figure out how I would quantify this. I'm going Rossini report about Peters Kingsbury discord.
Yes.
The information that you've been able to glean and pass on, and then this source that I believe, and again, I'm not calling anybody out, just my belief that this is basically coming from Kingsbury's
this
camp.
idea of like meddling GM coordinators at odds,
Yeah.
I believe there's truth to some of this.
Yeah. And so was Dan Quinn a 1 out of 10 out of 10 going, get out of my office, I never want to see your ass again, you'll never work anywhere? He was not a 10 out of 10. They wanted to fire Cliff. Was he a 1, though, where it's like, God, I want to keep you so bad, I just can't? I don't think it was that. I think it's on the scale, right? I think it's somewhere towards the middle.
Well, here's the way to ask it.
Yeah.
What percentage of Cliff's departure, if we're divvying up 100% to Peters and to Quinn, would you say, like, is on whose desk?
Yeah.
So, in other words, just to give you my first numbers, and I haven't thought about this, I'm thinking about it in
Because that's what I'm trying to quantify.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm going to say like 60-40 Dan Quinn or 65-35 Dan Quinn. I don't think Adam Peters, when you go to him, I don't think you have to sell him and be like, dude, listen. Because I think a lot of how Quinn views the world is what he knows Peters wants anyway. I think that is Peters' guy, and they are in lockstep on a lot of things. Like you and I do a show together. Yesterday, we celebrated our 12th anniversary.
So it's 12 years, but we're in our 13th year, but it's our 12th anniversary. Yes.
12th anniversary.
Yeah.
By the way, if you have anything you'd like to send us for our 12th anniversary, please let us know. We'll get you our addresses. Right?
Yeah.
But you take aside.
Yeah.
You
I'll
start
take stuff.
You kind of start seeing things the same way. We've done the show long enough. I'll use an axiom that you came up with. You'll use a reference that I like. You just kind of mold
It's
together.
like a zipper.
You start seeing things like each other see it, you know? I think that probably happens with them. So I think when Quinn goes to Peters and says, I want to get rid of this guy, it's not like it's news to Adam Peters or he's like, really? You do? I think they've had a lot of conversations. But the bottom line is, did Quinn want to make a change or not? I think the answer is yes. And so I'm going over 50%.
So I flipped the numbers. In other words, I don't think Dan Quinn fought on this one. Like, I don't think he's like, it's either me or him. I don't think he did anything like that. I think this is a Peters thing. I think Dan Quinn is, when it comes to these type things, is the Martin Mayhew. Remember when Martin would stand up there at the press conferences and go, I agree with Coach. Stunning that you agree with Coach. You know what Coach said it. Did he? Ron hit that one? He knocked that one out of the park too? That answer was perfect? Way to go, Martin. Do you have any independent thoughts of your own on this matter? Yeah, what Coach said. I think that's why Dan Quinn got the gig, to be frank with you. I think Dan Quinn, yes, to a degree, sees things the way Adam Peters does, but he also knows that's in his professional interest to do so. I don't think they wanted a strong-willed head coach. I mean, to me, my prime example on this is not that they didn't end up hiring Mike Vrabel. They didn't interview Mike Vrabel because the reputation is this guy or Belichick. Yeah, they didn't want somebody that was going to, a buck that was going to push back.
The Ben Johnson thing, when he was interested in the job, went completely sideways.
Yeah.
Like a lot of the really strong-willed people, and I know people get upset when we bring this up, but sorry, put your big boy pants on for a second. I mean, Dan Quinn flew in here, coach, and flew out, coach, when they're flying all over the country on a PJ to meet with all the other candidates to start that process. Like, yeah, they ended up with a guy, I think, that kind of saw the world the way they wanted him to. There's no doubt about that. Doesn't mean he can't be the right hire. Certainly was in year one.
And that's not necessarily on its face a criticism. By the way, I don't necessarily mind that one way or the other. If I want the person that I'd rather have be the strong architect is the GM. I want that. I want this whole organization to be in his image. Like that to me is the tone setter. Coaches come and go, assistants come and go, coordinators, everything underneath it. They'll change. The GM that I want my Ozzie Newsome. I want to wake up and go, I'm safe. I'm sound. I got
that's
that guy.
another good point, by the way. How long have we wanted a real GM around here to call all the shots?
Beg for it.
To be the de facto leader. And I don't need it to be Belichickian, my way or the highway, chest out, big time, like ego, no one else has a say. And that's certainly not the way they portray this when they're sitting side by side as this, working relationship. But if you want a GM who is powerful and the buck stops with them, who's more powerful than the coach and who calls the shots and runs the show, you've got that.
Yes.
And if that means, by the way, that GM is going to go occasionally to a coordinator and say, I drafted a tight end at 52 and you're not playing him because you're playing some other older guy that you have a relationship with from Arizona, I need you to get this kid the football. I don't have a huge problem with that. Now, is it overstepping? Is it abnormal that a GM would go to a coordinator and do that if that's what's happening? Apparently so. This was Jay Gruden, who we had on the show on Monday after this report broke, and we asked him, is it odd, is it normal for a general manager and a coordinator to basically be butting heads over either scheme or usage of players? Is that something that should be happening?
Well, that's odd to me because typically the GM and the offensive coordinator don't have contact at all. That's the head coach's job to talk to the GM directly and relay the coach's message to him directly, and the coaches don't have really any, interaction with the GM. So it's odd to me. But, I guess if he's not getting the players he wanted, and maybe he's expressed his frustration in that way. But it's just a weird situation because, like I said, they don't really typically interact.
So that's the what's typical and how the normal structure would go. I understand that to a degree, but how serious are these things? In other words, is this a scheduled meeting on the books where Ben Sinnott usage, come by my office at 10:15, we'll have a 45-minute knockdown dragout? Is it in the hallway over a cup of coffee? Hey, Cliff, how was your weekend? Pretty good. Hey, man, why can't Ben get the ball? Is that the meddling? We don't know. I mean, there's layers to this, right? There's nuance to it. So when things don't go well, again, this is expected. I'm not saying it's good. I'm saying you'll find all the warts and all the negative things come flying out. But ultimately, the idea is that Adam Peters is the person that will hopefully, if this all works well, I think this offseason is pivotal for him, by the way. He's going to have to change complete direction in terms of player acquisition, personnel, the type of team he's going to field, et cetera. I know why they doubled down after the success of year one. I think that was supposed to be temporary. You go to the NFC title game, you have to kind of keep doing that. This blew up in their face. It's now get young, get fast time, and hurry up about it, please. Let's start yesterday. So that's where I'll be judging him. But for major matters, I think it's Peters' call, and I think Dan Quinn knows that. I think that was part of one of the conditions of his employment, where I appreciate your opinion. We'll do this by committee, but the buck stops right here, dude. I'm Adam Peters, and you're not.
Yeah, and I don't buy, while we're making a list of things that I'm not completely signing off on, like this idea that Quinn had to fire these coaches and didn't want to. Don't agree with that. Here's another thing I don't buy. When Adam Peters in the press conference on Monday at the end of year presser said something to the effect of, like, the staff is exclusively DQs.
Mm-hmm.
I basically am a spectator and I just sit it out and he lets me know what he's doing. They said at other points during the presser over and over again that everything's so collaborative, that nothing happens one without the other. So in every other way, Adam and Dan are in cahoots and they are, talking things through. But in this one element, this significant, massive element, by the way, the guy that runs the building and runs the shop doesn't care to have a say in who the OC or the DC is going to be. By the way, the quarterback you drafted second overall, in some way, your reputation with that pick, at least initially, not forever, but for right now, is kind of on the line with that selection. That development of that player, Dan Quinn's future, who was your first head coaching hire. This is all on the line with this OC selection.
Yep.
And you're just going to wait in your office for Quinn to tell you who it is? Call me crazy. I don't buy that for 1 second. He's absolutely going to be heavily involved in picking the OC. Now, it's got to be Quinn's call in the end with some help from Peters, and I'm sure that was the case with the dismissal of these coaches as well. But the fact for me is, if you're sitting here reporting today that the GM's super powerful and meddling and overly involved and was annoying the coaches, number one, that's obviously coming from the coaches who just got fired.
Yep.
Which doesn't make it not true. Number two, we've got to figure out to what extent was that meddling happening. Is it as simple as him wanting to see Ben Sinnott more, which I did too, and you did too?
Yeah.
So I kind of agree with that one. Like, what are we talking about?
And also, I know I'm harping on this detail, and I know maybe it's not relevant to some, but what does meddling look like? Right. Is it a conversation in passing? Is it ribbing when like you guys are there walking on the treadmill next to each other, sipping electrolyte filled water, going, dude, play Ben Sinnott. No, and then we go about our day.
Get Brandon Coleman back in there at left guard, man. Every time you see him, and it just hasn't happened all year, so he's insubordinate.
Or is it, finger in the face, do what I'm telling you to do, or your ass is grass? I have no idea.
What do you guys make of this report? We can start with that on the phones at 800-636-1067. And for so many of us, for many, many years, what we wanted was a general manager to run the show here and to call the shots and to be the kind of the end-all, be-all, the buck stopping with that guy at their desk. Is there such a thing as overstepping in that role? Is there such a thing as being meddling if you're talking to Kingsbury about what you're looking for? This is multiple reports now in a week. Front office versus staff. Being at odds, perhaps. 800-636-1067. And then lastly, we're trying to divvy up who made the call on the dismissal of Cliff Kingsbury and Joe Witt Jr. Do you think that was Quinn? Do you think that was Peters? To some extent, it's both. But who was the driving force there, do you think? Grant and Danny on the Fan.
Commanders coaching news today. They have requested an interview with Raiders defensive coordinator Patrick Graham. The Lions are interested in Commanders assistant quarterbacks coach David Blau, a former quarterback for the Lions. They're interested in him for their open offensive coordinator position. Browns OC Tommy Rees is going to be interviewing for Cleveland's head coaching job tomorrow. Some NFL draft declarations today. Ohio State safety Caleb Downs will enter the NFL draft, not shocking. Alabama quarterback Ty Simpson is entering the draft as well. Be interesting to see where he slots in the quarterback class. In hockey, the Capitals in action tonight taking on the Stars at Capital One Arena. 7 o'clock puck drop right here on The Fan. Basketball last night, the Wizards beat the Magic 120-112. Back in action tonight in Philadelphia taking on the Sixers. 7 o'clock tip-off. Can hear that one on Bloomberg 99.1. CJ McCollum out for the first time this season. Keyshawn George, Chris Middleton, Cam Whitmore also out for the Wiz tonight. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
I'm really just here to support DQ. The coaching staff is DQ's, and I'm always here to help, like during the season and off season, however I can, to help support him and help him make the decisions that he needs to make, and certainly wherever he needs. So it's not, I'm not involved in whatever decision it is. It's always DQ's call, and I have his back on whatever he wants to do.
We'll talk to David Aldridge in 30 minutes. Columnist with The Athletic and a Hall of Fame broadcaster. What should the Commanders do with their OC opening? 4 o'clock, we're giving away Caps tickets. You just heard from Nick Dowd coming back in. I've only sent 2 texts to Dowd with a pie emoji this year. I send him a pie emoji every time he scores because he likes pie.
Yep.
And normally like 3 hours after the game, he gets back to me with like a bunch of pies or something.
Yep.
Only 2 this year.
It's been a little strange
I
because
would like to send him a pie emoji tonight.
He gets those sneaky snipes. Like he's one of those guys you look up at the end of a couple months. You go, he's got 10 goals,
right?
Where it's like a couple garbages, a couple ricochet here and there. He gets a deflection, maybe gets a shorty. It's been unusual. I'm with you,
Doubter. I paid for the unlimited text plan.
Doubter. Let's send some pies to each other.
Come on, man.
Doubter.
Question for you guys at 800-636-1067. You can tweet us, social media as well.
At Funny Danny for me, at Grant H. Paulson for Grant Paulson.
This Jordan Schultz report is unsettling, that you could have fractions within the building, front office and coaching staff at odds. He's saying that the front office is meddling. Now, he doesn't name anybody. Peters is the general manager. Newmark is the assistant general manager. I don't know how uncommon it would be that a general manager would go, certainly to a head coach, to talk about which guys he wants to see more playing time for, especially when you're terrible, when the season is a disaster, when you're losing constantly, when you've been eliminated from the playoffs. I'd imagine that is a very, very normal thing. Now, according to Jay, we played the audio, for the GM to be at odds with a coordinator is a little more odd because they shouldn't be interacting that much. That's more the head coach's job. So that could be signs of an overstep if that's what Schultz is suggesting. But clearly this is the side of these fired coaches via their agents and their camps getting their word out on what they feel like went wrong. I can't get overly concerned about this for 2 reasons. One, I need to know more about what the meddling was. Like, I need more context on this. What was he upset about?
Yep.
In what way were Peters or whoever like rearing their head and overstepping? And then 2, you're talking to a guy who's never had a general manager, who's always wanted a general manager. They now have a general manager.
Who is generally managing.
If the general manager is going to be a pain in the ass when you're getting your teeth kicked,
Mystics today when Cliff Kingsbury got fired, and we're like, probably not, and he says something like, why not? I'm like, oh my God, he's meddling in the show. Is he, or are we just having a conversation? Or is this finger in your face, yelling at you, saying do this or else?
Yeah, meddling would be every time we go to break, he comes in and tells us what he hated about the segment and why what we did was wrong. That's meddling.
That's meddling. Now, but this is coming from the person who's aggrieved. So how bad is the meddling? I don't know. And by the way, again, if it's, I'm making this up. If it's a 3.5 out of 10 in terms of meddling, yep, I got gripes, so no problem there.
But this is why it's not a zero story to me. I'm not going to completely dismiss it like nothing happened. First of all, Schultz was the first person to report and to really dive into Terry's acrimony, if you remember.
I do, yes.
He mostly got dismissed and swatted away like Dikembe Mutombo at the rim, and everyone was like, oh, it's Jordan Schultz. Schultz was all over that Terry McLaurin is mad at the team, and the team and him are miles and miles apart this offseason, and he ended up being right. He gets a lot of stuff these days, and he's right a lot of the time because he's talking to a lot of agents. So that's the first thing. But the other reason I'm not going to completely dismiss this is the relationship between the general manager and the head coach is vital. See the Lions or some of these other really successful organizations over the last several years. And the relationship or just the way of operating for the GM in general within the building is maybe the single most important thing non-quarterback. You know, it's just like that role, that and the head coach, you need to have the right guy. You need to have someone who's operating correctly. You can't have someone who's alienating people and running people out of the building over a disagreement if that's what's happening. So, like, if this is the first crack that there could be something very broken here, that there, could be something rotten here, and this is us, like, smelling the milk. We open the fridge and we know something's bad. I'm just filing it into a drawer for now. That's what I'm doing. I'm putting it into a drawer of things to circle back to, basically. But I will dismiss outright. I just don't believe this idea that Dan Quinn is a victim who didn't want to fire these coordinators and was made to. That's just not a reality, in my opinion. I don't think a guy who started by firing these coaches, the hourglass on his time as a head coach in this league, did so because the big, bad, mean general manager made him. Not buying that. Let's go to Christian in Leesburg on Grant and Danny. What's up, Christian?
Hey, how y'all doing? Thanks for taking my call.
Got it, bud.
So I'm going to kind of pivot away from the conversation that we're having a little bit about the coordinators, and I kind of want to zoom out a little bit more. My take is that if you're firing both of your coordinators, what are you beating around the bush on the head coach for? Your coordinators are a reflection of the head coach, if I'm not mistaken. So my thing with DQ is I have nothing against DQ. I think he's a fantastic guy. I think he's a great leader of men. But if that's all that you are as a coach, and there's no, I'd say, play calling prowess. I mean, DQ wasn't calling plays until the last, 5 weeks of the season. He took that from Witt. So I just haven't seen necessarily enough from DQ for him to be protected from the axe the way that he has been.
It's a really smart phone call. So let me take issue with one part of it first. I actually think, unlike Ron Rivera, who I didn't feel this way about at the end of his career, I think Dan Quinn is still an excellent D coordinator. And, like, if he was a D coordinator, we would talk about him on this market like we're talking about Schwartz and Flores.
His results have been pretty good as a DC.
When he's a DC, he's a top 5 defense. And you saw it. When he took over play calling duties, they kicked they kicked it up a notch is what I'll say.
They were better.
They went from horrendous to, like, moderate bad. They went from 32 to 19 or whatever, which is kind of where he wanted to be all along with that talent. And so I think he actually is very good as a defensive coordinating, play-calling type, period. Now, the other part of this, I think he's totally right, Danny. If your OC is out and your DC is out, and by the way, your quarterback's coach is out and your O-line coach is out, and when you hire 2 new coordinators, most of the staff that Dan Quinn brought in here and has over-talked about how layered it is and how he's got succession plans to succession plans to the succession plan, 90% of these guys are going to be gone. Why is it that because of the NFC Championship game, essentially, he is above reproach that there's no conversation to be had about a John Harbaugh, Kevin Stefanski, or whoever? Why wasn't Cliff Kingsbury allotted that same
grace? This is what I hammered yesterday. It seems like the two, again, handpicked guys. We're forming the staff. This isn't on the fly. It's not someone you inherited. It's not left over from a previous regime. If you let Tavita Pritchard go this year, not that he got a job somewhere else, you go, okay, you gave the guy who's already under contract a chance and it didn't work out. You don't see eye to eye. Fine, no problem. You could have picked a lot of people, right? You plucked this guy away from another organization. He was about to sign in Las Vegas, and now he's here. You get rid of both guys. It's a reflection on you, right? So the central point that we shouldn't leave, and I heard JP Finley say this, and the caller's point, I know you and I have talked about it a bunch, is the hourglass is now turned over. The sand is escaping down to the bottom on Dan Quinn. When you move on from both coordinators like that, it's how many of these do you get? My answer is 2, by the way. You don't get a third.
I'm going to go one step further than that. What happened yesterday was a nonverbal admittance from Dan Quinn that he screwed up the hiring of the OC and the DC.
Uh-huh.
You can't fire him after 2 years and tell me it was a good hire. You hired Cliff Kingsbury to be Cliff Kingsbury, then you got rid of him for being Cliff Kingsbury.
He's too much Cliff Kingsbury for me.
Bad idea. Somewhere along the line, you're
Yep.
saying I screwed up, okay? And then the Joe Witt thing, you gave one of your guys a shot. It didn't work out. He was overmatched, whatever. But you are 0 for 2 at coordinating hirings. That cycle, by the way, one of the big arguments for Dan Quinn, the best thing about Dan Quinn when you hire him, wait till you see what staff he puts together. And I give him credit. NFC Championship game in year 1, pull the audio 365 days ago. I'm screaming about how it's the best staff in the league or whatever. But you fast
we
forward
were
a year,
just clapping like seals about continuity.
if the whole point is that the best thing you get when you hire Grant Paulson is that he's going to outwork everyone around him. He's going to put in the hours. He's going to grind. He's going to take the show seriously. If I'm slap dicking it all day long and not being the hard worker, what was the point of hiring me? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do.
So the idea of Dan Quinn was wait till you see how good this staff is. The staff that he's now completely having to replace after 2 years.
It's pretty much gutted here.
You sure as hell better get these right. You missed on OC the first time. You told us that. That's not my opinion. That's yours. You missed on DC the first time. We can both agree, Dan Quinn and I, on that one. That one's pretty easy for everyone to see. You don't get that luxury again.
Mm-hmm.
800-636-1067. What do you think of the Schultz report here that there was meddling from the front office that became problematic for the dismissed coaches? Also, whose call was it to move on from Kingsbury, do you think? G&D on the Fan, David Aldridge in 20 minutes. We'll talk to David Aldridge of The Athletic about the future of the Commanders coaching staff in 15 minutes at 3. We've got Caps tickets to give away at 4 o'clock on the Beltway Blitz. Jordan Schultz is reporting that there is trouble over in Ashburn, that the front office was meddling with coaches, pretty clearly coming from somebody of the camps of the folks that got dismissed yesterday. Kingsbury, Joe Witt, Bobby Johnson. I still find the Bobby Johnson firing to be the strangest of the three. Not to say that it's
not the biggest headline, but
Exactly.
that's the head scratcher. I'm with you.
Like I can be explained why you got rid of Cliff Kingsbury, and it makes sense to me. The Bobby Johnson one is weirder. It's the only position group guy that they fired. You fired both coordinators, and then you very specifically to the O-line, which is one of the strengths of the team. You say, come to my office, and you fire him. I have to imagine either he took Cliff's side or there was pushback or something. But why is he the only position coach that got fired? That's very strange.
It is incredibly odd, and you wonder again. Is he the only other person who spoke up? Is it a strong personality thing? Is it I'm tied to Cliff? I didn't know that those guys were best buddies or something like that, but it's just interesting to me.
And for the record, it doesn't matter that much because he wouldn't have been back anyway, because there's
going to be turnover.
Very little chance that a coordinator comes in here without running their own, offensive line coach through the interview process and getting the job to run their offense. Most of these guys are going to be gone. How they're gone, I guess, doesn't really matter. But I just find it curious and revealing that there was only one non-coordinator blown out, and it was a guy that happened to do, I thought, a pretty good job with his group.
So in other words, like I would, for example, I'm not yelling about anybody in particular, but if the defensive coordinator goes, you don't think Tommy Donatel, the secondary coach, might have a call to an office?
Right.
Like that makes sense to you, doesn't it? This one, the offensive line performed pretty darn well, we thought. That was one of the ones we kind of scratched our head about because he came from New York where it wasn't particularly good. But if you're going to grade one unit that was positive for this team, that's the one, right?
Also, from the coaching staff standpoint, if you were going to say who would you give the best grade to this year, Cliff might actually be the answer. Finishing 12th in yards per play with all their injuries. Bobby Johnson, though, might be the answer. High on that list.
He'd be mine, yeah.
There are a lot of guys below them on that list in terms of what they were in charge of, and those are the two that got fired. So that part is a little harder to square for me, too. Let's go to Justin, who's on H Street in the city on Grant and Danny. What's up, Justin?
Hey, gentlemen. I think that this is actually a lot worse than we really realize, and there's 2 points I want to hit on. Number one is dysfunction. You guys are dancing around who's to blame. They're all to blame. But an outside voice, an outside coach, anybody that is respected is going to see this organization is in dysfunction from the report you mentioned, from the terrible offseason, from the terrible 2 drafts that Adam Peters has had, to the firing of the 2 offensive coordinators. So you have a lame duck head coach. No real good offensive coordinator is going to want to jump in to this ship when the roster lacks talent outside of Jaden Daniels. So that's point one. And then you're firing your coach after next season, and you're wasting Jaden Daniels' rookie contract. Point two is a fish rots from the head. While Josh Harris is much better than Dan Schneider, he's still a terrible owner. He started the process for the 76ers. He's done absolutely nothing with the New Jersey Devils. And Adam Peters is objectively bad at his job. The reason is the draft and everything I mentioned, but also Adam Schefter said that Peters didn't even consider drafting Drake May. It was between J.J. McCarthy and Jaden Daniels. So this is all to say the Commanders need to clean house and really consider going after John Harbaugh. And that's why I canceled my season tickets.
Appreciate you, Justin. Thank you for the call. So there is a scale with which you can kind of view this, and that is on I'm not ruling most of what you just said out, but like the most negative lens you could possibly look at this thing through scale.
Yeah.
Which I'm not belittling you for or disagreeing with. I'm just saying I could look at a lot of the same things and say, have a very different takeaway. What you're saying is, if I look at this thing with the most cynical take and the most like fearful detractor opinion, like you can see a lot of what you just saw. In other words, on Adam Peters as an example, I don't think he's saying he's categorically bad at his job. I think that's a ridiculous take away from these 2 seasons when there have been 2 years, and as a GM, 50% of the time he's been in the NFC Championship game. You're talking about Drake May. You don't have to tell me about Drake May. I love Drake May. Loved him coming out. But one of the 2 seasons your quarterback has had has been one of the great seasons a young quarterback has ever turned in. It looks like they drafted a franchise quarterback where they did. We can haggle over if the draft happened now, who would go 1, who would go 2, what does that look like? But it looks like they got a franchise quarterback. they have also hit on plenty of things, including having a franchise left tackle come in here in Laramie Tunsil. It's not like every draft pick has been bad. It's, I would stop short of saying 2 terrible drafts. I disagree with that. Is it possible that at the end of next year or 2 years from now, Mikey Sanderstill's regression continues, Brandon Coleman's regression continues, Sinnett's not on the roster? Like, yes. And then those are terrible drafts. But there's another way to look at this where you go, Luke McCaffrey was the best kick returner in the league before his injury and was starting to show something at receiver. Maybe there's something there still with Sinnett. Johnny Newton had a game at the end of the year where he
Jordan
showed
McGee
out
looks like he can play
pretty well. Yeah. I think the truth on a lot of these guys is probably more on the negative than the positive. But my point is, I think it's pretty early to tell me 2 years in, which is way too early to judge drafts in general, let alone one, this past season where we have 17 games or less sample for these guys, that he's had 2 terrible drafts and B's bad at his job. How quickly we forget they were 12-5 last year.
Yeah, so here's how I view it. I've hammered this point home a million times, and here's 1,000,001. Year one, they had the fork in the road. They go, should we just go the normal rebuild, get our teeth kicked in for a little while, increase the talent, bring in a bunch of guys, young, but just to grow together, or do we need to actually legitimize this organization and be like a fun place to come play and have the right culture? That's Ertz, that's Wagner, that's, Cleveland Farrell. That's all these vets for short-term deals that try to teach these guys how to win. Well, that worked so well, they doubled down. I get that. This is the offseason. I'm not going to tell you Adam Peters stinks until I see what happens this offseason. If he understands that, and I think he will because he's a pretty smart dude, totally different paradigm, we need to go acquire, get young, get fast, etc. If we do more one-year veteran deals for numbers, okay, then we can have that conversation. But they got here for a reason because the approach worked in year one. If you're mad and thought he stunk now, then you have to go back 2 years and say it then. Does that make sense?
Yeah, for sure. I would also say I am now curious about if everything's going in the right direction, if they've got the right people in the right roles. I think you should be after 5-12. I am now skeptical, right? I am open-minded to the idea that maybe Peters is not the answer, or that he's not a rock star. The door is now open for me to the fact that this might not be the group to do all of these things. But that's very different than where he is, where he's basically already decided these guys are all terrible and need to be gone. I'm not there. Certainly not a year after you kind of stubbed your toe and accidentally got to an NFC Championship game, which has not happened here in about 30 years. David Aldridge of The Athletic next on Grant and Danny.
This update is brought to you by Melwood. In the NFL coaching news for the Commanders today, they've requested an interview with Raiders defensive coordinator Patrick Graham for the same position. The Lions are interested in Commanders assistant quarterback coach David Blau for their open offensive coordinator spot. NFL draft declarations today. Ohio State safety Caleb Downs, maybe the top player in the draft, has said he's going to the draft, and Alabama quarterback Ty Simpson is also declaring. In hockey tonight, the Capitals in action taking on the Stars at home. 7 o'clock puck drop. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. Basketball, last night the Wizards beat the Magic 120-112. Second leg of a back-to-back tonight. They're in Philadelphia to take on the Sixers. 7 o'clock tip-off. Can hear that game on Bloomberg 99.1. CJ McCollum out for the first time this season. Keyshawn George, Chris Middleton, Cam Whitmore also out for the Wizards. Support people with disabilities in your community by donating your unrented vehicle to Melwood. Donating is fast, free, and easy. Visit melwood.org or call 1-877-MELWOOD for more information. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
In an hour, we'll give away Caps tickets on G&D. We're brought to you by the law firm Kondorian Murad. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, and probate administration. Their attorneys do it all, and they're here to protect you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their team today at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. Danny, what did we do for lunch today?
I went to Rasa, so I played pickleball. Great pickleball game. Brian was there. Yeah.
Played pickleball?
I haven't played in months.
All day long on a Monday?
Yeah, played for a couple hours.
Today is?
Brian was there. Alex was there. You'll never guess who else was. Bruce. Dude, Bruce posted.
When is Ked coming over?
He couldn't come this week. We're going to do it next week. I tried to hit him up for nice weather.
I can't believe Danny played pickleball today. Color me shocked.
I haven't played in months. I have not. You can be as sure as you want. I have not played in months. I was terrible today. Got my hiney kicked.
Well, that's too bad.
Yeah, Evan whooped my butt today.
Let's go to the
Good games,
Rude
Evan.
guest hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Talk to our buddy, the Hall of Famer David Aldridge, covers the Commanders and all things DC sports as a columnist in The Athletic, has been writing thoughtful pieces on the Commanders here at the end of the season and what lies ahead. David, it's Grant and Danny. Good to talk to you again. How are you?
Great, fellas. How are you?
Very well.
Very well. How surprised were you by the divorce with Cliff Kingsbury?
A little. I mean, shocked, no. A little surprised that they couldn't work it out. You think that when the season's done and everybody can kind of calm down a little bit, because this is very emotional. Guys get very emotional after wins, after losses, and certainly after a bad season like they had. I thought, well, maybe they'll take a day or two and then they'll figure out a common ground. They didn't. That was a bit surprising. But shocked? I wouldn't say shocked, no. I would have been shocked if they had kept Joe Witt. That would have shocked me.
Yes. I think Joe Witt would have been shocked too, maybe pleasantly so.
Exactly.
Who was more responsible, do you think, for Kingsbury's dismissal, Peters or Quinn?
Oh, I don't know. Grant, it's hard to kind of put a percentage on it. This guy's was responsible for 63%, and the other guy was responsible for 37%. I don't know. I think the injury to Jaden in the Seattle game was a shock to the whole organization, and really kind of forced some really hard questions to start being asked. Like, what are we doing? This is our franchise quarterback. We can't just keep running him out there because we feel like it or because, he's fun to watch. Like, we have to be more mindful of mitigating risk, not eliminating risk. Can't eliminate risk. It's football and it's very violent, but mitigating it. Like, there's things that we can do to put him in, to expose him to fewer potential shots. There's things we can do. And I think that game kind of woke everybody up a little bit. And I certainly don't think. Let's put it this way. I don't think Adam Peters was going to sit idly by and not say anything. If this is how he genuinely felt, my guess is that maybe it took Quinn a little longer because he and Cliff were close and had a good relationship, and And Dan really does want to defer to the coordinators. It took him a very long time to kind of step in and do things. So I would say, if you're asking me to take a guess, and it would be a guess, probably more Peters than Quinn, but I don't think Quinn's number is 0.
David Aldridge with us here on Grant and Danny. David, right about a year ago, I sat in this very chair from PVI Office Furniture, and I said, I can't believe how lucky they are they get to keep the entire staff. The continuity on this staff is unbelievable. Usually after an NFC title game appearance, you get picked over and you kind of have to rebuild the thing. That was about a year ago. How did we get here from there?
I mean, it's pretty simple. The exact inverse of the season they had last year. And I know it is. Look, it's not good when both of your coordinators get cashiered on the same day. Like, that's not good. You can't spin it as this is a good day for the organization. It's a bad day for the organization. But if the Commanders had gone to Philly and won that game. Now, they didn't. They got destroyed. I get that. But if they had gone in there, they were on a roll, maybe they get on the heater of all heaters, and they win that game, and they're in the Super Bowl, no one would have been shocked if Cliff Kingsbury had left after last season and gone to be a head coach somewhere. No one would have been shocked if Joe Wood had left last season and become a head coach somewhere. Nobody. So this is the result of failure. That's why we're where we are, because they went 5-12 and looked bad doing it. And failure creates a urgency to change that sometimes maybe, sometimes I think it's overwrought, but I get it. These are very competitive people. They do not like this. They do not like the way that they played this year, and they want to change it. And I think the proof is in the pudding that they moved on from a guy that had a really, really good season last year with a rookie quarterback. Had an incredibly successful rookie season. And they moved on from him because there were just some things he didn't want to do to change a little bit. And that's kind of what I was getting at today when I wrote, everybody, look, you have to change. In life, you have to change. You can't be the same person all the time, and I'm just going to do it this way, and you have to change. And Jayden Daniels is going to have to change, and Adam Peters is going to have to change, and Dan Quinn's going to have to change for this thing to have any chance to work.
Yeah, check out the piece from David Aldridge. Great column. Commanders' future depends on flexibility from Daniels, Quinn, and Peters in The Athletic. Now, I want to go back to something you had said, which was, you think maybe this had something to do with the injuries or the Seattle game. Drill down on that for me a little bit, because he never got hurt on a designed run. He only really got hurt scrambling. The last one against Seattle was an RPO, which you can make the case they should have been calling at that point of the game. But it was an RPO where Dan Quinn said publicly, and from what I was told privately, he shouldn't have been running anyway. They have never run on that RPO. The plays there in the end zone. So it's mostly choices by Daniels to run, who chooses to run at one of the highest rates we've seen in the league in a long, long time. Should Cliff Kingsbury be held accountable for that?
Well, for that one play, probably not. But again, it's about what's the best way to utilize Jayden Daniels going forward. Is it to put him in shotgun every play? Is it to have a whole bunch of RPOs in your offense? Is it to get away from the run? They didn't abandon the run. I'm not saying that. They got away from it, though, in games where they didn't have to get away from the run. And again, what I'm talking about is mitigating risk, not eliminating it. And if it seems to me, I wasn't in the room when they had the meeting, but it seems to me that Cliff Kingsbury said, "I'm not changing my offense. This is my offense. This is what I do." And they said, "You got to change the offense or we can't go forward anymore." And he said, "I'm not changing." And they said, "Well, we can't go forward anymore." If it was something else, I would, maybe the reporting will come out in the next few weeks, but I don't think it was anything more than that. And again, I think the organization, looking at it, said, Jayden Daniels got hurt 3 times in 7 games. That cannot happen going forward. Whether it's Jayden's fault or somebody else's fault, that can't happen. They were incredibly lucky that he didn't suffer a catastrophic injury, being injured 3 separate times in the season to the point where he couldn't play the next game. They were incredibly lucky. That does not usually happen with quarterbacks. Usually, if you get hurt 3 times, one of those 3 puts you on the shelf for a long time. And they got lucky, and it can't happen again. And so I think that's where they're like, all right, what's the best way to give us the best chance of keeping Jaden Daniels healthy and upright as long as possible?
David, you touched on it, but I want to go to the Dan Quinn angle on this. These are 2 handpicked coordinators. He could have picked a lot of OCs. One was, the DC's his buddy that he's worked with before, gave him a shot, doesn't work. Maybe less emphasis there, but the OC, that's kind of what you decided to run, and then that guy showed up and they ran that sort of stuff. What does it say for him in terms of maybe the sands in the hourglass now starting to run out for him in terms of his future here?
There is no question he's on the clock for sure. I mean, look, you don't usually get to pick 3 coordinators, 3 sets of coordinators. You usually get 2, and that's it. And the second one better work. So whoever he picks, and Adam Peters made it very clear it's going to be Dan Quinn's pick on both of them. They better work out. It better work out next year. There better be much more continuity on the offensive side, and there much just improvement across the board on the defensive side, because it just was a complete disaster. It was a fast disaster with Witt. It was a slower disaster with Quinn, but they were a little better. Yes, they were a little better. They gave up a 98-yard, 17-play, 12-minute drive in Minnesota when Dan Quinn was calling the defense. So yes, it was slower. They still got scored on. So
it took longer to score. Basically, was the difference.
Yeah, it took longer to score, but they still got scored on, and they still didn't turn anybody over. The whole season, right? So they've got to figure that out on the defensive side. That's not all scheme. That's personnel. They got to get better players on the field next year that can do more things to help them win games.
David Aldridge on Grant and Danny. So let's just go further down this path of what lies ahead then. Along with the column, you talk about the flexibility, the versatility needed, everybody looking in the mirror here. What do you think is the right play in terms of Daniels' future? And if Cliff was not aligned with their vision of what's best for business for 5, then what is exactly? What do you think they want to see? Is it more under center? Is it more turn around hand to the running back and not have a run option for the quarterback? Like, what do you think this will and should look like?
I mean, I think using Jaden's legs should be a bug and not a feature. That should not be like the default we go to 12 times a game. Even though he can do it. Can he do it? Yes, he can do it. We saw him do it last year. He made incredible plays last year. This year he tried to do the same plays and he got hurt 3 times. Okay? So, this is simple. I mean, to me, this is simple. You get a franchise quarterback once every 20 years or so if you're lucky. For them, it took longer. He's a franchise quarterback. They're building a $3.8 billion stadium because of Jaden Daniels. There's nothing else that's causing that. Okay? You've got to be smart about this. And so I don't think it's like you're putting him in bubble wrap and telling him never to drop back and to never run. You're telling him maybe you get somebody in here from the Shanahan tree where they throw the ball a lot, but they also run it a lot, and they continue to run the ball. And so that when it's done at its best, and I don't think that's not unreasonable, guys. I mean, I love Cliff Kingsbury's offense. He's the only guy that was running it. Okay, there's 27 guys running Shanahan. Well, okay, you tried it with Cliff, it didn't work. Go to one of the 27 guys that run the Shanahan offense and see if that works. I don't think Jaden Daniels isn't going to be able to pick up the offense that everybody in the NFL uses. Like, I find that kind of hard to believe. By all accounts, he's an incredibly hard worker. He's incredibly diligent. He watches a ton of film. I think he'll be able to pick the offense up. I don't think this is going to be that big a deal.
I'm with you.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure there are that many offenses he couldn't pick up. I don't think you got to cater something to him. Like, this is a guy that can be a chameleon and can do it a lot of different ways. What did you make of, the endorsement from him? Maybe mattered less because that's pretty common, but they do have a very, very close relationship.
Sure.
Cliff was a big Daniels guy before they drafted him. And then the tweet from his mother, I found really interesting. A clear kind of shot across the bow endorsement after the story had come out that Cliff was in some trouble and at odds with the GM. I found that really interesting.
It doesn't surprise me. I mean, he was very successful with Cliff. You know, I don't. Why would that surprise you? That they wanted to keep going with Cliff because he ran an offense that was perfect for Jayden. You know, allowed Jayden to do the thing, to play the way he's played his entire life. Right? He's been in shotgun almost all of his life. I get it. That doesn't surprise me. I mean,
I'm not surprised, but you don't see it's not just the mom. It's like a manager of sorts, like basically endorse a coaching candidate very often publicly for a quarterback.
You don't, but that doesn't mean it doesn't happen privately. It happens, you know, like, so, no, I mean, I'm not saying, look, is it, a lot of people are on social media that weren't on social media 10 years ago. I don't know what to tell you. That's how people communicate with each other now. It's not my method, but that's how a lot of people communicate with each other now. So it doesn't shock me. Like, again, if you go back and look at the history of this league, Peyton Manning having Tom Moore as his offensive coordinator for 15 years, that's the exception. That's not the rule. The rule is most quarterbacks go through a lot of offensive coordinators over the course of their career. Patrick Mahomes has been really lucky that Andy Reid's been his coach and his de facto OC this whole time. That's great. Doesn't usually roll that way. Doesn't usually happen that way. Usually, I mean, the Commanders were a dumpster fire, so it's probably a bad example, but how many quarterbacks has Terry McLaurin played for? How many offensive coordinators has Terry McLaurin played for? You know, that's usually what happens even on the good teams because guys leave. Successful teams, successful OCs, they move on. And so, I guess a little unusual. I don't think it portends anything disastrous going forward. I think that, I think people I tend to view most adults as adults. I think we all have bosses, and then sometimes those bosses leave, and now you have new bosses. Most people don't quit their jobs. Most people try to work it out with the new boss, and I suspect that Jayden Daniels will try to work it out with the new boss, whoever that is, and I think they will do fine because he's really good, and I think they will hire a very dynamic offensive coordinator, and we'll see about the receiver room and the tight end room because those need upgrades to me. I think those are priorities, but they may have to spend so much capital getting the defense straight that they may not be able to do that next year. But I do think that I think the offensive line's pretty good. I think the running backs room's pretty good. I don't think it's bad. I don't think the receivers room is terrible. I just think they need to add to it. Either a player or two. And I think they need to sign a tight end. I do. That's David's opinion. Because I don't think there's a tight end there that scares other defenses right now. But Jayden's the guy. He's the spark plug, and he makes it all work. And I think if with a couple of tweaks next year, he can make it work again.
DA, what do you make of the Jordan Schultz report that one of the issues was the meddling of the general manager with coaches, coordinators about playing time, personnel, and the like?
I don't doubt for a moment that someone told him that. I would say this. Adam Peters and Dan Quinn have made it very clear that they are a field entry, as they say in horse racing. You get one, you get the other. They're joined at the hip. They do not do things that the other person disagrees with very much. So I would just say this. I think I'm not casting aspersions on the report. The report is the report. What I'm saying is that it is convenient that this story is coming out now after coaches have been fired.
Yeah, it's pretty easy to know where it came from. What I had said earlier in the show is it almost certainly came from somebody who's close to one of these coaches, but because someone's telling you about someone after a divorce doesn't mean they're wrong either, right?
It doesn't mean they're wrong, but it does. But I'll just say this. if this was a problem all year, why is it that we didn't hear about it until after people were fired? If it was a problem all year, if somebody said, hey, I can't cook, I can't do my job because the front office keeps messing me up, okay, that would have been a story in week 8.
Right.
It could have been a story in week 12. The catalyst seems to be the coaches got fired, and now there's reports of dysfunction. That doesn't mean, to your point, it doesn't mean those reports are wrong.
Yeah.
It just means that they have to be viewed in the context of coaches getting fired and maybe trying to explain why they got fired. And I don't think it's unreasonable to kind of view that then through the lens of, okay, these are people that want to work again in the NFL, and they have to explain what happened in Washington. Well, that's what happened in Washington. The GM meddled. Okay. I mean, maybe this is a very strong, analytically driven department. A year ago, when we thought Adam Peters hung the moon, everybody loved that. Everybody loved that he was hiring every analytics person under the sun to evaluate everything that was going on in the football field. And they were going to be proactive about the players they brought in here. And they weren't going to sit back and idly do nothing. And they're going to be, this is a guy that knows players, and he's hiring other people that know players. 12 months later, after 5-12, they're meddling. So, which is, I get it. You got to win. Got to win.
Flirting
And
or harassment? You know what I mean?
Yeah, when you don't win, everything's fair game.
Yeah, when I do it, it's harassment.
Yeah,
when
good-looking guy does it, it's flirting.
5-12, everything's fair game.
Yeah.
I'm not saying they're wrong. I'm just saying everything's fair game when you're 5-12.
David Aldridge, senior columnist. Check out his column in The Athletic. Commander's future depends on flexibility from Daniels Quinn Peters. Always excellent to get you on the show, buddy. Thank you.
Anytime, fellas. Thank you.
Look forward
Appreciate
to chatting again soon. There is the Hall of Famer, David Aldridge, on Grant and Danny. Our double play about 25 minutes from now at 3:45. Sam Cosmi said something pretty interesting on the station yesterday about the offense and about Cliff that I think we should revisit. Let's do that next on G&D.
Coaching news for the Commanders today. They have requested an interview with Raiders defensive coordinator Patrick Graham. The Lions are interested in Commanders assistant quarterback coach David Blau for their open offensive coordinator position. NFL draft declarations today. Ohio State safety Caleb Downs, maybe the top player in the draft. He's going to declare. Alabama quarterback Ty Simpson will declare as well. Hockey. The Capitals in action tonight, taking on the Stars at home. 7 o'clock puck drop. Can hear the game right here on the Fan. In the NBA, Trae Young has listed the Washington Wizards as his top trade destination as rumors continue to swirl about him. That report coming from Shams Charania of ESPN. The Wizards beat the Magic last night, 120-112. Back in action tonight in Philadelphia, taking on the Sixers. 7 o'clock tip-off. Can hear that game on Bloomberg 99.1. C.J. McCollum, he's going to miss his first game of the season tonight. Keyshawn George, Chris Middleton, Cam Whitmore also out. College hoops tonight. Maryland taking on Indiana at home. 6:30 tip-off on the Team 980. The Hokies in action taking on Stanford at 7 o'clock. Can hear that game on 1580 a.m. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
In 15 minutes, we'll give you a double play at 3:45. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. And in a half hour, right at 4 o'clock, ahead of the Blitz, we're giving away Caps tickets. Plus, next hour, Danny, I want to float a name of an OC candidate who's in the building already that I think should be a consideration and would actually make a lot of sense as a possible hire for Washington. We'll do that coming up in about an hour. But it was brought to my attention. I still have not actually heard this audio. But it was brought to my attention by somebody that Sam Cosme was on with B. Mitch and Finley yesterday. And Cosme was asked about Cliff's offense, and they were talking about Cliff's departure extensively, at different points in time. And this was part of that conversation where I don't have my phone on me, by the way. Darius just told me to check my text message. My phone's in the room where you are.
Oh, it was over there before.
But at least we have these microphones that you can talk
Microphone
to
glass.
Yeah. What would you like to tell me?
It's so funny. I just looked over and saw your phone over here.
Yeah.
That's so
You won't text him.
Radio.
No, at least we don't have a microphone you can talk to
Microphone
me
glass.
at any point.
What I was trying to tell you was that JP asked.
You won't text me.
I'll text you it now.
Yeah.
Could you send him a letter?
It's such a normal way to communicate during the show. Just send me a text.
JP asked Cosme what he thinks the offense needs to look like next year.
Oh, okay.
That's
so
what
let me tell everyone that real quick. JP asked Cosme what he thinks the offense should look like next year, according to a text message that I haven't received yet, but that is in my inbox from Dad Dameron.
Grant, I just texted you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hold on, Darius. Don't play it. I'm going to text you.
Let me just
Toby,
text
will you
Grant.
bring me my phone really quick so I can text Darius to play the audio? If you guys don't mind. Ryan, run my phone in really quickly. Just real, because it's plugged in over there.
Hey, Grant.
And then, can you text Darius? You have your
No,
phone?
I'll text the chat.
Text
Hey, Grant.
me.
It's Danny
Yeah, text
from
me.
the show.
Thank you. Here's Ryan, everybody.
Hey, Ryan.
My phone.
How is
Thank
it
you.
going?
Okay, so let me text Darius.
Send. Did you get my text?
Not yet.
I just sent it. Let me know when you get it.
The problem is in this studio, we don't always get text really fast.
Oh,
Here
it's
we
in the
go.
group chat. Did you get
Text
mine?
it. Not yet.
Oh,
Seriously.
man.
Still nothing. I'm going to send Darius, play the audio now if you could.
I'll text him too, just to whoever gets first.
Let him know. All right,
Darius.
so I'm sending this.
I'll do talk to text.
Darius, play the audio. There, I sent the text.
Hey, Darius, play the audio.
Yeah. So for me, I think what's crucial is for us to really establish an identity, especially in the run game. I think we showed a lot of potential this last season, and I think there's a lot of things that I think for me, if we're able to key some of the key pieces in the line, that we're going to be probably one of the best lines in the NFL. And I felt like we were this last season. If they can rely on us in the run game, especially, I think there's some things that we can do that's really special in that category. Like I said, once you establish a run, it opens up so much more play action, and when you have to go drop back pass, you do. but I really want to establish the identity of the run. Like, who are we? You know, that was the biggest thing that, like, I felt that we could have definitely improved on going into next season. You know, and you know, whatever. I just want to me personally slow down a little bit with the offense, just to dissect the little things better when it came to on the field. You know, but I mean, it's going to be different now. So
I thought that was super candid.
Yeah.
And I don't know, honestly, why that isn't a bigger deal or like hasn't gotten more run or why everyone's not talking about those comments. I had not heard anything about them. But somebody texted me and was like, hey, did you hear Cosme with B. Mitch and Finley? And that's him saying two things there. One, find me an offensive lineman. I'll find you a guy that wants to run the ball more. But he's basically saying he wants the identity of the team to be, you know, ground it and pound it, run the ball. Like, okay, he's an interior lineman. I get that. You expect that. But the last comment there, if you play the very end of that clip, was fascinating. He wants to slow down. They are the fastest operating team that run more plays faster than anybody else. They're never in a huddle. They're almost 80% of the time no huddle. Nobody else in the league is no huddle even 25% of the time. It's not just unique. It is literally they are one of a kind in this regard. And this is a player, this is a captain type. This is a Pro Bowl caliber guard saying he'd like to slow down. He would like to have more time to figure out what the defense is doing between snaps. I found that really, really interesting. Again, text Darius real quick, let him know.
Let me see.
I want to play just the end of that clip here from B. Mitch and Finley.
Talk to Texteris. Play the end of the clip from B. Mitch and Finley. Oh, no, it said Finley.
It's
Finlay.
F-I-N-L-A-Y.
F-I-N-L-A-Y.
Ryan Finley, the former quarterback from NC State.
Send.
But I really want to establish the identity of the run. Like, who are we? You know, that was the biggest thing that, like, I felt that we could have definitely improved on going into next season. You know, and you know, whatever. I just want to me personally slow down a little bit with the offense, just to dissect the little things better when it came to on the field. You know, but I mean, it's going to be different now. So
that is telling, man.
Isn't it?
To dissect things on the field. And if you're Dan Quinn and you're calling people into your office to just get a feel, hey, Sam, how do you feel? What do you think? Hey, you know, Laramie, what do you think? If they're telling you, hey, we want to run it more, or hey, we're too fast, we need to slow down, and that's part of your gripe, that's part of your issue.
Point, yeah.
I mean, I think that matters in some of these exit interviews.
Yeah, as you said, a lineman wanting to run it more. News at 11. I'm all set there. But the slow down part is the whoa, hold the phone.
Like that is the Kingsbury staple.
Yes,
that is basically being like Cliff does this thing more than anybody else, and I'd like to do less of that.
Yeah,
it's so basically saying I'd like to try something else that isn't a Cliff thing.
Well, when it works, when you get to the line quick and the defense isn't organized, they've got to go with something vanilla, right? They've got to go with the same call they just had because they don't have time to get everybody lined up, et cetera. But when they kind of have you scouted and you're going fast, you actually put the offense at a disadvantage because now you don't let the quarterback, the center, the guard, the tackles, everybody communicate going, okay, 55 is Mike, so if he rushes, we're sliding this way. No, we're doing Lucy, slide protection that way. But if he you lose that ability. Right, to dissect, and that's kind of his point there. If you're dictating when you're going fast, you're at an advantage. When you're not, and they weren't this year. Remember, think of the number of times that Kevin O'Connell is the sort of trump card in this regard. He just invented something where two guys that were not going to play would trot onto the field. The referee stands right in front of Tyler Biadasz going, nope, I'm the letter T. No one gets to move. And they waited 25, 30 seconds, and you lose the ability to have that advantage anymore when you do it this way. So if you're dictating, it's awesome. When you're not, it's a disadvantage.
That should be making the rounds more than it is. You know, you're not getting someone to come out that says they dislike Cliff. It's not going to happen. It's not like Bieniemy where players all over the place were like, anybody got a microphone? I'd like to complain. I've got something to say. Like, I think they really liked the guy. They liked Kingsbury as a dude. They liked the worker and all those things. But that's pretty stark from a leader on the offensive side of the ball. Let's go to Elijah in D.C. wants to hop in on some changes that could be coming for the offense. What's up, Elijah? How are you? Elijah, you there? You're live on the radio.
Oh, I had you on mute, man. Sorry.
Well, that is not the way to do it.
That's right.
Man.
Yeah.
Yes, not it. Sorry.
You good?
What's up, I'm with my 4-year-old, so I got to be here. I got to be quick.
Let's go.
But no, man.
What does your 4-year-old think about the decision?
Is he into it?
She doesn't know. but dig, man, I think they should take the Peyton Manning and Gary Kubiak approach when Peyton pulled up to Denver, he was primarily a shotgun quarterback. And Gary Kubiak was the one that said, I want to go under center and let's move this play action thing. And I'm just for in a perfect world, I would love to bring them in as consultants for this type of situation, this transition, because I think I love the Peyton Manning when he was on his way out from Denver. And what I think it allowed him to do is they didn't completely can it. They allowed him to go under center, get a good look, because all the magic was pre-snap. He was able to go under center, then he could back up to shotgun, which now puts a little bit more pressure on the defense. How you standing from the quarterback position, that positioning means everything, and the defense is only keying in on those. So if you get Jaden Daniels naturally rolling out on a play action with his wheels and what he can do, naturally that's going to put you in the bind defensively.
Agreed.
When he's up under center and then he gives that ball, even think about Kirk when Jay Gruden. I would love to hear y'all pick his brain on this. I love when Jay Gruden was able to get play action for Kirk. And I just think if they can just bring some of those things when Five is getting on his horse and he's moving his legs with a Debo crossing the field, that completely changes the outlook of your offense. You don't have to go as fast, because I always call in and say if Washington was facing a defense that was prepared, and the defensive coordinator went to all his guys and say, look, I need all of my formations. I need all my guys on the field when I say it's time to go. Only the teams who didn't know how to prepare and wasn't ready on the game day, what Washington was doing, was getting beat. You can't finesse
the tempo thing. I think is fascinating too. Appreciate you, Elijah. Thanks for the call, buddy. The tempo part of this is really interesting. It goes back to I remember having a conversation with I don't remember if it was Mike or Kyle Shanahan, but it was one of the Shanahans years ago when they were here, and the discussion was basically about why don't they run tempo more? Like you preach tempo. It's like your number one used word at the podium. Might have been Kyle. Like, how is it that the game comes and then it's never fast enough for you? It's never, you don't really run no huddle. And at this point, they were having a lot of success, like up tempo, no huddle. But we would see it like once every couple of weeks or something. And the point was, we're not good enough defensively to put them in a bind by going no huddle. Now, that's a little bit antiquated to today's NFL because that's not really the way it's viewed. But Cliff does not really care about that problem. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like, your defense be damned. And he was kind of the same way as a head coach, not to this extreme necessarily, but he was number one still in terms of usage of no huddle, muddle huddle, moving quickly. And if you're Dan Quinn, a defensive-minded head coach, you're going, bro, you are killing us. We're not good as it is. We've already got a lot of problems, and you're making it harder for me the way that you're operating. And I just don't think that Cliff concerned himself with that as much as maybe Quinn would have wanted. But it's interesting to hear Cosme come back to that tempo thing.
100%. I mean, again, I don't know how much of a gripe he would have had last year with it, but now when it's not working, it really feels
well. And people say that,
and helpless.
And I'm guilty of this too sometimes, where I go, none of this was a problem when you were 12-5, and that's precisely true. That's the case in life with a lot of things.
No, of course.
Like, you could be doing the exact same thing, and no one's going to care or pick nits at it. Like, stylistically speaking, I can operate in a way, and if we're getting 10 share ratings, it's perfectly fine. Doesn't mean it's the best practice. Doesn't mean it's what I should be doing. If we're getting a 1.5 or a 3 share or whatever, all of a sudden doing the exact same thing, our boss can call me out on it. Hey, you've always gotten here at 1:56 for a 2:00 show. I didn't, I was doing that 2 years ago when we were crushing it. Yeah, and that's why I didn't bother you. But you're not anymore.
Right. And so it's not to dismiss it. It's more to say it's probably especially frustrating when you're doing it, you're losing, and it's not going well. It's probably worse than doing it the regular way, if that makes any sense, where the advantage you had, not only is it gone, but it puts you in a bind. And a player as smart as Cosme knows that. I think that's kind of the theory there.
Our double plays next. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. We are giving away Caps tickets today in 20 minutes at 4 o'clock ahead of the Blitz on Grant and Danny.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here. I'm a Fanatic Sportsbook guy. Ever wonder why Fanatics Sportsbook is America's fastest online growing sportsbook? I'll tell you. Most sportsbooks, well, their rewards are just flat. But FanCash is the ultimate sports currency. And betting with Fanatics, you're right, lets you stack FanCash. With Fanatics Sportsbook, you get up to 10% FanCash back on your wagers, win or lose. Use your FanCash to unlock the world of Fanatics with profit boosts, exclusive merch, collectibles, game tickets, and so much more. That's real value for you and your sports fandom. Then I also mentioned that they are giving away millions in FanCash this year with games like FanCash Drops that is offered live in the Fanatics Sportsbook app every single Friday. I've played it multiple Fridays. It's really fun. So switch to a sportsbook that always has your back. Go check it out yourself and download the Fanatics Sportsbook app today. I've been telling you all season long. I love it. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or 1-800-522-4700. MD visit mdgamblinghelp.org.
Driven by your local Washington Honda dealers, it is time for our double play. Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. Visit your local Washington area Honda dealer today. Couple of house cleaning items for you. We are out and about on Friday for a field trip.
Pupatella. It is in Chantilly. I love that place. It's awesome. They take such great care of us. Neapolitan pizza. So it is kind of like that. It's thinner, a little chewier crust. It's a gourmet feeling pizza. All the coolest toppings. The best pizza they got there is the mimosa. It's got corn on it. You're going, what are you talking about, Danny? I'm telling you, give it a shot. It's incredible. Appies are really good, and they are wonderful people. I love Pupatella.
You missaid cavatappi, which I think is the
That's
pizza.
the cavatelli.
Cavatelli? The cat.
Caivano. It's a Caivano.
Caivano. Let me pull this up. Yeah, Caivano. You're right. The
That's the meat one.
Caivano pizza is the meat lover situation. It's got all the meats you could ever want.
It is delicious.
Sprinkled right onto a delicious pizza.
So it's hard to eat that. Now, I find a way to do it.
Sure, it's hard to eat a
Well, it's hard to eat because the weight of the meat is so heavy that it weighs
You have
the
to
pizza
fold
down.
it.
You got to fold it.
This is what I do because it is. It's like a flimsy
Yeah.
slice of pizza with all the meat, and it's like folding over in weird spots. So what I do is I just turn it into like basically a U, so that the edges meet, and then I eat it in that way.
Like Portnoy would not give it a great score because it's not like burnt toast. That's what he wants on crust. He wants like a singed, burnt, charred piece of like flatbread.
Yes.
Like he does like so that's his scoring style. This would not score that well. It's Neapolitan. It's meant to be like a chewier deal. But yeah, so the integrity when you got that many meaty toppings on top.
Do you want delicious pizza?
Yes.
Do you want to talk ball?
Yes.
Do you want to hang out with fun people?
Yeah.
Pupatella Pizza,
There you go.
Chantilly, this Friday. Our final.
I'm gonna have gelato.
One last ride around the sun. The final field trip Friday of this football season for the Grant and Danny radio program. That is on Friday. Also, the Caps play tonight. We're giving away Caps tickets to an upcoming game in the month of January. That's at 4 o'clock. But I do want to point out that I'll be at Capital One Arena tonight. The boys are in action. They are playing the Dallas Stars. They're looking for 2 straight wins. But it would be big for them to get a couple of points. Logan Thompson and net this evening. They're dealing with all the injuries right now.
Mm-hmm.
You see, they put Alexi Protas on IR, so he's out. Still no Tom Wilson, although he was skating again, which is a good sign. And clearly, still no Pierre-Luc Dubois. If you
Although
would've
he's
told me-
skated lately, hadn't he?
He's
Little
on
PLD
the
skating
mend.
some, yeah.
But if you would have told me that all 3 of those guys were going to be out and they would still be playing this level of hockey, I would have taken that sight unseen. Little frustrating that they haven't been better. They're a bubble playoff team at this point. They're going to end up being comfortably in the playoffs if they can get healthy and get on a roll here after the Olympics. But they're kind of just trying to tread water right now. They've handled these injuries very, very well because Justin Sordiff coming off a Hattie has been excellent. Ryan Leonard has provided speed and have been really good. Connor McMichael's coming off a 4-apple night. Like they're doing some really, really good things with the kids, and they've been able to thread the needle on the veterans and the young players kind of molding together the last couple of years.
That's what's got to happen, man. You need some reinforcements for this roster that you looked up a couple years ago. And you go, man, they are old and slow, and you need the Leonards, the Protas. I know he's hurt now, but some of those guys to kind of step up and step in, and it's happening.
There's less old, less slow than there was certainly a few years ago. All right, time for the double play. Danny, get us going.
A bunch of shows have come and gone, obviously, when something's as major as, say, a Fallout or Stranger Things. You kind of stop what you're doing and do that. But wrapped up Black Rabbit, I gave kind of an early...
I also watched Black Rabbit.
Have you gone through the whole thing?
Saw it all.
The whole deal. This is really well done. So it started slow. There's a major event. I'm not spoiling anything. It sort of centers around one fateful night at this trendy, hip kind of New York restaurant. And you don't know what you don't know when you're watching the initial sort of huge scene, if that makes any sense. There is a robbery that takes place, and it just sort of looks like that's what it is. But we flash back in time. We flash sideways. We kind of go around, and the dramatics and all the things that lead us to that moment are chronicled, documented. It's Jason Bateman as kind of the more near-do-well Jason Bateman. It's struggling for help Jason Bateman. It's floundering Jason Bateman, but he's still hey-budding the bleep out of you, right? He's full Bateman on this thing. Jude Law, I thought, was really good. A bunch of actors that I hadn't seen and stuff
Jude
before.
Law stays really good.
So
Jude Law is a great actor.
I didn't have him categorized that way.
Really?
Yeah, like Jude Law is
You
in
ever
stuff.
seen Road to Perdition?
Yeah.
Silly in Road to Perdition.
Jude Law's in things. I have no issue with Jude Law. It's not like I'm not ripping him like he's Keanu Reeves Wooden or something or something like that. I'm kind of going, yeah, he's fine. I thought he was outstanding in this as kind of the Two-Face sort of dude, right? Where he's the, hey, everybody's buddy. I'm the coolest guy at the party. I'm keeping everything going. I'm training on the tracks. And then the manic, freaked out, the world's colliding or collapsing around me, the sort of deal. The gangsters in this movie, I'm sure the show are really good. Overall, highly entertaining watch. Black Rabbit. I think I'm going to go 7.5 carbohydrates. I was very into it, GP.
Yeah, I'll give it 8 carbohydrates because it was one of these that I ripped through as a mini series of 8 episodes or whatever, about 45 to an hour a piece. Over 2 days when I was sick and bedridden. I was like, oh, we're watching another one. We're watching another one. Very captivating, very compelling. It's very dark, literally and figuratively. It's shot dark. And it's also just like a dark show.
Yeah.
I think Bateman directed this. I think this is like post Ozark, another Netflix offering for him. It feels like something he directed. It's got like some Ozark vibes to it.
I think that's incredible. That like him, and I think of Ben Affleck can sort of go from these sorts of deals. Like you think of Jason Bateman as like one of the funniest, kind of wry, dry sense of humor type dudes. Who's like, yeah, I'm gonna direct this dark, undertoned, creepy, sort of psychological thriller type vibe at times type show. Really, really good that he can do that. Amazing.
Looks like they've listed 3 directors here. Bateman's one of them, though. Laura Linney, who's an actress, also
she was in Ozark. Yeah,
Ozark helped direct this. But yeah, he is super talented as a director. I loved it. It's one of these shows where there aren't enough characters that are totally redeemable for me to like fall in love with the show, if that makes sense.
It does.
Because it's really hard to love anybody.
We share that where I need somebody to root for, even if they're the bad guy. Like, again, Breaking Bad, one of the great shows of all time. I'm rooting for this mass murdering drug dealer named Walter White, but like that's the brilliance of the show.
Spoiler alert.
Yeah, well, people kind of know generally that he's.
I didn't know he was a murderer.
You didn't know that?
No.
Pretty bad dude. He's the one who knocks.
I guess I won't watch it now.
That's been out there. You should. Yeah. But like, even, you don't have to be a good person for me to root for. I need someone to root for. The shows where I don't have anybody, I kind of go, I don't enjoy it.
There is this element of character in these dramas, though, sometimes where it's like, whoopsie daisy. Dude, you don't have to keep screwing everything up.
Yeah.
And this show is that on steroids or steroids,
as
Ryan would say.
Yeah.
But, like Monday you did this, and Tuesday let's just stop being an idiot. And then Tuesday we do something worse. But then Wednesday we've got everything fixed. But now we just screwed up again.
Yeah, hey, bud, I got us out of the debt. Oh, I planned a jewelry heist. Ah!
Exactly. So it's just like, why? Why
Damn
does
it
it have to be this way? There's a little bit of that where you kind of, how many times do you suck me back in before I just start saying, okay, you're an idiot. I can't root for you anymore. But there's a lot to like about that show.
My quick closing thing is, again, there's a bunch of actors below the line. So it's Jude Law, Jason Bateman. I haven't heard of a single one of these other guys and gals. But it's going to be, I guarantee you, it's going to be the thing where you'll see in 6 months, oh my God, that was the guy from that show. And they're all going to take off. So many great acting performances in this thing from a bunch of unknowns.
But this show is, to me, like now in the 2020s, what we get. That didn't happen 20 years ago. It's like,
exactly.
It's just an 8-episode smashola.
Mm-hmm.
This used to be a bunch of people that would be making a movie.
Right.
They're not making movies right now.
Uh-huh.
They're just making you 8 hours of content on Netflix.
Where you can tell a little bit longer of a story.
Yeah, it drops. It's gone. They never think about it again. And for a lot of people, it's 3 weeks of watching TV. For me, it was 2 days of way too much time in my bed being sick. But like that is what we have now. Is like there's 1,000 shows like this, of which you and I haven't heard of enough of them and haven't seen enough of them. But you get into it and you go, damn, that was a good ride.
Prestige show, really well done. It's the power of the streaming service, man. It's awesome.
The Beltway Blitz is next. Let's give away some Caps tickets. And then coming up at 4:25 or so, I'm going to give you my idea for a coaching candidate without having to look very far for the Commanders. That would make a lot of sense to be their new play caller. That's next on The Fan.
This update is built by Ace Trim Carpentry, the home builder's trade partner in the NFL. Commanders coaching news today. They have requested an interview with Raiders defensive coordinator Patrick Graham. The Lions are interested in Commanders assistant quarterback coach David Blau for their open offensive coordinator position. NFL draft declarations today. Ohio State safety Caleb Downs is declaring, as well as Alabama quarterback Ty Simpson for the NFL draft. NHL Capitol Stars tonight at Capital One Arena, 7 o'clock puck drop right here on The Fan. NBA rumor season. Trae Young says that the Wizards are his top destination if he is going to be traded from the Hawks. Wizards taking on the Sixers tonight, second half of a back-to-back. They beat the Magic last night 120-112. 7 o'clock tip-off in Philadelphia tonight. Bloomberg 99-1 for that one. CJ McCollum going to miss his first game of the season. For over 25 years, Ace Trim has been a trusted trade partner for new home builders throughout the DMV. Specializing in full-service interior trim carpentry, we handle everything from supply to installation, turnkey, and hassle-free. Contact us at acetrim.com today. Ace Trim, the home builder's trade partner. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Caller 10, let's give away some Caps tickets to you right now. 800-636-1067. You're winning 2. You're going to see the Capitals Tuesday, January 13th against Montreal. Every fan in attendance that night, including you, are going to get a Dylan Strome bobblehead. This honors one of the best Caps on the ice this year. For the complete Cap schedule and tickets, go to thefandc.com/events. We're brought to you by the law firm Kandorian Murad.
Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
We'll cover the NFL and the Commanders on the Beltway Blitz today, but we start you off ahead of a Caps game tonight, looking for 2 in a row at home on the ice. Katie Florio, Capitals Radio Network, joins us now. Katie, give us a little info on the matchup tonight with the Stars and what we need to know.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a really good one. I mean, there's no doubt the Stars are having an excellent season, second in the league, only behind the Colorado Avalanche, who are having a season that's unheard of, just 4 regulation losses here in January for this season. So safe to say the Stars are doing really, really well. As Carberry put it this morning, unfortunately, though, he thinks they'll come in even angrier tonight because they're coming off of that 6-3 loss to the Carolina Hurricanes last night. Dallas is on their longest road trip of the season right now. It started in Carolina and now Washington, and then they'll head out west. But you hope that, again, strong team, but you can maybe capitalize on the fatigue. Every time you get a team that's on the second of a back-to-back, you know, whether they admit it or not, their legs are probably a little bit more tired, a little slower, and so you just hope that Washington, who is a little bit more rested, can capitalize on that tonight.
I think, Katie, Washington lost 9 of their last 13 games. I think it's 6 out of their last 9 as well, kind of in that streak. It just feels like every step forward has kind of been a couple of games where it's been a step back. They haven't played as well. What's kind of the difference between when it's going good and when it's not?
I mean, that's a great question that I think everyone is still looking for the exact answer to. I think, you know, the problem this year is Washington not being able to sustain consistency. It's been since early December since they had back-to-back wins. And so, you know, you got to think, okay, what is that issue? I think sometimes it's lack of goal scoring and lack of offensive production, especially, you know, from some of the top guys. Of course, I say that as they're coming off of a 7-4 win on Monday night. And so that was, you know, great to see finally a big surge of offense. I know Carberry has talked a lot about some defensive breakdowns and just some miscommunication between the D-corps that, for the most part, has always been so rock solid. And so for one reason or another, there's just been maybe a little bit of miscommunication or just a little bit of inconsistency this season that we didn't see last year. I don't think, you know, goaltending is anything to worry about. Charlie had an excellent performance Monday night. I know Logan is winless in his last 3, but still there were so many games where he saved the team early on and this year, and I still think, that's the Logan Thompson that we get every night as well. And so I think the Capitals are fine. There's nothing to worry about. There's no panic. But again, now it's just about finding that consistency because the Eastern Conference is so tight. You lose 3-4 in a row, you're going to start to see yourself in a hole.
Katie, we appreciate it. Thank you so much as always.
Yep, have a good day.
We'll be listening to Katie Florio and the crew on the Caps Radio Network tonight. The game is 3 hours away from starting right here on the Fan at about 7:10. Let's talk football. And we'll do that with Eric Edholm of NFL Media joining us on Grant and Danny. Eric, of these 6 playoff games over 3 days, Saturday through Monday this weekend, which is your favorite?
Good question. I think obviously Packers-Bears, both games have been pretty thrilling, so I think we could expect something similar, something pretty close. I think the Bears are going to be a little tight in this one. We'll see. Chargers-Patriots has a chance to be really good. I'm also really excited about Bills-Jaguars just because I think the Bills' desperation against the Jaguars team that I think has been a little bit undersold or underappreciated to this point, or at least the back half of the season they've been great. So, yeah, I mean, you could make a case for any of the games being pretty entertaining, but I think those are probably my 3 favorite.
Just interesting, Eric, that the guys that we kind of consider universally in the big 4 right now of quarterbacks, be it Mahomes, Burrow, and Lamar Jackson.
Yeah.
3 of them aren't in the playoffs, those guys, and then Josh Allen is the 7th seed, maybe one of the weaker Buffalo teams overall that they've had, especially if they struggle defensively. I know the narrative is going to be if they don't win this year, then what does that mean for Josh Allen? I don't know how much, just because of what we just mentioned, but go into that some of our best quarterbacks are at home watching this postseason.
It's a different looking field, right? Yeah. Even the Detroit Lions have had a huge impact on the last 2 playoffs, even if they lost their first game last year, as you guys well know. I mean, they fought hard to get that number 1 seed. So, it just has a different feel, a wide open feel. Denver is being doubted as a number 1. Seattle is being doubted as a number 1. We can make a case for some of these wild card teams. I mean, even the Eagles, last year's champions, I think are being, I don't know if it's disrespect or what, but kind of pushed to the side in the discussion of who can win this thing. So it has a strange feel to me this entire season. I do the power rankings every week. I'm pulling my hair out. Like, I don't know who's number 1. And, I can barely make out the top 25 with any kind of certainty. So I love that fact. But to your point, the firepower at the most important position, may not be what it was, even if we have Drake May and Matt Stafford, the 2 presumptive MVP favorites at this point.
Crazy stat I saw today. I want to get your reaction to. Matt LaFleur at 46 is the oldest coach in the NFC playoffs.
Weird.
Does that not make me feel old? My goodness, I'm older than he is. So that says something. But yeah, I mean, and Packers fans are I don't know, not all of them necessarily, but I think a lot of them are saying, hey, if they don't win this game, then maybe time to move on. And Pittsburgh fans are looking at Mike Tomlin and saying maybe he's the next to go after Harbaugh. It's crazy to me. This coaching cycle ended up being way more dramatic, or it has so far, and could be even more so. Like, what happens to the Bills? You mentioned Josh Allen's future. Like, is Sean McDermott 100% safe? I don't know. I mean, I have a lot of people that I talk to there, and nobody's really bringing that point up, but I don't imagine they'd be broadcasting it either. So there's a lot of instability in coaching. We just had, a long tenured coach go down. Now he may get another job very soon here, but still it's a shakeup from what we're used to.
Yeah. Did Harbaugh surprise you? I know a lot of my Baltimore friends and family were saying it was going to happen. I just thought they were going to do them in Pittsburgh, the Spider-Man meme forever, where they're just going to have continuity at all times for, until those guys were toes up 6 feet under. But I was pretty surprised they finally made the move, Eric.
And could you imagine, like, let's say and again, I'm not trying to avoid your question, but let's say the Texans beat the Steelers or even blow them out. I mean, does Mike take a year off and go to TV? I mean, that possibility has been floated. It wasn't that long ago that Giants fans thought Tomlin would be their coach. Now it may be Harbaugh if he wants that job. And, yeah, I kind of thought that there would be a way to kind of smooth it all over. And, look, these guys have had some pretty great success, even if the playoff wins haven't been there. They'll find a way to make it work. That was kind of my thinking. But I knew there was talk about it. I just, and especially with the relationship of Eric DeCosta and Harbaugh, I kind of thought they would try to bandy together and work to make this thing work. But at some point, it's almost like Andy Reid in Philadelphia. Like it on some level, it almost felt like it had kind of run its course a little bit. But again, to your point, dude's had a lot of success, even if this year went off the rails a little bit.
So if I was to say one half of one more coach being out, would you go over under? You mentioned McDermott with the Bills. I think Tomlin in Pittsburgh is still interesting. And then, I mean, the McDaniel thing in Miami, pending Harbaugh, I guess. Would you go over under one half of one more dismissal?
Yeah, my feeling with Miami is that McDaniel's going to stay. We just obviously, I think in the last hour, heard officially that Todd Bowles is going to stay. So I'm going to eliminate those from the discussion. I think LaFleur is probably not going anywhere. So I wouldn't really count that one. I don't think it's impossible, but I think it's probably not happening. So we're really kind of focusing on McDermott and Tomlin. And, man, back to what we were saying about Harbaugh, part of me thinks, are they really going to make this drastic a move, especially Pittsburgh, given the crazy stat of all crazy stats is them having 3 coaches since 1969, right? And I think there's a certain amount of pride that exists in that organization because of that, rightfully or wrong or misguided or not, I don't know. But I'll say under, but I'm not confident in it.
Complicated question here, but bear with me. Of the 14 teams that are in the postseason, all right, so 12 are in action this weekend, who's a team that nobody's really talking about that could actually make a Super Bowl?
Yeah, I mean, Texans are one because of that defense, and they have a quarterback in C.J. Stroud that has at times looked the part and looked like he can be an upper echelon quarterback. It hasn't been that way all season long, and, they've tinkered with the offensive line. They've had backfield injuries and, just sort of developing that offense a little bit. But if he plays solid to good football and takes care of the ball and doesn't turn it over, and that defense does what it has done most of the season, I think you have to throw him in there, especially in this year. Buffalo, because of Allen, you can't dismiss, but the Jaguars are one that, man, I don't know if it's just the expansion label that's sort of stuck with them for 2-3 decades now, but or if people are just remembering last year or doubting a first-year coach in Liam Cohen. But, man, I mean, I guess I don't know if Trevor Lawrence can win 4 games in the playoffs, but he's been pretty darn good. He's played as well as he has since the end of the 2022 season when they were on a roll and ended up winning a playoff game and then giving a Chiefs a pretty good battle.
Last one, Eric. I want to localize the convo to the Commanders for a second. How do you think the next few weeks play out for Cliff Kingsbury?
Yeah, I don't know. That's a great question. Is there a college opportunity for him? Is he looking elsewhere? Does he get a head coaching, a legitimate interview somewhere, or does he try to latch on with somebody else? And I don't know. He's got his fans around the league, and also some people who have seen that things didn't go according to plan this year, and that there was some real disagreement over how best to protect Jaden and keep him upright and make the offense fluid and all that. And I don't know. That's a great question because he's one of those guys that's young enough and has enough sort of name value jobs, I think, to put him on a lot of people's radars, and he'll be an instant hit with some fan bases. But, I think others may be more suspicious.
Eric, appreciate you as always, buddy. Enjoy the games this weekend.
All right, you guys too. Thank you.
Be well. Hit that local 53 sounder, please. Our pal Nick Ackridge, PFF, to join us here. Nick, should Cliff Kingsbury have been moved on from?
It's a tough question. If with Quinn staying, I say no. If it was to be a full, clean slate move, get rid of everybody, then yes. I think him being the one to go doesn't really make a lot of sense to me, while still keeping the head coach. But if they were all to go, I'd be okay with it.
What direction should they go in now?
Yeah, I mean, it looks like they're trying to go all in on the San Francisco Shanahan McVay kind of route, and I don't hate it. It's the style of offense that I do prefer. It's proven to be very successful in the NFL. It's just tough to kind of find a guy like that can replicate that. It kind of looks like they're a bit desperate right now to like I said, recreate what Adam Peters had in San Francisco. So that's kind of the direction that it looks like they're going. And if they find the right guy at offensive coordinator, then this looks like a brilliant move, and it could really kind of elevate this team to the next level. But it just seems like a big risk right now.
Yeah, it's very bold. It's a big swing, and it's going to be a boom or bust thing that's going to probably make or break Dan Quinn's tenure in a lot of ways. I'm with you on the Shanahan scheme and the idea of going with the Shanahan disciple. Here's what I've thought about, though. Most of the guys you'd be bringing in are first-timers, right? They are inexperienced, or they are guys that have very limited experience, like a Mike LaFleur, and there's risk and there's question there. I wonder if Quinn, with his last chance here as a head coach, is willing to entrust somebody inexperienced with the job, or does he go the route of a more seasoned guy that he's more familiar with and maybe less the up-and-coming Shanahan type?
Yeah, it's tough because kind of either way, it's, I mean, if you're an up-and-coming guy and you're kind of looking at this job, you're like, I don't know, is this really something I want to kind of tie myself to? With what it looks like is like we said, this is a bold move, and if it doesn't pull off, then Quinn is likely gone next season. So do you really want to tie yourself to that as a young guy who could possibly, really develop a future and try to get head coaching jobs? But then again, you go to the more veteran route, and again, we're then looking at possibly a retread, and then you're doing this all over again in a year or two. So, like we said, it's bold, it's risky, and they absolutely have to nail this for Quinn to keep his job and kind of get the Commanders back to where they want to be.
Nick, we'll be asking you this a million times, I think, as the offseason progresses and some of these, hires materialize. But right now, let's just say it is a Shanahan-style scheme that's coming, quote unquote. What personnel do they need that they don't have to make that happen, hit the ground running?
Yeah, I don't really think they need much. I think this personnel kind of fits it. I think this offensive line, you need a very athletic offensive line to kind of be able to move horizontally quickly, and that's why Trent Williams has been so effective there. And Connolly, his best attribute is his athleticism. So I think that's a good fit there. I like Cosme there as well. So I think the O-line kind of fits it pretty well. As for the receivers, receivers we've seen in the Shanahan system, you don't really need a stud all-around receiver to kind of flourish in that system. The biggest thing is tight end, and right now they don't really have that. I like Sinat. You can kind of use him in that use check role that San Francisco does. I think that would be a good fit, but they don't really have that, that number one tight end guy that can really threaten defenses. So I think that would be the big position that they would have to look for. But the rest of it, I feel like it's kind of a pretty decent fit.
Any DC names you've heard that you like?
That one's an even tougher one because, again, if you're looking at Quinn kind of getting guys that are similar to his mindset and guys that he's worked with in the past, none of those really excite me because I think that the Dan Quinn system is very outdated, and I think it's time to really kind of move on from that sort of style. So, maybe someone like, the Jets, previous Jets head coach, his name's
Jeff Ulbrich?
In my mind right now. Yes, Ulbrich. That guy
I like Jeff Ulbrich.
Excites me. He excites me a little bit. I like what he does. Obviously, the big home run would be Flores, but I don't see them kind of really getting involved in that. But DC, there's not really many guys that kind of excite me if Quinn is still kind of hands-on and really involved in the defense.
Nick, awesome as always, buddy. Talk soon.
Yeah, appreciate it. You guys have a good one.
Nick Hackridge, check him out, PFF. Grant and Danny with you on the Fan. All right, I want to give you the name I've been kind of kicking around as a OC option, and it's actually a guy who's already in the building. Would make a lot of sense, I think. Let's do that next on the Fan.
This update is brought to you by Melwood. In the NFL, Commanders coaching news today, they requested an interview with Raiders defensive coordinator Patrick Graham. The Lions are interested in Commanders assistant quarterback coach David Blau for their open offensive coordinator position. Today, Ohio State safety Caleb Downs and Alabama quarterback Ty Simpson announced they are declaring for the NFL draft. Hockey tonight, Caps on home ice, taking on the Stars at 7 o'clock. You hear the game right here on The Fan. In the NBA, Trae Young said his preferred trade destination is the Wizards, according to Shams Charania. And the Wizards beat the Magic last night, 120-112. Second half of a back-to-back tonight. They're in Philadelphia to take on the Sixers. 7 o'clock tip-off. Can hear that game on Bloomberg 99.1. CJ McCollum going to miss his first game of the season. Keyshawn George, Chris Middleton, Cam Whitmore also out. Support people with disabilities in your community by donating your unwanted vehicle to Melwood. Donating is fast, free, and easy. Visit melwood.org or call 1-877-MELWOOD for more information. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Welcome back to Grant and Danny on The Fan. Thank you to Toby for the update. So I've been thinking a lot about this, and one of my big concerns with the dismissal of Cliff Kingsbury is the lack of continuity for Jayden Daniels going into his third season. There's been a movement, it seems like, from people recently that I've noticed, Danny, to belittle how big of a deal it is when a quarterback has to enter a new system.
Yeah.
I see people say, oh, well, look at Drake May. New system this year didn't stop him. And they'll find these examples of where it worked out really well, which is possible. It can happen. But it is not the norm, and it is certainly not the majority of the time that happens. There are veterans, there are people like Kirk Cousins on that Netflix quarterback show with Kevin O'Connell who talk about how you could be 6-8, I'll say, not 6-7.
No,
but 6 and 8 games in to a season in a new offense as a veteran who's been in many offenses and still not really know everything as comfortably as you want to.
It doesn't feel intuitive and it feels mechanical. Even if you can process it fast, in your head that could have been faster, that could have been smarter. I could have seen something I didn't see there because I'm not used to it yet.
So there are different ways to view this. And I am open to this possibility that with guys like Jayden Daniels transferring colleges, Arizona State to LSU, and with his cerebral and intuitive as he is, and some of the tech at your disposal with the goggles he wears for 3D stuff and whatever else, it might be easier to make a transition into learning offense than it used to be. There was a time where there were no iPads. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm sure it has gotten more efficient and easier. But I think in the grand scheme of things, it is still crazy complicated and hard and difficult, especially for a young, and I'm still going to say he's young going into his third year, quarterback to learn a new offense. And I think more often than not, it is a negative, not a positive. It is a setback. It is complicated. It is difficult. And it is not something that, happens seamlessly or super easy. Like, people just want to point to May or whoever it is, right? So I say all that to say one of my reasons for not wanting to get rid of Cliff, with all of the issues I had with his offense, was frankly the continuity for Daniels going into a make-or-break year. He had this unbelievable first season. He had this fairly awful second season. He was not terrible when he played, but he was okay.
It didn't look right. Out of rhythm, out of sorts, yeah.
And the year itself was a disaster because he was hurt so much. But now you're going into a third year where we're going to determine largely, fair or not, at the end of this thing, which Jayden's the real Jayden and how good is he and what is the ceiling and can he get back to superstardom, MVP, Mount Rushmore conversation in the NFL? And in a year where you're going to be learning a new offense, I already hate that for him. It takes this pressure-packed season and it makes it more complicated and more difficult. All right, so you tracking me so far?
Yeah.
So I say all that to say I've been thinking about this as I see that Kingsbury is out and Tavita Pritchard is at Stanford and they are likely now going to bring in a new OC, and that means new quarterbacks coaches and all that. And I saw that David Blau's talking to the Detroit Lions soon, or that they are interested in him and want him as their coordinator. And I was thinking, why wouldn't David Blau be a really good hire for them to be their OC? This checks a lot of boxes for me that I'm intrigued by. If you want continuity like I do, you have it. This is a guy that operated with Cliff as the assistant and then quarterbacks coach. So he knows Cliff's offense, the things that are good. Maybe he could incorporate some of them that you like, that Jaden likes. There could be plenty of shotgun for him. There could be some of the spread stuff that Cliff likes to do, okay? But maybe because it's not his baby and not his offense, and because he played in other more traditional offenses as a quarterback recently in the NFL, because he cut his teeth as a coach, with guys like Ben Johnson, and he knows those other offenses, maybe he's less rigid, more malleable than Cliff, and he's willing to take some of Cliff with some of Ben Johnson, with some of the other offenses that he's been in, and kind of mold them all together, right? So I think you could have the continuity of a guy that, based on what I've been told, based on what I've seen Hard Knocks-wise and otherwise, Daniels has a very good relationship with. It's not like you're going completely outside of the building with some mystery option and you're wondering, how's Jaden going to hit it off with this guy? It's a Jaden guy who speaks the same language as him, who knows him well, that he's already got a rapport with, who smooths over the transition out of Cliff, but literally was with Ben Johnson previously, has been in that Detroit offense, is a shotgun, marrying play action, under center, traditional offensive thinker. And the last thing I'll say is he is a young, ascending, up-and-coming, like Nationals-like rock star that you're hiring.
So it'd be a year early instead of, you missed the boat.
Exactly. He is only 30. He is just getting started. He's never even been a quarterback's coach for a full season. So, yes, you are. It's a little bit of a risk. He is green. He is inexperienced. Perfect way to say it. It's a year or maybe too early rather than a year or too late. But do you wish you would have done that with Sean McVay maybe? Where you went a little early with him, and not lost him? So my case is we're talking about all these other names. I'll tell you right now, if names like Darrell Bevel are coming up, kick me in the shins.
Yeah. Is Cliff still available?
If Cliff's going to go with a guy he's comfortable with, Bevel or one of these dudes, again, just fire him. Then end this charade a year early and to put me out of my misery. But if he wants someone he's comfortable with, if that's important, then there are a few guys that would excite me more than a guy in their building right now in Blau, who's probably going to end up the OC of the Lions if he walks.
It's a pretty good case. And here's what I don't know. And I'm going to try to espouse this in as simple way as I can. In Cliff Kingsbury's language, because that's what this is. It's like learning a new language, right? If you're sitting there doing what I do, my Spanish stinks. It's rudimentary. I took it in high school. And me, like, water, what's the word? Oh, yeah, it's agua. It's already too late. You don't speak Spanish, right? Because people are having conversation in Spanish, are already 55 words ahead. I'm going, what's the word I want to say? Oh, yeah. Like, I have to go, this word means this in Spanish. Either the word is the word or it's not, and you can't speak the language. In Cliff Kingsbury's language, I'm making a word. Let's say turbo means an option route for a slot guy. Can you make turbo an option route for a slot guy in this new system? But David Blau can make the language translate to some degree to make it easier. Otherwise, if you have to learn a new language, it doesn't matter who's teaching you. To a degree, you've got to sit down and learn the new language. If turbo meant one thing in one system and turbo means something totally different in another, then you've got to sit down and do your Duolingo or whatever and figure it out, and the growing pains are going to be there. But if there's a way to convert those sorts of things and ease that transition, that is a great case for a guy that's a really well thought of young offensive mind. That's somebody that was playing really recently. You've seen this trend with head coaches and OCs all over the place. This would be a pretty sharp thing to do. Now, again, you put in a couple great years, you're probably a head coach somewhere, but we can jump off that bridge when you get there.
Here's the knock. Here's the argument against it. I'll play devil's advocate for myself. If you're Dan Quinn, this is your last OC hire if it goes badly.
Oh, yeah.
You never get another shot at this thing. And because the clock has started, because you have to be right, you are probably less inclined to roll the dice on a guy that's never done it, who you're putting a lot on the plate of someone you have never seen eat before, basically. You know what I'm saying? Yes. And so if it doesn't go well, if Blau's not up to it, if he's the next great coordinator, but it's a year early and he really can't do it that well, and he's drinking out of a fire hose or whatever, well, now you're screwed. And you probably just cost yourself a job, which is why I think it's possible that he just goes with a retread or someone who's done it or someone who's less exciting. Like, if you think about it, because I was thinking about this today, he did this in Atlanta, Quinn did, where he blew out two coordinators before. And if you notice, when you go back and see what he did the most, like, 50% swing, just land the golf ball in the middle of the fairway hiring you could ever do. It was the safest, nubbiest, you know. But and I don't mean to be disrespectful, but like he hired Dirk Cutter. Like that was his answer. And Cutter, I think, had a relationship with Matt Ryan at the time, and you were trying to appease him, perhaps. Like there was a little bit of that, possibly. But that was what he did the last time he was in this situation. Backs against the wall. Walls are caving in on you a little bit. You're blowing out coordinators. You don't like the trend. Now I got to make a hire, but my job could be on the line. You know, Terry, I'm in the jackpot, Terry. I'm in the jackpot, right?
It's a great bit.
He quite literally, you know this, you don't golf, but you get the reference. Like
Sure.
You can either try to hit the ball up on the green, or you just go, you know what?
I'm going to lay up.
I'm going to lay up and put this thing right in the middle of the fairway.
I'm not going between the porta potty and the tree. I'm just going to lay up here.
And I worry that he's going to do a Dirk Cutter bit again. Like a Darrell Bevel or some terrible like retread. That's what Daboll would be to me, kind of, in a sense. So it might not be time for him to take a big swing in his own mind. But I want to open up the phones on this because I have two questions, I guess, for people, and I'm really interested and curious about people's thoughts on this. Number one, could you get excited for that? Like, could that move the needle for you? If you're super plugged in and follow coaching stuff in the league, you know that David Blau's a hard-charging, future OC, big-time name, ascending type guy. But even if you're not, this idea in a vacuum of this person you don't know who was in the building already, who as recently as 6 weeks ago was the assistant quarterbacks coach. That's all he was.
Yeah.
Then Tavita Pritchard got the Stanford job, and he finished for a month as the quarterbacks coach. And now, in that short time, he would go assistant quarterbacks coach to OC and play caller. And you're trying to make the case that he's a better option than Cliff, who's done it for as long as he has. And you'd say, well, that's a really hard sell. Except that they didn't love Cliff because he was too Cliff.
Mm-hmm.
So this is a little bit of the Cliff stuff with the actual good stuff that we all want, maybe in David Blau. And he's 30, and you're taking a risk. But you're going young, and you're going with a guy who's been in a lot of different offenses.
Yeah, exactly.
Most importantly, who knows and has a good relationship with Jaden, or do you not care about that?
I mean, he was
Those are my
playing
questions.
as recently as 3 years ago, right? I mean, he was in the NFL. Now, wasn't playing games, but he was a backup under systems and, was raised in this Ben Johnson environment, has seen some of Cliff too. So, he doesn't have his own system just yet, you wouldn't think, but he'll develop that pretty sharp offensive mind. The criteria for me should be one sentence long. What's the best thing for Jaden Daniels? Because that's, by transitivity, the best thing for us. And if I decide, if I'm, Adam Peters and company and Dan Quinn, that's the answer, because you get the comfort, excellent rapport already, presumably, right, that these guys get along, someone that's, a rock star on the way up, not a guy that's on his way down, then yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me.
800-636-1067 is the number. I'm throwing David Blau's hat into the ring here. I think he is an interesting option. I think he checks a lot of boxes that I like in terms of relationship with Daniels, smoothing over the transition out of Kingsbury, which for me is important in terms of the transition for Daniels into a more NFL, less college-y offense, which I think could be pretty stark and jarring, making it a little bit less so. I tend to like to go younger and more forward-thinking, and oftentimes that is synonymous with not just data and analytics driven, but people that are open-minded and can learn new tricks, so to speak. So you've got this 30-year-old first-timer. Could you get excited for that hire, or would you find that to be eye-rolling if Quinn stays in the building and promotes from within? And is that just too much to go assistant QBs to QBs to OC in the span of about 6 weeks? 800-636-1067. You want to hop in on Grant and Danny? Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. I have floated the idea of David Blau, who's one of the few internal offensive coaches still in the building that I think are options for Washington. Anthony Lynn, who last had an OC job and play calling role in Detroit, they fired him right before Ben Johnson took over and saved their bacon. To me, that's a non-starter. That doesn't work. Brian Johnson, I am actually interested and intrigued by. The problem with Brian Johnson is it went so horribly in Philadelphia. It was so terrible that if you announce that hiring, the immediate reaction will be, oh, my God, are you kidding me? And then you just have to hope that we're wrong, that he got screwed over by Sirianni in a bad situation, and it was just a toxic environment, and really he was this brilliant savant of a mind that just didn't get a chance to show it. I know that they were really impressed by him that week of the red and white game. Don't laugh when I say this, but like that Burgundy versus Gold game they had.
Oh, right, yeah.
Like Darius is cracking. He's cackling over there.
The spring game.
I'm not doing a bit, by the way. They loved how he prepared his offense, and then his team whooped DeVita Pritchard's team's ass, and his play calling was silly, and they were like, damn, Brian Johnson just put on a clinic. Now, should that be why he gets a job? It absolutely shouldn't.
It can't be, by the way. It just can't be, I hope.
I just know that they were sized for how he operated that week. But there's one guy in the building, relationship with Jaden, young, ascending, up-and-comer, year early probably, but if you want to bridge the gap between Cliff and getting to the NFL offensive stuff, recent former quarterback, David Blau could be really, really interesting. And I'm not going to predict it, but it just would not shock me. That's where I'm at. 800-636-1067. Danny Rouillet, could you get excited for that?
I wouldn't. Excited's not the right word. I could see it.
Would you be bothered if that's what they did?
No, I would. This is far from upset.
So no. You'd be cool with it.
I go, okay. I get it. I see where they're coming from here, and that's my minimum level of acceptance.
Would you like it?
I think I would.
I would too.
But I don't think I'd be doing spin kicks. You know what I mean?
What's your spin kicks hire?
That's a great question. Like if you brought me Mike LaFleur from underneath McVay because he wants to go call plays.
The only time he's ever called plays was with the Jets, and it was a shabingus.
It was bad.
You remember Zach Wilson? That was
I do
his
now.
OC.
Yeah, that was Zach Wilson's guy though.
In fairness, but that's your spin kicks hire?
No, but somebody in that. What's the guy from Jacksonville's name? Udinsky?
Grant Udinsky.
Yeah, something like that.
I get sized for Grant Udinsky.
Where again, because the OC candidates, most of the guys who are OCs that are worthwhile are going to be head coaches, right? Joe Brady's going to get looks. Clint Kubiak's getting looks. They're not coming here to be the OC.
Here's a question. If Adam Peters goes to offer the job to Grant Udinsky, but he accidentally calls me instead, like Bill Belichick with Brian Dable and Brian Flores, if you remember that, do I legally get to accept the job and then they have to pay me to get rid of me?
I'm going to say yes.
Or do I have to sign the contract? Like if he's like,
if
he goes, hey, Grant, I wanted to know if you wanted to be our OC. And I'm like, yes, send the paperwork. And I just hang up.
Get the verbal contract.
Am I technically the offensive coordinator for a couple of moments? He'd also have to be the first ever offensive coordinator named Grant, right?
I can't think of any others, but that's not an exhaustive list in my dumb brain.
He's 29, which shouldn't necessarily be a reason why I want him hired. But call me the Washington Nationals. I do get sized for a very young up-and-coming coach. David Blau's 30.
Mm-hmm. I'd rather be early than late.
Let's go to Usman in New York. What do you think of David Blau? Could that get the juices flowing for you?
What's up, man? Yeah, no, I mean, I see where you guys are coming from. I don't know if the right person's in the building. It wouldn't get me sized. But I definitely prefer a younger guy like that or Mike LaFleur over your, Matt Nagy, Brian Dable types. But I had a quick question.
Matt Nagy. Guys, say earmuffs before you throw something like that
You can't curse like that on the radio. That's
did you
mean.
dump that, Darius? He just said Matt
Disgusting.
Nagy. Jesus,
Maybe
dude. There's kids listening to this. My son might be listening.
Delay, so just cut it out.
It's a family show, buddy.
Make sure that's not in the podcast, please. Cut that out of the podcast. The guy said Matt Nagy.
You just said it. You just said it.
He said Matt
Stop
Nagy.
saying it. It's disgusting. I'm sorry.
They're going to hire Matt Nagy.
Well, God
we
forbid.
did segments like this about Dan Quinn, by the way. Lest we forget. I'm just chuckling over the idea of Dan Quinn becoming the head coach. Anyway, what's up?
I'm sorry, buddy.
So quick question. I mean, like firing the two coordinators, you're kind of burning the ships already, and Dan Quinn seems to be in a lame duck. I mean, why not from an Adam Peters perspective, like you have a 2-time Coach of the Year candidate out there in Kevin Stefanski, who, you know, made gold out of Case Keenum and Dalvin Cook years ago. Like, why not consider just like dumping the whole thing and bringing him in if that's out there? Because we have a rookie contract here. We're kind of wasting it by keeping Dan Quinn for another year and then doing this thing all over again.
So this is one of those things that is not a stupid thing to say. It's just not the world we live in. It's not a thing. It's not going to happen. It's not a reality. That's not what they're doing. Also, it's not a crazy thing to say. Hey, John Harbaugh is a better coach than the guy you have. Should that be considered? Hey, Kevin Stefanski's probably a better coach than the guy you have. You don't get many chances at this. The Jaden Daniels becoming the best player possible is all that matters ever for you. Should you do the thing that maybe gives him the best chance to? But while I acknowledge that, I separate it and just say it's not the realm that there is another alternate reality. You know, there is another, what's the word? Multiverse?
Multiverse. Sliding doors piece?
Where you just, like, nothing matters and there's no media to deal with and you just do things unilaterally. This ain't that. You know, you told Dan Quinn he's safe. Ownership has given him another year. You've blamed it on the coordinators, and now he gets one more shot at getting this thing right. Sorry.
I'd buy a burner phone and call John Harbaugh. Just ask. If it's me, though.
You said that to me earlier. You said you would, like, in a world where you ran everything, you'd fire Quinn and hire Harbaugh.
Instantly.
But you would not do that for Stefanski, which was interesting to me.
No, there's enough bad for him over the last couple of years where there's more stank on Stefanski. I think he can coach. I think he's really good.
Harbaugh's really good, too, but he's also kind of got some Flacco to him. Like, he was lucky to be with the Ravens a lot.
I think that's fair. That's fair. There's so much winning. I'll find out that he was fool's gold after a long time.
I'm not trying to do a gotcha bit, but your least favorite coach ever is Mike McCarthy. They literally have the same resume. Record, Super Bowl, like the exact same resume. One of them had Rodgers. The other one had another multi-time MVP. You hate Mike McCarthy. Acknowledge that it's because he's fat. And
No.
Acknowledge that it's because you don't like people that are overweight.
No. You got that all wrong. It's
Why do you love John Harbaugh, but you hate the guy that has every other number exactly like his?
It's the consistent, unbelievable amounts of winning and stability. I like that. Whereas McCarthy
has the exact same career.
McCarthy had one of the 5 best quarterbacks ever to live, and blew
Lamar,
leads.
you mean?
No, Aaron Rodgers.
Oh,
and blew lead after lead after lead. The inability to get timeouts right, the sort of, everything from challenges to we're going to talk it over with our dumb Pennsylvania accent. Maybe that's it. Maybe it's the Pennsylvania accent.
You don't like him because he's a Yinzer.
He's a Yinzer. Maybe that's it.
That's inappropriate.
Maybe that's it.
That guy won 12 games every year with the Cowboys.
Harbaugh does nothing but the correct mechanical stuff. Him and Vrabel. Like, I care about that so much more than everybody else does.
All right, I want to hit the phones on this hard next. I want your opinion, people. I'm touching the masses. This should be our poll of the day. This should be our poll of the day on the Metropolitan Moving and Storage poll board over at 106.7 The Fan. Let Metropolitan Moving and Storage get you squared away. Local, long distance, residential, commercial, 3 decades, best-in-class service and experience. David Blau, the former assistant quarterbacks coach, now quarterbacks coach, if they hired him as their OC, would you be excited by that? Grant and Danny on The Fan.
Commanders coaching news today. They requested an interview with Raiders defensive coordinator Patrick Graham. The Lions are interested in Commanders assistant quarterback coach David Blau for the open offensive coordinator position. NFL draft declarations today. Alabama quarterback Ty Simpson and Ohio State safety Caleb Downs both said they are going to the NFL. Hockey tonight, Caps on home ice. They'll take on the Dallas Stars. 7 o'clock puck drop. Can hear the game right here on the Fan with pregame beginning at 6:45. In the NBA, Trae Young said that his preferred trade destination would be the Washington Wizards. That according to Shams Charania of ESPN. The Wizards beat the Magic last night 120-112. Second half of a back-to-back tonight. They'll take on the Sixers in Philadelphia. 7 o'clock tip-off. Can hear that game on Bloomberg 99.1. CJ McCollum will miss his first game of the season tonight. Keyshawn George, Chris Middleton, and Cam Whitmore also going to be out for the Wiz tonight. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan.
We are exclusively sponsored by the law firm of Condori and Morat. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com. And be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
We're talking Commanders' offensive coordinator search. Could they keep things in-house and stay internal with their next OC? I floated the idea of David Blau. Do they have to go outside the building? Or might it be smart to ease the transition from Cliff by going with someone who's been around him? Let's go to Joe, who's in L.A. listening on the Odyssey app. What's up, Joe?
Hey, Joe.
Hey, guys. Well, first I want to say, Grant, that I think your best chance of getting accidentally hired into the staff is not if they try to hire Grant Udinsky, but if they try to hire your brother, Logan Paulson.
Logan Paulson.
I think that would be a
you
more,
know what? That's not a bad idea.
We've just hired Paulson. Which one? Yeah.
Logan Paulson gets the tight end coach's job. They go to text Paulson. They offer me the gig. I hang up before they can correct their mistake.
Exactly. But I also wanted to say about what you were – I'm getting pretty excited listening to you talk about David Blau because I think I'm really sold on the best of both worlds, continuity for Jaden, but also young blood, but familiarity. I think it's great. I think if you're trying to predict whether it's going to happen, whether Dan Quinn's going to kind of swing for the fences or play it safe, the most important question would be, or piece of information would be like, who fired Cliff? Was that more Dan Quinn's decision or was that more AP's decision? Because I think if Dan Quinn made that call, that kind of signals that he isn't playing it safe. I think playing it safe would have been to keep Cliff Kingsbury. So maybe that signals that he is willing to take more of a risk. I think that would be the better decision for him and better for the organization. Personally.
Well, the blowing out of Kingsbury, no doubt about it, is a massive risk, is a massive, bold move. I mean, it is the word Keim used yesterday, which I completely agree with, is ballsy.
Ballsy.
Especially going into year 3 of Jaden Daniels, and for Dan Quinn, a gotta-have-it year. This is make-it-break-it time, buddy.
Yeah.
And we talk about the season in a vacuum. How about just the start of the season? What happens if they're 0-3 or 1-4 at the beginning of next year? You're cooked at that point if you're Dan Quinn. So you don't just need to have a good season. I think you need to start really fast next year. If you have a first-time coordinator, if you have a 30-year-old guy that's never called plays before, maybe you're nervous that it makes it harder to do that.
Well, especially given this past year, right? Not just with the record, but the softest training camp in human history, the veteran days off, the slow and steady, and we'll kind of figure it out, and we'll play our better football later on. Like, given everything, the backdrop of how it went, it'll feel like more of the same, right? If you don't get off to a fast start with all the changes you made, and it may not be fair because the race isn't won in the first month of the season, but man, you could do a lot of damage, especially given what's happened.
Bernie in Potomac Falls, you're on Grant and Danny. What about an internal candidate, keeping it in-house, somebody familiar with Daniels like David Blau?
Yeah, thanks for taking my call. I'm definitely intrigued, and I can tell you why. He definitely has a relationship with Daniels, so you don't have to worry about that. They didn't blow him out when they blew out Kingsbury.
And also, we had McVay, Shanahan, and McDaniels, and they all left and went on to have successful coaching careers. They were all here. Are we going to let that happen again? You have, 30 free agents. You're going to need some continuity because a lot of them aren't coming back, right? I love the fact of hiring Young. He played the sport. And sometimes you got to buy early and buy cheap, right? You can't always wait and say, this is a proven guy, this is a proven guy. I don't think that's what you need. If you want somebody that is malleable, that can listen to you, I think you promote him, and you do it early. You let him get factored in into draft. Only time will tell if Mayo was a problem in New England and Vrabel solved everything, right? Was that going to happen anyway? Did they have the talent and it just took a year? I think if you get him in there, let him infuse youth and a different way of looking at the offense. Yeah, I'm all for it. And then get ready for the draft and get ready for free agency. I know you got a lot of calls, John. I'll hang up and listen.
Appreciate you, buddy. The idea on paper certainly makes a lot of sense. Now, again, we're combining a bunch of different things. In a vacuum, let's just say Cliff had to leave because he got a head coaching gig, right? And a couple of the guys went with him. And David Blau was still left over. Tavita Pritchard is gone, and Brian Johnson's gone, and a couple other dudes have moved on, right? Because you had a good season. This could have happened anyhow. And we're talking about kind of keeping the train on the tracks. I think people will be more excited. There's a sense, and I remember this with when the Wizards went internal to hire Tommy Shepard, there was it really is more of the same. There is a degree of that with this. And I think the point that you've made very well is, here's the distinction. He wasn't raised in the Cliff environment. He was also part of, the Detroit Lions, great environment, and he's a recent player and the like. And he's probably a year early from, being the hot head coaching candidate, right? And you could take advantage of that for a guy that hasn't done it a lot before. But it's risky for someone without any track record.
If they were to hire Blau, would that go against the Jordan Schultz report of this fracture between front office and staff and meddling of Adam Peters into the offensive side of the ball for Washington? Because my first thought would be, well, if Blau's willing to stay and take the job, then he obviously has a pretty good relationship with Peters, and Peters thinks highly enough of him. He didn't seem to be meddled with. But then as I think about it, it probably doesn't tell you or inform you a whole lot. There's only 32 of these gigs.
Yeah.
And if you're Blau, you're maybe not getting another one this year. I know he's interviewing for the Lions if the Commanders let him. I don't think there's been an interview yet. And he may very well get that job, but he may not. Again, you're 30. You're probably a year or two away from, it being like, why does this guy not have a job yet? This is a little bit early still in the process. You're more naturally in line for a quarterback coach, pass game coordinator role this year.
Yep.
And then the OC job, let's say next year, the year after a couple of years where you're calling plays, or maybe being an OC somewhere where you don't have to call plays. Like you could go to Detroit, be their OC, but Dan Campbell still calls plays. I'm not saying that's a good idea after what I saw when they weren't playing Washington, but you could do something like that. But I wonder about that part of it. Like the report today of the coaches really thought Adam Peters was, or the front office was meddling. Well, if you keep a guy in your building and then promote him, he didn't think that maybe.
Yeah, so the way my retort to that would be, I bet you that's what Cliff Kingsbury thought, is that Adam Peters was too meddling. I don't know that every coordinator got bothered. You know what I mean? I think they had friction. I think that's because that's, to me, where this came from, was that side of it. So I don't think that would necessarily dispute this, refute that. I mean, just on paper it would, but if you kind of drill down a little bit, this felt like a Kingsbury sourced or his agent or somebody giving this to Jordan Schultz, and there's your report. But I don't know that was Joe Witt's complaint necessarily, that Peters is going in there screaming that you've got to play Jordan McGee more snaps or whatever. Who knows? But that's my guess as to that. But to a degree, I guess it would contradict that slightly.
Let's go to Will in Springfield on G&D. What's up, Will?
Hey, Will.
How are you?
What's going on, guys? Thanks for taking my call.
Hey,
appreciate it. What do y'all think about Marty Morningweg?
Marty Morningweg?
I have not heard that name in forever.
Are you doing a bit?
Marty Morningweg was
the 65-year-old. Is there a Marty Morningweg Jr.?
Yeah, I feel just because you might as well go old. I don't think it's going to keep working with the young offense coordinators and Dan Quinn. You might as well go young all the way or go old school.
Well,
he hasn't coached since 2018. I'm going to pass on that.
You're definitely doing a bit. Are you doing? He just hung up.
No, I think that was real.
I don't think that was real.
I think it's real.
You want to go? Okay, is Ed Hughes available from the '85 Bears? He called their plays that year. Is Hal Saunders still with us? He's only 78.
Bring
Are
that
you
700-page playbook back.
Marty Morningwig, either you or his son, or you're doing a bit.
Was that Steve Morningwig in Springfield?
Give me a break. Toby, was that guy real? What can you tell me about the behind the scenes of that call? If you had to bet, was that a real call?
It's a real call. I mean, he said that he wasn't interested in David Blau and he wanted Marty Morningwig. And he's like, "You heard of the guy?" I'm like, "Oh, I've heard of the guy."
Yeah, I've heard of him.
Not in a while.
Listen, listen.
He was the OC of the Ravens literally in like 2018, and he hasn't been heard of since. He was a consultant who got some film sent to his house every Tuesday for the Eagles in 2020 in the pandemic year.
I think you could get Bill Lazor right now for the job. You think you could? Him and Ken Zampese are available.
That is wild.
Get some interviews going.
Is Marv? Let me make sure Marv Levy's still with us before I float his name. I think he is. He just turned 100. What about Marv
Levy?
Now, his reason for that was he wanted it because Michael Vick did well when he was the OC for Michael Vick.
Yes, he did.
So he's definitely doing a bit.
A long time ago.
I don't think he is.
If he's referencing the success of Michael Vick, is he saying because Washington also has a dual threat quarterback?
I think that's what he's trying to go with.
And that's the first guy you think of?
Listen.
You don't think of Todd Monken, who's out of a job 40 miles away, who just did a hell of a job with the Ravens the last couple of years? You go, I got this dual threat quarterback. You know who would make sense is Marty Morningwig in 2026. I mean, there's not a GM in the league that would even know where to find that guy. Like, seriously, you think they have Marty Morningwig's number? I mean, that is wacky. That could be a fun segment.
Do you know how
Wrong
good a
answers
job?
only who's going to be their OC?
You know how good a job Ken Wisenhunt did with Zach Wittenberg in 2015 in Tennessee?
You're talking about Zach Mettenberger.
Now,
like Mettenberger.
If you're wondering what Marty Morningwig is up to, I don't have any current updates. But
You wouldn't.
May 18th of 2024 on his Twitter, he had a branding party at the JK Ranch for his cattle. I'm not sure exactly where this is, but I don't know. Maybe he wants to take a break from his herding and get back into coaching.
Drawing some plays in the dirt.
Marty Morningwig? There's just no
That's great.
way that's a real phone call
That's
that we
great.
just took. That would be a great call for the wrong answers only, because his name came up all the time, constantly. What do you picture him looking like, Marty Morningwig? Can you picture him?
Yeah.
I picture like a bad kind of bowl haircut.
Yeah. Goatee now for some reason.
Let me see. Yeah, he has a terrible haircut, Marty Morningwig. What is he doing now? I mean, he hasn't been around.
Dude, he was the OC for the Jets in 2013. The 8-8 Jets. That's Marty Morningwig's music.
One of the first ever times I went to an NFL game, Marty Morningwig was calling plays. Little me, speaking of bowl cuts, rolling up there. Let's call Marty Morningwig.
Who was the 15th best offensive coordinator in 2010?
Who was your who's your actual answer, wrong answer only guy for fun hire? Because Jay has no chance of getting the job.
Right.
But like Jay Gruden would be just hilarious if that happened. And we just kept having him on Mondays to like break the game down. He's like, yeah, we tried to run the ball a couple times, but
I ran duo.
They stopped it, and we said, screw this.
I called the fade.
If Dan has a problem with it, he can kiss my ass.
And I fell asleep and called another fade.
Wrong answers only. Jay's a good one.
Jim Zorn, bringing his quirky style.
Zorny.
Right? He's throwing medicine balls at quarterbacks. They're jumping over cones. He had like a Komodo dragon on the field for some reason, so you high step.
Ms. Jackson with the headset. Jaden's mom, just let's call the plays. Why not? Toby, who's your wrong answers only OC?
I know a guy who knows a thing or two about playing quarterback in this city. Robert Griffin III.
Bobby
Good
Three
Lord.
Sticks.
Can you imagine?
It's like when Lance Harbor was calling plays for Mox.
Coach Lance, put me in. We'll block it.
Darius, who's your wrong answers only offensive coordinator hire, play caller for the Commanders?
I mean, why wouldn't we run it back with Scott Turner? Scott Turner's revenge. Let's get him back in the building.
Because
and give
that's
him a
what
good
Dan Quinn
quarterback.
wants. He'll do what the head coach says. You want to run it more? I'll run it more.
I saw the weirdest thing, by the way. So is this strange to you? I'll never be able to find his Twitter account now. I saw a tweet and I was like, there's no way this is actually Scott Turner, but it looked like it really was because he was like retweeting pictures of his sister and Norv doing a podcast together. I'm like, that has to be Scott Turner. But here we go. Scott Turner tweeted on December 28th, 2025. So like week 17.
Okay.
If Kyle Shanahan doesn't win Coach of the Year, it's a joke. With a bunch of exclamation points. But Scott Turner was working for another NFL team this season.
It could just be a guy named Scott Turner. That's not a crazy name.
That's weird, though, right?
Yes.
You never see a guy who works on another staff tweet support of someone on a different staff. I was like, why would he do that?
So it's really him?
It looks like his account. And he's right, by the way. Kyle Shanahan should be considered for Coach of the Year.
Should be highly considered.
I actually kind of liked Scott Turner, I'll be honest. I didn't think he was, exceptional. I thought he was fine.
Mm.
And as a dude, it seems like he was a pretty cool dude.
Seems like a cool dude.
Went to Oakton High School.
Yeah, seems like a really cool dude.
Home of the Cougars.
Yep.
Clary, who's your wrong answer only? It can't be Jared Goff, by the way, because he's going to have to play for at least one more year's worth of Sundays. Who's your wrong answers only hire for the Commanders as the OC?
This is actually a good question. I was going to use Scott Turner, but actually, you know who I'm going to use is our guy, Jordan Reed. Jordan Reed, he's producing stuff on Netflix. He's a great tight end. I bet you that guy could scheme up some plays. And you know what? We need help at tight end. Maybe he could help Ben Sinnott. Maybe he could
I thought you were going to go player coach.
We could do that.
He calls plays and also is a tight end.
You'll never guess where this play's going.
Yeah, you know what? We could trade Jaden Daniels and 3 first-round picks for Jared Goff, and he could do both.
What days were you out last week or the last couple weeks?
Before Christmas and then to the day after Christmas.
So I don't remember if you were in or not, if you remember this thing that happened on the show. Were you in when we took that call from that guy who said they should hire Marty Mornhinweg as the offensive coordinator? I hope it was real. I really do.
Yeah, listen, you here's what you do. You start with Marty. You call Hugh Jackson, see if he's around.
What happens now when they hire Marty Mornhinweg?
If they hire Marty Mornhinweg, what do you do?
The Marty party is back.
It never left. It just lay dormant for you like a cicada. If they hire Marty Mornhinweg to be the OC, what do you do?
What do I do?
Legitimately, what do you do?
I'll do a Chris Russell thing. I'll say something crazy. I'm not actually going to do it, but I'll walk to Memphis or something. You know what I mean? I'll chop off my left arm, whatever. And then I'll get CK to put out a press release that I tried
I didn't, and I couldn't chop it off.
Let me, Chuck Sapienza style. Andre in Temple Hills, what's going on?
Hey, how y'all doing?
Good, buddy.
I don't know about OC, but I got a great idea for DC, for defensive coordinator, Ron Rivera.
Oh, good wrong answer only.
That's a good wrong answer only. It really is.
Why not bring him back? You've got Ron Rivera, and then you've got
Ron Rivera with his hat backwards.
Another Ron Rivera, but he wears his hat backwards a little bit. Yeah, that'd be a good one.
Oh, dude.
I like that.
Oh, no.
Brian just tweeted us. You can hit us up at Grant H. Paulson at Funny Danny. He said, your interpretation of Jay Gruden today caused me to almost fall out of my office chair. That was funny. Jay, call in and hear this. Jay probably doesn't care that much. Here's how that
What
would
do those
go.
guys say? I don't care.
Jay would call in and would be like, here's what we said. We'd do the impression. He'd be like, okay, well, that's good, I guess.
Why'd you bother me with that?
And what's your point?
Just like that.
Yeah,
That's what he would say.
Can I go back to eating chicken wings and playing some golf? It's nice in Florida today.
Stuff being me.
Do you remember when I think I said to Jay something like, hey, Ron Rivera's winning percentage is worse than yours was. I think that's when he said that, actually. He's like, okay, what's your point?
What's your point?
And what's your point?
I was like,
oh, and I thought that was to Michael Phillips. When Phillips goes, did you know that Josh Norman is doing a weekly show on Fox?
no,
And
that's
a surprise.
He's on his cell phone there. That's him on the record.
Yeah.
That's when I said to him, I'm like, hey, I just wanted to let you know, Ron Rivera's winning percentage is falling below yours.
And what's your point?
I was like, well, they still have Ron.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Maybe they should still have you. Adam, what's going on? Wrong answers only. Who should call plays?
Sherman Lewis, the bingo caller.
Sherman Lewis.
Oh, where is Sherm?
Show me Sherman.
Now, let me make sure, because I do want to make sure respectfully to Sherman Lewis that he is still with us. Let's see. Isn't there a game like this?
The Junks play it.
What's it called?
According 83 years old. Looks like he is still with us.
Let's go, Sherman.
Oh, that's my Sherman.
I mean, come on. Let's call Sherman up. Let's do the graphic again. Sherman calls the play to Trey Johnson, who calls the play to Randy Thomas, who calls the play to.
I mean,
it's like there was like elbows connected to the hip, bones connected to the.
Because I mean, the poor guy.
There was a flow chart.
Terrible situation where he's like, "I'd like to run, but kind of to the left." I'm like, "All right, we got to play for that." You know, like give me Xerxes Tambourine Eyeball 45. Okay.
All right, let's run a dive to the left guard. Like, what's
Okay.
that called?
What's that look like?
Like he called the runs, but someone called the passes. Andrew is in Stafford. Sounds like you like the David Blau idea, huh, Andrew?
I do like it.
More than you like Marty Morningwig?
Which one, Marty Morningwig or David Blau?
I'd go David Blau, but only if we can't get Eric Bieniemy back, because
good one.
Offensive coordinators named after radio hosts are awesome in this city.
Yeah.
That is fair, yeah.
EB would have to give up his moniker.
The
again.
real EB.
He was so mad about that. Michael just tweeted me and said, everyone wants to run the ball more. Why not Bill Callahan
There's
again?
the answer. There's the answer.
You could probably get Brian Callahan as play caller.
Eric the enemy.
The enemy. It took me like 100 calls to realize he was calling him
He was
Eric.
doing that, yeah.
My wife told me. She's like, you know that guy Shane always calls him Eric the enemy, right? I'm like, I don't think so. Sure enough, that's exactly what he called him.
Eric the enemy.
He shouldn't. He should just call him Eric the enemy. That's not what he called him. Eric the enemy. I want to play some of Logan Paulson's analysis of the Kingsbury offense, some of the shortcomings and areas where they need to improve. We'll do that a little bit later on. We're taking you up to 6:30. Grant and Danny on the Morning Wig. Hey guys, it's GP for Metropolitan Moving and Storage, the official, unofficial moving and storage company of the Fan. They've moved me a couple of times over many years, and they've moved my in-laws, and they've moved family members of mine. Our program director, CK, and JP Flame from the Junks, and Danny and his parents, and so many more. Metropolitan Moving and Storage is recognized as an industry leader and the preferred moving company for savvy real estate agents. DC's prominent move management companies, residential and commercial clients, look for best in service results, and they go to Metro Moving and Storage. They'll help stage your home. They'll pack your boxes. They'll build a custom crate for your chandelier, sculpture, and art, if that's what you need. So take it from me. Hit up my guy Justin over there at Metropolitan Moving and Storage. Call them if you are moving. 301-279-0090. Do not move yourself at this point. You're a grown-up. It's a terrible thing. It's stressful. It's awful. You can't be calling a buddy and saying, I'll get you a slice of pizza. Help me move. Get the professionals to do it. 301-279-0090. DCMetropolitanMoving.com.
This update is built by paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. In the NFL, Commanders coaching news today, they've requested an interview with Raiders defensive coordinator Patrick Graham. The Lions are interested in Commanders assistant quarterback coach David Blau for their open offensive coordinator position. In hockey tonight, Caps on home ice taking on the Stars at Capital One Arena. 7 o'clock puck drop. You can hear the game right here on 106.7 The Fan. In the NBA, Hawks guard Trae Young has said that his preferred trade destination would be the Washington Wizards. That, according to Shams Charania of ESPN. The Wizards beat the Magic last night, 120-112. Second half of a back-to-back tonight. They'll take on the Sixers in Philly. 7 o'clock tip-off. Can hear that game on Bloomberg 99.1. No C.J. McCollum tonight for the Wiz. First time he's missed a game this season. Keyshawn George, Chris Middleton, Cam Whitmore also out for the Wiz tonight. This January, score $100 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $500 off each door at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Taking you up to 6:30 tonight on The Fan. The Caps play in 90 minutes just after 7 o'clock. They're at home. So if you're making your way down to Capital One Arena, hopefully before you get out of the car, you'll be able to hear a conversation we had with John Walton previewing the Caps and the Dallas Stars tonight as we welcome you back on G&D. So there's one thing coaching-wise that I feel like I keep seeing that I don't understand. I want to get you to try to explain this to me. And if any of you guys have a thought on this, I'm all ears. But I have kind of just dismissed this outright. I keep seeing people saying, what about this guy? And they'll reference like the offensive coordinator at Notre Dame or the offensive coordinator at LSU or the offensive coordinator at Ole Miss or whatever. Isn't the entire point that they want to get away from being a college offense, like a gimmicky, up-tempo, spread, non-traditional NFL? Isn't that why they're changing? Why would they go to the college ranks to hire a coordinator?
That's a very fair question. Unless somebody, and I couldn't delve deep into exactly what, I don't know, Oregon's running. I'd imagine it's probably some of the up-tempo college stuff. But if they're running a pro-style system, maybe that's something there. Like, I know guys have made that jump. Like Joe Brady's a pretty well-renowned offensive mind. He runs some pro-style stuff in the past. He's now there at in Buffalo, and he'll probably get some head coaching looks.
I see what you're saying. So if you're in college but you're running a pro offense, then what's the difference?
Right. Like Charlie Weiss, for example, kind of would go back and forth as a professional offense guy at the college level. But if you're doing everyone's in shotgun, it's 4 wide, 5 wide, one leg lies in the air, clap and show the time for the football, then I don't think that's the direction they want to go in right now. That's my guess anyway.
It just seems to me like we're hearing a lot about wanting a traditional offense and more of an NFL style run game and some of the things that they haven't done. That should rule out almost anybody who's running college-y stuff on Saturdays.
You would think, right? Again, if that's the search parameter, if we believe that to be true, and I do, by the way, that stands to reason.
How desirable is this gig? If this was last offseason,
10.
It is a 10 out of 10 desirability. Cliff gets the Saints head coaching job. You're coming off the NFC title game. Jaden Daniels looks like he's on the verge of an MVP and is the next great quarterback in the league. Everything's harmonious. Peters is the new hotshot GM. Dan Quinn has found his north as a head coach. See what I did there? Now it's not that because Quinn going into year 3. Somebody said earlier on the phones, one of our callers called him a lame duck. I think that's extreme. I don't think he's a lame duck. A lame duck is you're a dead man walking. Like, it's over, and they just are playing out the clock, basically. That's not the case with Dan Quinn. This could still very well work out that he's here for the next 7 years with a couple of extensions or whatever, if the OC and DC hires go very well. But where are you on that? Go ahead.
So it was a 10, as you already said it. It starts at a very high number because of Jaden Daniels. So if I'm an aspiring OC, a guy that's getting a promotion presumably, or if I'm a head coach that's getting kicked back down to the coordinator level, all I've got to do is make a guy that's already done it once return to a similar level. Versus, let's say, for the sake of argument, Kevin O'Connell doesn't return, and I got to go work with J.J. McCarthy. I'm going, oh, my God, this is uphill and a headwind in molasses. Well, people are throwing rocks at me. That's a hard thing to do. Daniels has already had some success. You get him back on track, you're the genius. You're going to be a head coach in a couple of years, right? That, to me, makes it still very desirable. Now you start to get dragged down a little bit, though, by the circumstance. What just happened? What kind of weaponry am I going to get? How much autonomy am I going to have? The first thing that, first game I have that's not great, am I going to get that knock on the door? And is Peters going to tell me what I have to do? Is Quinn going to say, like Rivera did, hey, I want you to run the ball more? That sort of weighs it down a little bit. Again, we don't know exactly what's true, what's not, but it would have been a 10. It's now less than that, but it's still a high number for a personal career advancement standpoint, and that's enticing for an OC.
All right, so I'm going to start with the Daniels part. A year ago, working with Jaden Daniels was a 10 out of 10 possibility for a coordinator. Is it still just that part, Daniels in a vacuum? Is that still a grade 10 out of 10 in terms of desirability?
It's not a 10 anymore. It's a high number, though. Maybe 8.5, 9. It's still really good.
Okay.
Because he's a great kid, does everything right.
Right. There are some questions about longevity, durability. I also think they're not loud and they're not like written in pen or Sharpie, but there's certainly more questions about some of the football stuff. The accuracy came back down to earth a little bit. I think the processing was still really good, like going to the right place with the football I've never had an issue with. But getting the ball out, making the quick decision to just like keep the play alive, run versus pass, staying in the pocket. I think there's more questions about that than after year one, after adjustments were made to him that, he didn't readjust to.
Yeah, and I think that's fair, by the way. I mean, we saw it happen.
Absolutely. So I'm going to say that Daniels as a commodity, instead of being a 10 out of 10 desirability, I'll go with you. Let's say it's an 8.5. Or maybe even round up to a 9. I don't think that's bad.
Yeah, that's the realm I'm in.
Okay, what then is on a 1 to 10 scale the head coaching situation? If last year with Quinn that was a 9, where is that now?
Tougher to quantify. Honestly, it is. It's tougher to quantify. I mean, because what hasn't changed is that he's a great dude. Everybody loves the guy, right? And that's not fake. That's real. So coming to work every day is probably pretty fun. There are miserable cusses that have been in charge of
I've said this a lot
programs.
too.
Yeah.
I do not view any part of his like makeup or him as a dude as like put on, fake, strategic. This is not an actor. This is not a phony. Right. I believe he is like legit, awesome hang, one of the nicest dudes to be around. I really believe that.
Yeah, so it's not like you're going to work for Bill Parcells or Bill Belichick, where you might win, but my God, is it tough to clock in every day. So in that regard, that's good. But again, I don't know. Is this guy going to cost me prestige and wins when he can't get timeouts right? Are we going to burn yet another one early in the second half, and it finally comes back to bite us and cost us a game? Didn't this year, but doesn't mean the process is good. I don't know. I don't know the answer to that.
Well, so you haven't even brought up the part that I actually think about as being a problem, which is that he may not be long for the gig now.
Yeah.
The Eric Bieniemy thing, where if you remember when they hired Bieniemy, that was the very, very, very end of the cycle, where it kind of came down to who the heck are they going to get? And if you remember, they couldn't get someone to take the job because there was this feeling that you were going in there to be the OC for a lame duck.
Yeah, you were cannon fodder.
Like a dead man walking. Now, again, to the extreme that people are saying Quinn is cooked, I don't believe that. I think this is a jury still out situation. This could still end up going very well. Like they go 10-7 next year or a wild card team. They've been in the playoffs 2 out of 3 years and they're back on track. And he's going to be here for the long haul and get extended. But there was very little to no chance that they were headed in that direction last year. And now there's a real chance they're headed for change, that he could be fired midway through the season. So if Quinn was a 9, I'm saying Quinn's now like a 4.5. I think that it's that different.
Ooh. I could see it. I mean,
how many OC jobs do you get?
Yeah.
You don't get many opportunities.
No.
If you come here for 1 year and then the whole staff gets blown out, you're screwed.
Then that's bad. But the upside, again, and these guys are the alphas, they get to this level because they believe that everything they do is the smartest thing that's ever been done, et cetera. You got to be a little bit delusional to thrive at this level. The flip side is, I got a great chance to make this work. I've got Jaden Daniels. I've got an offseason overhaul that's coming with plenty of salary cap space. There's a great chance there's some new toys to work with. I've got no Terry McLaurin contract drama. Hopefully Larry Tunsil's locked up, and that's all hopeful. And we got a chance to be really good. And I could be the savior. I could be the star, right? I mean, maybe that would be the counterpoint to that, but you're right. If it goes south, I'm screwed. And I think that's true, maybe especially given the timing, right?
Does any of the Jordan Schultz stuff today matter?
Yeah. Yeah.
I think
you got to do your due diligence if you're a potential hire.
I was going to say, I think I need my agent to do a little more work for me, maybe. Because it's not even just about the Jordan Schultz report, which take it or leave it, whatever. And I'm not saying it's wrong as much as it may or may not matter that much that departed coaches are angry about how involved the GM was. But last year, you're joining a freight train, and they acted like it, by the way. Next stop, Super Bowl, the hot organization in the league. Their ass didn't stink. And it was warm and fuzzy. Like you were joining something that everyone wanted to be a part of. It was the it team in the league last offseason. I don't know what the opposite of that is in terms of teams this year, but they might be one of them. Like this is now the reverse happened on the field. The reports are that things could be bad internally. It's going to be viewed very, very differently. Would I not take the job? Definitely. It wouldn't be a reason not to take the job.
But if you have a choice.
I don't think I would have said to my agent last time, hey, let's really dig in here.
Like,
It would have been as easy as the Commanders want me. I could be a part of that.
Yeah,
Buzzsaw.
signed.
I could be a part of that steamroller that's just turning everything into pavement in front of them. Okay, tell them. I don't care what they're offering me. Don't negotiate. Take the first offer.
All right,
it's not that anymore.
Here's where I was going. If all things are equal, right? Meaning you are an OC and you get to pick your situation with any of the new head coaching hires, right? So you think of, Arizona, Cleveland, the Giants, go through the list. Would you rather have an OC job with a new staff inheriting whatever you're inheriting or here? I think this would rank higher than a lot of those places. Like if you're going to Cleveland, doesn't matter what you do, you're probably out of there in 2 years. You go to the Giants, they've been pretty dysfunctional. You go to Arizona, they can't seem to get right, and you're stuck with either bridge quarterback Billy and Jacoby Brissett or try to resurrect Kyler Murray. Probably neither of those. Not a great quarterback draft class.
Baltimore maybe is better.
Baltimore's a better spot. And that's not a knock on anybody. That's a better spot.
Depending on what you think of Jackson Dart, the Giants could be better.
Atlanta?
No,
not a great spot.
Not a good spot because of they've had too much coaching turnover.
Raiders, no.
Definitely not the Raiders. Yeah, I mean only maybe Baltimore's
is it
a better
the 2 seed?
OC gig.
Yeah, it's the 2 seed, and maybe if you're Rosie on the Giants, meaning you now get a fresh slate with a new guy, maybe you get more time. So that could be the 2 seed if you want.
I think because of Daniels, it's still immensely desirable. The exercise I'm trying to have, and I think the point we're trying to make is it is considerably less desirable than a year ago. But I don't think anybody that they would really want would turn them down still.
Right.
Because you have Daniels. Like, wouldn't that be stunning and damaging if a year ago you had people crawling over each other to get a job here, and now this year you had to go with your second or your third option, and you got left holding the bag or something. Let's open up the phones on this, 800-636-1067. What do you make of the desirability of the Commanders' OC opening? We're Grant and Danny. This is The Fan. You sleep on Toby's podcast name from back in the day? That was one of the great podcast names ever. When's the last time you recorded an episode of Toby Continued?
You're going to
that's
have to
good.
keep waiting for a while.
Yeah?
What did you guys do
on?
on Toby Continued?
I feel like you did a Toby Continued after one of the first times we ever hung out and went to the Shohei Ohtani game.
That was the last time.
Is it? Because I think you sent it to us, or like somehow I stumbled into it. But I think you sent it. You're like, dude, check this out. I'm like, Toby Continued? This is silly. I love it.
To be or not to be?
That's the name of my iPhone.
When you're on overtime, you should do the bit where you just rename the show Toby Continued.
I might have to.
There are people in radio over the years that are just ultra comfortable and they just kind of do whatever they want and they just like throw their elbows out and just like start doing their own thing. So don't
What's
use,
that like?
Must be
neat?
be very nice, by the way, to have that kind of just like walking around like you own the place. But Toby Continued could be the name. Like, don't play overtime anymore. Don't do the normal rejoins. Just get the big voice guy to do a Toby Continued bit.
Yeah, I was telling Vic about it, and it's like a perfect sign-off. You're like, thanks, everybody, for listening. Have a great night. Toby Continued.
That's a good one, too.
That's
Your Eddie Yost right there.
Now, Darius had a podcast as well. Darius's podcast name, I'm going to say, Darius, I hope this isn't offensive, not quite as good as Toby's. Yours was Yes, Another Podcast.
Correct. Yes, I co-hosted it with another gentleman. Yes,
You did. Good podcast. I remember listening to it.
It's actually a good name for a
thank
podcast.
you.
I like that.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
You like that name?
I like that name for a
See, I thought
podcast.
it was too self-defeating, and like you don't want to be belittling. Like, you could listen to a million podcasts. We have one.
So
too.
here's one, too.
It's just like all the others. Like that to me.
But this one is mine. Yeah.
I want to know.
Damn it if you do.
Ooh, that's pretty good.
Yeah,
Ooh,
top
that's
of my
good.
head.
Now I do have to admit, I was not the creative genius behind Yes Another Podcast. That would go to my guy Carlos.
Okay.
I actually was not even the original co-host.
Was he trying to do like not another? Like not
None
another.
of the same
Yeah, I think it was
movie?
a kind of a play on that kind of thing. Yeah. But yeah, I wasn't even the original co-host. I kind of I kind of jokingly co-hosted one time, and then
You were too good.
next thing I knew, I was hosting 50 other episodes. So yeah.
Oh, one
kinda
time
tripped into
turned
it.
into a lot.
Were
of
you guys sports or were you doing like pop culture stuff?
So it was
Madden leagues?
it was more of a pop culture thing, and then I would say of the 50 episodes I did, 30 of them then became sports, sports centric. But yeah,
Oh, they just spent a half hour talking about the most recent team to get kicked out of Darius's Madden League for beating him.
no,
So,
that
and
would have
then-
been the Madden League
And
podcast.
Clary's
that
the
I
only one behind the scenes so far that has never done a podcast, which is interesting.
Isn't that weird?
We got to get Clary a podcast. I have no idea what we would
He
call
he
it.
should start one.
Start a podcast.
Start a podcast.
so that we can discuss the name of your podcast at some point.
I got to get on it.
Just think about it.
Real
you
Clary
should-
podcast.
You
know
should
you're
lock
busy.
in on some kind of podcast.
Lock in on an idea.
Lock in on some kind of name for it.
Lock in on Clary.
Make an audience.
Getting a podcast. Let's go to Chris, who's in Hyattsville on Grant and Danny. What's up, Chris?
I couldn't be
How
more
are you?
inside.
That is a.
I mean,
that is
Ryan's,
insider baseball.
Ryan's podcast is definitely Ryan Explains It All.
Oh, you
Yeah,
know what?
it
Ryan
is.
Explains It All.
There
It
we
is.
go. Ryan
is.
explains it all.
The
With
corporate perspective
with
with
the
Ryan Clary.
Larissa music to kick it off. I like that.
There might be some trademark issues there. I think this is an extremely desirable job because of the quarterback and the ownership. I don't think there's any less desirable. There's differences of opinion. If I can comment on the Schwartz thing for a minute, I think that I want the front office involved. I don't want them to be so pedantic that they're telling you which formations you need to line up in on certain downs and distances, et cetera. But if there are top-line directives that the OC and DC are flat out ignoring, that's a problem to me. There needs to be an organizational philosophy on what you're doing, especially during a lost season. And if those guys are refusing to develop young players because they're trying to, maintain their job status or whatever,
I think that's right.
not good for the organization.
Agreed. Yeah, Chris, good as always. I think that's essential, right? Where I don't care about this week particularly. A good cohesive organization, you tell a coach, hey, you're not going to be judged if you guys play a little worse because you're playing Tyler Owens at safety or, more targets for Ben Sinnott or whatever.
It's why Standig, when he asked Peters, like, hey, did you talk to Dan Quinn about how to operate in Week 18? Peters kind of was dismissive, and he joked, like, yeah, I told him to tank, and he told me no. And Quinn's like, I told him hell no. It wasn't that funny of a question. Like, that is the gig as a general manager, to have the division for 26 and 27 and beyond in mind. Grant and Danny on the Fan. I want people to hear an excerpt from Take Command, a pod I do with Logan Paulson, breaking down Cliff's offense, the shortcomings, some of the strengths. Really deep dive from Logan, who studies a lot of tape, knows a lot. We'll get to that next right here on G&D.